Chapter 1. Pay attention, for this man is named Nara Ryoma. Nara Ryoma, indeed. At this moment, Ryoma sat in the back row of the classroom, a visage of sorrow etched upon his face, observing a group of children his age clamoring to take the stage and introduce themselves. The classroom buzzed with a harmonious joy, while Nara Ryoma's anxiety was inscrutable. Alas, what a bother! Ryoma sighed, while rubbing his forehead, lost in troubled thoughts. Originally, he too was merely an unremarkable yet exceptionally handsome young man, much like the esteemed viewers before him. He had no particular hobbies, merely indulging in eating, sleeping, and playing the game of Naruto. As a seasoned aficionado of Naruto, Ryoma fancied himself more knowledgeable about the series than the infamous Kishimoto. It was this fervor for Naruto that led him to invest both his time and money into a mobile game developed by a certain company. Ultimately, during one of his late-night gaming sessions, while battling against a formidable opponent using the white mask and six-bean strategy, our Ryoma met an untimely demise. Upon awakening, he found himself not only transmigrated into the world of Naruto, but had also transformed into a newly born infant. Moreover, he had become a member of the Nara clan. Gazing at his father with the peculiar black pineapple hairstyle, Ryoma's immediate reaction was one of discomfort, while others who traversed realms often became figures like Naruto or Obito, or even formidable entities capable of single-handedly taking on 7 opponents. Ryoma found himself merely a distant relative, not even having the fortune to be born as Shikamaru. After finally establishing some rapport with Nara Shikaku, he discovered that Shikaku was merely a far-off cousin of his own father. Though part of the Naruto lineage, it was clear that if one were to recklessly throw themselves into the fray, they would eventually meet their end. Ryoma, well-versed in Naruto lore, knew that during the later stages of this world, Jonin were as common as dogs, and casualties littered the battlefield. Surviving to the conclusion was no easy feat. Unless one belonged to the Sage of Six Paths family, it was likely that even a dog would not make it to the end. One might be fortunate enough to participate in the Fourth Great Ninja War, but could easily fall victim to a stray-tailed beast bomb, or be mercilessly struck down by Madara's foot, or, under mysterious circumstances, be coerced into shielding the prince from devastating techniques. In a world rife with organizations akin to cults and war-hungry lunatics, one either had a safety net or was destined for demise. At least I finally discerned the current era, Ryoma mused, observing the silver-haired youth seated in the front row, adorned with an air of sophistication and a high-end black mask, exuding an aura of I am not to be trifled with. This must be the future 6th Hokage, the one-eyed warrior, capable of confronting pain and engaging in bloody battles with Zabuza, known as the chakra measurement unit Kakashi. Before him sat another youth, with hair unlike any other, thick brows and large eyes, chewing on a pen as if it were a cigarette, embodying the essence of delinquency. This had to be none other than the 2nd Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, the spokesperson for Neon Tobacco, and the infamous bounty measurement unit, the legendary 35 million Ryo man Obito. Gazing at these two formidable figures, Ryoma's anxiety deepened. This was indeed the cohort from before the Third Great Ninja War. This generation, often referred to as the Platinum Generation of Konoha, had endured the trials of the Third Ninja World War. Not only did they witness the emergence of numerous gifted ninjas, but they would also become the backbone of Konoha during the time of the prince. However, the pressing concern was that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent. During this conflict, Konoha would engage in large-scale confrontations with the other 4 great nations. The extended battlefront and the encirclement by enemies meant that many children from this generation would find themselves on the battlefield before reaching adulthood. War, after all, claims lives. If a handsome lad were to approach Ryoma and inquire if he had confidence in surviving the Third War and making a name for himself, Ryoma would undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Absolutely guaranteed. No doubt about it. This was not a generation to be trifled with when it came to mortality. Ryoma now harbored grave doubts about whether his original self was scripted to perish in the Third Great Ninja War. Was he destined to visit the famed memorial of Konoha so soon after his arrival? The thought was even more disheartening. Even if he were to miraculously survive the Third War, he could not forget that the esteemed figures with their high airs in the original narrative rarely met with favorable ends. They either ended up in disarray or faced gruesome fates at the hands of others. The most dire fate befell the youth sitting beside Ryoma, a boy who often proclaimed his aspirations to become Hokage. He was eventually ensnared by the cult leader, finding himself trapped in a deep abyss, where his integrity was lost to the winds. Ultimately, he became nothing more than refuse, unable to even nourish the soil. As a member of the Uchiha weak and infirm quartet, there was little hope for a better fate. As for those classmates who all bore faces of the masses, Ryoma could hardly recall their names. It was likely they, too, would find surviving the Third War to be a monumental challenge. In short, they were akin to background characters, mere fodder in the grand narrative. Though the Nara clan, as Ryoma understood, typically favored scholars over warriors, it should, in theory, offer relative safety. Yet Ryoma's own intellect was far from adequate. Shikamaru was a man of intellect exceeding 250, a strategist worthy of admiration. In contrast, Ryoma assessed himself. His capabilities included playing smart devices, eating when hungry, drinking when thirsty, and knowing to run home in the rain while also using an umbrella. Such maturity, however, hardly qualified him to assume the role of Konoha's sage. What a pity, what a pity, Ryoma thought to himself, feeling a pang of regret. Just then, a sweet voice pulled him back to reality. Ryoma-kun, it's your turn to introduce yourself. Sensei is calling for you. Looking at the gentle girl before him, whose short hair resembled that of an adorable porcelain doll. An image of a medical ninja clinging to Tsunade and holding a small pig merged with the girl in Ryoma's mind. Is that Shizun? She's even cuter than I imagined. Ryoma chuckled inwardly, a sly grin forming. Shizun, noticing the handsome yet slightly awkward boy with a pineapple hairstyle, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at his peculiar smile. Unconsciously, she drew back slightly, leaning away. Ryoma snapped back to reality, mentally chastising himself. Idiot, that's crossing the line. Yet, she was undeniably adorable, he thought with an inner chuckle. Stepping onto the stage, Ryoma steeled himself and began, I am Nara Ryoma, hailing from the Nara clan, residing in the Hidden Leaf Village. I do not smoke or drink, and my favorite food is barbecue, while I detest troublesome matters. As for my dream, Nara Ryoma pondered for a moment before declaring, to never die. Listening to Ryoma's declaration, the teacher, Ito Makoto, chuckled awkwardly and rubbed his nose. An ambitious dream indeed, but Ryoma-kun must understand that all humans meet their end. We must confront death to grow into excellent ninjas. The classmates erupted into laughter at Ryoma's dream. Who dreams of immortality? Ha ha ha. How long does he wish to live? Even Kakashi, seated in the front row, couldn't help but glance at Ryoma with surprise, intrigued by his words. Nara Ryoma observed the youthful faces, some familiar, others not, and his heart sank deeper into melancholy and anxiety. You cannot comprehend my inner turmoil. Well then, since all the students have introduced themselves, I'm confident that you will all become excellent ninjas in the future. Ito Makoto proclaimed with unwavering confidence in teaching this class. After all, many children from prominent clans were present, including the Hokage's son and the offspring of Konoha's White Fang. With such promising talent, it would be difficult not to succeed. In an instant, Ito envisioned a bright future ahead. Now let us begin our first lesson, the history of the Hidden Leaf Village. The village we now inhabit was established under the leadership of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Listening to the impassioned speech of teacher Ito, Ryoma glanced at the book titled Will of Fire in his hands, and then at the captivated children around him. A wave of gentle sadness washed over him. Realizing this was the essence of Konoha's political education. One must study to comprehend the meaning behind it all. Ryoma opened the book titled Will of Fire. Upon flipping through its pages, he found the content devoid of substance. The history of Konoha lacked dates, and each page was crookedly inscribed with the words Will of Fire, in the stillness of the night. Long Jian found himself unable to sleep. He retrieved the tome titled The Will of Fire and pored over it meticulously until the early hours, deciphering the text between the lines. The entire volume seemed to scream two grand words: multi-level marketing. Long Jian could not help but lament that in his previous life, he had merely indulged in the superficial pleasures of Naruto, but only through this unexpected reincarnation did he grasp the deeper truths. There is no such thing as a tranquil existence. It is merely a pretext to compel us to bear burdens and march forward. Truly, it is no wonder that the most formidable illusion in the Naruto universe is known as the will of fire. Shaking his head, Long Jian dispelled unnecessary thoughts from his mind. Having confirmed his position within the timeline, the immediate priority was to devise a clear path for his development and a rigorous training regimen. After all, Long Jian had no desire to meet his demise in the impending Third Great Ninja War. What others might say was their business as life was his own. Who could guarantee that should he perish this time, he would have the opportunity to reincarnate anew? What if this time he truly met his end? Becoming stronger was of utmost urgency. With a creak, he pushed open the squeaky door of his modest abode and returned to his current residence. Though the dwelling was small, it was well equipped with all the necessities of life. This was one of the legacies left to Long Jian by his parents. 3 years prior, Nara Longjian's parents, under the leadership of the notorious three legendary Sannin, ventured to the Land of Rain, joining the battlefield of Amigakure. They engaged in fierce combat against Hanzo of the Salamander and the ninjas he commanded. The outcome was that Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were bestowed with the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha by Hanzo. In contrast, Nara Longjian's father, Nara Sarayu, and mother, Nara Yoshimi, were forever lost on that battlefield. Consequently, Nara Longjian had been living independently from a tender age. Receiving monthly relief funds from his clan, though his life was not affluent, he managed to meet basic needs and occasionally treat himself to a lavish meal. After all, the Nara clan primarily oversaw the normal operation of the medical system in Konoha. For generations, the Nara clan had been responsible for nurturing deer within the village, achieving unparalleled success in the field of medicine. And what was most scarce in times of war? Certainly, it was medicine to treat the wounded. Thus, the Nara clan was generous in their support of their kin, especially for children who had lost their parents during the conflict. Longjian closed the door behind him and locked it securely. He stepped into the inner room, preparing to commence his training in the secret technique unique to the Nara family, the shadow imitation technique. In his lifetime, Longjian's father had been a Genin of Konoha, while his mother was a renowned medical ninja of the Nara clan. Thus, his upbringing was undoubtedly privileged, and he had been training alongside Nara Shikaku in the clan's secret arts since he could understand. However, Longjian harbored a secret unknown to all. When practicing the Nara family's unique shadow techniques, he often glimpsed an extraordinary scene within his inner landscape. 9 distinct samurai masks hung silently in his mental space. At the center of these 9 masks loomed a larger red samurai mask, its fierce visage exuding an aura so compelling that one could hardly gaze upon it without feeling entranced. During previous instances of this phenomenon, Longjian had cautiously inquired about the mask from his distant uncle, Nara Shikaku. After all, anime was merely fiction, and Longjian found himself in a tangible reality, with circumstances for his past life still shrouded in mystery. Perhaps even the infamous Kishimoto himself was unaware of the true nature of his techniques. What if the Nara clan's secret arts were intended to manifest precisely this effect? Yet, from his discussions with Nara Shikaku, Longjian had never heard mention of these masks, nor had Shikaku ever alluded to such scenes occurring during the practice of the secret arts. Thus, Longjian began to explore and contemplate the secrets concealed within the masks. Initially, he could hardly sustain his efforts, for each time he attempted to channel his mental energy towards the masks, he found both his spiritual power and chakra depleting at an alarming rate. However, it soon became apparent to Longjian that the more he endeavored to comprehend the masks, the more rapid his progress became. This was far more exhilarating than the tedium of monotonous training. Yet, why do these masks evoke a sense of familiarity as if I have encountered them before? After being drained by the masks multiple times, Longjian found himself pondering this existential question. On the eve of his enrollment in the Ninja Academy, he lay exhausted on his bed. Yet, he could sense that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. The outermost mask was on the brink of responding. With resolve, he sat cross-legged on his bed, bracing himself to be exhausted once more. As Long Jian entered a state of focused training, he directed his mental energy towards the foremost samurai mask. To his astonishment, the previous sensations of absorption and obstruction had vanished, replaced by a natural flow of energy. "I have finally satiated you," he said with a contented smile. He soon noticed that the foremost mask had taken on a slightly denser quality, its radiance surpassing that of the other 9. The details of the mask became increasingly vivid, and for a fleeting moment, Long Jian felt as if he had locked eyes with it. As his spiritual power and chakra continuously flowed into the mask, although he sensed its solidifying presence, Long Jian found himself growing increasingly fatigued, with little else to show for it. "Nanny, is that all? I had thought you would be the most formidable of them all. Why pretend to be so menacing?" Long Jian inwardly seethed with frustration. Unwilling to accept defeat, he found himself drained once more, and upon opening his eyes, he was nearly startled into exclamation by the scene before him. In the small room, on the floor, the table, the windowsill, and even on the bed, stood 10 or so mysterious figures cloaked in black, clad in ninja garb. Only their crimson eyes and azure skin were visible, presenting an air of forbidding menace. Long Jian stared at the sight before him, utterly astonished. No wonder the mass had appeared so familiar. Was this not the infamous Akatsuki? Heaven help him, what had he stumbled into? As Long Jian regained his composure and regarded them, all the Akatsuki members instantly manifested before him, kneeling on one knee in unison as a sign of reverence. Long Jian gazed at this scene, his jaw dropping once more in disbelief. Astonishment enveloped him, confusion lingered, yet a peculiar thrill coursed through his veins. This moment, Long Jian harbored a singular thought. Veilware, 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 the man of the Shadow King. Indeed, the heavens seemed reluctant to allow his demise so easily. Deep within, Long Jian mused, "Look, the essential tool for traversers has arrived." After a series of trials, he discovered that the summoned ninja troop, the Ghost Shadows, displayed an unwavering obedience of 100%. Even when commanded to engage in mutual slaughter, they would act without hesitation. What brought Long Jian further solace was the realization that the summoned soldiers of the ninja troop all possessed the strength of a low-level ninja. However, this low-level status was far from the inexperienced children fresh out of ninja school, who could barely manage to walk their pets. Certainly, they could not be compared to the likes of Naruto, who was granted such unparalleled prowess. How could one expect others to compete under such circumstances? The ninja troop's members were endowed with extensive combat experience, their killing techniques honed to perfection. They moved with remarkable agility and boasted commendable close combat abilities. A single soldier from the ninja troop could easily handle a mature low-level ninja, seasoned by the trials of war. The primary drawback remained the troop's somewhat singular approach to combat. Apart from engaging in hand-to-hand combat, they were limited to utilizing the ninja weapons at their disposal, such as shurikens, katanas, and staffs. The inability to employ ninjutsu and illusion techniques was a significant flaw for the Ghost Shadows. Nonetheless, Long Jian felt a sense of contentment. What was this if not a collection of over a dozen experienced, obedient low-level ninjas? What more could one desire? After all, Long Jian himself was but a fledgling, yet to attain the strength of a low-level ninja. If he were to elevate himself to that level, one could surmise that the prowess of the Ghost Shadows would also see an enhancement. Long Jian's heart brimmed with joy at the thought. If even the shadows he summoned, not yet low-level ninjas, could reach the strength of elite low-level ninjas, imagine the potential of summoning formidable figures like Akatsuki upon attaining that rank. Hear the applause. However, it was with a tinge of regret that Long Jian noted the limitation on the shadow's ability to traverse freely through any surface or wall seemed to stem from his own constraints. The soldiers he summoned could only navigate within the shadows conjured by his chakra or those tainted by it. Yet, soon he found solace in the realization that, in a world characterized by high offense and low defense, Allowing the shadows to traverse freely would mean that he could summon powerful figures to accompany the generals without ever stepping outside his door. Upon catching sight of the masks within the interior, Long Jian was nearly drooling with desire. Were these mere masks? No. They symbolized survival. They represented strength. One must understand that the Ghost Shadow Troop consisted of more than just a ninja troop. The shadows themselves were not limited to the Ghost Shadows. Each soldier possessed unique forms, such as the Claw Shadow, capable of taking on Long Jian's uncle, the formidable Scythe Shadow, and the seemingly adorable yet deceptively potent Food Shadow, not to mention the 9 powerful generals and the ruler of all neon ghosts. King Terra of the Shadow Kingdom. Long Jian sensed a mysterious connection between himself and these generals. Perhaps one day, the shadows summoned would not merely be ghost shadows. One must always harbor dreams. Wouldn't you agree? Even if he remained a novice, Long Jian believed it should be no challenge to deal with a few younglings from the ninja school, whether it was that white-haired brat or the future smoke addict. If he couldn't handle them alone, he could always call upon others that a mere dozen strong men could easily subdue them, waiting for him to arrive. Alternatively, if someone employed the shadow imitation technique to control their foes, he wouldn't need to expend great effort devising ways to inflict damage while fighting solo. Long Jian could simply emerge from the shadows, accompanied by a dozen striking figures, each armed with a blade, ensuring a swift and carefree demise for his adversaries. Power was a devil, evoking a salivating desire. The mere thought of it reinvigorated Long Jian's resolve to continue his training. Go, I'm the strongest. Go, I am the best. He cheered himself on internally, dragging his exhausted body. He recovered slightly before plunging back into the relentless path of exertion. The following morning, Long Jian vowed he did not intentionally arrive late. He had simply trained far too late into the night, enduring 7 grueling sessions. Who could withstand such a toll? Ito was quite exasperated with Nara Long Jian. On only the 2nd day of school, he was late, and to make matters worse, he was not the only tardy one. Another child from the Uchiha clan had yet to arrive. Teaching was no easy task in these times. Were these scions of illustrious clans attempting to assert their dominance over him, the young instructor? Ito gazed at the sleep-deprived Long Jian, whose dark circles were evident, and felt a headache brewing. Suppressing his irritation, he inquired, Long Jian, can you provide me with a reasonable explanation for your tardiness on only the 2nd day of school? Long Jian, observing the slight flush on Ito's face, cautiously replied, well, I encountered an elderly lady who asked me for directions, and I helped her, which caused a delay. Ito's inner thoughts were filled with incredulity. Those dark circles were hardly convincing. After all, as a ninja, one should at least provide a more credible excuse. Assisting an elderly lady across the street was a tale more suited for a childish fib. Just as Ito prepared to deliver a proper lecture to his obviously dishonest student, a black-haired boy wearing goggles burst through the door, clad in a jacket emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem. He stood at the entrance, looking quite sheepish. Ito's frustration intensified as he looked at the newcomer. Abito, you are aware that being late requires knocking before entering. Yes? What is your excuse for being tardy on the 2nd day of school? Abito, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, I ran into an elderly lady who asked me for directions as well. And then, some sand got in my eyes. Ito felt a surge of anger rising within him. His blood pressure spiked. They were using the same excuse, were they? I see Long Jian and Abito both assisted the same elderly lady. He thought, sensing his future as a teacher slipping away. Abito looked bewildered at Long Jian, thinking, did he help the old lady as well? I didn't see him. In contrast, Long Jian, noticing Abito's gaze, sheepishly turned away and began to whistle. After Ito delivered a friendly yet stern reprimand to both Long Jian and Abito, they finally returned to their seats, embarking upon another day of school life. The teacher spoke of the glorious history of the Hokage. Long Jian seized the opportunity to indulge in a quick in truth. He was utilizing the posture of resting his head on the desk to secretly continue his training, appearing to others as if he were merely asleep. While he pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, just thinking about it thrilled him. The conqueror sets forth, leaving no grass in their wake. Amidst the struggle, one must rise above to achieve greatness. If one wishes to avoid being overwhelmed, one must overwhelm others. Onward, my brothers. Recently, Shizen had been somewhat puzzled. Although she sat next to a rather handsome boy, he perpetually bore thick dark circles under his eyes and arrived at school each day looking utterly drained. Upon arriving, he would immediately lay his head down as a gesture of respect. At this rate, he would soon resemble an adorable, mysterious creature from the Far East. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Shizen discreetly approached, gently poking Long Jian, who was diligently training beside her. Long Jian, are you all right? You seem unwell. At that moment, Long Jian was lost in the sensation of being utterly drained once more. Additionally, Shizen's voice was soft, leading him to perfectly miss her inquiry. However, this startled Shizen, who feared that he might have fainted. The image of a terrified face surfaced as Genin, trembling in silence, gradually reached out her hand towards Longjin's nostrils. Her expression one of sheer dread. Her own heartbeat echoed louder, as if it were about to leap out of her throat. Just as she was about to make contact, a pair of hands landed on her shoulders. Startled like a frightened rabbit, Genin yelped and leapt from her seat. At that moment, Hongdo, casually passing by, holding her favorite dumplings, looked on in confusion at the suddenly startled Genin. Her mind swirled with bewilderment. Had her strength truly reached such a level that a mere touch could elicit such a reaction? Genin turned to face the bewildered Hongdo behind her, indignantly exclaiming, "What are you doing, Hongdo? You scared me." Hongdo shrugged, bemused. "I merely intended to greet you." "What were you up to?" Looking so suspicious. Upon hearing this, Genin leaned in closer to Hongdo's ear, sharing her rather immature conjecture that, it seems Long Jian has died. At this, Hongdo was momentarily stunned before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Stop joking, Genin. You're simply adorable. Wasn't this guy's dream to never die? How could he just die so easily? As she laughed, the dumplings in Hongdo's hand trembled dangerously, almost slipping from her grasp. Long Jian, with his bear-like eyes, raised his head to gaze at the two little girls. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Ladies, do you not realize that disturbing someone's training is quite impolite?" Hongdo, still chuckling, playfully patted Longjin's back. "Look, Genin, he's perfectly fine." Longjin, you might not know, but our little Genin thought you were dead asleep." At this, Genin's face flushed as red as the red dumplings in the trio. Longjin sighed, pondering how, amidst his training, he almost ended up practicing the art of disappearance. Dodging Hongdo's enthusiastic pats, he casually snatched a skewer of dumplings from her hand, waving it before her. "Consider this your mental compensation." In truth, Long Jian often trained late into the night, and in the morning, not only did he skip breakfast, but merely arriving on time was already a significant achievement, thanks to Ita's-sensei's relentless reminders. Hongdo shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, I've already had my fill of dumplings this morning, so I'll generously give you a skewer. You look like you haven't eaten," she added, "but tell me, why do you always look so drained?" This inquiry struck a chord with Genin, who leaned in to seek clarification. Long Jian, savoring the dumplings, met their inquisitive gazes and casually replied, "What else could it be? Training is exhausting." Hongdo, barely concealing her disbelief, teased, "Could it be that sleeping is a secret training method of your clan?" Long Jian, filled with pride, responded, You simply don't understand. True geniuses utilize time that others squander sleeping to diligently train, allowing for rapid progress." Hongdo, observing Longjin's self-satisfaction, felt exasperated. Yes, you're a genius that you're now on par with the renowned genius Uchiha Bido, the great genius of the Uchiha clan. Longjin froze at this revelation, incredulously wondering if he had become the lowest of the low. Genin, noticing his disbelief, quickly reassured him, "That's not what I meant, Longjin. Hongdo doesn't mean any harm." Yet Longjin, brimming with excitement, waved them off. No, you simply don't grasp the significance of being at the bottom of the Konoha hierarchy." Bewildered, Genin pondered if being at the bottom truly held any merit. Wait, is being last really that valuable? If only Longjin could hear Genin's thoughts, he would eagerly affirm, "Of course, the three great underachievers of Konoha, Obito, Guy, and Naruto. One turned dark and became a sage. One nearly kicked a sage to death. and one outright defeated a sage. The significance of that is worth more than gold. This realization only fueled Longjin's delight. Hongdo and Genin exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting the same unspoken thought. Could he possibly be a fool? After all, aren't the Nara clan known for their intelligence? Does this fellow truly bear the surname Nara? He certainly doesn't seem like it. Could it be a genetic mutation? Genin, ever the composed one, kindly reminded him. By the way, Longjin, it might be best not to train tonight. There is a practical assessment tomorrow, and your current state could affect your performance. Is that so? Thank you for the heads up, Genin, Longjin replied sheepishly. Scratching his head, he genuinely hadn't known about the upcoming assessment, as he typically spent class either training or rushing to train. Indeed, our great genius must not be late for the assessment tomorrow. Otherwise, sensei will surely have your head. Hongdo chimed in. Sensei has already caught you late 18 times this month and has given you 21 friendly reminders. If you're late again tomorrow, I doubt there will be any good fruit juice for you. Longjin felt a twinge of guilt at Hongdo's tally. But I haven't been scolded in several days. Hongdo rolled her eyes at his excuse. But, genius brother, I'm saying there is still a week left in the month. How presumptuous, Hongdo! Longjin replied, but the practical assessment, that does sound a bit troublesome. He stroked his chin, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. The sun shines brightly, and the flowers smile at me. The little birds sing. Why are you carrying a little backpack? There was Longjin, leisurely humming a tune as he made his way to the ninja school, having refrained from engaging in a battle of wits with a masked figure the night before, resulting in his timely arrival today. Life is indeed precious. Who wouldn't want to enjoy a bit of good fruit juice? On his way, he encountered the village elder who often needed assistance, and this time Longjin had ample time to escort her to her destination. Today's good deed, +1. He mused, I will blow up the school for always being late. As soon as I pull the wires, I will run. Sensei will be sent flying. His melodious song faded into the distance, echoing as Longjin walked away. Today, Sensei felt a sense of accomplishment as two notorious latecomers arrived promptly for class. Although it was rumored that Obito had not encountered the usual elderly lady in need of help today, allowing him to arrive on time, it was enough to bring a smile to Ita's face as he gazed upon his vibrant class. Ita felt confident that he could nurture them into outstanding ninjas. These children are so eager to learn. How delightful. They will surely grow and thrive under my guidance, he reassured himself. However, his optimism dimmed upon spotting a particular individual. The very man who had managed to arrive on time today, yet stood in the playground with an air of disinterest. Nara Longjin. How infuriating! In an instant, Itu's rekindled confidence fizzled out. Truth be told, he lacked faith in his ability to guide all of his students, especially Longjin, who only seemed to sleep through class. What was up with that expression? Did he really think the practical assessment was a joke? Even Obito radiated energy and enthusiasm today. Why did Longjin still appear so indifferent? At long last, after a mere fraction of a second, Teacher Ito made a monumental decision that he resolved to make Longjin acutely aware of the considerable gap that existed between him and his fellow classmates. He intended to convey to Longjin that, despite coming from a prominent family and possessing abundant resources for cultivation, if one does not dedicate themselves earnestly to their training, they will inevitably reap no rewards. Xiaoliang, give him the whole experience. He exclaimed with fervor that I believe that Longjin will undoubtedly discover his shortcomings in this practical assessment and find his true path forward. Teacher Ito's heart brimmed with determination as he encouraged himself. At that moment, Nara Longjin remained blissfully unaware that the diligent Teacher Ito had crafted a script for the upcoming practical assessment just for him. Teacher Ito's gaze quickly scanned the students and finally settled on a boy who exuded confidence. It decided, you will do. He thought to himself. Drawing a deep breath, he announced loudly to all the students, the practical assessment begins now. Students whose names are called, please come to the center. The rest of you, prepare yourselves. The previously restless crowd fell silent, the young boys' and girls' eyes filled with fervor and excitement. Whether they sought to prove themselves or earn the recognition of others remained a mystery. The first match, Nara Longjin versus Feiju Qingting. Upon hearing these names, the surrounding students visibly stirred. Poor kid from a Nara family. He S up against Feiju Qingting. That guy's arms are harder than my head. Indeed, Long Jian was notorious for sleeping through class. How could a man who earned the title of king of laziness possibly triumph over Feiju Qingting? Look at him, he is probably praying not to get utterly beaten. Laughter and taunts filled the air around Long Jian. He was the sleep-loving scion of the Nara clan, and despite his lineage, he seemed to have inherited none of the esteemed traits of his family. Whether in theoretical knowledge or essential ninja skills, from mastering ninjutsu to physical techniques, even to the application of shuriken, Long Jian seemed to fall short in every aspect. A T-school, he was universally recognized alongside Uchiha Obito as the epitome of mediocrity, a title no one could dispute. The other contender was a promising talent from a common family, excelling across subjects and consistently achieving above-average grades at IT was evident who would emerge victorious. Listening to the murmurs of the children, Teacher Ito's gaze towards Long Jian was filled with unwavering resolve. Come on, Long Jian, let the storm ignite your fighting spirit. Let the pressure become your driving force. Let the laughter awaken your will. His inner voice roared with fervor. Choosing Feiju Qingting was a strategic decision. Not only was Feiju known for his diligent training, but his remarkable perception abilities were also noteworthy. His serious approach to physical training, combined with his exceptional perceptive skills, would undoubtedly allow him to dominate Nara Long Jian. Furthermore, as someone from common background, Feiju's confidence would be heightened by defeating Long Jian, thus providing the necessary stimulus to awaken Long Jian's fighting spirit. If you don't put in the effort, the Nara family's reputation will be at stake. Teacher Ito's mind raced with thoughts. He even felt that the transformation of Long Jian would commence today. At that moment, Akane, standing beside Long Jian, cautioned him, "Hey, don't overexert yourself. If you can't handle it, just concede quickly. Feiju Qingting is no pushover, and he hits hard. You don't want to get hurt." In agreement? Silent added, Yes, Long Jian, it's just an assessment that don't injure yourself. Just do your best." Long Jian looked at the two little girls with concern etched on their faces and sighed. "What? Don't you two have faith in my abilities? It is truly disheartening." With that, he turned away, leaving behind a nonchalant, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." As he stepped into the center of the arena, Long Jian gazed upon the boy in blue, whose face was wrapped in layers of white bandages, and could not help but ask him, "Aren't you hot, all wrapped up like that under this blazing sun?" Feiju Qingting flashed a confident smile. "You don't need to know the reason. Only those stronger than me can pose such questions, and you, my friend, will never know the answer, for the simple reason that I am stronger than you." To be honest, for a fleeting moment, Long Jian found himself somewhat fond of this guy. Few possess such unbridled confidence and arrogance. What s with this guy? He s acting like the protagonist. Has he always been this pretentious? It seemed that this catchphrase had been cultivated since childhood, and it was no surprise that he had been pinned against the wall during the Chunin exams. The aura he exuded was such that not even a mere sand ninja could withstand it. Even Naruto would struggle to break free from such a grip. However, to say he liked him was merely a passing thought. Nara Long Jian looked up and smiled at Feiju Qingting, revealing his pearly white teeth. "What a coincidence. I enjoy taking down overconfident boys like you." Feiju Qingting's expression darkened immediately, clearly provoked by Long Jian's words that, in his perception, someone of Long Jian's caliber would never dare to openly challenge him in front of so many witnesses. His wounded pride spurred him into a hasty response. Surrounding classmates gasped in disbelief at Long Jian's audacity. Has Long Jian lost his mind? He dares to directly provoke Feiju Qingting, who is notorious for his pride. Indeed, Long Jian is in for a rough time. He is bound to be thoroughly beaten by Feiju Qingting. Teacher Ito observed the escalating tension between the two and bellowed, "Begin!" Both competitors surged forward, forming opposing hand seals. In an instant, Feiju Qingting crouched and charged, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at Long Jian's face. A bystander gasped. So fast. Yet, Long Jian remained unfazed, responding with remarkable composure. He leaned forward, perfectly absorbing Feiju Qingting's forceful blow with his face, sending him hurtling backward. Damn it, I've spent so much time strategizing against masks that I forgot to enhance my physical condition. The surrounding classmates were taken aback by the rapid turn of events. Enveloped in an eerie silence, Teacher Ito had anticipated a twist in the narrative, but it seemed that he had been overly optimistic. Feiju Qingting stood at the center of the arena, smirking disdainfully. Is this the extent of your abilities? Bottom of the class. Just as Teacher Ito prepared to declare the victor, he noticed Nara Longjien rubbing his face and slowly rising to his feet. Ouch, that really hurt. I need to step up my physical training. Otherwise, I might get sent flying by just a bamboo dragonfly. Teacher Ito, filled with concern, asked, "Can you continue, Longjien?" Longjien, exuding an air of nonchalance, replied, "Of course I will continue. This is far from over." Hearing this, Feiju Qingting smiled confidently. "This next hit will put you down for good." With that, he charged forward once more, radiating an astonishing power that a flock of crows flew overhead. And after exerting himself for what seemed like an eternity, Feiju Qingting suddenly realized with horror that he could no longer move. Not only were his legs immobilized, but he couldn't even turn his head. Longjien, sporting dark circles under his eyes, effortlessly raised his hand in a gesture of victory. Simultaneously, Feiju Qingting raised his hand as well, mimicking the gesture. The shadow mimicry technique had made its debut. The surrounding students were momentarily dumbfounded, their hearts racing at the instantaneous reversal of fortunes. The once cocky Feiju Qingting had transformed into a lamb awaiting slaughter in the blink of an eye. Even Teacher Ito was taken aback. When had Longjien executed the shadow mimicry technique? He hadn't even noticed it himself. Akane exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the Nara clan's shadow secret technique?" Longjien isn't half bad. He has learned it at such a young age. Beside him, the silent and composed Shizen clenched his small fists in excitement, knowing full well that Ryujian would not be so easily defeated. He was certainly not the underdog. Dato exclaimed. "We agreed to stick together. So why did you just leave?" Returning to his senses, Teacher Ito gazed at the scene unfolding in the arena, where Ryujian was energetically prancing about like a dragonfly. He meticulously analyzed the situation that had just transpired. It turned out that this child had calculated every single step. At such a young age, possessing such cunning intellect was indeed a formidable combat intelligence. From the very beginning, he had provoked Dragonfly, causing him to lose much of his rationality due to pride, effectively neutralizing Dragonfly's extraordinary perception capabilities. Subsequently, he exploited his own vulnerabilities to lure Dragonfly in for a physical confrontation. Finally, he took a direct hit from Dragonfly's punch, yet skillfully maneuvered it so that the latter stepped onto a shadow he had prepared earlier, activating his secret technique. Was this the calculating prowess of the Nara clan in battle? At that moment, Ryujian's image in Teacher Ito's mind stood tall. What would be the next step, Ryujian? Ito mused internally. After all, this was an individual battle, not a team fight. Merely controlling the opponent with shadow imitation techniques did not guarantee victory. To determine a winner, one must utilize all available resources to vanquish the foe. Given Ryujian's age, mastering shadow imitation techniques was already commendable, but the advanced shadow secret techniques could only be mastered if he had been training since birth. The surrounding classmates unwittingly focused on the outcome of this duel. At that moment, Akane noticed something amiss and shook her head, saying, "Ryujian is at a disadvantage in this personal battle. Merely controlling the opponent makes it difficult to secure an ultimate victory. After all, considering Ryujian's current physical condition, even if he exchanged blows with Dragonfly, it would be improbable for him to win this match." As Dragonfly danced a shameful jig, he indignantly shouted at Ryujian, "Are you done yet? Are you planning to dance until I collapse from exhaustion?" Meanwhile, Ryujian continued to dance with sheer delight, proving that the Nara clan's secret techniques were both entertaining and effective. Finally, as if he had had enough fun, Ryujian came to a halt. Dragonfly also ceased his movements. Ryujian then turned and slowly walked toward the edge of the arena. Dragonfly mirrored his actions, turning his back and following suit. Teacher Ito's heart raced. Was Ryujian already devising a countermeasure? Upon reaching the arena's edge, Ryujian sat down cross-legged, while Dragonfly, still unaware, sat with his back to him. After a few moments of silence, Ryujian suddenly flashed a smile at Akane and Shizen before saying, "You see, I told you to trust in my abilities." Akane, observing the bruised Ryujian, rolled her eyes and responded helplessly, Yes, yes, I admit your strategy was indeed successful, and the shadow imitation technique is quite impressive. However, is there a possibility that you haven't yet defeated Dragonfly? Upon hearing this, Ryujin dismissively waved his hand. Oh, I almost forgot. There's still someone else. Right, whoever, just send someone to give that kid over there a stab. Akane looked bewildered. Dude, this is a personal battle. Who do you expect to stab him? Do you think Teacher Ito is just a decoration? Teacher Ito, equally perplexed, wondered if this was some sort of new strategy. Just as all the classmates were filled with confusion, they noticed the shadow connected to Dragonfly suddenly shift, a figure clad in a ninja outfit, with azure skin and only a pair of crimson eyes visible, slowly emerged from behind Dragonfly. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. What is that thing? It looks like it crawled out from Ryujin's secret technique. Dragonfly, oblivious to the looming threat behind him, could only sense a chilling aura coalescing at his back. Growing ever closer, the figure revealed itself. It darted forward, drawing a samurai sword from the shadow and swinging it down without hesitation. I could see that moment. Ryujin turned with Dragonfly to face the incoming dark blade. Dragonfly, terrified, was rendered incapable of reacting, forgetting even to surrender. Teacher Ito, realizing the imminent danger, rushed forward but was still a fraction too late. In a split second, the samurai sword halted mere inches from Dragonfly's face, who gasped for breath in sheer panic. Teacher Ito managed to grasp the hand of the shadowy figure holding the sword. A chilling aura emanated from his palm. He sensed that it was not his intervention that halted the figure, but rather the figure itself had chosen to stop at the last moment. Otherwise, given the force behind the strike, he would have been unable to prevent it. Cold sweat trickled down Teacher Ito's cheek. Ryujin looked at Teacher Ito and asked with a smile, "Sensei, does this mean I have one?" With that, he released the shadow imitation technique, and the figure wielding the sword swiftly melded back into Ryujin's shadow. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. What was that thing? It seemed incredibly powerful. Was it also a secret technique of the Nara clan? As a teacher, Ito understood that this shadow figure had transcended the limits of the Nara clan's techniques. Yet he remained uncertain. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in astonishment. Could be a bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? What is that? Akane asked, having not paid attention in class. The teacher just explained it last week. In short, those with bloodline limits are exceptionally strong, and ordinary ninjas find it challenging to defeat them. Oh, I see. Like the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, they are also bloodline limit families, but I haven't heard that the Nara clan was among them. Who knows? Perhaps they always had this lineage, but just never unlocked it until now. Listening to the whispers of his classmates, Teacher Ito felt compelled to report this matter to Lord Hokage as soon as possible. The emergence of a potential new type of bloodline limit within the village was far more important than any practical examination. After all, bloodline limits represented immense power among ninjas and within the village. It could signify the birth of an entirely new bloodline limit clan. The village's strength could potentially rise to new heights because of this. Teacher Ito's eyes flickered with determination. This matter was of utmost significance, and he needed to inform Lord Hokage immediately. With that thought, Ito unhesitatingly canceled the day's practical examination, dismissing the students, and hurried towards the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office. A large desk was cluttered with all sorts of documents. Our strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, was deeply engrossed in his work, puffing on his pipe with a serious expression as he dealt with the never-ending paperwork. Suddenly, a figure dressed in umbu attire, wearing an animal mask, materialized out of nowhere and knelt before the Hokage's desk. "Speak." Without lifting his head, Sarutobi Hizashi replied succinctly. "Lord Hokage, I, Ito Mikoto, the teacher of Class A at the Ninja Academy, report that student Nara Ryoma has potentially awakened a completely new bloodline limit." The umbu agent quickly and respectfully conveyed the news he had just received. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's movements faltered, surprise flickering in his eyes. The Nara clan, a suspected new bloodline limit. Sarutobi Hizashi fell into deep contemplation. As one of the founding elder clans of the Land of Fire that joined the Hidden Leaf Village during its inception, the Nara clan has consistently been responsible for maintaining the integrity of the entire medical system within Konoha. Moreover, they have been nurturing deer for generations, whose antlers serve as a precious medicinal resource. The accomplishments of the Nara clan in the field of medicine are unmatched within the village. Not to mention, the Nara clan has made significant contributions to the peace and development of the Hidden Leaf village. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the Nara clan is a staunch supporter of the Hokage. The will of fire is particularly evident in this lineage. The deer in the boar deer butterfly trio, the Nara clan's secret technique, the shadow imitation technique, has been passed down through generations, proving to be immensely beneficial in combat. Furthermore, members of this clan generally possess high intelligence. For instance, the current prodigious young clan leader, Orochimaru, has already displayed exceptional battle intellect and talent at a young age, making it highly likely that he will grow into a trusted strategist for the Hokage in the future. Consequently, Sarutobi Hizashi harbors a considerable fondness for the Nara clan, but if it were truly confirmed that new Kekkai Genkai had emerged, it would simultaneously signify an enhancement of the Hokage faction's power. Although the Nara clan has not yet heard of any ninja possessing a Kekkai Genkai who can truly claim to know such things, the understanding of Kekkai Genkai among ninjas is inherently limited. Even Sarutobi Hizashi, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, would not dare to assert the depth of his knowledge regarding Kekkai Genkai. While they are primarily inherited through genetics in a world with so many ninjas, it is not entirely inconceivable for someone to inexplicably awaken a new Kekkai Genkai. Coupled with the trust he places in the Nara clan as loyal supporters of the Hokage, he concluded, this is not a bad thing. After careful consideration, Sarutobi Hizashi arrived at his final resolution. Provide me with all information regarding Nara Ryoma birth to date, and notify clan leader Nara Shikaku of this matter, instructing him to bring Nara Ryoma to meet me. Yes, Hokage-sama, the Umbu ninja respectfully responded before vanishing in an instant. That moment, within the ninja academy, the gazes of classmates toward Ryoma had transformed. Expressions of envy, jealousy, and curiosity filled the air. After all, a ninja possessing a Kekkai Genkai is destined for limitless potential in the future. Just then, Asuma stealthily approached, nudging Ryoma with his arm. Well, Ryoma, you've been hiding quite well. When did you awaken? Ryoma, looking at the excited Asuma, helplessly shrugged. I'm not sure either. I suddenly discovered my technique seemed a bit different while practicing. Asuma's excitement grew. Now you can shine. From being at the bottom, you've leaped to becoming a genius. He continued, by the way, are you interested in a spar? I want to see what that thing crawling out of your shadow looks like. Let's see how far you've come with your Kekkai Genkai. Ryoma realized Asuma had come seeking a challenge. This foolish son of the landlord, how can I provoke him? Ever since Kakashi graduated early from the Ninja Academy, Ryuken's friend had been restless, yearning for an early graduation to become a Genin. He had been motivated by a few encounters where Kakashi had bested him, feeling he was not inferior to Kakashi. If Kakashi could graduate early, why was he still stuck in the academy? Besides, he had been undefeated in the academy since Kakashi's departure. Although his application for graduation had been repeatedly denied by his father, he believed that by sparring with strong opponents, he could quickly demonstrate his abilities to his Hokage father and gain his recognition, thereby securing an early graduation that Ryuken could see through his friend's intentions. This foolish son of the Hokage thinks that just because he beats the teachers, he can become a Genin without his father's approval. Doesn't he realize his father wants him to hone his skills before stepping into the dark complexities of the ninja world? His father is merely trying to protect him. Ryuken thought to himself, feeling that he must teach him a lesson about the darker side of the ninja world, but I believe the Hokage-sama will not blame me for this. He might even thank me. With that thought, Ryuken revealed a smile of satisfaction. A spar? That's fine, but Asuma, what is the point of just sparring? How about we add a little bonus to it? Asuma's eyes lit up at Ryuken's suggestion. What do you have in mind? Let us add a little wager to our spar. That would make it more interesting. Ryuken grinned wickedly. Poor Asuma, unaware of the impending challenge, responded nonchalantly, sure, but just so you know, I won't agree to anything too extreme or perverse. Ryuken chuckled, of course. It won't be anything too difficult for you. Asuma felt an ominous chill surrounding him, as if ensnared in a plot he couldn't identify. Today, he felt inexplicably anxious. Although Ryuken had agreed to his challenge, Asuma sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Despite his confidence in defeating Nara Ryoma, Asuma remained wary. He was all too familiar with the Nara clan's techniques and believed that with full concentration and effort, Riken would struggle to use his secret techniques effectively, even facing a Riken with a Kekkei Genkai. Asuma felt he still had the upper hand, a Riken. Observing the innocent Asuma, proposed his bonus. He said, "Here's the deal, Asuma. If you don't manage to touch me even once, and I defeat you, you have to acknowledge me as your older brother and willingly become my subordinate, following my every command. However, if you manage to touch me before I defeat you, then I will become your subordinate. What do you think, Asuma?" Asuma was momentarily taken aback by this absurd proposition. "Wait, what? You really think so little of me? You're saying I can't even touch you once?" He couldn't believe the audacity of Riken's wager. Feeling insulted, "Are you serious, Riken? You're so confident you can defeat me without even letting me touch you." Asuma began to suspect that Riken had concocted this challenge with the intention of making him his subordinate. Riken, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Just focus on whether you dare to accept this wager." Asuma, wanting to maintain his dignity, couldn't back down now. Accepting the challenge was crucial for his reputation in the academy. "All right, but you better not regret it. Riken, I want to hold back." Riken maintained his confident demeanor. Their voices attracted the attention of onlookers once again. "Did you hear? Riken is going to spar with Asuma. Apparently, if Asuma touches Riken even once, he wins." "What? That's incredibly arrogant. Asuma isn't someone to be underestimated. His skills have already reached the level of a Genin. How could Riken accept such a wager?" "You don't know, do you? This wager was proposed by Riken himself. Having a Kekkei Genkai really changes a person's confidence." Wow. The young man paid no heed to the voices of those around him, creating a distance between himself and Long Jian. Asmara harbored no thoughts of underestimating his opponent. He had already discerned certain clues during the confrontation between Long Jian and Feiju Qingtiao. He was confident in effortlessly securing this wager. After all, having one more subordinate was hardly a detriment, was it? Such were Asmara's thoughts. Little did he know, Long Jian shared a similar mindset. Asmara took up his stance, gripping his signature weapon, the chakra blade. He remained poised to counter any ambush from Long Jian, but he understood that should he fall victim to Long Jian's shadow imitation technique, with Long Jian's unreasonable bloodline limit, he would scarcely have a chance to even lay a finger on Long Jian before facing utter defeat. Nevertheless, Asmara held confidence in his wind-release ninjutsu and his superior skills with shurikens. Believing that defeating Long Jian would not pose a significant challenge, it was crucial to remember that the range and speed of the shadow imitation technique were indeed finite. As long as he could grasp the limits of Long Jian's technique, victory would inevitably tilt in his favor. With this in mind, Asmara prepared to strike first, intending to probe the extent of Long Jian's capabilities to devise a counter-strategy. Just as Asmara was about to make his move, he noticed the shadow beneath Long Jian expanding into a circle. Without a moment to lose, Asmara hastily stepped back 2 paces. After all, no one could ascertain the nature of this new technique. Before him, a spectral figure emerged, its arms crossed, slowly rising from Long Jian's shadow. Observing this, Asmara pondered briefly, quickly grasping Long Jian's intent. Was he concerned that Asmara could not withstand his ninjutsu and shurikens, thus summoning this entity for assistance? Asmara gazed at the expanse of shadow beneath Long Jian's feet, a knowing smile creeping across his face. "So, it appears, Long Jian, that the scales of victory have begun to tip in my favor." At that moment, just as Asmara felt assured of his impending triumph in this contest, he observed Long Jian thoughtfully stroking his chin, deep in contemplation. Moments later, Long Jian raised a finger, exclaiming, "Ah, I have a death method," from the solitary, ghostly figure. 3 more specters gradually emerged, creating a quartet of shadowy ninjas standing before Long Jian. Their crimson eyes fixated intently on Asmara. A chill ran down Asmara's spine. His previously confident smile faltered. This fellow was indeed hiding considerable depth. Remarkably, there were 3 additional entities of the same kind. However, Asmara remained undeterred. "Fear not," he reassured himself. Though their numbers have increased, Long Jian's energy expenditure must have also heightened. Moreover, These entities are constrained by Longjian's shadow technique. Calmly, I shall seek an opportunity to dismantle this fellow's secret arts. Without further ado, Asmara began to circle rapidly, hurling shurikens with great speed, his gaze resolute in the face of formidable opponents as he sought Longjian's weaknesses. Yet Longjian remained unperturbed, casually gesturing toward the four shadowy soldiers. Upon receiving their master's command, the ghostly soldiers scattered and launched themselves forward. To be honest, the moment Asmara witnessed the shadow soldiers exiting Longjian's domain, his once resolute heart shattered effortlessly. Damn it, you never mentioned these things could leave. Is this not a mockery of the honest man? Asmara exclaimed, desperately evading the specter's assaults while shouting at Longjian. You scoundrel. This is not the way of the martial artist. Longjian scratched his ear, feigning ignorance. What? I didn't catch that, Asmara. Surely, you are not a man of empty words. Longjian, you wretched scoundrel! Asmara bellowed as he fled, after 2.5 minutes of relentless pursuit. The unfortunate Asmara found himself ensnared. After failing to resist, he succumbed to the overwhelming presence of Longjian, who had 2 shadow soldiers escort him. Longjian, looking at Asmara, now captured, patted his shoulder with a serious expression. Asmara, oh no, I suppose I should call you little Asmara now. Ha ha! You still have much to learn? Oh, by the way, call me Big Brother so I can hear it. Since the departure of Kazi brother, Asmara recalled the dread of being dominated. Just then, a young man resembling Longjian, clad in the attire of a Konoha ninja, with a sultry black fishnet undershirt and the Nara clan's signature pineapple hairstyle, suddenly appeared beside Longjian. Noticing the newcomer, Longjian released the subdued Asmara and greeted the man. Uncle Riku, you've arrived. Nara Ryoma nodded. Come with me. The Hokage wishes to see you. With that, the two hastened toward the Hokage's office, leaving Asmara in a whirlpool of thoughts. The one who had just arrived was Nara Ryoma, the clan leader, and Longjian referred to him as uncle. Asmara stroked his chin, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. Uncle Riku and Brother Shinobu are of similar ages, and I am Brother Shinobu's younger brother. This means Longjian should refer to me as little uncle. However, if Longjian now became my brother, it implied that Brother Shinobu would have to address Uncle Riku as uncle as well. The astute Asmara's mind began to race that on the way, Nara Ryoma wore an unusually serious expression. Longjian surmised that Riku must have learned about his potential awakening of a bloodline limit, though Longjian understood the origins of the shadowy figures and the masks. He could not simply explain everything to the Hokage and the others. With a grand wave of his hand, he could not declare, I come from another world. You all are unaware, right? This mask holds great significance. In my previous world, there was an animated series dedicated to this very topic. Before he could finish, he would likely find himself on the operating table of Uncle Snake, sliced into 100 pieces without a trace. Of course, Longjian had prepared adequately to confront the Hokage's inquiries. Since he had to disclose his identity, he aimed to do so with utmost caution. However, once he successfully navigated this Hokage meeting, utilizing his abilities would become far more convenient. After all, clad in the guise of a bloodline limit, he could attribute any misunderstandings to it. Surely, one could not possess such remarkable powers and keep them hidden indefinitely. Suddenly, Riku broke the silence. Longjian, when the Hokage inquires, simply share what you know. For anything beyond that, I will assist you with the answers. Longjian glanced at his benevolent uncle. Nodding obediently, he understood that Riku was cautioning him against speaking recklessly, assuring him that he would be there if he didn't know how to respond. To be truthful, Riku's treatment of him was commendable. Whether in teaching Longjian the ways of cultivation or caring for him in daily life, Longjian could feel the bond of blood that connected them. Nara Ryoma was acutely aware of the significance a bloodline limit ninja held for a family and even for a ninja village. Although he belonged to an esteemed faction of the Hokage, Riku could not be entirely certain of the Hokage's stance on this matter. Thus, he could only think rapidly on the way, contemplating various potential scenarios and corresponding countermeasures, as Longjian was the child of his older brother. Riku was determined to shield him from any injustice. Yet, given the complex dynamics within the village, many would not wish to see the Nara clan wield excessive power. The disruption of balance was the most terrifying aspect. Longjin understood this principle as well, that if one were to ask what dominated Konoha village, Longjin would assert that it was politicians. Not to mention, the likes of the strongest Hokage, Danzo, might be scheming to elevate his own status within the village. In order to ensure that Sarutobi Hizashi could remain favorable towards him while continuing the beloved performance of I Am the Hokage, Longjin resolved that today he would be the perfect embodiment, heir and disseminator of the will of fire. No one comprehended the will of fire better than he. Within Longjin's heart echoed a fervent cry. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Nara Kikuchi, accompanied by Longjin, headed straight for the Hokage's office. Upon entering, they beheld Sarutobi Hizashi, who, despite not appearing as aged as depicted in the anime, was diligently engrossed in a mountain of paperwork. Nara Kikuchi bowed, announcing with clarity, "Special Jonin of Konoha, Nara Kikuchi, accompanied by the ninja, student Nara Longjin, pays his respects to the Hokage." Sarutobi Hizashi looked up, revealing a warm smile. "Ah, Kikuchi, so this is young Longjin, is it?" Longjin quickly replied, "Greetings, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hizashi casually puffed on his pipe, saying, "No need to be so tense, young Longjin. The purpose of your visit is merely to discuss the situation. After all, the emergence of a potential Kekkei Genkai ninja in the village is no trivial matter. Could you share when you first discovered this unique ability of yours?" Longjin pondered momentarily before responding. "It is like this, Hokage-sama, from the very start of my training in the family's secret arts. I noticed I seemed somewhat different. That it wasn't until a few days ago, upon mastering the shadow mimicry technique, that I realized I could effortlessly shape shadows into humanoid forms to aid me in battle. I refer to these shadows as shadow soldiers. They lack independent consciousness and obey my commands, possessing strength comparable to that of an ordinary genin. However, the more shadow soldiers I create, the greater the toll it takes on me, significantly reducing the duration I can maintain them." Listening intently, Sarutobi Hizashi fell into contemplation. "I see." Longjin's response was thorough and candid, even revealing his vulnerabilities, an innocent display reminiscent of a child, confiding in a trusted elder upon encountering an insurmountable problem. "Have you ever felt unwell or different in your body before, Longjin?" Sarutobi Hizashi inquired further. Longjin appeared to think hard for a moment before replying, "If I must identify a time when I felt different, it would be after my parents passed away. I felt gravely ill and was bedridden for quite some time. Ever since, I have felt something was off, assuming it was merely the residual effects of my illness, and thus not paying much attention to it." Sarutobi Hizashi nodded thoughtfully. "So, it was stimulated by the loss of your parents?" He followed up with a series of innocuous questions, seemingly concerned for Longjin. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he looked directly at Longjin, slowly asking, "Longjin, what are your thoughts on your parents' sacrifice?" Upon hearing this, Longjin seemed to recall a painful memory, his voice tinged with emotion. "My father and mother were both exceptional ninjas in the village. And in my heart, they are truly great. They fought valiantly for the village until the very end, even though they did not accompany me for long. Yet, I believe their sacrifice was not in vain. It inspires more young people to become the pillars that will support the future of Konoha." Hearing the youth's heartfelt declaration, Sarutobi Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, slowly exhaling smoke as he remarked, "What a fine child, to possess such awareness at such a young age. No wonder he is a talent nurtured by the Nara clan." Then, turning to Longjin, he asked, "What do you think the will of fire represents for our village?" Longjin composed himself, his youthful enthusiasm shining through as he replied, "Hokage-sama, I believe that wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall live on. The shadow of fire illuminates the village, and new leaves will always sprout. This is my understanding of the will of fire." Sarutobi Hizashi was momentarily stunned. It was as if he witnessed a new star rising under the mantle of the will of fire, illuminating his increasingly wrinkled face. Surely, this child could become a bearer of the will of fire. The future of the village needed such a young soul. As Nara Longjin and Nara Kikuchi walked home in silence, following Longjin's eloquent expression of the will of fire and observing the third Hokage's reaction, both felt a surge of confidence. Steady, The third Hokage took note of Nara Longjin's daily life and silently resolved to focus on nurturing this heir of the will of fire. Additionally, through Kakushi's introduction to the family's secret arts, such as the advanced techniques of shadow binding and shadow stitching, it became evident that these were further developments in the manipulation of shadows, akin to Longjin's abilities. However, Longjin's creations took humanoid form and required less personal energy than initially anticipated. Kikuchi remarked that according to the principles of the shadow techniques, with ultimate development, such effects could indeed be achieved, albeit ordinary clan members would likely never reach such heights in their lifetimes. Upon hearing Kikuchi's explanation, the third Hokage could only exclaim, "This is truly a Kekkai Genkai." As he pondered why Longjin shadow soldiers could roam freely without being affected by the shadow mimicry technique, Longjin simply thought that if one could not even achieve that, it could hardly be considered a Kekkai Genkai. One might as well call it an advanced version of a shadow technique. Through Longjin's heartfelt performance and Kikuchi's perfect support, this meeting with the Hokage passed without incident. At the very least, the village acknowledged Nara Longjin as a Kekkai Genkai ninja. The third Hokage also repeatedly urged Kikuchi to protect Longjin and facilitate his rapid growth. Kikuchi understood that this was extremely beneficial for the Hokage's faction and the village's combat strength. Unbeknownst to Longjin, shortly after their departure, Danzo Shimura came rushing into the Hokage's office. Upon confirming that Nara Longjin was indeed a Kekkai Genkai ninja, Danzo could no longer remain seated. Thus, within the Hokage's office, a familial drama unfolded, characterized by fervent exchanges. Danzo, give. Sarutobi, no. Danzo, regret. Sarutobi, shadow. Bang! Upon returning to the Nara clan's residence, Nara Kikuchi inquired in detail about Longjin's Kekkai Genkai. Upon learning that the only adverse effect Longjin had experienced was extreme weakness from overuse, Kikuchi couldn't help but let tears escape from the corners of his eyes, lamenting, "It's truly infuriating how some are born with such talent." Nevertheless, Kikuchi advised Longjin to refrain from excessive use of this ability, as the dangers associated with Kekkai Genkai may not reveal themselves immediately. Moreover, there exists the concern of bloodline diseases. Longjin naturally understood that Kikuchi was worried about his health and nodded vigorously in agreement. After discussing for a while, Kikuchi looked earnestly at Longjin and said, "Longjin, you must understand that possessing a Kekkai Genkai signifies greater power, but it also entails greater peril. What do you think would happen if you revealed yourself as a Kekkai Genkai ninja on the battlefield?" Longjin scratched his head and uncertainly replied, "It would make the enemy fear my abilities." Kikuchi shook his head slowly, explaining, "What you mention reflects the thoughts of ordinary ninjas. However, high-ranking enemy ninjas will not think this way. They will study you, analyze your skills, and dispatch stronger ninja teams to ambush you, or even attempt to capture you alive. Even if they cannot capture you, they will surely devise ways to eliminate you. For no ninja village would allow an exceptionally gifted ninja to grow unchecked. It would be a disaster for them." Listening to Kikuchi's counsel, Longjin nodded repeatedly. Indeed, as a time traveler, he was aware that the third great ninja war was imminent. Yet, as a native, Nara Kikuchi had already detected subtle signs and began imparting battlefield wisdom to Longjin. Kikuchi was concerned that Longjin, upon acquiring the Kekkai Genkai, might become arrogant and dismissive if war were to break out. Such an attitude could cost his nephew his life. However, seeing Longjin's eager demeanor, Kikuchi felt a sense of relief. He then addressed Longjin. "Only by rapidly advancing your own strength can you mitigate these risks to the greatest extent. I have decided that starting tomorrow, we will initiate a comprehensive training program unique to our Nara clan. In order to swiftly equip you with a certain level of self-defense capability, Ryoma observed the serious demeanor of Riku. Firmly resolute, the exclusive training of the Nara clan certainly sounded impressive. The following day, after school at the Ninja Academy, Nara Ryoma hurriedly returned home, eagerly anticipating the first day of this special training. Upon reaching the clan territory, he promptly sought an audience with Nara Riku. Seated opposite Riku was an elder Nara clansman, distinguished by a distinctive mustache and a gaze that exuded determination and resolve. Engaged in a game of shogi with Riku. Upon Ryoma's entrance, Riku introduced him, saying, "This is our clan's esteemed Genin, Naruto, who is exceptionally skilled in the art of shadow imitation. The precision of Suzuku's shadow imitation techniques ranks among the finest in our clan. Moreover, he is a Genin, and you'll learn a great deal under his guidance." Listening to Riku's introduction, Suzaku waved his hand with a chuckle. "Riku, you need not flatter me that it is only a matter of time before you ascend to Genin yourself. And you are far superior to what I was at your age." Turning his gaze towards Ryoma, a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. "Ryoma, the child of Aoi, has grown quite a bit. I never expected you to awaken your bloodline limit. I am sure Aoi's spirit would find solace in that." Riku explained to Ryoma, "Suzaku has been on missions outside the village for the past few years and has only recently returned. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity and strive to learn all that you can from him." With a determined nod, Ryoma replied, "I understand. Please guide me well, Suzaku-sensei." Suzaku, pleased with Ryoma's attitude, responded, "From now on, just call me uncle. Referring to me as sensei feels rather odd. Now, grab your ninja tool pouch and meet me at the training ground. I want to see the extent of your abilities." After a while, Ryoma sat on the ground. Panting, surrounded by a variety of scattered ninja tools, he had truly unleashed all the powers at his disposal. Yet he was still utterly defeated. The summoned shadow soldiers initially posed some minor challenges to Suzaku due to a lack of information. However, Suzaku quickly deduced the capabilities and strength range of Ryoma's shadow soldiers. Then, with a swift stroke, he dispatched them one by one. Suzaku was rather unrelenting, having kicked Ryoma several times across the training ground. Had Ryoma not thought to use the shadow soldiers as shields, that first kick might have easily incapacitated him. Before long, Ryoma could no longer withstand Suzaku's relentless onslaught, succumbing to exhaustion in terms of chakra, mental strength, and physical endurance, ultimately unable to summon even a single shadow soldier. "Not a drop left," Suzaku remarked, observing Ryoma, who was kneeling and gasping for breath. "The capabilities of your bloodline limit are impressive. In situations where information is lacking, they could deliver lethal strikes to your enemies. With the right approach, you could easily take down a Nin. If a Genin underestimates you, they might even find themselves in serious trouble." Suzaku then shifted the conversation. "However, your combat abilities are severely lacking. Your battle awareness is mediocre, your strategic application during combat is average, and your physical stamina is insufficient. Overall, once your opponent grasps your information, your comprehensive strength barely reaches the level of a Nin. This is primarily because the shadow soldiers you summon, rooted in your bloodline limit, can only stabilize at the level of a Genin." Ignoring Ryoma's innocent expression, Suzaku continued, "You have a long way to go. It seems I cannot afford to let you relax during this period. I often find myself curious about how, with your current abilities, you manage to summon shadows stronger than yourself. Is this truly the essence of bloodline limits?" Ryoma felt a surge of frustration rising within him, pondering the harshness of the Nara clan's words. Was this a family trait? Time, akin to water in a sponge, tends to vanish quickly when squeezed. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, half a year had already slipped away like this moment. Nara Ryoma sat across from Naruto, with their table adorned with the Nara clan's favorite strategic game, shogi. Our protagonist, Ryoma, wore a serious expression as he scrutinized the board state, resting his chin on his hand while contemplating his next move. Truly, Suzaku was formidable. His shogi prowess remained impressive, but I shall not hold back. With a confident smile, Ryoma seized a piece and decisively placed it on a thoughtfully considered spot. Observing Ryoma's move, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile and a shake of his head. "Ryoma, you really have not progressed. After all this time playing shogi, you still manage to make moves that even a child would not attempt. Such glaring flaws." Ryoma was greatly disheartened. He had been earnestly contemplating. This game was incredibly challenging. How was it that everyone else played so well? Suzaku had questioned more than once whether Ryoma's awakening of the bloodline limit was due to an unfortunate lack of intelligence. Perhaps the heavens were concerned Ryoma might not survive, hence allowing him to awaken his bloodline limit. Over the past year of training, Suzaku had come to realize that aside from his combat intelligence being somewhat adequate, Ryoma's overall intellect was significantly below par, dragging down the average intelligence of the Nara clan. Ryoma, feeling dejected, declared, "I am done. No more. I cannot endure another round of humiliation." Suzaka chuckled and stood up, addressing Ryoma. "In the coming days, I will be leading a team on a mission outside the village that do not neglect your training. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Riku at any time. As for the secret techniques, I have imparted to you all that I know. The rest is up to your own development. Riku possesses greater insight into our clan's secret techniques than I do. My training primarily aims to solidify your foundation, and the path you take thereafter rests solely on your shoulders." With a hint of regret, Naruto shook his head, acknowledging their limited understanding of bloodline limits. There was no one available to assist you in that realm. The current situation in the ninja world had become increasingly grave, with rising tensions and frequent skirmishes between villages. Many ninjas had been dispatched to the borders of their respective villages to preempt any sudden outbreak of war. Everyone now found themselves in a precarious state of balance. It would only take a minor incident to disrupt this equilibrium. Ryoma understood that time was running short for him to prepare for the impending conflicts. Kakashi had already become a Nin and had recently visited Kazu's home to celebrate. Even Saishin had graduated from the Ninja Academy and become a legitimate genin. Only the poor old Ma remained in the academy, enduring a monotonous existence filled with meals, sleep, and being at Ryoma's beck and called at as he reached the door. Suzuku, still seemingly uneasy, warned Ryoma, "Ryoma, always remember, no matter what happens, think before you act. A sharp mind and strong spirit are often the foundations for survival in times of crisis." Gratefully, Ryoma bowed to Nara Suzuku and earnestly responded, "I will remember, Uncle Suzuku." Over the past year, Suzaka had wholeheartedly dedicated himself to Ryoma's training, striving to enhance his skills whenever possible. Rest? Such notions were out of the question. Ryoma had made remarkable progress under Suzuku's rigorous instruction. Now, he could easily handle Old Ma without needing to summon shadows, leading Old Ma to address him as Big Brother whenever they met, lest he face a beating. In the tranquil forest where Nara Ryuji practiced diligently, he summoned 10 shadow soldiers, commencing his physical training for the day. This novel training method, designed by Ryuji himself, required him to simultaneously fend off the assaults of these shadow soldiers. Although he found himself struggling and often on the defensive, the battles were fraught with peril, honing his combat awareness and reflexes. Recently, his progress in developing a mask had hit a bottleneck, and he had been contemplating the design of a new one for some time. Yet he felt something was amiss with the initial mask corresponding to the ninja group, as if a veil separated him from its true potential. Regardless of his efforts, this barrier remained unbroken, suggesting that perhaps a suitable opportunity was necessary. Just as Ryuji concluded his training and sat down to recover, an inexplicable chill washed over him, sending shivers down his spine. It was as if a predatory beast had set its gaze upon him. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings. Silence, an unsettling stillness enveloped the air. Suddenly, he hurled a shuriken in a particular direction, only to hear the metallic clash as it was deflected. "Interesting little imp, have you already detected my presence?" A voice, rich with magnetism and intrigue, echoed, causing Ryuji to feel an immediate sense of dread. "Young one, your abilities are quite fascinating. Might you demonstrate them for me?" Ryuji beheld the newcomer, clad in dark purple attire, adorned with aquamarine magatama earrings, his pale visage exuding a profound curiosity, and his golden serpent-like eyes scrutinizing him. Ryuji felt as though he were ensnared in the gaze of a venomous serpent, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Could this be the legendary Sannin, the renowned scientist of Konoha, Orochimaru? This man possessed a terrifying power capable of conquering a small nation single-handedly, yet in this world rife with dubious dealings. Only Orochimaru spoke of a peculiar thing known as the science of special codes, a most unconventional individual, or perhaps not entirely human, gender ambiguous, neither male nor female, human nor serpent. His proclivities included the clandestine trafficking of innocent children, conducting amiable experiments, seeking the truths of the world, all while pursuing the elusive notion of immortality. Oh, and how could he forget? When boredom struck, He would create a doll for his amusement, leaving the unfortunate child confused about whether to call him father or mother. At this moment, Ryuji felt overwhelmed. Among those he most feared in Konoha, Orochimaru undoubtedly ranked high that Akatsuki wasn't solely the terror of his strength. Oh, indeed, Orochimaru was formidable, unleashing a serpentine cascade of attacks that could bewilder anyone. Ryuji had an aversion to the soft, slithering nature of snakes. Moreover, the insatiable thirst for knowledge possessed by Orochimaru was something Ryuji could scarcely tolerate. To speak candidly, he feared being bound to an operating table by the serpent-like scientist. His abilities deemed utterly unscientific in Orochimaru's eyes. Despite the turmoil within, Ryuji mustered his composure and inquired earnestly, "Who are you?" Orochimaru, sensing the trepidation in Ryuji's tone, licked his lips. "I never expected to stumble upon such an intriguing occurrence on a casual outing. Your attire suggests you hail from the Nara clan, does it not? The techniques you employ seem to transcend the boundaries of Nara's secret arts. May I inquire your name?" With a steely resolve, Ryuji replied, "I am Nara Ryuji. Are you also a ninja of Konoha, esteemed senior?" Orochimaru, rather than fixating on Ryuji's evasive response, lowered his gaze in contemplation. Moments later, he raised his eyes to Ryuji, his voice dripping with intrigue. "Nara Ryuji, you say? And what relation do you have with Nara Sarayu and Nara Yoshimi?" Without hesitation, Ryuji responded, "They are my father and mother." "Have you met them?" Orochimaru certainly remembered Ryuji's parents during the battle against Hanzo of the Salamander in the Rain Village. They fought alongside him, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, a conflict that claimed many lives, including that of Ryuji's parents. Orochimaru's gaze softened as he regarded Ryuji, recognizing the burden he bore. "I fought alongside your parents on that battlefield. Ryuji-kun, your abilities are quite unique. Might you demonstrate them for me?" Panic surged within Ryuji that he knew that attracting Orochimaru's attention was perilous. If his memory served him correctly, Orochimaru had long been researching the potential for transplanting Hashirama's cells into human subjects. Danzo had already struck a deal with him, and Orochimaru was no longer content with conducting experiments on animals. He had begun to transition to human subjects. Tenzo, the product of his recent studies, was a testament to this. Ryuji had no desire to find himself on the operating table in Orochimaru's laboratory before he had even survived the Third Great Ninja War. Thus, Ryuji swiftly altered his approach, asserting, "I apologize, esteemed senior, but my family elders have instructed me not to use such abilities lightly in public." But he hoped to use his family as a pretext to extricate himself from this precarious situation. Yet, Ryuji miscalculated. For Orochimaru, the thirst for knowledge outweighed all else. It seems Ukun is reluctant to let me experience the allure of your techniques. In that case, I shall take matters into my own hands. Upon hearing this, alarm bells rang in Ryuji's mind. This is bad. He's going to make a move. Without hesitation, Ryuji assumed a defensive stance and stealthily assessed his escape route. Meanwhile, he called out, "Help! Is anyone there? There's a creepy uncle trying to catch a child." Orochimaru, exhilarated by Ryuji's cries for help, replied, "Do not bother calling, Ryuji-kun. Even if you scream until your throat gives out, no one will come to interrupt our little encounter." Throat gives out! Throat gives out! Orochimaru could hardly contain himself, pondering if this child truly belonged to the Nara clan, sensing a hint of concern for his intellect. With a resigned shake of his head, Orochimaru vanished from sight. Seeing this, Ryuji swiftly retreated, preparing to flee. Yet in an instant, Orochimaru reappeared beside him and unleashed a powerful kick. Ryuji reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block the attack while using the force of the blow to propel himself in another direction. Not wasting a moment, he hurled several shuriken at Orochimaru. After all, had he truly trained in vain for over a year? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Ryuji could effortlessly counter his attack at such a young age. Although he hadn't used his full strength, his goal was merely to compel Ryuji to unleash his extraordinary abilities for his scientific observation. The excitement in Orochimaru's eyes deepened. What a delightful surprise. "Ryuji-kun." With that, he extended his arms toward Ryuji, and several venomous snakes surged from his sleeves, lunging at him. Ryuji, observing the approaching serpents, felt his shadow extending beneath Orochimaru's feet. Unfazed, Orochimaru smirked, "You are not being very cooperative." Ryukin, given Ryuji's current mastery of the shadow mimicry technique, attempting to control Orochimaru was utterly unrealistic. Not only Ryuji, even if Nara Shikaku or Nara Suzuku were present, they would hesitate to claim they could firmly control this formidable figure. However, Ryuji sought only a fleeting moment. Orochimaru was taken aback by the fact that Ryujian could influence him for a fleeting moment, causing his movements to falter slightly. Suddenly, several shadowy soldiers materialized before Ryujian, seizing the opportunity to sever the poisonous serpents released by Orochimaru. Simultaneously, hands emerged from beneath Orochimaru's shadow, tightly grasping his ankles, while several shadowy soldiers stealthily appear behind the Serpent Master, unsheathing their katana without hesitation. Delivering a decisive blow, Orochimaru was cleaved into several segments, his dismembered limbs cascading to the ground, gradually transforming into soil and merging with the earth. Is it a substitution technique? Ryuji mused, warily surveying his surroundings. It was not that he wished to flee. Rather, he felt ensnared by Orochimaru's formidable presence. It seemed that any extraneous motion on his part would grant the Serpent Master the opportunity to extinguish his life in an instant. Orochimaru, his countenance alight with a sense of discovery, emerged slowly from the adjacent thicket, clapping his hands in delight. How astonishing, Ryujin-kun. This world never ceases to present fascinating phenomena, enriching the tapestry of our existence. Just as you have uncovered those flowers and trees, I have found you. Witnessing Orochimaru's gaze, reminiscent of someone who had stumbled upon forbidden pleasures, Ryujian felt a pang of despair. Oh no, has he begun to analyze me on a fundamental level? Is he about to inquire if I would like to become his son? The shadowy soldiers surrounding Ryujian braced themselves against the looming threat of Orochimaru. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru beckoned, "Let us see just how far you can go." Ryujin-kun. With that, he vanished in an instant, his speed surpassing that of before. Ryujian could barely glimpse a blurred silhouette flash past him before it reappeared directly before him. Without hesitation, Ryujian employed his shadow imitation technique, expanding it concentrically around himself. This was a novel application he had devised, utilizing the unique trait of the shadowy soldiers to traverse his shadow seamlessly, thereby creating a dynamic realm composed entirely of shadows. He dubbed this maneuver the domain of shadows. The urgency of the situation compelled Ryujian to respond with all his might, as the pressure exerted by Orochimaru was overwhelming. You feel the pressure. Orochimaru, he thought, as several shadowy soldiers surged forth to interpose themselves between him and the Serpent Master. In response, Orochimaru extended his left hand, invoking the technique, Serpent's Shadow. Countless serpents erupted from his hand, annihilating the shadowy soldiers before him and lunging toward Ryujian with gaping maws. Ryujian swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Secret technique, Shadow Stitch." The shadows beneath his feet transformed into needle-like projections, piercing through the bodies of several serpents. Even the most resilient of creatures can perish. Just as he regained his composure, Ryujian discovered that the formidable Orochimaru had vanished from view. At that moment, a smooth, resonant voice echoed from behind him. "I've caught you now, Ryujin-kun." Wind release. Great breakthrough. Before he could turn, a powerful gust of wind propelled Ryujian away, causing numerous shallow wounds to erupt on his body, inflicting pain akin to slicing blades. The shadowy soldiers he had summoned to defend him were swiftly eradicated before they could react. Ryujian collided with a massive tree, the impact disorienting him. Before he could regain his bearings, the ground beneath him trembled. In an instant, a colossal python erupted from the earth, its gaping maw swallowing Ryujian whole before he could muster any form of defense. Observing the scene before him, Orochimaru remained unmoved, his golden serpentine eyes betraying a glimmer of curiosity that he sensed that Ryujian's presence had not vanished. Such a degree of peril was precisely what would evoke a profound survival instinct within Ryujian, potentially unlocking his latent abilities. Orochimaru detected an aura emanating from within the python at the moment Ryujian was consumed, a force far exceeding Ryujian's current prowess, though it soon dissipated, taking with it the vitality of the serpent. How utterly captivating, Ryujin-kun, Orochimaru murmured hoarsely. Suddenly, the python's mouth was violently torn apart by an unseen force, blood and viscera splattering across the scene. Beneath Ryujin, the domain of shadows expanded, several shadowy soldiers, possessing azure skin and bat-like wings, lifted Ryujin away from the maw of the serpent summoned by Orochimaru, gazing at the lifeless serpent below, and then at Ryujin, who appeared utterly drained. The latter was borne aloft by the shadowy figures. Ascending into the sky, Orochimaru's scientific curiosity surged within him. He had never encountered such a bloodline limit ability before. It was an innovation brimming with potential. He muttered excitedly to himself, AT that moment. Several members of the Konoha Umbu and the Uchiha clan arrived at the forest. Upon witnessing the devastation and seeing Ryujin being carried aloft by bat-like entities, alongside the composed figure of Orochimaru not far away, the arriving ninjas were left in a state of confusion. What transpired here? Did this commotion arise from Lord Orochimaru and a mere child? Could it be that Lord Orochimaru, in a moment of whimsy, is merely demonstrating ninjutsu to this young one? And why, pray tell, is that child still floating in the air? The leading Umbu member turned to Orochimaru, voicing the collective bewilderment of his comrades. Lord Orochimaru, we sensed fluctuations of battle nearby, so we came to investigate. What is the meaning of this? Orochimaru, with an air of tranquility, replied, It's nothing of consequence that I was merely assessing this child's potential. He claimed to have developed several new techniques and sought my assistance in evaluating them. Thus, I exerted a slight measure of force to gauge the efficacy of his new jutsu. Isn't that right, Ryujin-kun? Glancing at Orochimaru's smiling visage, Ryujin quickly affirmed, Indeed, Lord Orochimaru is assisting me in testing the power of my new techniques. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the child's compliance. Inwardly, Ryujin seethed with frustration. This is what it means to be compelled by circumstance. This is the consequence of being outmatched. As Orochimaru's explanation unfolded, not only the Umbu ninjas, but also the Uchiha clan members were left astounded. The child floating in mid-air had garnered the attention of one of the legendary Sannin at such a tender age. What an enviable talent. Given this, we shall not intrude further. Lord Orochimaru, the leading Umbu member, declared before leading his companions into the shadows. The Uchiha guards, having grasped the situation, followed suit in their departure. Thus, only Ryujin and Orochimaru remained in the clearing. As for Ryujin, he continued to hover in the air, and do not inquire as to why. Fear was the answer. Orochimaru regarded Ryujin, who floated with the aid of the Nightbat Corps, and offered a smile he deemed friendly. Ryujin, as you just heard, I'm Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage. Therefore, I bear you no ill will. Especially since I have fought alongside your parents, that in an effort to assuage Ryujin's concerns, Orochimaru continued, my earlier actions were solely to test your strength and the potential of what I believe to be your bloodline limit. The results indicate that you are indeed exceptional, Ryujin-kun. Your bloodline limit has brought me much delight. With genuine sincerity resonating in his magnetic voice, Orochimaru slowly proposed, Ryujin-kun, I find you intriguing. How about joining me? Hearing Orochimaru's olive branch, Ryujin hesitated. Akatsuki appeared to be an invitation to join the Serpent Master, a formidable yet perilous ally. The question lingered. Should he align himself with this titan of the Third Great Ninja War? Ryujin grappled with this dilemma, opting for a temporary reprieve. Lord Orochimaru, may I have some time to consider? I believe it is prudent to consult with the elders of my clan before providing you with a response. Orochimaru, unfazed by Ryujin's reply, chuckled softly. How could I forget that you hail from the Nara clan? Having spoken, he turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, Orochimaru glanced back at Longjin, who was watching his departure. He further tempted, Longjin-kun, if you wish to delve deeper into your bloodline limit, seek me out. Perhaps I could be of assistance at a course. In exchange, you would only need to aid me with some research regarding your body. Rest assured, I shall not cause you harm, for your physique captivates me immensely. Perhaps I find myself in need of someone like you by my side. Longjin-kun, with your abilities, having you as a disciple would certainly pique my interest. With that, Orochimaru vanished from sight. As he watched Orochimaru leave, Long Jian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. What a terrifying man, truly a frightening individual. By the way, did Orochimaru just imply that he wanted to take me on as a disciple? No, I must return to my clan's territory to heal. I feel utterly drained, my head is spinning. Upon returning to the Nara clan's territory, Long Jian had already recuperated significantly. Indeed, Orochimaru had no intention of eliminating him. Although the wounds appeared gruesome, they were not fatal. That it was merely the last surge of potential that had been forcibly unleashed, which had taken quite a toll on him, leaving Long Jian utterly exhausted. However, the ordeal with Orochimaru was not in vain. Long Jian had gained a great deal. Not to mention that he had summoned the Night Bat Corps and the Flying Shadow Soldiers corresponding to his second mask. Most importantly, in the moment he was engulfed by the snake, Long Jian fully awakened his potential, perhaps a remnant of his past life's fear of snakes. Miraculously, he established a profoundly unique connection with the ninja mask while in the serpent's mouth. It was a sensation of instantaneous comprehension and clarity. That membrane, under Orochimaru's urging, had finally shattered. Regaining his composure, Long Jian once again awakened the ninja mask. Before him, a shadowy figure began to materialize in the void. Dark green hair cascaded loosely over broad shoulders, and unlike the cyan blue skin of the ghostly soldiers, this figure's skin was a striking pink point. Two golden horns adorned its head, and its scarlet eyes, coupled with a mouth full of fangs, were quite fearsome. The robust physique exuded a palpable sense of power, instilling a feeling of oppression. At its waist hung a grayish-white katana, matching the armor it wore. As the figure solidified, Long Jian felt a rush of excitement. He had already surmised who had come to his aid in this crisis. The colossal serpent that had vanquished Orochimaru was none other than General Nika of the Ghostly Shadow. The leader of the Ninja Corps had finally been summoned by Long Jian. Upon materializing, Nika immediately knelt before Long Jian, proclaiming, "Nika, I pay my respects to my king." "Indeed, declare." As Long Jian gazed at General Nika, he yearned to rush towards Orochimaru and envelop him in a bear hug. The bottleneck that had hindered Long Jian for so long had been shattered by Orochimaru. Truly, it had been broken. Was this the general of the Ninja Corps, Nika? No, this was not merely Nika. This was the warm river, the muddied waters of times past. This was the elixir of survival from the Third Shinobi War, the future that brought tears of joy to Long Jian's eyes. With Nika by his side, Long Jian could at least ensure that he could handle ordinary Genin with confidence. Furthermore, with the cooperation of the ghostly shadow soldiers, as long as no elite Genin from any village intervened, Long Jian believed he could safeguard his life. Moreover, he could still summon the Night Bat soldiers. The flying shadows, if I cannot defeat them, I can surely escape. However, this experience illuminated a serious truth for Long Jian. While the special training of the Nara clan could help him master his already developed abilities, when it came to the exploration and expansion of unknown powers, perhaps no one in Konoha, or even the entire shinobi world, could rival Orochimaru's expertise. After all, Orochimaru was the one who dealt with such matters, and his methods were undoubtedly far more diverse. Long Jian could not ascertain whether the opportunity to summon other generals was akin to that of Nika, but perhaps Orochimaru would always find the right path. After all, he was the only scientist in the shinobi world. Moreover, Long Jian discerned that Orochimaru had indeed expressed a desire to take him on as a disciple. Not to mention, when it came to teaching disciples, Orochimaru was undoubtedly among the best in the entire shinobi realm. Just the fact that he understood how to tailor his instruction to each individual could eliminate most teachers. Furthermore, Orochimaru's treatment of his disciples was commendable. When Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, was killed by an explosive tag, even Orochimaru, typically so inept at expressing emotions, shed tears. Before deciding to defect from Konoha, he had not only sought advice from Anko, but upon learning she did not intend to follow him, had deliberately distanced himself from her, fearing for her safety. As for Sasuke, that was another story entirely. After training under Orochimaru for a mere year, he emerged capable of easily overpowering the new Team's 7. Teaching the Master of Dreams and nurturing the great would-release user. This was a testament to Orochimaru's capabilities. If he could truly become Orochimaru's disciple, it might not be a bad choice after all. especially now that Nawaki was deceased and Anko had yet to be chosen by Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru himself had said, he lacked a child at his side, someone who could be an assistant or a disciple. Long Jian stroked his chin, contemplating, I could even be a research subject, directly learning from Orochimaru, studying himself. You would be invincible, child. Resolute in his decision, Long Jian decided to consult his uncle, Nara Shikaku, for his opinion. After all, Long Jian had to admit that Shikaku's intellect far surpassed his own. As Long Jian made his way to Orochimaru's laboratory, Shikaku, upon hearing the events unfold, fell silent for a moment before offering Long Jian a single piece of advice. That individual, following him, you could indeed learn a great deal. Yet for some reason, he always gives me a sense of danger. Nevertheless, as you're choosing your own teacher, it ultimately depends on your choice. Long Jian. After Long Jian departed, Shikaku pondered for a while before slowly remarking, I hope it's just my misperception. Orochimaru's experimental bases were likely not limited to one location. However, he informed Long Jian a site quite close to the forest where Long Jian usually trained. After all, it would not be appropriate to lead him directly to a place for human experimentation right off the bat, and no need to frighten the child. Long Jian had not anticipated that he had been training so close to Orochimaru's lair for such a long time. It must be a special fate that had led him to become part of Orochimaru's family, entering his experimental grounds without encountering the expected darkness or horrifying remnants of experiments. Instead, it resembled a hospital laboratory from Long Jian's previous life. Bright and orderly, there stood Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, holding a vial of an unknown reagent, his golden serpent eyes fixated intently on its contents, his demeanor serious. Observing Orochimaru at work, Long Jian refrained from interrupting. Instead, standing silently by, keenly observing each of Orochimaru's movements. Point one could not deny that Orochimaru was indeed a proficient researcher. While conducting experiments, Long Jian felt as though he was witnessing an entirely different Orochimaru. No longer the madman of the shinobi world, nor merely one of the legendary Sannin, he was simply an ordinary individual, filled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, in pursuit of his own truth. Like a girl lost in a sea of knowledge, desperately searching for her beloved, named science, that it was no wonder that in his previous life, fans of Naruto often claimed that if Orochimaru were to become Hokage, Konoha would have long since been connected by high-speed rail, and utilizing 5G technology to that point, the Tsutsuki clan on the moon would witness Orochimaru leading the ninjas of the shinobi world, piloting spaceships to confront them. After some time, Orochimaru set down the test tube and turned to Long Jian, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality. Long Jian-kun, you have indeed not disappointed me. Long Jian, gazing at Orochimaru, cautiously replied, Orochimaru-sama, I seek your assistance to further develop my abilities and attain greater strength. Naturally, I will also assist you in your research regarding my body. With that, Long Jian raised his gaze to meet Orochimaru's eyes and declared, I wish to become your disciple. Upon hearing Long Jian's words, Orochimaru appeared unfazed, merely asking in a hoarse voice, Why do you desire such immense power? Long Jian-kun. Long Jian gazed at Orochimaru and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, It is because I wish to live. Only by possessing sufficiently formidable power can one survive. Upon hearing Long Jian's response, a flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's otherwise inscrutable countenance. Could it be that this child has already attained such awareness at such a tender age? Was the impact of his parents' demise too overwhelming? Nevertheless, this child bears an uncanny resemblance to me. Orochimaru mused silently. As he approached Long Jian, he spoke softly. Long Jian-kun, life itself holds no intrinsic meaning. Even the essence of existence is difficult to fathom. However, by continuing to live, one might stumble upon intriguing experiences, much like how I have discovered you. With that, he extended the vial in his hand towards Long Jian. Receiving the vial, Orochimaru turned and positioned himself by a table laden with an array of instruments. Seamlessly returning to his previous state of focused work, he instructed Long Jian, drink it, and then lie upon the examination table. Without hesitation, Long Jian consumed the contents of the vial and reclined upon the cold apparatus. Orochimaru, gloved and wielding an unfamiliar instrument, advanced towards Long Jian. That moment, a pang of fear struck Long Jian. The oppressive presence of these tools was no less daunting than that of Uncle Snake. The tranquility of the laboratory was abruptly shattered by Long Jian's anguished cry. "Ah! Uncle Snake, not there!" Immediately following, a raspy voice emerged from Orochimaru. "From now on, you shall address me as teacher. Long Jian, all data appears normal. I have not detected any anomalies in your physiological structure compared to others. If one were to note a difference, it would be that your growth hormones are considerably more abundant than those of your peers." Long Jian-kun. At this moment, Orochimaru was wholly engrossed in reviewing the research reports concerning Long Jian's unique physiology. Meanwhile, Long Jian sulked in a corner of the room, casting glances at Orochimaru. With a timid voice, he reminded, "Teacher Orochimaru, you mentioned yesterday that you would teach me ninjutsu today." Since aligning himself with Uncle Snake, Long Jian had often found himself enduring hunger pangs, sometimes going 3 days with only a meager meal. It was not uncommon for him to resort to nibbling on surgical blades. The academic responsibilities he shouldered at the Ninja Academy were entirely delegated to his shadow clones. Although he had previously employed similar tactics, Orochimaru's profound fascination with Long Jian's physique resulted in him being confined to the laboratory for an entire month, unable to step outside. Fortunately, his shadow clones provided daily updates from the academy, allowing Long Jian to pursue dual objectives without hindrance. Throughout this month, Orochimaru had thoroughly applied his lifetime of knowledge to unravel the mysteries of Long Jian's bloodline limit. There were days he withdrew multiple vials of blood from Long Jian, and upon awakening, he would extract more, only to practice thereafter. This relentless regimen left Long Jian feeling somewhat lightheaded and pallid, as though his very essence had been drained, despite the relentless experiments spanning several sleepless days. Orochimaru had only deduced that Long Jian's constitution was indeed extraordinary, with no progressive results to show for his efforts. This led Orochimaru to question whether his research direction was flawed. However, he was not one to easily concede, especially in the realm of science he cherished most. Observing Long Jian's despondent demeanor, Orochimaru offered a faint smile. "He cannot be disheartened. Long Jian-kun, although this period of experimentation has not advanced my research, it has afforded me a profound understanding of your physiological metrics, which will greatly benefit your future training. I recall you mentioning that your potential was unlocked during battle, enabling you to further develop your bloodline limit. Understanding your current physiological state will assist me in tailoring your training regimen, allowing you to reach your limits and ultimately transcend them." Listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Long Jian felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. My goodness, just look at how scientific he is. In an era where practitioners relied solely on shouts and teachers struggled to impart techniques, Orochimaru not only understood the concept of personalized instruction, but even employed scientific metrics. Laying them before Long Jian, he meticulously crafted the most suitable training plan for him based on scientific principles. For a fleeting moment, Long Jian nearly found himself enamored with Orochimaru. Oh no, perhaps it was science that truly captivated him. "Oh, by the way, Long Jian-kun, your chakra affinities are fire and earth, correct? The techniques of the Nara clan actually fall within the realm of Yin release. As someone who possesses mastery over all chakra natures, fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yin, and yang, Orochimaru naturally has some understanding of yin-yang techniques. Could it be that the combination of fire and earth attributes, coupled with the characteristics of yin release, might yield a novel bloodline limit? I had not considered this angle before. Perhaps this is indeed the correct research direction." Orochimaru found himself lost in thought once more. Long Jian, observing Orochimaru delve deeper into his own contemplations, quietly mused, "Uncle Snake, please do not be upset with my honesty. The truth is that this concept does not belong to this world. Should you manage to unravel its mysteries, you would indeed be invincible." Abruptly, Orochimaru lifted his gaze to meet Long Jian's. "I recall you mentioning that the sudden activation of your bloodline limit during battle was partly due to your fear of snakes, correct? If that is the case, I shall first instruct you in my ninjutsu, and we shall see if such stimuli might enhance your bloodline limit." Long Jian's lips twitched involuntarily. Orochimaru's methods remained as incisive as ever. He truly knew how to cater to one's preferences. Reluctantly, Long Jian replied, "Teacher Orochimaru, is there not something else we could use instead?" With an expression of calm resolve, Orochimaru declined. "No, here I have only snakes." Long Jian had no choice but to acquiesce. "Before we proceed, I must first teach you a ninjutsu, summoning technique. Once you master this, it will greatly facilitate your use of my techniques. However, the prerequisite is that Long Jian-kun must sign a contract similar to mine." With that, a massive scroll, even thicker than Long Jian, materialized in Orochimaru's hands, adorned with symbols that Long Jian struggled to comprehend. Orochimaru elucidated. "This is the contract scroll of the Dragon Cave. Upon completion of the contract, you will be able to summon the snakes of the Dragon Cave to assist you in battle." After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Long Jian unfurled the enormous contract scroll. Upon inspecting it, he noted that the final name inscribed was that of Orochimaru himself. At this moment, Orochimaru leaned in closer to Long Jian and inquired, "Well then, do you wish to sign the contract?" Long Jian looked up at Orochimaru and, without hesitation, declared, "Of course. As your disciple, I shall naturally employ the same summoning beast as you. After all, if Sakura could forge a contract with a slug of the wet-bone forest due to her mentorship with Tsunade, what was stopping Long Jian from sealing a pact with the Dragon Cave by clinging to Uncle Snake's coattails?" Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "In that case, Long Jian-kun, mix your blood with your chakra. Inscribe your name upon the contract scroll and press your handprint to complete the summoning contract with the Dragon Cave." Following Orochimaru's guidance, Long Jian inscribed his name upon the scroll. He pressed his handprint down. He felt a peculiar surge of chakra flowing through the contract scroll into his body, gradually solidifying upon his arm. When the sensation subsided, Long Jian discovered a mysterious black symbol adorning his previously smooth right arm. What a stylish, painless tattoo! Observing Long Jian successfully complete the contract, Orochimaru reminded him, "Now you can summon the ordinary snakes of the Dragon Cave to aid you in battle. However, I must caution you, Long Jian-kun, until you have acquired sufficient strength, do not attempt to summon more powerful snakes, as it could prove fatal." Long Jian could easily comprehend the intentions of Orochimaru and promptly nodded in agreement. If it were to inadvertently summon the ancestral spirit of the 10,000 snakes, he certainly did not possess the extraordinary eyes that belonged to Erjizi. In such a scenario, he would be the first to find himself ensnared by the fangs of the 10,000 snakes. As Orochimaru spoke, he began to demonstrate. The summoning technique comprised 5 seals: Hai, Suyu, Shun, and Wei, and the flow of chakra was, to be frank, Orochimaru's teaching prowess was undeniably impressive. After all, anything produced by him is bound to be of exceptional quality. Whenever Long Jian encountered confusion, he merely had to pose a question, and Orochimaru would promptly pinpoint his errors with precision. With a resounding bang, a plume of smoke erupted. As the smoke dissipated, a charming little colorful snake appeared at Long Jian's feet, affectionately rubbing against his hand. Suddenly, Long Jian felt that perhaps snakes were not as terrifying as he had imagined. Observing the harmless little serpent, Orochimaru remarked, "Your chakra flow is correct, but your lack of proficiency has resulted in an insufficient amount of chakra during the final summoning, thus preventing you from exercising control over the summoning." He continued, "For now, familiarize yourself with the summoning technique. Once you have mastered it, I shall instruct you in new jutsu." Following this, Orochimaru returned to his experimental station. Embarking on a new experiment, he did not forget to poke his head out and inform Long Jian, "By the way, come back later for a blood draw. I have a new research direction." Long Jian felt speechless once more. While his teacher was indeed admirable, he did seem somewhat inept at mentoring students. After several days of diligent practice, Long Jian finally mastered the summoning technique. This was also fueled by Orochimaru's curiosity regarding whether Long Jian's training in his ninjutsu would enhance his bloodline limit. Thus, when Long Jian mentioned that he was nearly finished with his training, Orochimaru eagerly set aside his research and hurried over to assess the results. As Long Jian formed the seals, a familiar cloud of white smoke materialized. However, this time, instead of the previous adorable little serpent, a fierce azure viper emerged. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Your seal speed requires improvement. Many of my ninjutsu must be combined with summoning techniques. The faster you form the seals, the more advantage you will gain on the battlefield. Even a second's change could determine life or death. Long Jian nodded obediently, assuring his teacher that he would strive to improve. Orochimaru then gazed at his little guinea pig disciple and said, "Allow me to teach you this technique. When utilized effectively, it can yield remarkable results." He then stood up and began to demonstrate the technique, which was relatively simple and perfectly suited for Long Jian. Afterward, with a mischievous glimmer in his eyes, Orochimaru added, "The psychological stimulation is also quite fitting for you." Long Jian. At that moment, Long Jian had no desire to speak. He sighed inwardly, knowing he could not escape this. Orochimaru leisurely opened his mouth, and in an instant, a venomous snake shot forth, lunging at Long Jian with its gaping maw. Long Jian quickly sidestepped to evade the snake's attack, breaking out in a cold sweat. Orochimaru's voice, rich and magnetic, echoed behind him. "Good reflexes, Long Jian. Remember to remain vigilant at all times. Danger may strike without warning." At this moment, Long Jian could only scream internally. "Being with you, Orochimaru, is the most perilous undertaking." Orochimaru held up the snake he had just expelled and explained. "The principle of this technique is quite simple. First, use the summoning technique to conceal a venomous snake within your mouth. When combat ensues, seize the opportune moment to expel it from your mouth and launch a surprise attack on your enemy. The closer you are, the faster you can execute the technique, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. I call it the snake swallowing technique." Long Jian stared blankly at the venomous snake in Orochimaru's hand, finally realizing its existence. "My snake expulsion technique. With proper training and understanding, it could evolve into, I expel a snake, the snake expels me, I expel myself. After expelling the snake, I expel a sword. After the snake expels me, I expel a sword. After expelling the snake, I expel the sword." Ahem, what a master of convoluted techniques. Long Jian then inquired, "Such an impressive ninjutsu. How can one successfully train in it?" Orochimaru patiently replied, "It's quite simple. You just need to swallow a venomous snake. Truly a necessity for home and travel, for murder and mayhem. All you need to do is swallow." Long Jian's face broke into a smile, reciting the familiar slogan from his previous life, but suddenly his radiant smile froze. "Wait, what did he just say? Swallow a venomous snake? Orochimaru, this seems a bit too extreme. My fragile heart cannot withstand this." Long Jian promptly decided to retract his previous statement. Indeed, such sticky ninjutsu was utterly detestable. Observing Long Jian's expression of physiological discomfort, Orochimaru displayed his signature smile, believing that this stimulation might indeed elevate Long Jian's bloodline limit. After all, there were precedents in the ninja world, such as the Red-Eye Disease clan, who endured far more intense stimuli. As he looked at the azure snake he had summoned, which was now flicking its tongue at him, Long Jian underwent a lengthy mental preparation. Just as he was about to place the snake in his mouth, Orochimaru interrupted him. "Remember, it's swallowing. Do not bite the snake during the process, or no one will be able to save you." Long Jian's mind was flooded with expletives. "Truly, you are renowned for your eccentricity in the ninja world. You can even conceive of such techniques." He added, "If you find it too frightening, you may use this one. I have trained it to be relatively docile, though I wonder if you can handle its size." Orochimaru kindly offered a suggestion. Long Jian gazed at the dark green venomous snake in Orochimaru's hand, which was covered in an unknown substance, feeling an even greater sense of revulsion. "No, thank you, sensei." Resolutely, Long Jian made up his mind and swiftly stuffed the venomous snake into his mouth. At that moment, the azure snake felt utterly distressed. "Who understands the plight of my family? I was just summoned by a mere mortal, and now I'm being shoved into his mouth. What a disaster!" "Oh." Tears streamed down Long Jian's face. Frankly, this size was not something an ordinary person could endure. Yet fortunately, Long Jian was no ordinary individual. His scalp tingled, and he fought against the discomfort, ultimately completing his first snake swallowing. "Very good. You've already assumed the form of a snake." Orochimaru observed Long Jian, who was now retching on the ground, feeling increasingly pleased with his disciple. Good talent, possessing a bloodline limit, capable of research, and daring enough to swallow snakes. "You are beginning to reflect my own style," Orochimaru mused inwardly. Long Jian soon realized that the snake he had swallowed vanished, and the discomfort also dissipated. Orochimaru explained, "The snake has returned to the long cave. When you wish to use this technique in battle next time, it will burst forth from your mouth to attack your enemy." Just as I did earlier, Long Jian internally concluded that this whole endeavor was merely to mark a location for the snake, that he suddenly recalled that Orochimaru possessed a technique called the 10,000 Snakes Formation, which involved expelling countless snakes from the mouth to attack enemies. Logically, the principles of these two techniques should be quite similar. If that were the case, just how many snakes had Orochimaru swallowed? Long Jian gazed at Orochimaru with a mix of fear and admiration. Ignoring Long Jian's peculiar expression, Orochimaru continued, "This technique can be preset to achieve instantaneous activation during combat, allowing you to catch your enemies off guard and eliminate them." The operation is as follows. Once Long Jian confirmed that he had grasped the new technique, Orochimaru eagerly inquired about Long Jian's feelings. Long Jian, looking befuddled, replied, "It felt quite disgusting." Orochimaru sighed in exasperation. "I was inquiring whether there had been any changes to your bloodline limit due to this stimulation." Oh. Long Jian hastily began to sense the condition of his bloodline to his astonishment. He was taken aback. The shadows of the mass have indeed solidified considerably at this moment. Long Jian has grown rather numb. Could he possibly be a masochist? How is it that he becomes stronger the more he is tormented? Orochimaru, upon hearing this outcome, was as exhilarated as a goblin discovering a new continent that it was unexpected that this child's affinity aligned so closely with mine. Merely practicing my ninjutsu would allow his bloodline limit to flourish. Truly, how splendid. Uncle Snake felt that Long Jian was indeed a worthy apprentice, increasingly intriguing him. Meanwhile, our poor Long Jian could only embark once more on his path of devouring snakes under Uncle Snake's oppressive influence. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. The passage of time invariably leaves its marks on everyone's body, often unnoticed. With a mere flick of his fingers, he turned a few pages in the blink of an eye. Long Jian had spent over a year training under Uncle Snake, and his time at the Ninja Academy had stretched to 2.5 years. The moment of graduation had finally arrived. Naturally, the exams at the Ninja Academy posed no challenge for Long Jian. Over the past year, under the meticulous guidance of the Nara clan and Uncle Snake, his strength had grown significantly for the theoretical exam. One should not underestimate Long Jian's ability to cram, a skill honed during his previous life, allowing him to pass various final tests with just a night of preparation. If he were to fail the Genin exam, Uncle Snake would declare, "Don't say you're my disciple." He simply could not afford such embarrassment. Our dear old man was genuinely elated today. 3 years. A full 3 years. That amounts to 1,095 days and nights. Do you know how the old man has endured these 3 years? At last, after steadfastly waiting, he has finally realized his wish to become a bona fide genin. One cannot deny, Long Jian was quite thrilled upon receiving his very own ninja headband. After all, this symbolized his formal entry into the world as a ninja. Moreover, being a genin of Konohagakure carries significant prestige. As you well know, there exists a saying in the ninja world. When engaging in battle with a ninja from Konoha, if you discover he is a chunin, you may feel somewhat at ease, for you can likely defeat him based on sheer strength. However, if he is a jonin, you ought to tread cautiously. And do remember to avoid crossing paths with a certain young man sporting a white-haired, masked appearance, for no matter how strong you are, he will match you blow for blow. Moreover, do not engage with a youthful man with a green watermelon head and gleaming white teeth, for he is the only one in this chaotic ninja world who has overexerted himself to the point of exhaustion. But should you encounter a genin from Konoha, do not hesitate. Do not look back. Simply run. If you linger, the ominous music will herald your doom. In the office of the Hokage, the third Hokage was reviewing the information of this year's graduating class from the Ninja Academy. Asuma, Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki, Shizen. Truly, a remarkable array of talent. Whether they hailed from renowned clans or humble backgrounds, the quality of this cohort was exceptionally high. Not to mention the prodigy who graduated at 5 and became a chunin by 6. Kakashi Hitaki, alongside Nara Long Jian. The third Hokage picked up Long Jian's photograph, deep in thought. Whom should he assign to form a team with Long Jian? To be honest, he was well aware of Long Jian's innate talent. His understanding of Long Jian was quite profound. Besides, Long Jian had become the apprentice of his most favored disciple, Orochimaru, as his grand disciple. The third Hokage would occasionally inquire about Long Jian's progress from Orochimaru. After all, as the first ninja from the Nara clan to possess a bloodline limit, the third Hokage hoped to keep Long Jian firmly within the grasp of the Hokage faction. The Nara clan's bloodline limit ninja, Orochimaru's disciple, possessed combat abilities far surpassing his peers. Previously, ninjas from the Nara clan typically teamed up with those from the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, facilitating synergy among their respective abilities. Naturally, the strongest among these three clans formed the Ino-Shikicho trio. For instance, this generation's Ino-Shikicho consisted of Long Jian's uncle, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. According to tradition, to strengthen the special bond among the three clans, the Sarutobi clan would serve as witnesses to the passing of earrings to members of the trio, with an oath taken on the earrings that had been handed down through generations. At that time, the earrings for Nara Shikaku and his companions were personally delivered and witnessed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi. However, Long Jian was different. Setting aside his exceptionally unique bloodline limit abilities, there were genuinely no suitable members from the other two clans within his cohort to form a Ino-Shikicho pairing. The third Hokage was left feeling quite overwhelmed. He had actually suggested that Orochimaru lead the team that included Long Jian as a guiding jonin.as for the other team members. He could select them at will. If Orochimaru could serve as a guiding jonin, not only would Long Jian's placement issue be resolved, but it would also alleviate some of the pressure regarding the allocation of jonin in Konoha. After all, Konoha was currently short on personnel. With ongoing tensions along the village borders and the situation in the ninja world becoming increasingly severe, the third Hokage could not ascertain how long the fragile peace among the various villages would endure. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru declined. His reason was that he did not wish to invest too much energy in leading Genin, as mentoring Long Jian alone already consumed a significant portion of his research time. Long Jian thought to himself, "Why don't you mention the experiments I conducted?" If he were to become a guiding jonin, he would have to babysit 3 little brats while performing tedious D-rank missions. Uncle Snake firmly stated, "I refused. He would be more amenable to having a few children assist him instead." The third Hokage felt as if the sparse hairs atop his head had grown even cooler. If that is the case, then let it be arranged thus. At the Ninja Academy, Long Jian arrived early, for today was the day of class assignments, observing the excited expression on the old man's face. Long Jian could only helplessly rub his forehead. This little brother was still so impatient. Long Jian approached and patted the old man's shoulder. I could see that moment. The old man was engrossed in a lively conversation with his beloved, completely oblivious to anyone daring to interrupt their TTE. Today, the old man was determined to discover which fool would dare to intrude upon his precious time with the lovely Han. With a fierce demeanor, the old man turned around, only to find Long Jian's innocent face adorned with a gentle smile. The old man rose and then promptly sat back down, the earlier bravado deflating instantly. "Long Jian, you have arrived. Please take a seat." Long Jian regarded the old man, who had just been momentarily incensed, and shook his head with a smile. With a serious tone, he advised, "Old man, how many times must I remind you? You must always maintain your composure, no matter the circumstances that you understand. It's the kind of steadiness that remains unflinching even when mountains crumble before you. Only then can great things be accomplished. Do you not agree?" The old man grinned sheepishly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Long Jian, I still have much to learn from you. Always so composed." Hong, observing the amusing exchange between the two, could not help but stifle a laugh. Asuma, known for his fearless demeanor at the academy, could be said to fear only Long Jian. The moment Long Jian approached, Asuma transformed from a fierce tiger into a meek lamb. Living beside the Konoha pond, and adept at playing the lamb, was largely due to Long Jian's penchant for giving him a good thrashing, often summoning a group of dark-clad figures to surround and beat him. Asuma inwardly mused, "Just wait, Long Jian. After today's class assignments, I shall no longer be under your oppressive thumb. From then on, I will lead a blissful ninja life with Hong, while you shall remain alone, destined for solitude." Long Jian remained blissfully unaware of the curses being silently cast upon him, and even if he did, he would not be concerned. Women are merely distractions that slow my path of devouring snakes. At that moment, Ito Makoto briskly entered the classroom, urging everyone to sit and prepare for the class assignments. The old man eagerly awaited the results of the assignments, having previously communicated with the elder that he must be placed in the same class as Hong. If Long Jian were to find out, he would undoubtedly scold the old man for having utilized connections for such matters. Long Jian was naturally quite curious about who he would be teamed up with. Teacher Ito opened his roster, calling out names one by one until, at last, he reached Class 6. Sarutobi Hizashi, Yuhi Kunai. Hooray! Old Ma silently cheered in his heart, finally able to embark on missions alongside the adorable Kurenai, as well as Nara Longjian. However, upon hearing the last name, the previously excited old Ma was instantaneously petrified. I could see that moment. He seemed to have lost all joy. Turning to look at Longjian, who wore a smile directed at him. His expression seemed to convey, "You cannot escape this." At this juncture, old Ma began to feel a pang of longing for his mother. In the Konoha training grounds, Longjian, Asuma, and Kurenai awaited their guiding jonin. In stark contrast to Longjian's utter boredom, Asuma appeared to be greatly affected, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Kurenai quietly comforted Asuma beside him, while Longjian observed the two young lovebirds engaging in flirtation at such a tender age. Feeling a wave of disdain wash over him. All this precious time spent on romantic pursuits surely left them no time to explore the mysteries of the wondrous world alongside Uncle Snake. Just as he did, Longjian was certainly not envious, not at all. Suddenly, the trio felt a shadow loom overhead, obscuring the sunlight. Looking up, they discovered a ninja standing before them, towering at least 1.9 meters and weighing an estimated 200 pounds. His wild red hair cascaded freely, and despite his fierce countenance, he bore a kind-hearted smile. Adorning his armor was a prominent character for food. Gazing at the newcomer, Longjian was struck by the realization of his own insignificance. Compared to this giant, the three of them resembled mere chicks. The newcomer flashed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and addressed the trio. "You must be the members of Class 6, Nara Longjian, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Yuhi Kurenai. I am your guiding jonin. Akimichi Choza. It is a pleasure to team up with you all." Upon hearing his name, Longjian was momentarily taken aback. Akimichi Choza, the father of Choji, his uncle's close friend. And a representative of the Inoshikicho trio, it was said that beneath his hefty exterior lay the unique delicacy and kindness characteristic of the Akimichi clan. How surprising indeed, such a contrast. Choza observed the varied expressions on the faces of his three students and scratched his head. Guiding students seemed to be more complicated than he had anticipated. He then addressed Longjian and the others. "Since this is our first meeting, let us begin with self-introductions. Please share your likes, dislikes, and dreams. This will help us understand one another better and quickly bond as a competent ninja team." Truly, as members of Inoshikicho, their manner of speaking was imbued with notions of teamwork, partnership, and unity. After all, their greatest strength lay not in individual prowess, but in collaboration, achieving results greater than the sum of their parts. Longjian couldn't help but marvel at this notion. Choza continued, "Allow me to start as your instructor. My name is Akimichi Choza. Hailing from the Akimichi clan, my greatest passion is culinary delights, while my pet peeve is being called a fat pig for my dream. I hope for my family and friends to live carefree lives." What a peaceful and loving introduction, Longjian thought, feeling a warmth spread through his body. Who would be next? Kurenai eagerly raised her chubby little hand, her sweet voice chiming in. "I'll go next. Teacher Choza. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I adore wasabi octopus, but I dislike cake. My dream is to become a formidable kunoichi who can stand on her own, and I excel in jinjutsu." Choza nodded in approval, noting that she was the daughter of the esteemed Yuhi clan. Having a jinjutsu specialist in the team would be advantageous for many missions, he mused. Old Ma, seeing his crush finish her introduction, quickly stood up, attempting to appear cool as he declared, "My name is Sarutobi Hizashi. I enjoy sausages and yam cold noodles, but I detest asparagus. My hobby is playing shagai for my dream. It's quite similar to Kurenai's, becoming a powerful ninja and earning my father's recognition. Choza regarded Asuma, the son of the Hokage, noting that he seemed to be in a rebellious phase. I must guide him well. This is an age where mistakes are easily made. With that thought, he turned to Long Jian, who began to speak slowly. My name is Nara Jian. I'm 9 years old, residing in the southwestern region of Konoha, within the Nara clan territory. I am unmarried and trained diligently with Uncle Snake until 8 o'clock every day before returning home. I neither smoke nor drink. I go to bed at 11 o'clock every night, ensuring I get a full 8 hours of sleep, that I always drink a warm glass of milk before bed, and perform 20 minutes of stretching. Once in bed, I fall asleep immediately and wake at dawn, never carrying stress or fatigue into the next day. Uncle Snake says I am very healthy. Listening to Longjian's peculiar self-introduction, Choza realized that he had underestimated the complexity of his role as a teacher. Longjian was exceptionally thorough. This one seemed quite the handful that a scion of the Nara clan, a wielder of a bloodline limit, a disciple of Orochimaru, the grandchild of the third Hokage, and a nephew of his close friend Shikaku. Quite an impressive lineage indeed. Choza's already sizable head felt as though it had expanded further, and no wonder Longjian could associate with Uncle Snake so easily. Kurenai sensed a change in Longjian. Was it due to his training with that esteemed figure? Her little head was filled with great puzzlement. Old Ma felt an unexplainable awe. Indeed, Longjian was a paragon of discipline. No wonder he always had the upper hand over him. Oh no, rather, he had many upper hands. Perhaps I should try following his example when I return home? Old Ma pondered quietly. Choza looked at his 3 students, feeling a sudden surge of pressure. This task was proving far more challenging than vanquishing enemies. When the third Hokage approached him to assume the role of guiding Jonin for this class, Choza had already engaged in extensive mental preparation. Truth be told, this class was entirely comprised of Konoha's second generation. If he were to fail in guiding them, the consequences would be dire. However, bolstered by the third Hokage's encouragement, Choza resolved to teach Longjian and his companions diligently, determined not to disappoint the Hokage's expectations. The reason the third Hokage believed Choza to be the right candidate was not only due to his formidable strength, but also because he hoped that Longjian and his peers would learn from Choza's spirit of selflessness, kindness, and prioritization of teamwork. These are the promising future of Konoha, and especially since his own son was among them. Selecting a guiding Jonin was no trivial matter. Choza looked at the trio and suddenly donned a serious expression, stating, "Let us commence our first mission, the survival trial." With that, he produced 2 bells from his pocket. Longjian observed the seasoned instructor with a sense of exasperation. Did Konoha's guiding Jonin truly possess no other tricks? Choza, with a satisfied demeanor, explained the rules of the trial, which he had cunningly gleaned from his neighbor, the 7th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It must be said that Minato was indeed a genius to conceive such a brilliant method. Choza was determined to ensure that Longjian and the others grasped the significance of teamwork and partnership. Little did he know, however, that an astute individual, well-versed in the script, had already discerned his true intentions. The rules were thus: if they failed to seize a bell before lunch, they would forfeit their status as official Genin. Naturally, this also included the right to partake in lunch. Now, let us begin. At Choza's command, Longjian swiftly pulled Asuma and Kurenai into the nearby woods, eager to strategize. Choza, observing Longjian dragging the 2 away, couldn't help but wonder if the boy intended to eliminate Asuma, and Kurenai first to eliminate his competition, before making a move for the bells himself. If that were the case, he would certainly not allow such a child to become a ninja, at least not within his team. Dings was silently resolved within himself. In the thicket, Longjian and his 2 companions formed a tight circle, whispering amongst themselves. Asuma wore a vigilant expression, mirroring Ding's suspicions. Could it be that this elder brother intended to eliminate him internally before seizing the bells alongside Hong, thus indulging in a romantic escapade? Such an occurrence was absolutely intolerable. Longjian, observing the constipated expression on Ryoma's face, immediately discerned his thoughts. He approached and delivered a swift strike to Ryoma's head. Enough of that. Ryoma, your elder brother is not that kind of person that I summoned you here solely for strategical discussions. Do not entertain the notion that you alone possess the confidence to snatch the bells from an elite Jonin's grasp. Ryoma rubbed his head, perplexed, and queried, but there are only 2 bells. Even if we succeed, how shall we divide them among the 3 of us? Long Jian, exasperated, adjusted his forehead. This truly was the foolish offspring of the Hokage. Even if he failed to seize the bells, Long Jian doubted that Dingzhou would dare send Ryoma back to the Ninja Academy, as the 3rd Hokage would certainly not allow it, of course, if the 3rd were to specifically instruct otherwise. That would be a different matter altogether. Long Jian patiently elucidated to Asuma, Ryoma, our foremost concern should not be how to divide the bells after acquiring them, but rather how to wrest them from the hands of an elite Jonin. If we attempt to act alone, the likelihood of us securing even a single bell is exceedingly slim. In that case, we would all be sent back to the Ninja Academy. This notion of exceedingly slim was cleverly employed, as Long Jian harbored a modicum of confidence in his ability to seize the bells. He had no intention of eliminating Dingzhou, merely aiming to procure 2 bells. Under the tutelage of Uncle Snake, Long Jian had not only mastered an array of peculiar ninjutsu, but had also made remarkable strides in the development of masks. The Ninja Core, Ghost Shadow, Nightbat Core, Flying Shadow, and those newly developed by Uncle Snake, the Giant Troll Core, Giant Shadow, and Blade Shadow Core, Claw Shadow. The synergy among these 4 Shadow Soldier factions, coupled with the formidable presence of General Ninja, led Long Jian to believe that it was improbable he would be unable to capture a single bell. However, such an endeavor might reveal the existence of General Ninja as a trump card, akin to one's undergarments. It was best to refrain from revealing it unless absolutely necessary. That a trump card, underwear, is something one must possess, but it should not be flaunted indiscriminately. After training with Uncle Snake for over half a year, Long Jian felt he had developed a sort of immunity to snakes, or perhaps he had simply grown numb to them. The daily cycle of swallowing snakes, being swallowed by snakes, and watching snakes swallow each other had left Long Jian utterly unafraid of them. Consequently, his progress had become less pronounced. He could still summon only General Ninja among the 9 generals. Nevertheless, Long Jian once more experienced that familiar sensation while engaging with the Nightbat mask, Flying Shadow, and the Giant Troll mask, Giant Shadow, prior to summoning General Ninja. He was merely awaiting the right opportunity. Hong expressed her agreement with Long Jian's proposal. As an illusionist ninja, facing a formidable opponent alone placed her at a significant disadvantage. Collaboration was her only route to success in this trial. Observing that his beloved had acquiesced to Long Jian's suggestion, Asuma harbored no objections. Long Jian addressed the 2. In just a moment, we shall proceed as follows. Dingzhou regarded Asuma, who approached him with an air of confidence, and felt a pang of confusion. Was it a solitary endeavor, or merely a bait being cast? Suddenly, Ryoma boldly shouted at Dingzhou, "Teacher Dingzhou, come on. I alone am sufficient to seize the bells." With that, he brandished a chakra blade and charged forward with fervor. Dingzhou engaged with Ryoma's assault while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Ryoma quickly found himself at a disadvantage, sent flying by a powerful kick from Dingzhou. In midair, Ryoma swiftly formed hand seals, utilizing wind release, dust technique. A gust of dust erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Dingzhou. Unfazed, Dingzhou bellowed, multiplication technique. Instantly, his right hand enlarged, piercing through the dust to grasp at Asuma. Unable to evade in midair, Asuma braced himself for capture. At that moment, 3 or 4 enormous shadow soldiers surged forth from the nearby thicket. Long Jian's summoned giant shadows with powerful strides. They advanced to confront Dingzhou's outstretched hand. A resounding crash echoed as the 4 giant shadow soldiers united to halt Dingzhou's advance. While Ryoma was safely escorted away by 2 flying shadows, Dingzhou, taken aback by the sheer force resisting his might, displayed a look of astonishment. Was this truly the power of Long Jian's shadow bloodline limit? What an impressive ability! Elated, Ryoma shouted, "Well done, brother Long Jian." Dingzhou smirked slightly. "If this is all you have, it won't suffice to deter me." He then exerted his strength, causing the giant shadow soldiers to strain under the pressure, forcing them closer to Ryoma, leaving deep imprints in the ground. Seeing this, Asuma hastily formed hand seals to assist Longjin's giant shadows. Fire release. Dragon flame technique. Ryoma shouted furiously, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames toward Dingzwa. Simultaneously, the flying shadows in the air coalesced palm waves, launching a coordinated assault on Dingzwa's face. From the concealed claw shadows on the ground, several emerged, each brandishing razor-sharp claws to strike at Dingzwa's vital points. Aware of his precarious situation, Dingzwa no longer underestimated his opponents. After all, it would be quite disgraceful for a Jonin instructor to be wounded by his students during their very first assessment. In an instant, Dingzwa exerted force, breaking free from the constraints of the giant shadows. He leapt into the air, shouting, "Multiplication technique." A plume of smoke enveloped the area, revealing a plus version of Dingzwa, who effortlessly swatted away the airborne flying shadows. The claw shadow's assaults merely left superficial scratches on him, while Ryoma's dragon flame technique was easily deflected. Just as Dingzwa prepared to continue his onslaught against Asuma, he suddenly sensed a constraining force impeding his movements. Following the chakra's direction, he spotted Longjin nearby employing the shadow imitation technique. Satisfied, he nodded, inwardly acknowledging clever strategy and coordination. However, this alone is insufficient. Longjin seemed to sense Dingzwa's thoughts and responded with a radiant smile. In an instant, a swarm of ghost shadow soldiers began to scale Dingzwa's colossal form. For Longjin understood that controlling Dingzwa with the shadow imitation technique was implausible given his strength. He merely sought to establish a connection between himself and Dingzwa. The offensive and defensive attributes of the multiplication technique were indeed top tier, yet its greatest flaw lay in the sheer size of the target, allowing Longjin's ninjutsu to strike with ease. This included Hong's as well. Dingzwa felt as though countless ghost shadows were relentlessly climbing upon him, akin to ants. Unable to endure, he unleashed a powerful torrent of chakra, sending the climbing ghost shadows sprawling at the same time. He seized a few of the flying shadows in midair and hurled them at the other shadow soldiers. Unbeknownst to Dingzwa, a few small snakes were stealthily approaching his feet, their shadows connecting back to Longjin. The snakes slithered up Dingzwa's pant leg, and from their shadows, a host of giant shadows burst forth, charging unhesitatingly toward Dingzwa's left leg. Seizing the opportunity, Longjin bellowed, "Ninjutsu!" Hidden shadow, giant serpent limb. A massive python erupted from the ground, its gaping maw coiling around Dingzwa's left leg, exerting a sudden force. Dingzwa lost his balance and was sent sprawling to the ground. As he fell, he felt slightly dazed, pondering how these two fledgling ninja had become so formidable so quickly. Just then, he caught sight of the adorable Hong and heard her sweet voice whisper, "Illusion technique. 3 illusory Sakura." Although Dingzwa swiftly shattered the red illusion, he was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. The disruption in his chakra also led to the immediate cancellation of his duplication technique. Subsequently, Dingzwa observed Longjin and his two companions approaching him, with Longjin flamboyantly catching 2 bells dropped by the flying shadow soldiers. A satisfied and appreciative smile graced Dingzwa's face. Longjin raised the bells in his hand and cheerfully remarked, "Teacher Dingzwa, it seems we have emerged victorious." Rising to his feet, Dingzwa dusted off his clothes and gazed at Longjin and his companions, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, the younger generation is formidable." Dingzwa believed that at their age, he could not have achieved what Longjin and his companions had done in a brief span of time. They had swiftly made astute judgments and devised a meticulous plan in the face of an adversary evidently more powerful than their team, ultimately achieving their objectives. Keen, meticulous, and exceptionally skilled, they had grasped the opportunity to coordinate effectively. Despite it being their first collaboration, Dingzwa found himself increasingly fond of his 3 disciples. Reflecting on Longjin's behavior just before the trial commenced, Dingzwa mused, had they already begun strategizing to unite against me back then? It seems this plan was indeed spearheaded by that little rascal Longjin. He truly inherits the tenacity of his uncle Lugio, proving to be just as formidable. Dingzwa regarded the trio. Although he was pleased with their performances, there remained one final hurdle. The distribution of the bells. He addressed them, saying, "Excellent teamwork. Even I was momentarily outwitted by you. Now, you may decide amongst yourselves who shall receive the bells." Observing the subtle change in Asuma and Hong's expressions alongside Long Jian, who remained composed between them, Ding's curiosity deepened. What choice would they make? Long Jian sighed, shaking his head, thinking, in this day and age, being a ninja is no easy task. One must execute the entire act flawlessly. He then tossed one of the bells to Hong. Old Ma, witnessing Long Jian's action, opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Long Jian, amused by Old Ma's befuddled expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Old Ma was truly a victim of his own pride that, the power of love is indeed profound. Long Jian reflected inwardly. He then turned to the now somber Old Ma and called out, "Hey, Old Ma!" Asuma, hearing the voice, looked up curiously, only to see an object flying towards him. Old Ma instinctively reached out to catch it, revealing a bell resting quietly in his palm. Dingzhou observed Long Jian's actions with intrigue. According to the recent battle's dynamics, Long Jian had been both a commander and a principal combatant, yet he had not kept a single bell for himself, distributing them all to his teammates. What did this signify? Long Jian then cleared his throat and spoke slowly, preparing to display his exceptional acting skills. "Since it has come to this, I shall withdraw." Asuma and Hong exchanged astonished glances at Long Jian. Truth be told, it was Long Jian who initially proposed their joint operation, and he had contributed the most effort. Thus both Asuma and Hong had tacitly agreed that Long Jian could keep the bells. This also implied their acceptance of Long Jian's authority over the distribution. Dingzhou had naturally noticed these subtleties, that he gazed directly into Long Jian's eyes, inquiring, "Might you share the reasoning behind your choice?" Long Jian, feigning nonchalance, replied, "Well, there isn't much reason to it. If I had to say, I simply believe they need this opportunity more than I do. That fool Old Ma has been clamoring to graduate early from the Ninja Academy and become a Genin. And now he finally has a chance. If he had to return to the academy for another year, he might go mad. Moreover, I am his older brother. It's only fitting that I step aside for my younger siblings." Asuma was deeply moved by Long Jian's words. This guy was truly breaking the rules by expressing such heartfelt sentiments. Oh no, this would make Old Ma shed small pearls of tears. Long Jian then turned his gaze to Hong, adding, "As for Hong, she has dreams of becoming a powerful illusionist ninja. That sounds incredibly cool. Besides, if it weren't for Hong's illusion at the end, my flying shadow soldiers wouldn't have succeeded so easily. I also believe I'm slightly stronger than Hong, so I would likely fare better in similar trials in the future." Most importantly, Long Jian cast a playful glance at Hong and the overly sentimental Old Ma, saying, "I wouldn't want to break them apart. You know what they say, better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a marriage." What a sin! His words caused Hong's adorable face to flush crimson, and she stammered, "And no, Long Jian-kun, don't say such things." Observing Hong's cute expression, Long Jian burst into laughter. "Is this the charm of a lowly? Oh, Old Ma, you are truly blessed." At that moment, Old Ma felt an urge to slide to his knees before Long Jian, declaring him a foster father. "If the public does not reject me, I, Ma, wish to honor you as my adoptive father, foster father. I bow to you." Long Jian waved his hand dismissively. "Come now, it's no big deal. If I return, I can merely spend another year with Uncle Snake. Who knows, I might emerge even stronger afterward." Hearing Long Jian's response, Dingzhou nodded in satisfaction. This child not only possessed remarkable personal abilities, but more importantly, he understood the value of sacrificing his own interests for the sake of his comrades. Putting on an air of indifference was clearly intended to prevent his companions from feeling worried or distressed on his behalf. Truly exceptional. 100 praises for him. Another charming individual succumbs to Long Jian's impressive acting skills. What Dingzhou did not realize was that Long Jian's indifference was genuine. He truly did not care much for the bells. What a joke. I am a favored man of Uncle Snake. At that moment, Asuma stepped forward, tossing the bell in his hand to Dingzhou with an air of defiance, saying, "Big brother, you are such a show stealer. I, Old Ma, am not the sort to abandon my elder brother. I will return with you." Hong unhesitatingly returned her bell to Dingzhou, her soft voice imbued with determination. "We are a team. If one goes, we all go." Long Jian, Witnessing the resolute expressions of both, felt a twinge of emotion. IT must be said, these two were truly exemplary of future comrades. Dingswa looked at the three before him, each having made their decision, and his heart swelled with pride. These are the children who can become the pillars of Konoha's future. With a broad smile, Dingswa exclaimed, "In that case, all three of you have passed." He then proceeded to explain the true purpose of this trial, eliciting a humorous exclamation from Old Ma. "The urban schemes run deep. I want to return to the countryside." Dingswa, noticing the disgruntled expressions on Hong and Asuma's faces, sheepishly scratched his head and said, all right, to celebrate the establishment of our sixth team and to reward your outstanding performance, I will treat everyone to barbecue. There will be plenty of meat. Eat until you're full. Hooray, long live teacher Dingswa." The trio erupted in joyous cheers that in the Hokage's office. Dingswa was reporting the details of the assessment to the third Hokage after listening to Dingswa's account. The third Hokage couldn't help but feel that Long Jian was truly embodying the will of fire. Look at his awareness, his character. It's truly commendable. He is undoubtedly a born successor of the will of fire, far superior to that rebellious child of his. Turning to Dingswa, who appeared earnest, the third Hokage slowly inquired, "Dingswa, what kind of person do you think Long Jian is?" Without hesitation, Dingswa replied, "Tenacious, independent, responsible, caring for his teammates. In short, he aligns perfectly with my ideals." The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction at Dingswa's response. "Keep up the good work. I hope you can cultivate them into the pillars of Konoha's future." With a serious expression, Dingswa responded, "Yes, Hokage-sama, I will ensure they become the great pillars of Konoha." Longjin interjected, "Damn it, General, hurry up and execute him. So you think saying pillar means death, huh?" Longjin reached point A, while Hong arrived at point B, and Asuma reached point C. The voice of Team 6 crackled through the earpiece. "Excellent, we are very close to our target. Once ready, we strike together." Dingswa's deep voice echoed through the earpiece. Longjin kept a sharp eye on the target, relaying information to Asuma and Hong. On the count of 3. "After I finish counting, we act together. 1, 2, 3, go." 3 figures burst forth from the underbrush, and Asuma, quick as lightning, seized a struggling shadow, confirmed the characteristics. It's indeed the lost pet. "Me, the little tiger," Longjin reported to Dingswa via the earpiece. That Dingswa's voice responded, "Yoshi." Thus, our D-rank mission to locate the missing little tiger is complete. For our next task, we must assist Old Man Ito in clearing the land at the east end of the village. After delivering the task, we shall prepare to set off immediately. The three answered weakly in unison. Yes, the tasks assigned to the lower ninjas were indeed far duller than anticipated. Longjin often felt that engaging in missions here was less appealing than returning to discuss life with Uncle Snake. Our old Ma had long reached his limit. Eager to showcase his skills, he found himself relegated to mundane tasks like catching stray dogs and watching children, which left him feeling utterly discontented. However, there was little to be done, as the backlog of D-rank commissions had recently peaked in the village. Many ninjas had been dispatched from the village, leaving insufficient manpower to tackle the time-consuming and labor-intensive D-rank tasks. Fresh from the Ninja Academy, they had become the perfect labor force, euphemistically referred to as training for newly promoted lower ninjas. Longjin could only lament the plight of the merciless capitalists. In the week since becoming ninjas, Longjin's team had completed a staggering 19 D-rank missions, an astonishing pace to be sure. Even the third Hokage praised them as a model team, and other squads had heard whispers that Team 6 was the epitome of diligence. No matter how troublesome the D-rank task, it would not survive a single afternoon in their capable hands. Their efficiency was remarkable, thanks in no small part to Longjin's Shadow Brigade. Longjin's development of the Shadow Brigade had reached yet another milestone. For any search mission, Fei Ying would scout the skies, while for transportation tasks, Zhu Ying would shoulder the load. As for agricultural duties, plowing, harvesting, Gue Ying and Zhao Ying were unparalleled, wielding their hoes with unparalleled speed. It was fortunate that the soldiers of the Shadow Brigade did not speak, utterly obedient to Longjin's commands. However, should they ever be engaged in labor, if one shadow suddenly stood up and shouted, "Nobility, why should we not fight back against tyranny? Brothers, let us slay this tyrant. Long Jin would not be the slightest bit surprised. Terra remarked, "So this is how you employ my shadow brigade, is it? You make others your steeds while having my shadows do your bidding. You truly are a genius." Long Jin quipped, "Come on, what are you talking about, Commander Terra? If you could be summoned now, you'd be out there with the gooing, wielding hose." Terra retorted, "Six, damn the capitalist exploiters." Finally, through the relentless efforts of Long Jin and the Shadow Brigade, Team 6 earned a new title, D-Rank Task Processors, under the leadership of the fastest man in the ninja world, Obito, the 7th Squad. Also included the already promoted Chunin, Kazi. Within a month, they completed 27 D-Rank missions, securing 2nd place. Meanwhile, Longjin's Team 6 astonishingly completed 107 D-Rank missions in the same span, averaging 3.5 tasks per day. They dominated the rankings, achieving a staggering lead. Truth be told, upon seeing these statistics, not only was the 3rd Hokage greatly astonished, but even Akimichi Dingswa, who had been working alongside them, was once again taken aback by Longjin's remarkable capabilities. Was this not the very definition of a construction fanatic? Rumors began circulating in Konoha, proclaiming that when troubles arose, one should not panic or despair. Gloomy days would eventually pass. Gather your resources and head to Konoha's Mission Issuance Center. Regardless of how time-consuming or labor-intensive your predicament may be, a group of blue-skinned youths clad in black ninja attire would extend a helping hand. Long Jin observed the astonished yet defiant expression on Obito's face as he stepped forward and patted Obito's shoulder, stating, "I managed to buy a water bottle for only 45, though it was priced at 50." Obito looked bewildered. Long Jin casually explained, "A water bottle at a 10 discount." Obito felt a sense of urgency. The Shadow Brigade murmured, "What are you trying to pull?" Our 2nd Hokage, Old Ma, was not having it. He hopped around the mission hall in agitation. He did not become a ninja to engage in construction projects for the village. Although he had indeed earned a fair amount of rice alongside his brother Long Jin during this period, if Old Ma continued to assign them such tedious tasks, he would rather dash his head against the walls of Konoha's mission reception area. Having completed over 100 D-Rank missions, should they not be considered mature lower ninjas? The 3rd Hokage inhaled deeply, acknowledging that while it was true that lower ninjas were generally relegated to simple D-Rank tasks, Long Jin's team had been shockingly efficient. They tackled D-Rank missions with a reckless abandon, leaving other squads without simpler tasks to undertake, and it was not feasible to assign C-Rank tasks to other newly graduated teams, as their abilities were inferior to Long Jin's. With a resigned puff of smoke, the 3rd Hokage declared, "In that case, we shall assign your team a C-Rank task." Old Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed to the 3rd Hokage, eagerly inquiring, "What is the task, old man?" The 3rd Hokage perused the task ledger, then addressed Long Jin and his team. "Given your impressive task completion record, you may indeed attempt to take on some C-Rank missions as a gradual transition. Therefore, the C-Rank task assigned to Team 6, led by Akimichi Dingswa, is to eliminate a band of robbers that has recently been active on Cloud Peak Mountain, approximately 20 kilometers northwest of Konoha. They have been robbing merchants, and the employer wishes for this band of thieves to be eradicated. The reward for this mission is the highest tier for C-Rank, 100,000 Ryo. Whether to accept this task is up to you." Listening to the 3rd Hokage's words, Long Jin couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It was finally time. Having been in this world for so long, Long Jin understood that this was something he had to experience. However, as a model youth who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education in the Celestial Empire, he found it difficult to casually regard human life as inconsequential, to remain completely indifferent to the lives of others. Long Jin's expression visibly shifted, but he quickly composed himself, as if persuading himself internally. Dingswa observed the expressions of his 3 students, taking in their emotions. Although Dingswa did not wish for his beloved disciples to confront the harsh realities of the ninja world too soon, he sincerely felt they were still too young, mere children. Yet, the world was unforgiving. Enemies would not show mercy simply because they were children. This was his duty as a guiding jonin. This was their choice as ninjas. This was also an essential path for Long Jin and his companions toward growth and transformation. Dingswa swiftly issued orders for Long Jin and his companions to disperse and prepare their ninja tools. They were to regroup 1 hour later at the side gate in the northwestern direction of the village. Upon observing that Longjin's team was now capable of undertaking C-rank missions, Obito grew increasingly anxious. Urging Minato-sensei to take on several C-rank tasks to surpass Longjin's class, Kakashi, standing nearby, coldly added, "Once your strength matches that of Longjin and Asuma, perhaps our class will catch up, but for now." Hearing Kakashi's slightly mocking remarks, Obito shouted for a man-to-man duel with him. Kaji, however, expressed his disinterest in Obito's antics. Minato, feeling quite awkward, apologized to the third Hokage, accepted a D-rank mission, and hurriedly exited the mission hall with Rin, both burdened by conspicuous packages. Minato lamented, "Alas, the hearts of men are scattered. It is challenging to lead a team." An hour later, as darkness enveloped the sky, all members of Team 6 had gathered at the side gate, ready for departure. Dingzhua tossed a mission scroll to Longjin, stating, "All the intelligence regarding this mission is contained herein that I will not intervene unless circumstances spiral beyond control. This mission is entrusted entirely to you three. With Longjin as the team leader, if there are no objections, prepare to set off." In unison, the three replied, "Yes." Dingzhua then vanished from their sight. Longjin opened the mission scroll, quickly memorizing the details before passing it to Asuma and Hong. According to the intel, this band of thieves operates primarily around Yunding Mountain, with an estimated strength of 30 to 40 individuals. The mission requires their complete eradication. Ensure your ninja tools are ready. If all is in order, we shall commence. I will share my preliminary plan along the way. Once Asuma and Hong confirmed the accuracy of the mission details, the trio set forth, disappearing into the night. As they hastened toward Yunding Mountain, Longjin spoke to Asuma and Hong. "The average strength of these thieves does not match ours. However, their numbers are considerable. Given the mission's demands for total extermination, we plan to act in the latter half of the night, once most of the inhabitants are fast asleep." Asuma and Hong nodded in understanding. Longjin continued, "Upon reaching the foot of Yunding Mountain, we will capture a patrolling thief to ascertain their patrol numbers and routes. Then we shall proceed as follows." The moon soon ascended the treetops, casting the surroundings into darkness, barely illuminated by its faint glow. The trio commenced their operation, although the scale of the bandits was not insignificant. They were ultimately no match for Longjin and his companions, who effortlessly infiltrated the thieves' stronghold atop Yunding Mountain. They swiftly apprehended a drowsy patrolling man. Hong immediately employed her Genjutsu to subdue him. Extracting information about the patrol's numbers and routes, after acquiring the desired intelligence, a fierce glint flickered in Longjin's eyes. He grasped a kunai, covered the man's mouth, and without hesitation, slit his throat. The warm blood gushed forth as the patrolman's life force quickly waned, leaving Longjin momentarily dazed. Was this the sensation of taking a life for the first time? He became acutely aware of the fragility of life, realizing how effortlessly his soul could vanish from his grasp. He began to comprehend why Orochimaru was so fixated on the pursuit of eternal life. Asuma and Hong were taken aback by Longjin's sudden action, their faces paling as they gazed upon the lifeless man on the ground. Regaining his composure, Longjin stifled the urge to retch, steadying his trembling hands as he addressed Asuma and Hong. "Let us proceed as planned. Asuma and I will eliminate the patrolling guards, while Hong infiltrates their dwelling to locate their food supplies. Upon receiving my signal, set the storeroom ablaze, ensuring we draw them all in before Asuma and I arrive for the final strike." Asuma adjusted quickly, nodding in agreement with Longjin's strategy. Although Hong felt a wave of nausea, she quickly regained her composure, resolutely nodding at Longjin with her pale face. They all understood that the third Hokage had assigned this mission, and that Dingzhua-sensei had accepted it to ensure they faced bloodshed. As ninjas, taking lives was an everyday occurrence. Every individual would inevitably confront this step and overcome their inner discomfort. After a brief moment of adjustment, Longjin whispered to Asuma and Hong, "I do not wish to speak further, but we must remember that we are ninjas. Completing the mission is our duty." He then summoned 3 shadow snakes, instructing, "I will have these snakes follow you, monitoring from above to prevent us from missing any enemies or prematurely revealing our presence." The signals will also be conveyed through them. Asuma and Hong nodded, then dispersed with Long Jian. Clearing his mind of distractions, Long Jian sighed. Alas, it is a moonless, windy night for murder. He then blended into the shadows. Before long, a faint scent of blood permeated the air on that night. The bandit leader atop Yunding Mountain found himself restless, plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease, pushing aside the woman beside him. He approached the window, thinking he glimpsed a dark shadow soaring through the sky, resembling a colossal bat. Startled, he rubbed his eyes, but upon looking again, saw nothing. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Was that merely an illusion? Suddenly, the leader noticed a distant glow of flames. At the food storage, grabbing a coat, he rushed out of his room, shouting, "Wake up, you fools! The granary is ablaze! Come help me!" One by one, groggy bandits emerged from their quarters. Roused by his frantic calls, seeing the leader rushing ahead with a few others, they hurried to awaken those still asleep, grabbing tools to fetch water and rushing toward the burning storeroom. As he ran, the leader cursed, "Damn it! How could those patrolling lads have missed this fire? They must have been slacking off again. Just wait until I get my hands on you." With that, he and his companions dashed into the inferno, attempting to extinguish the flames. Long Jian and Asuma watched from the shadows, observing the chaos below as the air filled with the scent of blood. Once Hong confirmed that all occupants were present, the trio gradually revealed themselves. The bandit leader soon sensed something amiss. Those patrolling had yet to return. He then spotted two boys and a girl emerging from three different shadows, all adorned with the Leaf Village headbands. In an instant, the leader understood the situation. He shouted, "Brothers, quickly!" But before he could finish, a gray serpent bit into his throat, silencing him forever. In the distance, Long Jian extended his right hand, executing the ninja technique. Shadow Snake Hand. Numerous venomous snakes surged toward the unsuspecting bandits, easily claiming their lives. Asuma swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of fireballs with the fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique, harvesting countless lives. The remaining bandits finally grasped the reality of their peril. Cries of anguish, screams, and pleas for mercy filling the the ninjas from the Leaf Village. "Run! There are snakes! No! Please don't kill me! I don't want to die!" Meanwhile, Hong was also utilizing her Jinjutsu on several panicking bandits attempting to flee, swiftly ending their lives with shuriken. Before long, Asuma's flames ignited nearby structures, while Long Jian and his companions stood before the blazing inferno, their expressions inscrutable as they contemplated the scene. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and charred flesh. That moment, Dingzhua quietly appeared behind Long Jian and his comrades, speaking earnestly. "This is the life of a ninja. You must learn to adapt." Long Jian turned to Dingzhua, reporting, "Mission accomplished. A total of 37 bandits have been eliminated." After completing their mission, the three members of Long Jian paused briefly before hastily returning to Konoha. Throughout the journey, Dingzhua observed the noticeably quiet demeanor of the trio, and a flicker of remorse welled up within him. He recognized their exceptional talents and mused that in an era of peace, they would surely flourish without having to confront such a harsh reality at this tender age. However, he understood that circumstances were beyond their control. A significant portion of recent B-rank and higher missions have been directed towards the Rock Shinobi, aimed at gathering intelligence on their movements and intentions. The activities of the Rock Shinobi had intensified as they began covertly transporting various supplies, seemingly preparing for an impending conflict. While the land of fire was buffered by the land of water, the land of grass, and the land of rain, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Dingzhua could distinctly sense that this year's graduating students were being groomed more rapidly by Konoha, as if there was an urgent desire to equip them with a certain level of combat proficiency. Konoha harbored its own apprehensions and had begun making preparations in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. Noticing the three companions lost in their thoughts, Dingzhua proposed a small suggestion. "My dear friends, the completion of this mission was exemplary. As a reward, how about I treat you to some barbecue?" Upon hearing the word barbecue, the memories that had just begun to fade resurfaced painfully for the trio. Asuma's complexion turned noticeably pale. He had just finished a barbecue meal himself. Long Jian, suppressing his discomfort, regretfully declined Dingzhua's offer. Dingzhua, realizing the implications of his words, chuckled awkwardly. Ah, well then, I shall grant you a 3-day break. Please take this time to recuperate, and we shall reconvene at the mission hall at 8 a.m. 3 days hence. The month of intensive missions had indeed left Long Jian and his companions somewhat fatigued, and after having just experienced their first taste of blood, Dingzhua deemed it necessary for them to rest for a few days. After all, ninjas are still human. If one remains perpetually tense, that string will inevitably snap. Long Jian had not slept well the previous night, not due to nightmares, but rather because upon returning home, he had excitedly discovered that the invisible barrier hindering his full mastery of the troll mask had shattered after his first kill. He wondered if the shock of taking a life for the first time had been so profound that it had broken through that barrier. However, this revelation alleviated some of the complex emotions he felt after his initial act of violence. Without further ado, Long Jian steadied his mind and began to communicate with the troll mask, just as he had when summoning General Nika. The shadows beneath him gradually spread, and a formidable figure, fierce in appearance with bulging eyes and covered in green skin, began to take shape, adorned with orange beard and eyebrows and clad in blue-green armor. This towering figure stood at an imposing height of 4.5 meters, creating a gaping hole through the ceiling of Long Jian's room and the second floor above that a heavy, resounding voice echoed. "Samo, I greet my king." Long Jian looked up at the colossal figure kneeling before him, a wave of elation surging within him. This signified that from this day forth, he had gained another trump card in addition to General Nika, General Samo. The future looked promising indeed. However, he reminded himself to ensure that the next time he summoned Samo, it would be outside, as the house was hardly capable of accommodating such a massive form. He resolved to have the ghostly soldiers assist in repairing the roof the following day, for they were indeed the most versatile among his ranks. Awakening in the afternoon after a long slumber, Long Jian was greeted by the familiar sight of his bear-like eyes. Upon arriving at Uncle Snake's laboratory, he found him, much like an NPC, engrossed in his myriad of bottles and jars. Sensing Long Jian's presence, Uncle Snake set down his test tube and turned to him, his raspy voice breaking the silence. "How does it feel, Long Jian, to take a life for the first time?" Long Jian, still bearing the weight of his tired eyes, replied helplessly, "Teacher Orochimaru, you already know about this matter." Orochimaru smiled faintly. "As your mentor, I naturally have the responsibility to understand your progress. It is evident that you have been working diligently." Long Jian offered a wry smile in return, saying, "Please don't mock me, Teacher Orochimaru. These were merely rank missions, hardly worth mentioning." Orochimaru smiled knowingly and responded slowly. "In my view, this also signifies your utilization of completed missions to further enhance your mastery of your bloodline limit." He truly had a way of making Long Jian feel validated. The admiration he held for his mentor was profound. He would wholeheartedly support Orochimaru's endeavors. Noticing Long Jian's weary appearance, Orochimaru advised, "It's beneficial to step outside and get some fresh air. You will acclimatize in time. Such is the nature of this world. If you do not strike first, others will come for you to lament the dead serves no purpose, if death holds meaning. It is only in its ability to help one grasp the harsh truths of this reality." Long Jian gazed at Orochimaru, who radiated philosophical wisdom, feeling somewhat captivated by his mentor's charisma. That it was no wonder that someone deemed a harbinger of calamity. A madman in the shinobi world could attract so many devoted followers who would willingly lay down their lives for him. Orochimaru's allure was certainly deeper than it appeared. Yes, they walked through the streets of Konoha. Both master and disciple were dressed in remarkably similar styles and colors. Having spent ample time with Orochimaru, Long Jian increasingly appreciated his mentor's fashion sense, which had a certain flair that inspired Long Jian to adopt either a white and purple or a black and purple aesthetic. Today, the streets were noticeably livelier than usual. Upon inquiring, Long Jian discovered that a ramen shop opened by a man with slanted eyes was celebrating its grand opening with half-price offerings, prompting a rush of eager patrons. Long Jian's heart raced. Had that man finally arrived? The one who, regardless of the Konoha collapse or Pain's assault, remained steadfast, unyielding in his ramen shop. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Rumors suggested that beneath his half-closed eyes lay a concealed Rinnegan, one he preferred to keep hidden. Observing the long line of villagers waiting, Orochimaru fell into contemplation. Human beings are truly dull creatures, wasting time standing in line for a bowl of ramen, he mused. Yet, unable to resist the temptation of tasting Kinshiki's culinary prowess, Longjin found himself at the end of the queue. Suddenly, he overheard some villagers conversing ahead in the line. Hey, did you hear? Konoha's White Fang actually chose to abandon that mission, causing quite a loss for the village, the man beside him replied. I heard it was to save some comrades. Regardless, those who abandon missions are a disgrace to us Konoha ninjas. How can a ninja so easily forsake their duties? Those who disregard the rules are nothing but trash. Indeed, he no longer deserves the title of Konoha's White Fang. Indeed, as Longjin listened to the conversation of those ahead, he was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the incident was about to commence. He then glanced back at Orochimaru, who had evidently also heard the villagers' discourse. A flicker of surprise crossed the snake sage's eyes, yet he refrained from uttering a word. In Orochimaru's mind, rules were merely shackles that could never bind him, nor could they restrain formidable beings like White Fang. However, he was somewhat astonished that such matters had reached the ears of the common folk. The more the lower classes were privy to these so-called truths, the more it indicated that someone wished for them to be aware of such facts. Orochimaru's raspy voice drifted into Longjin's ears. Without expressing a definitive stance, Longjin nodded and remarked, when an avalanche strikes, not a single snowflake believes it is responsible for the calamity. Orochimaru, in appreciation, patted Longjin's head, recognizing that this disciple shared many similarities with him, even exhibiting a surprising alignment in perspectives on certain matters. Longjin, however, did not elaborate further. He merely perceived that the death of White Fang was not only a monumental loss for Konoha, but also a glaring harbinger of the impending storm before the Third Great Ninja War. When one discovers that malevolence exists in the world, yet cannot identify the perpetrator, it is undeniable that the culprit must be the old man. By Shimura Konoha Pot King, 5.5 to Hokage, First Pot Shadowed Danzo. As someone who frequently espoused self-sacrifice as a ninja's duty, yet in the future clutched 10 resurrection coins in his hand, Longjin found this man difficult to assess. Finally, after a prolonged wait, Longjin and Orochimaru stepped into a ramen shop steeped in legendary lore. As soon as he sat down, Longjin eagerly called out to the still youthful ramen chef, "Uncle, I would like an order of the super deluxe miso ramen." The lively chef responded, "All right, just a moment. The ramen will be ready shortly." Orochimaru, once again perusing the menu, eventually mustered his raspy voice to address the chef. "I will have the same ramen as him." "Thank you." The chef responded with equal enthusiasm. Subsequently, Longjin and Orochimaru settled into their seats, quietly awaiting the arrival of their ramen tea. That moment, a hearty laughter erupted from the entrance, proclaiming, "Look, Minato, I told you I've mastered your ninjutsu." "Impressive, isn't it?" Minato's voice echoed from the doorway. Responding, "Indeed, it is quite impressive, Jiraiya-sensei." Orochimaru, upon hearing the exchange, instinctively turned his gaze toward the entrance, muttering softly, "Has this fellow also been summoned back to the village?" Longjin's excitement heightened at the sound of their voices. He could hardly believe he would encounter the great hero Jiraiya here. This was one of the characters he particularly admired while watching Naruto in his previous life. As the voices drew near, a tall man, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil, and sporting long white hair that cascaded to his waist, entered the ramen shop. He bore a red outer garment and wooden clogs, laughing heartily while playfully slapping the shoulder of the blonde-haired Minato beside him. Orochimaru scoffed, "That fool." Minato, having spotted Longjin and Orochimaru first, approached them with a friendly greeting. "Orochimaru-sama, Longjin-kun, you are here too." Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, while Longjin enthusiastically waved at Minato. "Teacher Minato, you have arrived as well." At that moment, Jiraiya finally noticed the duo seated in the corner, and in a few swift strides, he bounded over to Orochimaru's side, throwing an arm around his shoulders and exclaiming, "I never expected you would come out for ramen. You truly surprised me." "Orochimaru, boss, serve me 2 bowls of the same ramen," this guy ordered, and put on his tab. The ramen chef responded with vigor, "All right." It will be ready shortly. Orochimaru, with a look of disdain, pushed Jiraiya away, remarking coolly, Jiraiya, you remain as lacking in seniority as ever. Unperturbed, Jiraiya laughed. Isn't this a reunion of old friends? Why do you not appear even a bit happy? Orochimaru turned his head away, maintaining his aloof demeanor. At this juncture, Jiraiya took notice of Long Jian, whose clothing style bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru's, and who was gazing at him. Realizing that Jiraiya's attention had shifted to him, Long Jian quickly rose to greet him. Hello, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya, pleased, patted Long Jian's shoulder and teased Orochimaru. This must be your new disciple, much more polite than you. Orochimaru retorted. Naturally, he surpasses you by quite a margin. Upon learning that his friend Orochimaru had taken on a new disciple after returning to the village, Jiraiya felt genuinely happy. It indicated that Orochimaru was once again becoming more like a normal person. After the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the three legendary ninjas had visited the graves of the fallen, paying their respects. That time, Jiraiya had inquired of Orochimaru whether he intended to find an heir to inherit his ninja way. Orochimaru had replied that his sole wish was to learn every jutsu in the world. Jiraiya understood that his dear friend sought to attain immortality through the mastery of all techniques. Yet, he always believed that no matter how deeply one delved into jutsu, human life could never be eternal. Long Jian thought, you truly underestimate Orochimaru. With Orochimaru taking on a new disciple, it was said that this individual hailed from the Nara clan, a newly awakened bloodline limit ninja that, in terms of talent, temperament, and combat prowess, he was nothing short of exceptional. Jiraiya felt genuinely pleased that Orochimaru had once again opened his heart to accept a new disciple. Jiraiya, eager to maintain the camaraderie, pointed at Long Jian. Your disciple's reputation has even reached my ears. It is said he is a genius rivaling Kakashi. But if you ask me, he still pales in comparison to my disciple Minato. Ha! Minato, slightly embarrassed, stole a glance at Long Jian. Long Jian smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was unconcerned. To be honest, without any external advantages, Long Jian believed he could easily outpace Minato's speed. If there were to be a singular weakness attributed to the fastest man in the ninja world, it would likely be his choice of names. Orochimaru, unperturbed by Jiraiya's provocation, responded in his raspy voice. Minato-kun's talent is undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps Long Jian will require greater effort to catch up to him. Orochimaru then shifted the conversation. However, with Long Jian's talent, you, who were once at the bottom of the class, can only look up in admiration. Jiraiya's head was adorned with several dark lines as he patted Orochimaru's shoulder, lamenting, could you not leave me some face in front of the younger generation? At that moment, the ramen was ready and served before them. Gazing at the aromatic and visually enticing deluxe ramen, the group felt their appetites stirring. Long Jian eagerly distributed chopsticks to Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato. Then, placing his hands together, he exclaimed Itadakamasu and began to devour the ramen voraciously. Jiraiya and Minato quickly joined Long Jian in his feast. Only Orochimaru, holding his chopsticks, delicately lifted a piece of egg from the ramen, taking a gentle bite. At that moment, he, who had previously thought that so many people queued merely to enjoy a bowl of ramen was a waste of time and life, could only utter two words, delicious. In no time, Long Jian had polished off an entire bowl of ramen, and to his surprise, Orochimaru ate swiftly as well, consuming the ramen in a matter of moments. Long Jian couldn't help but think that perhaps Orochimaru bore some resemblance to a snake. Even their eating habits seemed eerily similar. Jiraiya, having finished his ramen, enthusiastically exclaimed about reuniting with an old friend, insisting on heading to an izakaya with Orochimaru for a drink. Without waiting for Uncle Snake to agree, he tugged him along towards the exit. Meanwhile, Tsunade swiftly eliminated the ramen monster. Afterwards, she mentioned her intention to visit Kakashi, as he had recently been in poor spirits. After exchanging greetings with Rika, she hurriedly departed. Only Rika remained, savoring the delightful taste of the ramen. How exquisite it is! No wonder everyone adores Ichiraku ramen. If this caliber were to be established in a university cafeteria of my previous life, it would undoubtedly become the most popular dining venue. Suddenly, Rika sensed something amiss that, in the blink of an eye, where had everyone gone? Wait, did anyone actually pay the bill? At that moment, the noodle vendor, with his squinty eyes, cheerfully remarked to Rika, "Dear customer, the total for 4 bowls of our super deluxe miso ramen amounts to 20,000 Ryo, but due to our grand opening special, you only need to pay 10,000 Ryo." Rika was left utterly aghast, pondering the notorious trio of Konoha Sanin and the Golden Flash, who had even swindled children. Konoha truly is a dark place. The vacation was brief, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Rika's team soon immersed themselves back into the village's missions. Team 6, your next task is to assist the elderly Lord Ojizen with his children. Yes, Team 6, your next task is to help dig sweet potatoes for the village. Yes, Team SIX.YES Rika and his companions completed their task of helping an elderly lady harvest taro from her garden. The delinquent young man, Uma, was preparing to enjoy a cigarette when teacher Dizie suddenly appeared before them. Today's task concludes here. Pack your belongings, as our team has received a new mission which will require us to leave the village for a while. We will gather at the village's main gate in 2 hours. Dismissed. Upon hearing this news, Rika and his teammates immediately set down their farming tools and hurried home to swiftly pack their bags. 2 hours later, at the main gate of Konoha, Akimichi DZA presented his mission credentials to the gate guards and led Rika and his team out of the village. Unfolding the map he carried, DZA began to outline the details of their mission. This task required them to deliver intelligence to a hidden base in the land of grass, rendezvous with their contact, and then return to the village with the latest information, thus completing the exchange of intelligence. The mission was classified as a B rank. After finishing his explanation, DZ glanced at the three, who maintained calm expressions, secretly thinking that they had indeed matured since that fateful night. He continued, "Due to personnel limitations within the village, Hokage-sama has decided to entrust this mission to our team, which also serves as recognition of your capabilities. A B-rank mission implies the potential for encounters with enemy ninjas. However, since this operation is primarily focused on intelligence, as long as we exercise caution, we should be able to complete it smoothly." The three replied in unison with resolute voices, "Yes." DZA, increasingly pleased with his three outstanding students, declared, "All right, if there are no issues, let's set off. Along the way, I will share information about the mission and important considerations for completing such tasks." Yash, Team 6 destination, the land of grass. Let us go. Subsequently, the four embarked on their journey towards the land of grass along the predetermined route. As they traversed the forest swiftly, DZA suddenly turned to Rika and the others, asking, "Is this your first time leaving the village?" Upon exchanging glances, Rika, Uma, and Akane all nodded in agreement. DZA, with a hint of regret, remarked, "What a pity. If this were a mission to escort supplies, we might have had the chance to enjoy a day in a land of grass after completing IT this moment." Rika, perplexed, inquired, "Teacher DZA, what kind of place is the land of grass?" Akimichi and Akane also conveyed their curiosity through their expressions. DZA replied while continuing to walk, "The land of grass is located to the northwest of the land of fire, bordered by the two major nations of the land of fire and the land of earth. Additionally, to the north and south, it is flanked by the smaller nations of the land of waterfall and the land of rain, making it a strategically located area. However, this also means that the village of Grass Ninja is particularly adept at using diplomatic means to navigate relationships with the major powers, allowing them to stay ahead of the curve and protect themselves. Therefore, the village of Grass Ninja has established good diplomatic ties with Konoha. Currently, based on existing intelligence, Grass Ninja are highly skilled in researching the jutsu of other ninja villages and are proficient in countering them. However, their overall strength does lag behind that of our Konoha." After listening to Diza's explanation, Rika and his companions nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Rika recalled that Karen was supposedly born in the land of grass. Alas, at this moment, she had likely not yet been conceived by her parents. If only he could abduct her. Ah, a little red-haired girl would certainly be charming. Ahem, such thoughts are quite criminal. Primarily, Rika was fascinated by Karen's unique abilities. She was like a powerful human battery, capable of regeneration even with severed limbs. T certainly wasn't, because she aligned with Rika's aesthetic that he desired to claim her for himself. No, not at all. Moreover, The Land of Grass was also a significant battleground during the Third Shinobi World War, where even Arabito met his demise, suddenly interjected. However, our primary concern during this mission remains the Rock Ninja. The village of Grass Ninja maintains a good relationship with us Konoha and is unlikely to act against you as for the Rock Ninja. Their recent activities have been suspiciously frequent, and we do not know what they are plotting. Rika and his teammates nodded, indicating their understanding to DZA, seemingly recalling something humorous, casually addressed the trio behind him. Speaking of the village of Grass Ninja, I remembered an interesting rumor that, of course, it's merely a rumor, and its authenticity is highly questionable. He paused. Never mind. I won't share it with you. DZA then resumed his journey, leaving Rika momentarily stunned. What a riddle master. Damn it, riddle master should be banned. Intrigued by the tease, urged DZA. Come on, teacher DZA, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. Akane also expressed her strong disapproval of DZA's half-answers, observing the eager expressions of his talented students. DZA chuckled heartily. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I just thought you seemed a bit tense since this is your first B-rank mission. Sometimes, excessive nervousness can lead to mistakes. He then recounted a rumor he had heard from an unknown source. It is said that although the current political climate in the Land of Grass is severely corrupt, resulting in a weakened village of Grass Ninja. Long ago, this village nearly dominated the entire ninja world. However, for reasons unknown, it was suddenly destroyed, leading to the present state of the village of Grass Ninja. Upon hearing DZA's rumor, appeared skeptical, muttering, Teacher DZA always tells tales to children. Such statements are hardly credible if they were really on the verge of dominating the entire ninja world. How could they have been suddenly annihilated? That seems implausible. Akane nodded in agreement, affirming Uma's viewpoint. DZA laughed heartily. I did say it was just a rumor, with no substantial truth behind it. I merely wanted to share it with you. All right, let us now hasten to the borders of the Land of Fire, where we can restock and recuperate at our outpost before preparing to enter the Land of Grass. Yes, upon hearing the rumors from Dingzhua, Long Jian did not, like Lao Ma and Hong, dismiss them as mere tales concocted to deceive children. Instead, he found himself plunged into profound contemplation. This was not due to any belief in the formidable strength of the ninjas from the Grass Ninja village, nor was it an acceptance of the notion that any rumor, once uttered, holds an inherent validity. Rather, it stemmed from the realization that he, Long Jian, had indeed watched this particular theatrical release as the Long Jian team pressed onward without pause. After 3 days of relentless travel, they finally reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Naturally, during their journey, the trio remained industrious, with Dingzhua meticulously explaining how to ambush enemies and set traps utilizing various terrains in the wilderness. He also imparted to Long Jian and his companions numerous techniques for discerning enemy ambushes and traps. Many experiential lessons are unattainable from books, yet they often yield remarkable results in battle in this world. Aside from those who can roam the ninja realm with impunity, the vast majority of ninjas exist in a state of high offense and low defense. This implies that regardless of whether one is a Genin, Chunin, or Jonin, as long as one possesses sufficient cunning and strikes swiftly and accurately, they can incapacitate their opponents. Therefore, before one can dominate the ninja world, acquiring knowledge on how to be devious and how to guard against being deceived is of utmost importance. At the forefront, Dingzhua raised his hand, prompting Long Jian and his companions to halt abruptly beside him. He pointed towards a distant watchtower and whispered, "That is our Konoha border outpost. We shall resupply there shortly and rest for a few hours before preparing to enter the Land of Grass." After speaking, he turned to Long Jian and his friends, cautioning, "We are now in a border zone. From this moment forth, everyone must remain vigilant and constantly observe our surroundings. Once we enter the Land of Grass, we must be prepared for battles that may erupt at any moment." Understood. Following several hours of rest, the four resumed their journey, traversing from the dense forests of the border into the realm of the Land of Grass. Due to its proximity to the Land of Fire, the terrain here bore striking similarities. The four of them remained well concealed. However, as they approached the Land of Earth, the surrounding woods began to thin, and the landscape transformed into barren rock cliffs. Consequently, their movements became increasingly difficult to obscure. After several days of winding travel, Team 6 finally approached their mission location with a mix of trepidation and relief, a small town situated at the border between the land of grass and the land of earth. This town bustled with merchants and wandering samurai seeking their fortunes, all while being a hotbed for spies and rogue ninjas from various villages, a veritable den of chaos. And to this point, the four had already taken great care to disguise themselves before entering the town. Due to the significant attention they might attract, Dingzhou had orchestrated their division into two groups to infiltrate the bustling marketplace. Meanwhile, on the streets of the town, two similarly aged, filthy boys wandered about, casting furtive glances in every direction. Having drifted to this place, they were determined to find a means to earn their keep. The opposite end of the street, a greasy, corpulent man, resembling a butcher, walked alongside a timid little girl, his eyes glinting with malice. The girl followed closely behind, her demeanor suggesting an acute fear of him, a sight that elicited no surprise from the townsfolk, who were all too accustomed to the presence of ne'er-do-wells and human traffickers in this locale. At this moment, the two boys, having circled around, found themselves standing before an inn with a sign that boldly proclaimed it was seeking help for odd jobs. They exchanged glances, and one suggested, "Shall we give this place a try?" The other, with a weary tone, replied, "We don't have many options left. I'd rather not starve on the streets." With that, they both stepped inside the inn. Shortly thereafter, the rotund butcher and the frightened girl also approached the inn from a different direction. Drawn by the mouth-watering aroma wafting from within, the butcher's saliva began to drip uncontrollably. With a glance back at the apprehensive girl trailing behind him, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes as he unhesitatingly pushed through the inn's doors. Inside, the staff greeted the two warmly. This establishment welcomed a diverse clientele daily, indifferent to their moral standings. The owner's principle was simple. Anyone who crossed the threshold was a guest deserving of attentive service. The butcher, accompanied by the girl, made a beeline for an empty table, ordering lavishly from the menu, displaying an ostentatious demeanor. After ordering an abundant spread of food and drink, the butcher began to feast heartily, while the little girl, appearing timid and cautious, nibbled delicately on her meal. Meanwhile, the two boys seeking work had approached the inn's manager. The elder manager scrutinized them with a critical eye and spoke. "To work here as helpers is quite arduous. Are you certain you can handle it?" Without hesitation, they nodded, proclaiming, "As long as we are fed and can fill our stomachs, that is sufficient." The manager chuckled softly at their response and inquired, "Where have you wandered from?" One boy pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, "I can't recall precisely, only that we came from the southeast, traversing a vast forest to arrive here." The manager's eyes sparkled with interest as he continued, "Do you have anyone else in your family?" The boy answered, "Surely you jest. If I had family, I wouldn't be wandering aimlessly." "Very well, in that case. You shall assist in the storeroom. There, you will be shown the ropes. There will be no wages, but you will be provided meals." The boys expressed their gratitude, following the manager out of the room and into the storeroom. Inside, an elderly man, referred to as Uncle Kondo, sat waiting. The manager greeted him and said, "Uncle Kondo, these two boys have wandered here from the southeast. Please teach them what they need to know. If they do poorly, send them packing. We cannot afford to waste food on them." Uncle Kondo regarded the boys with murky eyes, nodding slightly without further comment. Meanwhile, the butcher had polished off his meal and, reeking of alcohol, leaned back in his chair to recover. Feeling sufficiently rested, he grabbed the little girl and stood to leave. The staff, noticing the commotion at the table, hurried over, exclaiming, "Sir, you haven't settled your bill." Turning to glare at the waiter with a menacing glare, the butcher snarled, "Pay? For what? I never pay for my meals." He then attempted to storm out. The waiter, trying to stop the massive figure of the butcher, found himself utterly powerless. Moments later, several burly men burst from the inn, surrounding the butcher and delivering a thorough beating. The waiter spat at the butcher's face, scoffing, "How dare you eat here without paying? Do you think our inn serves meals for free? Beat him senseless. Let him learn a lesson." Before long, the butcher lay bruised and battered, while the little girl stood helplessly by, wailing in despair. Once the waiter had vented his anger, he returned inside, muttering, "What a stroke of bad luck." Gradually, the butcher managed to rise, turning to the little girl, barking, "Why are you crying? All you do is weep. If it weren't for you, This mess wouldn't have happened. Having spoken, he dragged his corpulent body away, limping with each step. The little girl, frightened into silence by his shouting, could do nothing but follow him with tear-streaked cheeks, sobbing softly as she trailed behind the rotund figure who showed no intention of bringing her along. The onlookers regarded this scene with indifference, recognizing him merely as a worthless, alcoholic father who could do little more than blame his daughter. Such individuals were not uncommon in this locale. Thus, the silhouettes of the pair gradually faded from view. After the fat man and the little girl departed from this remote town, they ventured into the depths of the forest. Once they cautiously confirmed that no one was following them, they exchanged glances and quickly shed their disguises, revealing themselves to be Akimichi Choji and Yuhi Kurenai, who had infiltrated days prior. Choji spoke to Kurenai, stating, "The information has been relayed to the contact. Now, we must proceed to the designated meeting point and await the intelligence from Rikan and Asuma, which needs to be returned to the village. Only then can we depart from the land of grass." Kurenai nodded in agreement, and together they hastened towards their agreed-upon location. Meanwhile, the two wandering youths they had encountered earlier were, in fact, disguised versions of Rikan and Asuma. At that moment, they too had received vital intelligence from the espionage personnel of Konoha and were making their way to the rendezvous. Often, the exchange and transmission of intelligence transpire through seemingly inconspicuous incidents. Naturally, spies do not announce their identity as ninjas openly. They blend into the fabric of a city, establishing lives and even businesses, all while utilizing these facades as shields and diversions for their true identities. In this chaotic border town, one could never truly discern the real identities of those around them, even if they were friends, teachers, or lovers. Each village's intelligence and espionage personnel are invariably elite figures within their respective communities. Yet, they exist in this tumultuous era, having chosen to leave their ancestral homes for the sake of their villages, venturing into unfamiliar territories where they must restart their lives, all while facing the constant risk of exposure that could cost them their lives. They lay roots here, gathering various pieces of information for Konoha and transmitting intelligence that in Rikan's eyes, these individuals resembled the true roots of Konoha far more than Danzo and his root organization. These people genuinely devoted their lives to the village, nourishing Konoha, the towering tree, with their very essence that in stark contrast, Danzo and his root operatives, who had vanished during times of crisis, appeared somewhat insignificant. They were the true unsung heroes of Konoha's roots. After confirming that no tales were following them, Rikan and Asuma reverted to their original appearances and rushed to the designated meeting point, where Choji and Kurenai were already waiting for news of Rikan and Asuma. As Rikan and Asuma leapt down from the trees, they reported the situation to Choji. Choji-sensei, the contact signal was accurate, and we have secured the intelligence. Choji nodded with satisfaction and addressed Rikan. The information is now in your possession. You shall be its primary protector. If a confrontation arises, I will be the main target of the enemy's assault. It is paramount to ensure the intelligence reaches the village safely. Do you comprehend my meaning, Rikan? Meeting Choji's earnest gaze, Rikan paused before nodding in understanding. He then added, Choji-sensei, during this rendezvous, the contact provided me with additional information beyond our original task. However, the contact expressed uncertainty regarding its authenticity. Given its significance, I believe we should verify it. Choji looked at Rikan with curiosity and asked, "What information?" Rikan replied, "According to the contact, there may soon be a group of ninjas from Iwagakure transporting critical military supplies through the land of grass to the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. Their target is likely Konoha. However, the contact indicated that the ninja providing this information had been gravely injured and succumbed shortly after revealing part of the intelligence. The remainder of the details was derived from recent reports about internal matters within the land of Earth. Thus, the veracity of the information remains uncertain." Choji pondered for a moment before responding. "Understood. We shall first infiltrate back into the land of fire. Upon reaching the border, I will report this matter to the commanding officer to ensure heightened vigilance. Our squad's primary task is to return the intelligence to the village. Now, if there are no further issues, we shall proceed according to the established plan and withdraw from the land of grass." "Yes, Rikan and his companions cautiously retreated towards the border of the Land of Fire, having traveled for 2 days. Although still within the confines of the Land of Grass, they were nearing the edge of the surveillance range of Konohagakure. Just as the group prepared to exhale a sigh of relief, Rikan suddenly raised his hand, halting his steps. Asuma and Kurenai followed suit, stopping beside him to the rear of the group. Choji observed and inquired, "What is it, Rikan? Have you noticed something?" Rikan replied, "Choji-sensei, the several snakes I dispatched for reconnaissance in the western direction have been eliminated. That it can be ruled out that they were preyed upon by other beasts, as the chakra flow was detected in their final transmissions, and it seems there were quite a few of them. Most importantly, this group is now very close to us, and their direction leads directly to our current position. They will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Choji made a swift decision. "Let us conceal ourselves and observe the situation before determining our next course of action." With that, Rikan and his companions vanished from sight, each maintaining a short distance apart as they masked their presence, quietly awaiting the arrival of the approaching group. Before long, several carts, seemingly loaded with heavy goods, came into view. Alongside the drivers, numerous ninjas were scattered throughout the convoy. The headbands they wore unmistakably identified them as Iwagakure ninjas. It appeared the intelligence was accurate. Iwagakure was indeed transporting something towards the border of the Land of Fire. Choji found himself in a moral quandary. If the intelligence proved true, it indicated that the cargo was likely intended for an offensive against Konoha. Yet they themselves had a mission to fulfill, and encountering this convoy would hinder their progress, as they could not ascertain whether additional forces accompanied this group. Diverting their path would only extend the time required to reach the border of the Land of Fire, diminishing the timeliness of the intelligence. Should Iwagakure launch a surprise attack during this period, the Konoha ninjas stationed at the border would undoubtedly be caught off guard, resulting in severe losses. Choji observed that the transport unit comprised approximately 20 individuals, with only one Genin at the front and rear, while the majority were Genin, accompanied by a few Nin. After exchanging glances with Rikan and the others, he noted their determined expressions, which bolstered his own resolve. That he swiftly communicated tactical gestures to Rikan and the others, outlining the strategy they would execute. Team 6 decided to launch an ambush against the Iwagakure transport unit here, aiming to destroy the supplies and completely annihilate the Iwagakure ninjas. The transport unit continued its advance towards its destination, the border of the Land of Fire. Leading the convoy was a Genin from Iwagakure named Ishii-Ikure, a robust figure whose muscular build exuded explosive strength, suggesting expertise in taijutsu. He engaged in casual conversation with 2 accompanying Sage, and the rear of the transport unit was another Genin from Iwagakure, known as Nishizumi. Compared to Ishii-Ikure, he appeared somewhat smaller in stature, yet the gleam in his eyes indicated he was no less formidable at that moment. As Nin approached Nishizumi, ingratiatingly saying, "Lord Nishizumi, why not have something to eat? At this pace, we should reach our destination in no time, and it seems this mission will be a breeze." Upon concluding his words, he extended the roasted chicken in his hand toward the figure known as Zichurin. However, Zichurin did not accept the offering from the Chunin. Instead, he addressed the Chunin, saying, "Although we have traversed more than half the distance, this is precisely when we are most prone to complacency and oversight. Go inform the Jonin Ichiro ahead to remain vigilant and observe the surroundings closely. I cannot shake off this ominous premonition." The Chunin, with a fawning tone, replied, Yes, your wisdom is indeed profound. Zichurin-san, I shall convey your message to Jonin Ishii at once." After handing the roasted chicken back to Zichurin, he hurriedly made his way to the front of the formation, where Ishii-Ichiro was engaged in a discussion with 2 other Chunins about whether they should visit a tavern after completing their mission to enjoy the company of some young ladies. The Chunin expressed Zichurin's concerns to Ishii-Ichiro. Upon hearing this, Ishii-Ichiro let out a derisive laugh. "Humph, Zichurin the Jonin is quite the cautious one. Tell him not to worry about the situation ahead. I can manage that myself. His task is to handle the aftermath." The unfortunate Chunin could only smile awkwardly, preparing once again to return to Zichurin's side, serving as a mere conduit for communication. Ishii, Ichiro, and Zichurin were not particularly well matched. The primary reason being that Ichiro found Zichuran to be excessively pretentious, making a mountain out of a molehill throughout their journey, in Ichiro's eyes. Zichuran was merely a junior who had recently been promoted to Jonin, daring to issue commands to his senior during a mission. Were it not for Zichuran's commendable older brother, he would not have the audacity to adopt such an attitude towards Ichiro. Thus, throughout this mission, Ichiro felt increasingly alienated due to Zichuran's presumption of leadership. With a smile, Ichiro remarked to the surrounding Chunins, a timid little brat should remain in the village rather than recklessly venturing out on missions. We have already covered more than half the distance, and I have yet to witness any of the situations he described. Ha ha ha. The Chunins around him echoed his laughter, one of them adding, Zichuran-sama is simply cautious. He even scolded me for killing a few snakes earlier. Truly a qualified captain. What they failed to notice, however, was that above the treetops they had traversed, 4 pairs of eyes were keenly observing their every move. Just as the Chunin who had been delivering messages had not yet returned to Zichuran, and while he was passing through the center of the formation, calamity struck. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the front of the troop, shouting, "Human cannonball!" In the next instant, an enormous figure materialized before Ichiro, who had been joking with the surrounding Chunins and was utterly unprepared. The Colossus, Dingzwa, swiftly drew Ichiro and the 2 Chunins beside him into its rapidly spinning body, battering the 3 with reckless abandon. Simultaneously, the voices of Lao Ma and Hong echoed through the middle of the formation. Fire style, ash pile burning. Jinjutsu, falling cherry blossom technique. Before the IWA ninjas could comprehend what was happening, they found themselves engulfed by a plume of superheated ash expelled from Lao Ma's mouth, the intense heat causing several IWA ninjas to writhe in agony. Moments later, the ash erupted, obliterating 2 supply carts in a violent explosion. Longjian had previously joked with Lao Ma about his smoking habit, calling him a delinquent at such a young age. Lao Ma, with an expression of knowing, took another drag from his cigarette and solemnly stated that he was merely preparing for his new ninjutsu. The IWA ninja caught in Hong's jinjutsu found himself immobilized, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Even those fortunate enough to escape Lao Ma's technique were not spared, as Hong indiscriminately hurled shurikens. Claiming their lives, Zichuran, at the rear of the formation, was the first to react. Upon witnessing Dingzwa's charge, he shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare to counter!" He then readied himself to charge forward, intending to assist Ichiro in escaping the dire situation. Just as Zichuran prepared to unleash his ninjutsu, a wave of terror washed over him as he realized he could not move his body. A thought flashed in his mind. It is a leaf ninja from a Nara clan. At that moment, Longjian's shadow had stretched down to Zichuran's feet, exerting its influence to control his body. Despite Longjian's significant increase in strength, dominating a Jonin still posed a considerable challenge. Zichuran's mind raced as he discerned that the Nara ninja shadow technique was not particularly robust. It seemed that maintaining control over him was the extent of this ninja's capability. Zichuran believed he could break free of Longjian's shadow technique in mere seconds and retaliate. A thought flickered through Zichuran's mind. Troublesome leaf ninja. I must kill you later. Thus began the struggle against Longjian's shadow mimicry technique. However, Longjian was no ordinary Nara. A few seconds were more than enough for me to kill you 1,000 times. At the instant Longjian seized control of Zichuran, 2 shadow soldiers with razor-sharp steel claws, as hard as blades, emerged from the shadows to either side of Zichuran, unhesitatingly striking at his head. Zichuran had just concluded his internal monologue, preparing to launch a counterattack against Longjian, only to find himself gazing at a headless body standing before him. Who is that? How can it stand without a head? It hurts. Oh, it's my own body. His head flew around in a circle before rolling onto the ground, and as he looked at Longjian, Zichuran's eyes widened in disbelief, flashing the final thought of his life. I was killed by such a young brat. Longjian achieved his first kill against a Jonin. At that moment, Dingzwa also completed his initial assault, having dispatched the 2 Chunins, whose souls returned to their origins, thanks to his formidable physical prowess and reflexes. Ichiro, despite sustaining injuries, barely managed to rise after enduring Dingzwa's human cannonball. They could hardly believe his eyes when he witnessed the head of Zichuan soaring through the air, slain by a leaf brat employing some unknown technique. Ichiro cursed under his breath. "Damn that little brat." Dingzwa then shouted to Longjien. "Well done, Longjien." Following this, he bellowed, "Super multiplication technique," transforming once more into a giant and launching another assault on Ichiro. Longjin observed as the remaining IWA ninjas slowly began to react, and he unleashed a frenzied attack against Asuma and Hong. Lao Ma engaged a Chunin and several Genin single-handedly, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, while Hong continued to maneuver around the perimeter. The two nearby Chunins and several Genin also began to react, forming hand seals to unleash ninjutsu against Longjien. Without hesitation, Longjien activated his Shadow Realm, summoning dozens of clawed shadow soldiers and giant shadow soldiers to charge at the remaining IWA ninjas. Upon witnessing this scene, some of the IWA ninjas stood frozen in place, a horde of bizarrely shaped black-clad ninja soldiers, with crimson eyes, outnumbered them many times over. The giant shadows charged fearlessly through the ninjutsu, surging toward them, intent on delivering a fatal blow with their clawed shadows, disregarding their own lives entirely. As Longjien led his shadow army into the midst of the IWA ninjas, they soon realized that the nightmare had only just begun. The shadow soldiers began to appear and disappear at will, causing IWA ninjas to be tripped by hands that suddenly emerged from the ground, only to be overwhelmed by a swarm of shadow soldiers and brutally slain. One of the IWA ninjas, trembling, looked at Longjien with eyes full of terror. "What power is this? He is a demon. He is not human. He summons devils." Longjien reluctantly granted this IWA ninja, who had likely lost his sanity, a swift end. How can he still curse? There was no other choice. The mental shock was overwhelming for the IWA ninjas encountering Longjian's abilities for the first time, under the relentless assault of Longjian's shadow army. Every single IWA ninja was slaughtered without exception. The lone Ichiro, barely holding on, was dealt a devastating blow by Akatsuki Dingzwa, causing his head to twist askew. Even in death, he could not comprehend how a Jonin accompanied by 3 Genin had annihilated their entire squad. Nor could he fathom the bizarre abilities of the so-called Longjien, who had so effortlessly dispatched most of his comrades despite his youth. With a sense of unwillingness, he collapsed to the ground. Having swiftly concluded their cleanup, all that needed to be destroyed had been destroyed. Longjien and his companions hastily fled the scene, for the shadowy figure in the sky had informed Longjien that a group of even more formidable foes was rapidly approaching the location where they had just engaged in battle. The 4 of them darted through the trees, making their way towards the borders of the land of fire at the quickest possible pace. Excitement radiated from the faces of Longjien and his companions. What a thrilling experience to fight and then flee. After the battle concluded, Longjian's team examined the supplies intended for transport by the Rock Ninja forces, discovering an array of essential military provisions alongside several formidable weapons. The intentions of the Rock Ninja village were now glaringly apparent. However, within the final vehicle of the convoy, they found merely 3 scrolls. The vehicle was adorned with ancient symbols, incomprehensible to the 4 members of Longjian's team, their intricate patterns seemingly sealing away something ominous. The bold character for forbidden emblazoned upon the scrolls underscored their significance. As Longjien approached the scrolls, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, a sensation both unsettling and profound. Sensing the urgency, he promptly summoned a serpent to swallow the 3 scrolls whole. Following this, he hastily rejoined Dingzwa and the others, and together they made their swift exit from the location. Not long after Longjian's team withdrew, a squad of rock ninjas arrived at the site of the recent skirmish, relentless in their pursuit. The leader, a gaunt man with a long scar etched across his face, presented a frightful visage. At that moment, the fury in the eyes of the leading rock ninja was palpable as he bellowed. 2 Jounin, 8 Chunin, and 12 Genin, and yet none could endure until our arrival. Do we truly encounter a major force from Konoha in the land of grass? At this juncture, a Chunin who had surveyed the battlefield hesitantly reported to the enraged Jounin. "Captain Jiang Chuanu, all members of the transport team have been confirmed dead, including Jounin Zishirin and Jounin Ishiichiro. Judging by the wounds, the majority were slain by bladed weapons. Even Jounin Zishirin fell with a single lethal strike, lacking any signs of battle. This suggested that the enemy's ranks may have included an exceptionally skilled swordsman, capable of taking down even Jounin Zishirin before he could react. Longjin thought to himself. He didn't fail to react. Rather, Jounin Zishirin stood there, allowing me to strike him down, proclaiming, "Grass Spirit Ma." The reporting Chunin, observing Jiangchu's increasingly dark countenance, continued. Jounin Ishiichiro and 2 other Chunin were killed by an exceptionally adept taijutsu user, while others fell victim to fire release and various other attacks. Initial estimates suggest that the enemy contingent is not large. Approximately 46 individuals. After the battle, they destroyed all their supplies and are swiftly retreating towards the land of fire. Moreover, Jiangchuan, his face darkened, uttered a single word. "Speak." The secret weapon being transported had also been seized by the enemy through unknown means. Jiangchuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his blood pressure surging as if it might explode. He could hardly bear to contemplate the implications of his secret mission. If he were to relay such news back to the village, he might as well find a corner to hide in and end it all. Through gritted teeth, Jiangchu glared at the Chunin before him, commanding, "Immediately report this situation to Lord Magu and request prompt reinforcements." Then, turning to the surrounding rock ninjas, he exclaimed, "The rest of you, follow me to pursue the enemy. They cannot have ventured far. We must reclaim our village's secret weapon." Upon finishing his command, all the rock ninjas sprang into action, hastening towards the direction from which Longjian's team had retreated. That moment, Jiangchu's mind was singularly focused on overtaking the enemy squad and recovering the stolen items. He boldly declared, "Even if a swordsman capable of slaying Jounin stands before me today, even if Konoha's White Fang arrives, I shall confront the matter directly. White Fang wields a blade. I wield a blade. Let's see if White Fang fears me. My sword is no less formidable." Yet if White Fang truly did show up, Jiang Chuanhu would dismiss it as mere folly. Meanwhile, Longjian's team continued to navigate through the forest, hastening towards the border of the Land of Fire. Several reconnaissance soldiers from Feiying were consistently relaying updates on their pursuers. Longjian was acutely aware that the enemy was closing in rapidly. Han was lagging slightly behind the others, and to ensure her safety, Dingzhou positioned himself at the rear. Longjian utilized his elevated vantage point to scout the surroundings for a suitable escape route. Suddenly, Longjian halted, altering his direction and prompting Lao Ma and the others to follow suit without hesitation. Just moments after they changed course, Jiang Chuanhu and 3 Chunin appeared at the very spot they had just vacated. In a fit of exasperation, Jiang Chuanhu spat on the ground and turned to one of his Chunin, declaring, "Continue tracking their position. We will intercept them. I refuse to believe they can maintain such luck every time." Jiang Chuanhu realized that Longjian's team was not actually faster. Rather, for some inexplicable reason, they consistently shifted direction just as he was about to catch up. Consequently, when Jiang Chuanhu decided to split his forces with another Jounin to encircle Longjian's team from different angles, Longjian's group again seemed to move as if guided by an unseen force, altering their course mere minutes before their encounter, perfectly avoiding the other Jounin's position. This was truly bewildering. Could they possibly have run into the Hyuga clan from Konoha? Jiang Chuanhu pondered to himself. The intervals between Longjian's directional changes were growing shorter, indicating that the rock ninjas were gradually closing in on them. Longjian's expression grew increasingly grave. The enemy's speed and numerical superiority posed a significant threat, and being encircled would spell disaster. To the rear, Dingzhou noticed Longjian's demeanor and inquired, "What is the situation, Longjian?" Longjian replied swiftly, "It's not looking good. The enemy outnumbers us and is faster. I'm formulating a plan to break free from their encirclement." Dingzhou nodded silently, observing the increasingly fatigued Hong and the struggling Lao Ma. He resolved to take action. "Longjian, do you remember what I told you? Delivering the mission intel back to Konoha is our top priority." Upon hearing Dingzhuo's resolute tone, Longjian began to understand. Before he could respond, Dingzhou interjected, "Look for a weakness in their encirclement. I will do everything in my power to delay the enemy and cover your escape. We cannot continue like this. Our speed is insufficient, and we will inevitably be caught. Asuma, witnessing the exchange, called out loudly to Dingswa, "Teacher Dingswa, if anyone should remain behind, it should be me. You are the strongest. Take Hong and escape." Hong, aware of her slower pace, felt guilt wash over her, realizing that her speed was the reason her teacher and teammates might need to sacrifice themselves for her escape. This was not the conduct of a strong kunoichi. With determination, Hong raised her chin and insisted, "Teacher Dingswa, let me stay behind." Dingswa retorted sharply, "Silence. Foolish students, it is my duty as your teacher to protect you. Your skills are insufficient to make a meaningful stand. Long Jian will lead. You must heed his commands." Dingswa had resolutely prepared himself to cover for his students. He was not only their teacher, but also their senior, and safeguarding the future of Konoha was his solemn responsibility. Suddenly, Long Jian halted, looking up with a wry smile at the panting, fierce-faced Jiang Chuanhu before him. "Teacher Dingswa, there's no need to argue. It appears we shall need to hold the rear together." As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of ninjas adorned with rock ninja headbands emerged around Long Jian, their faces filled with murderous intent as they positioned themselves in the trees, effectively surrounding Team 6. Long Jian began to surreptitiously observe the surrounding situation. The squad of rock ninjas that had them surrounded numbered approximately twice that of the previous transport unit, and their strength was evidently superior. Among them were 4 high-ranking ninjas, over 10 mid-ranking ninjas, and the remainder were low-ranking. Importantly, the main reason Long Jian and his companions had achieved such remarkable results earlier was that they had taken advantage of a surprise attack. Long Jian had directly eliminated one of the opposing high-ranking ninjas with his abilities, while Dingswa had also successfully ambushed another high-ranking ninja, severely injuring him and dispatching 2 mid-ranking ninjas. This time, however, they were directly facing an enemy force that was about 10 times their number. Just moments before their escape, Long Jian had been utilizing the shadow soldiers to scout the movements of the rock ninjas. However, as the distance gradually closed, the airborne shadow soldiers were ultimately detected by the rock ninjas. Several high-ranking ninjas acted in unison to eliminate Long Jian's shadow soldiers. When Long Jian summoned new shadow soldiers to attempt the same tactic, the encirclement by the rock ninjas had already solidified. Jiang Chuanhu gazed at the 4 before him, an involuntary expression of disbelief flickering in his eyes. Had he not been tailing Long Jian and his trio since arriving at the battlefield and confirmed that they had not split up, he might have suspected that other ninjas were lurking in the shadows, poised to annihilate them all. Where was the so-called master of swordsmanship? Just this one fat man and 3 little brats. How could such a configuration have taken down our transport unit? Had they been this bold before? Jiang Chuanhu stared at Long Jian and his companions, the scars on his face contorting into a savage grin. "Ninjas of Konoha, a fat pig, and 3 children dare to strike at our transport unit? You truly underestimate us. Hand over what you just obtained, and I might consider granting you a swift death." The 4 exchanged glances, reaffirming the significance of the scrolls they possessed. Dingswa then shouted at Jiang Chuanhu, "What does the rock village intend? Are you declaring war on Konoha?" Jiang Chuanhu and the surrounding rock ninjas erupted into laughter upon hearing this, with Jiang Chuanhu disdainfully replying, "You truly are a fat pig claiming to be a high-ranking ninja of Konoha, asking such a childish question that we are merely executing a mission. Eliminating ninjas from other villages is perfectly routine. Moreover, if war breaks out, it is you Konoha who should be fearful, not us rock ninjas." At that moment, beneath Long Jian's feet, a slender shadow crept toward Jiang Chuanhu, and Long Jian and his companions understood that the rock ninjas had no intention of allowing them to leave alive. They certainly would not sit idly by. Dingswa's and Jiang Chuanhu's words were merely to divert their attention, providing cover for Long Jian's clandestine actions. They hoped to seize an opportunity to inflict a significant loss on the rock ninjas. Just as Long Jian's shadow was about to reach Jiang Chuanhu's feet, a high-ranking ninja perched in a tree suddenly shouted, "Watch your feet, Jiang Chuanhu." That ninja quickly hurled several shurikens toward Long Jian. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Long Jian's eyes as he formed hand seals and shouted inwardly, "Shadow, spike technique, The shadow extending toward Jiang Chunu's feet suddenly erupted into numerous sharp spikes. Attacking Jiang Chunu, reacting swiftly to his teammates' warning, Jiang Chunhu evaded his previous position in an instant. However, the surrounding rock ninjas were not so fortunate. Some mid-ranking ninjas managed to dodge just in time, while others suffered injuries to their lower bodies. As for the low-ranking ninjas, they were directly slain by Long Jian's shadow spike technique. Almost simultaneously, Dingzhou charged forth, launching an assault on Jiang Chuanhu and his companions. A furious roar rang out. I despise being called a fat pig. Multiplication technique, meatball tank. Dingzhou transformed back into his plus mode, retracting his head and limbs, spinning wildly. His powerful attack instantly shattered the formation of the rock ninjas, with Jiang Chuanhu becoming the primary target of the onslaught. Asma, standing beside Long Jian, drew his chakra blade, moving to shield Long Jian while deflecting the shurikens fired by the opposing high-ranking ninja. Just as the rock ninja was preparing to take further action and begin forming seals to unleash ninjutsu, Hong, crouched on the ground, called out, "Jinjutsu, 3 illusions of Sakura." The rock ninja, caught in the Jinjutsu, suddenly beheld a multitude of beautiful petals before becoming momentarily entranced. In those fleeting seconds, the shadow soldiers hidden in the darkness had arrived before the high-ranking ninja, raising their claws without hesitation to strike. Another high-ranking rock ninja reacted swiftly, forming seals and slamming his hands onto the ground, shouting, "Earth release, Earth rock return," just as the high-ranking ninja, ensnared by Hong's Jinjutsu, was about to be dismembered by the shadow soldiers. A large stone slab erupted from the ground, lifting him just in time. The high-ranking ninja then dispelled the Jinjutsu, causing several of the shadow soldiers' attacks to miss. However, one particularly agile soldier seized the opportunity and, while the Jinjutsu-ensnared ninja was still disoriented, managed to sever his right foot with a claw. The rock ninja, having dispelled the Jinjutsu, suddenly felt an intense pain surge through his right foot, letting out a howl of agony. "Ah, my foot!" In an instant, the battle erupted. The remaining shadow soldiers launched their assaults upon the surrounding rock ninjas, while the night bats in the sky began firing concentrated light waves at the ground ninjas. The alerted rock ninjas retaliated against the shadowy forces that had seemingly emerged from nowhere. A high-ranking rock ninja, having just released his ninjutsu, swiftly dispatched a shadow soldier that had attacked him with a kunai, then immediately turned to form seals, firing an earth spear into the sky, eliminating several airborne shadow soldiers that could not evade in time. Inwardly, he marveled. Is this the ability of that little brat? How bizarre to approach us without detection. Is this a new secret technique? Or perhaps a bloodline limit? No, he must be eliminated here. With this thought, he dodged the attack from the remaining shadow soldiers and charged toward Long Jian. While other rock ninjas also launched their assaults against Long Jian and his companions, they could see that moment. Long Jian stood protectively in front of the already exhausted Hong, unleashing his shadow domain. The shadows beneath him gradually spread, and from within, various shadow soldiers emerged, encircling Long Jian and his companions in the center. Long Jian looked at Hong, who was crouched on the ground, drenched in sweat, and asked, "How are you, Hong? Can you still fight?" Hong struggled to rise, smiling at Long Jian. "Don't worry about me. Long Jian, that I can still manage it. I just exhausted quite a bit of energy using Jinjutsu on that high-ranking ninja. You should go help the others." Long Jian smiled non-committally. "Don't be foolish, Hong, that we are partners. Besides, taking out an enemy high-ranking ninja is a significant achievement for you." After saying this, he left several giant shadow soldiers and shadow soldiers to charge toward the high-ranking rock ninja. Meanwhile, the old man Ma evaded the enemy's ninjutsu and shuriken attacks, enchanting his chakra blade with magic, spinning and weaving through the chaos while continuously shouting whirlwind fist, attacking the opposing rock ninjas. The summoned shadow soldiers eagerly sought their prey, exclaiming in unison, "You think you have more people? I can't even hear what you're shouting." The battle on Dingzhua's front had also escalated into a fierce clash, punctuated by explosive sounds and the activation of various ninjutsu, the conflict raging with intensity. Jiang Chunu, capable of becoming the captain of this rock ninja squad, naturally possessed formidable strength. Coupled with another high-ranking ninja support and the majority of mid-ranking rock ninjas concentrated in this area, They aimed to swiftly eliminate Dingzhua, the most troublesome high-ranking foe. The other two high-ranking ninjas led the remaining rock ninjas, sufficient to handle the three little brats. For the moment, Dingzhua found himself in a position of suppression. At that moment, Long Jian was engaged in close combat with the charging rock ninja, strenuously fending off the onslaught. Suddenly, a voice filled with hatred echoed. "Die, you little brat. Earth release, earth spike." Before him stood the upper ninja, whose right foot had just been severed by the shadowy soldier, glaring at Long Jian with eyes full of animosity, ready to weave hand signs to unleash ninjutsu. The right leg bore a freshly treated wound. With a makeshift prosthetic fashioned from Earth-style ninjutsu, in that fleeting moment, Long Jian found himself unable to focus on anything but the chaos around him. Asuma was also besieged by 2 or 3 middle ninjas, a gruesome wound visible on his arm, leaving him struggling to fend them off, utterly oblivious to the danger surrounding him. Hong was engaged with the rock ninjas, her pale visage becoming even more pronounced. The scales of battle tilted sharply in favor of the rock ninjas. The ground beneath Long Jian was suddenly covered by massive stone spikes, while the rock ninja, engaged in close combat with him, used the rebound force to propel himself out of the range of the ninjutsu, leaving Long Jian feeling a chill run through him. Alongside him, the shadow soldiers collaborating to attack the rock ninja were swiftly annihilated. Asuma and Hong noticed the dire situation and exclaimed, "Long Jian." However, they soon observed that the body of Long Jian, once impaled on the spikes, was gradually transforming to the color of earth, slowly flowing downwards. It was, in fact, a substitution technique. Uncle Snake proclaimed a life-saving jutsu. "Thanks to me." Asuma and Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Long Jian appeared right before the footless upper ninja, hand signs forming as he extended his right hand. Invoking the serpent's shadow, numerous colossal snakes surged forth from Long Jian's hand, ensnaring the limbs of the upper ninja. While others lunged with gaping maws towards his vital points, the upper ninja, realizing his attack had missed, quickly attempted to evade, yet hindered by a severed foot, his speed faltered. Before he could unleash his ninjutsu, he found himself entangled by the great serpents. Just then, another upper ninja dashed behind Long Jian, swiftly weaving hand signs, earth-style, rock pillar spear. A sharp spike erupted beneath Long Jian's feet, hurtling towards him. It was a tactical maneuver to rescue the besieged. In that moment, Long Jian was merciless, disregarding the peril below, directing the serpents to continue their assault on the footless upper ninja. Concurrently, under the cover of shadows, the footless upper ninja felt several ghostly hands grasping his legs, rendering him immobile. Looking down in horror, he saw several blue hands emerging from the darkness, firmly gripping him. With no other option, he steadied his mind and hastily completed his hand signs the very last moment. He unleashed his ninjutsu, earth-style, hardening technique. The upper ninja's body hardened to a degree surpassing that of rock, rendering the snake's bites futile. Just as Long Jian's body was about to be impaled once more, a colossal shadow soldier emerged from the darkness below him, lifting Long Jian above its head, absorbing the impact with its immense form that it soon dissipated, dissolving into shadows. Long Jian rolled onto a nearby patch of ground, his gaze fixed intently on the two upper ninjas. He began to calculate. Given his current capabilities, facing a single rock ninja upper was already taxing, let alone two that, although one was injured, the upper ninja still commanded formidable prowess. If all else failed, he would be forced to reveal the presence of Generals Nika and Samo. While explaining would be cumbersome, survival was paramount. Moreover, both Old Ma and Hong were not faring well. Old Ma, though still holding on, had sustained multiple injuries and was clearly at a disadvantage. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Resolute determination flashed in Long Jian's eyes as he prepared to summon Generals Nika and Samo to eliminate the two rock ninja upper. The two upper ninjas, sensing an opportunity, swiftly initiated their own assault, flanking Long Jian from both sides. Both understood that this young prodigy from Konoha was exceptionally gifted, possessing such strength at a tender age. Coupled with his enigmatic abilities, if he were not eliminated now, He would undoubtedly become a grave threat to the rock ninja village in the future. No, he would pose a menace to all villages outside of Konoha. Eliminating Long Jian would be a service to the ninja world. Furthermore, from the techniques employed by this Konoha youth, they discerned that he was not only a special ninja of the Nara clan, but also had an unusual connection with one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru, showcasing techniques reminiscent of the Sannin style. Suspected to be a disciple of the infamous Orochimaru, their resolve to eliminate Long Jian intensified, as Long Jian readied to summon Generals Nija and Seimo to confront the imminent threat. A resounding voice erupted from behind the two upper ninjas executing their flanking maneuver. Meatball Needle Battle Car. The enormous Dingsoa transformed from a colossal meatball, its body entwined with kunai-strung ropes, while its hair hardened into needle-like protrusions, spinning rapidly towards the two upper ninjas confronting Long Jian. The rock ninja upper swiftly dodged, redirecting their ninjutsu towards the spinning Dingso. The footless upper ninja conjured multiple earthen walls to shield himself in the impending assault, while the other upper ninja commanded a rocky river to attack the rapidly rotating Dingso. Dingso deftly maneuvered past Long Jian, charging directly towards Asuma, dispatching two middle ninjas who were grappling with him before returning to his original size. Long Jian quickly rushed to Dingsoa's side, with Hong arriving under the protection of the shadow soldiers. Dingsoa bore numerous wounds, trembling from the evident toll of a fierce battle. Just then, Jiang Chuanhu and another rock ninja, upper, having dealt with the remaining middle ninjas, returned to the battlefield. Jiang Chuanhu was also adorned with various injuries, though not as severe as Dingsoa's. The other rock ninja, upper, resembled a smaller version of Dingso. Clearly a ninja adept in defense and hand-to-hand combat, indicating a prolonged melee between them. This rock ninja upper bore wounds far more grievous than Dingso, his right arm bent at an unnatural angle, hanging limply from his shoulder, clearly broken from immense force. In that moment, Dingso noticed the situation of Long Jian and his companions. Although anxious, he knew he could not delay any longer. The rock ninjas were proficient in earth-style ninjutsu, which primarily revolved around physical techniques, with defense and ninjutsu as secondary support. Dingsoa's attack style dictated that he would be locked in a protracted struggle against the two upper ninjas and the surrounding middle ninjas. However, upon engaging, Dingsoa quickly recognized Jiang Chuanhu's formidable strength. He excelled in earth-style attacking ninjutsu, employing a plethora of offensive techniques. The other robust rock ninja, upper, exhibited astounding defensive capabilities, managing to withstand Dingsoa's full-powered punch after utilizing the multiplication technique. This combination of offense and defense, along with the support of the surrounding middle ninjas, plunged Dingsoa into a bitter struggle as Long Jian faced the dual onslaught of the upper ninjas for the first time. Dingsoa realized he could no longer afford to delay. If this continued, Long Jian and his companions would surely be overwhelmed and perish at the hands of the enemy ninjas. Yet, finding a solution would not be simple. Without hesitation, Dingsoa retrieved a box containing his family's secret medicine, revealing 3 distinctly colored pills nestled within. Grabbing the green spinach pill, he promptly tossed it into his mouth. Jiang Chuanhu, noticing Dingsoa's actions, hurriedly formed hand signs, intent on halting him. His instincts told him that the pill could alter the tide of battle, but it was already too late. Upon consuming the spinach pill, Dingsoa's strength and speed surged to 3 times their limit, allowing him to evade Jiang Chuanhu's ninjutsu attack and charge headlong at the imposing rock ninja, delivering a thunderous punch. The moment his fist struck, a faint sonic boom echoed through the air. The sturdy rock ninja barely managed to raise his fist in defense, only to be sent hurtling away by Dingsoa's blow, crashing through several trees before coming to a halt. His right hand was shattered into multiple fragments, some protruding grotesquely from his arm. Dingso glanced at Long Jian and the others, rapidly stating, "Wait, I will consume the Akimichi clan's secret medicine next. It will grant me a tremendous boost in strength, but the side effect is that I will be left utterly weakened for a time. Once I finish consuming the secret medicine, Long Jian, you will lead Asuma and Hong to deal with the remaining rock shinobi outside the periphery, remaining ever ready to retreat. The battle at the center, involving the Jonin and other ninjas, will be entrusted to me. After speaking, Dingzhou once again retrieved the box containing the secret medicine from his bosom. He opened it and took out a yellow curry pill, glancing at it before addressing Longjian. Remember, once the battle concludes, you must evacuate swiftly if I find myself in a dire struggle. Dingzhou paused. I will consume the last red chili pill. After that, you will assume the role of the new squad leader, promptly leading Asuma and Hong to retreat back to the borders of the land of fire. Oh, you understand? Longjian. Observing Dingzhuo's earnest gaze, Longjian resolutely nodded, silently resolving to ensure that his teacher would not consume the red chili pill. For Longjian understood that to do so would signify death. Dingzhou nodded in satisfaction and without hesitation tossed the yellow curry pill into his mouth. Soon, wisps of steam began to emanate around Dingzhuo's body, and his aura steadily climbed, gradually reaching a zenith. Witnessing Dingzhou ingest another colored secret medicine, Jiangchuan's expression shifted slightly. Just moments ago, when Dingzhou attacked the muscular Jonin beside him, Jiangchuan realized that this secret medicine could greatly enhance Dingzhuo's overall strength. Whether it be speed, power, or reflexes, they had surged nearly 3 to 4 times. Though the color of this secret medicine differed, Jiangchuan understood that its effects would be comparably significant, all aimed at forcibly augmenting one's prowess. Jiangchuan warned the surrounding rock shinobi, "Be cautious of the fat pig opposite us. That fellow has consumed a medicine that significantly boosts his abilities. Avoid direct confrontation and prioritize defense. Let us wait until the effects of his medicine wane before we strike." Jiangchuan was certain that the side effects of such a medicine that instantaneously amplifies one's strength would indeed be severe once its effects wore off, as long as they could endure until Dingzhuo's enhancements faded. Victory would ultimately belong to them. That it must be said that Jiangchuan's judgment was not flawed. The side effects of the family's secret medicine Dingzhou consumed were indeed considerable, enough to render him completely defenseless. But the critical factor remained. Could they hold on until the effects of Dingzhuo's medicine dissipated? Feeling the potency of the medicine coursing through him, Dingzhou lifted his gaze toward the gathered rock shinobi, coldly declaring, "I have repeatedly stated that I detest being called fat pig." With that, he vanished from his position in an instant, moving with such speed that Longjian could scarcely keep pace with his eyes. Longjian could not help but marvel. Is this truly the effect of the Akimichi family's secret medicine? It is indeed a method that drains one's physical energy and vitality to gain immense power. In a heartbeat, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted from defense to offense. Dingzhou suddenly appeared before the Jonin with a severed leg, channeling his strength into a single punch, the surrounding air once again torn apart by the force of his fist. The nearby rock shinobi reacted swiftly, forming hand seals to assist their injured comrade in escaping peril. Jiangchuan shouted, "Do not confront him directly. Evade." Yet it was too late, for the injured Jonin had already completed his seals and bellowed. Earth release, hardening technique. Dingzhuo's fist collided with the head of the Jonin who had invoked the hardening technique, unleashing a powerful shockwave. However, the hardening technique only managed to stall Dingzhou for a second or two. The Jonin's head was obliterated in an instant, debris scattering in all directions. Watching the incapacitated Jonin fall, Jiangchuan cursed under his breath, astonished that Dingzhuo's power and speed had once again surged compared to the first time he consumed the secret medicine. The remaining rock shinobi began unleashing their jutsu in a coordinated attack against Dingzhou. Yet Dingzhou vanished once more, evading their techniques with ease. Jiangchuan decisively ordered the remaining rock shinobi, utilize jutsu that can alter the terrain to restrain his speed. "Let us trap him. This fellow cannot sustain this state for long." Upon hearing their leader's command, the surrounding rock shinobi swiftly began forming hand seals, unleashing a myriad of earth release techniques, while the remaining 3 Jonin demonstrated their prowess. Earth release, cracking earth technique. Earth release, ground shaker. Earth release, mud flow river. What was once a forested battleground was swiftly transformed into a mire of flowing mud, gaping fissures, and towering rocky outcrops. Dingzhou appeared atop a tree. Surveying the rock shinobi from a lofty vantage point, coldly, he uttered to Jiangchuan, "Now, it is time to conclude this." Following this, Dingzhou formed a hand seal and shouted, "Super multiplication technique." A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area. And in an instant, a version of Dingzhua, tenfold larger than the typical result of the standard multiplication technique, materialized before the stunned onlookers. Long Jian gazed at the newly landed Dingzhua, whose weight collapsed several small hills, and marveled, "He is nearly the size of a tailed beast. Is this not a pure, human-shaped tailed beast?" The colossal Dingzhua then gazed down at the rock shinobi, who appeared like ants beneath him, and with immense force, he thrust his hands downward. Super push technique. With the enhancement from the secret medicine and his sheer size, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Dingzhua's taijutsu rendered the lower-ranking rock shinobi completely immobile. Some of the Chunin had already slumped to the ground, having lost their will to fight, staring blankly at the descending giant hand, awaiting their inevitable demise. Jiang Chunhu and the other two Jonin shouted, "Flee from the range of this technique," as they scrambled to escape the colossal hand descending upon them. Long Jian, witnessing the awe-inspiring scene before him, could only think of a technique that descended from the heavens. Boom! As Dingzhua's massive hand struck down, the resulting shockwave nearly swept Long Jian and the others away, uprooting trees and displacing rocky formations in the vicinity. The fate of the rock shinobi caught in this attack was all but sealed. Meanwhile, the traveling Magia suddenly caught sight of a giant, mountain-like figure in the distance. Following this, a massive dust cloud erupted, trees were sent flying, and several small hills were obliterated. Moments later, Magia heard the tremendous roar of battle erupting. Without a doubt, an intense confrontation was underway that Magia's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Just prior, after receiving a message from a Chunin sent by Jiang Chuanu seeking assistance, Magia had thought Jiang Chuanu was somewhat overreacting. A squad of 4 to 6 had mobilized 40 men, yet still required his presence to assist. However, he speculated that the opposing force was formidable, for otherwise they would not have so effortlessly annihilated their transport unit. Magia contemplated this as he resolved to lead his teammates, Dashi and another Jonin named Nakamura Takumi, to support Jiang Chuanu. His primary objective was to ensure that their cargo would not be lost and could be recovered promptly. And for another reason, he needed to confirm that the ninja responsible for killing Zizaran would also meet his end in the land of grass. Zizaran was the brother of his comrade. Dongshiren, as Magia called for Dashi to set off, he stated, "A certain individual has slain Dongshiren's brother. Let us ensure that he, too, perishes in the land of grass, avenging Dongshiren." Dashi silently nodded in agreement, getting up to accompany Magia. It was a pity, he thought, that they would likely not be able to take action themselves. By the time they arrived, they would probably only witness the aftermath of that person's demise. Magia shared his thoughts, while Dashi remained silent, quietly following behind. Soon, Magia, Dashi, and Nakamura Takumi set off to assess the situation of Jiang Chuanhu and his team. However, before they could reach the battleground, they were met with the shocking spectacle that would forever alter their understanding of their enemy's strength. Just moments ago, the sentiment that Jiang Chuanhu was making a mountain out of a molehill dissipated like mist. The trio, led by the leech, hastened their pace, swiftly advancing towards the site of the recent battle. Accompanied by the formidable Daishur and Nakamura Takumi, they pressed on, driven by the distant, thunderous echoes of explosions, until they finally arrived at the scene of the fierce conflict. What greeted their eyes was a sight that filled them with profound shock. The ground was littered with the corpses of rock ninjas, and the surrounding terrain had been irrevocably altered by ninja to the very heart of the battle lay a vast chasm, where numerous rock ninjas had perished, their bodies so mangled that they were indistinguishable from one another, as if crushed by an overwhelming force. Even Daishur, who was typically reserved, was stunned into asking, "Did all this happen because of that ninja from earlier?" With a grave expression, the leech observed Jiang Chuanhu's lifeless body at the edge of the pit. A gaping wound marred the chest. With blood already beginning to congeal, the body bore various gashes inflicted by sharp blades. The eyes wide open in a final expression of horror, as if frozen in a moment of sheer disbelief. Scattered around the periphery of the battlefield were a few fallen rock ninja subordinates, similarly slain by unknown bladed weapons, some missing limbs. The wounds appeared as if they had been made by the claws of a ferocious beast, yet they were far sharper than any beast's talons. The gruesome scene spoke volumes about the perilous nature of this confrontation. Taking a deep breath, The leech inhaled the metallic tang of blood in the air, only to discover something even more astonishing. The area was filled exclusively with the bodies of rock ninjas, with not a single enemy corpse in sight. This indicated that the enemy squad had engaged in a brutal clash with Jiang Chuanhu's rock ninja forces, despite Jiang Chuanhu's overwhelming numerical superiority, nearly a tenfold advantage. His forces had been utterly annihilated. While the enemy had not lost a single member, a fierce glint flickered in the leech's eyes as he turned to Daishur and Nakamura Takumi, declaring, "We must retrieve the village's belongings at all costs." Takumi attempt to locate their current position. Judging by the bloodstains, the battle seems to have recently concluded, so they can't have gotten far. Prepare to pursue them. Takumi nodded in response, commencing the use of the specialized tracking techniques unique to the Rock Ninja village. Among the Rock Ninja elite, Takumi's sensory abilities were commendable, allowing him to consistently track enemy movements during combat. The leech had initially chosen to bring Takumi along merely for convenience on their journey, unaware that his abilities would prove invaluable at this juncture. Moreover, the leech believed that despite the enemy squad's impressive feats, they must have incurred significant costs. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to flee when discovered by Jiang Chuanhu and his team. After 2 battles, their resources would undoubtedly be depleted, and they might even be severely injured. Even if they had not been eliminated, they would be on their last legs, as the leech shared his insights with the others. Takumi suddenly raised his head, pointing in a specific direction, exclaiming, "I found them! Over there!" Without delay, the trio set off in pursuit of the direction where Long Jian and his group had departed at that moment. Long Jian was hastily making his way toward the land of fire, carrying the incapacitated Dingzhua, whose body had grown limp and unresponsive. Above them, several shadowy figures of night bats scouted the surroundings. Ryoma's injured arm had been hastily bandaged. Yet he had clearly lost his fighting capability for the time being. Although Hong bore no visible wounds, the continuous high-intensity combat had rendered her already pale complexion even more ashen, betraying signs of exhaustion. Ultimately, Long Jian was the sole member of Team 6 still capable of combat. However, his own stamina had been significantly taxed. From the very first battle until now, he had consistently summoned the Shadowy Legion. Combat, ambush, reconnaissance, and erasure of traces all bore the mark of the Shadow Legion's contributions. The leech's assessment was indeed correct. Although Team 6 had achieved remarkable results thanks to Dingzhua's secret medicine, the potent side effects had rendered Dingzhua unconscious, and he had yet to awaken. Presently, the only combat-capable member of Team 6 was Long Jian, with Ryoma and Hong barely counting as half a person combined at that moment. The aerial shadow soldiers relayed grim news to Long Jian. 3 ninjas were rapidly approaching their position. Long Jian cursed under his breath. "Damn it, did we steal the records of Tsuchikage spying on a beauty bathing or something? Why send so many people after us? When will this end?" With that thought, he began to continuously alter the group's escape route alongside Asuma and Hong. Upon noticing Longjian's change in retreat strategy, Asuma quickly deduced the situation, and he anxiously inquired, "Longjian, is there another enemy on our tail?" "How many are there?" Longjian nodded, responding, "Currently, there are 3, but I can't ascertain if more will join." Asuma fell silent at Longjian's answer. Ryoma understood that their current retreat speed was slower than before, not only due to the unconscious Dingzhua. He himself was injured, and Hong was fatigued. Their combined pace could not match their earlier speed. If an enemy were to pursue them, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Observing Longjian's vigilant gaze scanning their surroundings, Ryoma resolved to take action for Team 6. However, Longjian seemed to read Asuma's thoughts and said firmly, "Listen, Asuma, I'm the squad leader now. You will follow my orders. No acting on your own. Come help me. I found a concealed cave." Ryoma was taken aback, but silently moved forward to assist Longjian in carrying Dingzhua into the cave. Once inside, Longjian looked at the panting Hong and the bruised Ryoma, calmly stating, "You should hide here. I will draw the enemy away and find an opportunity to escape, then return to the land of fire from another direction." Upon hearing this, Ryoma was about to protest Longjian's plan. But Longjian interrupted, "Enough, Ryoma. I know what you're going to say that I in this situation. Your presence would not be beneficial. The 3 pursuing ninjas are fast, and one likely possesses special tracking techniques that I can't shake them off. Sending you and Hong in your current state would be tantamount to delivering you to them. It's better for me to go alone so that my speed won't be hindered. Ryoma bowed his head in anguish, trying to hide his tears from Long Jian, while Hong's own tears flowed freely. To no moment in their lives had they ever yearned for power more than they did now. Observing their distress, Long Jian softened his tone, saying, "Calm down. I'm not going to my death. Why act like this? I still have a trump card up my sleeve." After hearing this, Asuma felt that Long Jian was merely trying to comfort them. He stood up resolutely, declaring, "I'm going with you." Hong chimed in, her voice trembling, "Aren't we partners? How can we let you face this alone?" Long Jian shouted, "Be quiet. Don't forget we have a mission. Asuma, I officially appoint you as the new squad leader. After I go out, wait about 1 or 2 hours, then take the unconscious Dingzhua and Hong, and quietly leave here to return to the Land of Fire." With that, he handed Asuma the intelligence scroll they were tasked with retrieving. Continuing, "This is the information we need to bring back to the village. You are now responsible for its safety. Do you understand?" Asuma numbly accepted the scroll, gritting his teeth and nodding in agreement. Long Jian nodded in satisfaction, patting Ryoma's shoulder lightly, adding, "Trust me, I still have a trump card left. And remember, don't set any flags like if we return to the village, then this will happen. I'm quite superstitious about such things." He then turned to Hong, saying, "You too? Honda, don't think you can sneakily set a flag just because you're a cute girl. Be careful, or I won't hesitate to give you a good thrashing." Having spoken, Long Jian elegantly waved his hand and popped a military ration pill into his mouth before resolutely stepping out of the cave. At this moment, he felt remarkably dashing, while Asuma and Hong silently prayed in their hearts for his safe return. Long Jian, they thought, why are you tempting fate like this? Meanwhile, the trio of Magia relentlessly pursued Long Jian and his companions. Nakamura Takuya observed that Long Jian and the others had suddenly accelerated, their route becoming increasingly unpredictable, leading him to suspect that they might be fleeing in a panic. Nevertheless, despite this, the four of them darted away towards the northeast like slippery eels. After a protracted chase, Magia finally caught sight of Long Jian and his companions ahead. 4 figures, 1 stout and 3 small, fleeing at great speed. Magia cursed under his breath. What the hell? How could such a ragtag group have annihilated our 2 squads? He began to suspect that this small team was merely a decoy set by the enemy, while the real forces had long since retreated. Casting a dubious glance at Nakamura Takuya, though bewildered, understood as a user of secret techniques that they had been pursuing these very individuals all along. Had they been mistaken from the outset? Doubt began to creep into Nakamura Takuya's mind. At that moment, the usually silent Daisher spoke up, saying, "It's definitely them. They must have been present during the recent battle. I sense the aura of our slain comrades on them." Upon hearing this, Magia had no choice but to believe him. He knew that Daisher never spoke without cause and never uttered falsehoods. Daisher was highly skilled in a secret art known as camouflage technique, allowing him to render his body transparent and conceal his presence from foes, enabling him to strike from their blind spots and inflict devastating damage. This made him particularly sensitive to colors and auras. Daisher had detected an overwhelming scent of blood and the essence of deceased rock ninja emanating from both the small figure at the front and the stout one at the rear of the group. Identical to what he sensed at the battle site, in a sudden burst of speed, Magia surged forward. Now that the enemy was within sight, it would be manageable as a ninja proficient in swordsmanship. Magia's speed was remarkable. Coupled with his and Daisher's cautious nature, he instinctively prepared to leverage his speed advantage to launch a probing attack on the stout figure at the back. After all, that stout individual was the only Jonin from Konoha in their midst. Once he gauged his strength, Magia planned to eliminate this Jonin alongside Daisher. The remaining 3 small figures posed little threat, especially with another Jonin, Nakamura Takuya, on their side. With this thought, Magia's hands swiftly formed seals, unleashing his adept shadow clone technique. Point 2 clones split off, 1 to the left and 1 to the right, advancing towards the stout figure at the rear. Meanwhile, Magia gripped his ninja blade tightly and instructed Daisher and Nakamura Takuya. "Daisher, wait for the right moment to help me take down that stout one. Takuya, deal with those 3 small ones." Don't let them escape. Daisher and Nakamura Takuya nodded in agreement. Majia's main body maintained a clever distance from the fleeing quartet of Longjien that he could quickly launch an attack or retreat to defend alongside his teammates. The two shadow clones gradually approached the stout figure at the rear. In an instant, both clones drew their blades and struck at the stout figure. The stout figure whirled around, raising his hands to block the assault with a long-lost technique, catching a blade with bare hands. Alas, he had only two hands, while there were two blades coming at him. Even more unfortunate, he failed to catch either. The sharp ninja blades pierced into the stout figure's neck and abdomen. Suddenly, Magia sensed something amiss. The four Konoha ninjas, having endured two brutal battles, bore visible injuries yet displayed no signs of having sustained any real wounds. They were still capable of running and jumping. Something was decidedly off, 12 times off. As Magia watched the stout figure he had just slain dissolve into a puddle of mud on the ground, his suspicion solidified. Magia cursed. Damn it, we've been tricked. At that moment, Nakamura Takuya had already circled to Longjian's front, while Daisher had positioned himself alongside Longjian, forming a triangular encirclement with Asuma and Hong. The stout figure recently dispatched by Magia's clone was, in fact, Longjian's Earth clone. Longjian had cleverly stripped the clothes off the stout figure. Asuma and Hong in the cave, dressing his Earth clone in them. Longjian, unsure of how the pursuing rock ninja had tracked them down, had taken the precaution of disguising them in black shadow ninja attire. It turned out that whether through scent or blood, Longjian had made the right gamble, successfully leading Magia and his companions in the opposite direction. Magia gazed at the remnants of old Ma and Hong, which were gradually turning to mud, then turned his attention to Longjian, now surrounded by his trio, but he couldn't help but express his admiration. Konoha's little brat, I must concede that you have successfully deceived me and my teammates, achieving your goal of diverting us. Frankly, I'm beginning to respect you. To possess such audacity and cunning at your age is commendable. With that, Magia unsheathed his ninja blade, pointing it at Longjian. But alas, you shall still die here. I doubt you will reveal the direction your comrades fled. Do not think of resisting. I will grant you a swift end. Longjian regarded Magia and his companions, silently calculating. 3 Jonin, they certainly think highly of me. Observing Longjian's silence, Magia signaled Daisher and Nakamura Takuya to prepare for a joint strike, ensuring a swift kill. Magia understood the principle that even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, this little brat might have blood on his hands from their fallen comrades. He could not afford to let this slip. Crouching to gather his strength, Magia addressed Longjian. Little brat, I find your choices admirable under these circumstances. You are undoubtedly a fine teammate. However, your fate is sealed. State your name, and remember, you shall perish at the hands of Rock Ninja Magia. Longjian, taken aback by Magia's words, suddenly felt a flicker of recognition. That name, wasn't it the Jonin from the Shinobi World War? The very same who had wounded Kakashi, now a Jonin, and whose actions had led to Obito's demise. A daring thought crossed Longjian's mind. If I eliminate this guy here, could the outcome of the battle at the Kanabi Bridge be altered? With a smile, Longjian replied, You've never heard the saying, villains die from their own monologues, have you? And remember my name, Nara Longjian. I am the one who will bring your end. Magia's expression turned icy, his tone sharper. What an insufferable little brat. With that, he transformed into a blur, charging toward Longjian alongside his 2 shadow clones. As Magia made his move, Daisher's form began to fade, merging with the trees behind him, while Nakamura Takuya began forming seals to ensure a lethal strike against Longjian. The speed of the magical leech was astonishing, so swift that Longjian could scarcely catch more than 3 fleeting shadows. The massive stone lurking in the shadows had completely masked its presence, leaving Longjian utterly unaware of its whereabouts. Behind him, Nakamura Takuya was also watching intently. In an instant, Longjian unleashed his realm of shadows, the shadows beneath his feet beginning to extend in all directions. The magical leech, witnessing the spectacle, momentarily flashed a look of surprise. What kind of technique was this? Yet, it did not pause in its actions, swiftly wielding its blade and striking towards Longjian. Nakamura Takuya completed his hand seals for a ninjutsu, showing no signs of restraint, and instantly invoked. Earth release. Earth Stone Dragon. A vast amount of earth and stone coalesced into a formidable earth dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Long Jian. However, Long Jian remained composed, his calm voice resonating. Come forth. General Nika, General Samo. Before Long Jian, a shadow materialized, clad in gray-white armor. With pink skin and unrestrained dark green hair, cascading freely, IT drew its katana, meeting the incoming magical leech with a single, decisive strike, its scarlet eyes radiating a palpable aura of menace. The magical leech was filled with astonishment as it was sent flying by an overwhelming force. What on earth was this creature? Meanwhile, behind Long Jian, a colossal figure, towering at 4 to 5 meters and exuding an oppressive presence, emerged clad in azure armor, roaring in fury as it barehandedly seized the ferocious earth dragon, tearing it apart with ease, rocks flying in all directions. Long Jian stood between the two generals, fixating on the magical leech. His voice steady and unperturbed. Who shall slay whom is yet to be determined. The battle has only just begun. The magical leech gazed at Long Jian, flanked by the two shadow generals, its expression one of shock and confusion. What on earth are these entities that emerged from shadow? Is this summoning, or some arcane technique? Nakamura Takumi, standing behind Long Jian, was equally astonished as he beheld General Samo, who had effortlessly crushed the earth dragon he had summoned, swallowing hard at the sight of Samo's imposing figure. The hidden Daisher, lurking in the shadows, dared not reveal himself, opting instead to observe Long Jian's uncanny abilities alongside the two enigmatic shadow generals before deciding on his next course of action. Thus, a peculiar equilibrium was established among the four of them. Long Jian, noticing the magical leech's wary gaze fixed on General Nika, spoke. General Nika, I leave this knife-wielding fellow to you. Strive to dispatch him. Nika's eyes glinted with intensified crimson. This was his inaugural battle in this realm. Grasping his katana, he icily replied, I shall heed the command of my king. Subsequently, Long Jian turned to General Samo behind him, instructing, General Samo, the one behind is your quarry. Eliminate him as well. Samo's expression was one of exhilaration as he licked his lips, eyeing Nakamura Takumi, sending a chill down Takumi's spine. With a booming voice, he proclaimed, As you command, my liege. Long Jian then resolved to confront the hidden Daisher, fully aware of the perilous nature of this decision. If his memory served correctly, this individual's abilities have been demonstrated in the future's Third War, specifically the battle at Kaminobi Bridge, where he was a high-ranking shinobi of the Rock Village. It was through this unique capability that he had abducted Noara Rin, while grievously wounding Kazekage with a strike that had transformed him into the white-haired war god. Upon assessing Daisher's abilities, Long Jian felt confident he could easily counteract his stealth techniques. Although Daisher's secret art, the camouflage invisibility technique, rendered his body transparent and allowed him to merge seamlessly with his surroundings. It was crucial to remember that this art merely obscured him from the senses of sight, sound, and smell. He did not truly vanish. One crucial aspect that Daisher could not manipulate was temperature. As long as he was alive, he would emit body heat. Daisher's techniques had not yet reached the level where he could control his body temperature at will. Snakes excelled at sensing heat, making it significantly easier to locate Daisher. Yet, Long Jian was acutely aware of his own diminished state, having already expended considerable energy. Not only had he just endured 2 fierce battles, but he had also summoned Generals Nika and Samo to assist him in combat. His own strength was now barely a fraction of its former self. Locating Daisher was one thing, but defeating him, or even eliminating him, was an entirely different challenge. Long Jian had to face. One misstep could lead to his own demise at the hands of an elite rock shinobi. At that moment, General Nika seemed to sense Long Jian's condition and concerns, proactively addressing him. My king, your current state is not optimal. I worry that the rat lurking in the shadows may pose a threat to you. Long Jian looked up at Nika and nodded. It was no wonder Nika was concerned. If Long Jian perished, they would all be trapped in the Shadow Kingdom, ensnared in an endless slumber, unable to return to battle. Nika continued, My king, Since you have summoned both Samo and myself, it proves that you can harness the full capabilities of our masks. You may draw upon the power of the masks. Long Jian, taken aback by this revelation, mused, "Oh, is that a feature?" Nika, observing Longjian's bewilderment, clarified, "Because you have not fully unsealed the masks, but as your strength has increased, you have gained complete control over the ninja mask representing me and the giant troll mask representing Samo. You can fully communicate with one of the masks to gain either my or Samo's current abilities, assisting you in battle." Nika paused, adding, "However, due to your current physical condition and mental fortitude, there will be some side effects. The longer you utilize this borrowed power, the greater the toll it will take on you. Should your mind and body fail to endure, the ultimate consequence would be that you would be utterly lost within the Shadow Kingdom, trapped in eternal slumber." Upon hearing Nika's explanation, Long Jian comprehended. This resembled the proper usage of the artifact from the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures. Long Jian had released Nika and Samo through the masks, and he could temporarily gain their powers and abilities via the masks within his inner realm. Naturally, he could only attain the level of power that Nika and Samo currently possessed. Seeking greater strength would require more than his present capabilities. Otherwise, he risked being devoured by the Shadow Kingdom, leaving nothing behind. Long Jian prepared himself, seizing this opportunity to discover the extent of his abilities while merged with the masks. Moreover, considering his current state, facing an elite rock shinobi directly, even at his peak, would be a daunting endeavor. The powers of Nika and Samo were barely on the periphery of elite shinobi prowess. However, the magical leech's proficiency with blades was Nika's forte, and Samo's imposing size provided an advantage against ordinary shinobi. They were effectively walking into a confrontation. Yet, should Daisher, a fellow elite shinobi, elusive and formidable, join the fray, the outcome could easily shift. Long Jian could not allow any misfortune to befall himself or the Shadow Legion. Consequently, he commanded Nika and Samo, "Very well, go and deal with your prey, that I shall handle the rat concealed in the shadows myself." Without hesitation, Nika and Samo charged towards their targets. General Nika executed a swift draw of his sword, shrouded in sinister shadow energy, cleaving towards the magical leech. The magical leech, having prepared for this moment, instantly swung its blade to counter. The clash of the katana and ninja blade ignited a shower of brilliant sparks in the air. As the magical leech parried General Nika's technique, it could not help but tremble at the sight of Nika's eyes, devoid of emotion, only filled with an insatiable bloodlust. Internally, the magical leech cursed. What on earth has this brat summoned? Such a gaze is beyond human. They are truly demons. Meanwhile, Samo, with exaggerated ferocity, bared his fangs and charged at Nakamura. As Samo ran, the earth trembled beneath him. Takumi, stunned by the terrifying sight before him, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What in the world is this creature? Who is this brat? Takumi felt an urgency rising within him. Just then, Samo hurled a massive punch towards Nakamura Takumi, who snapped back to reality and hastily formed hand seals, invoking Earth Release. Earthquake Core! Before General Samo, the earth suddenly caved in dramatically, while beneath Takumi Nakamura, the ground swiftly rose and retreated, evading Samo's onslaught. At this moment, Ryujian was wholly absorbed in communicating with a ninja mask within his body. The mask offered no resistance, gradually diffusing throughout Ryujian's form, merging seamlessly into his limbs and bones, when only a shadow of the mask, no larger than Ryujian's face, remained. It effortlessly fused into his visage. Ryujian felt an icy aura sweep across his body, as if he were being eroded, gnawed upon, and polished. Yet, each time the discomfort subsided, he sensed a formidable power lingering within him. Was this the strength of the Shadow Generals? This damned sensation was exhilarating. Ryujian couldn't help but moan in delight. No wonder one could easily become lost in such overwhelming power. Who wouldn't he yearn to possess it forever? Just then, Daisher, hidden in the shadows, seized the moment of Ryujian's rapture, emerging from behind him and unhesitatingly swinging his blade towards Ryujian's neck, an impeccable opportunity for attack. He believed that whether it was Nika or Samo, eliminating Ryujian, the architect of their summoning, would ensure their simultaneous demise. As Daishi's ninja blade was about to plunge into Ryujian's neck, Ryujian swiftly drew a Shadow Warrior's blade from the darkness, countering Daishi's attack with a deft motion. Daishi felt an immense force emanating from the blade, rendering him incapable of advancing even an inch. At that moment, Ryujian slowly turned his head, his once obsidian eyes now transformed into a blood-red hue. Exuding an air of delight and mockery, a chilling voice escaped his lips. "I've caught you, little mouse." Daishi, gazing at Ryujian, noted his eyes, scanning him up and down with an ominous grin at the corners of his mouth. He increasingly sensed that this young man was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. Without hesitation, he retreated, seeking to conceal himself once more and await a new opportunity. However, Ryujian would not permit Daishi such ease. He advanced swiftly, his movements a blur as he struck from every direction with his blade. The speed was so great that only fleeting afterimages were visible to the naked eye. Daishi could only lament his plight. Ryujian's speed had escalated several tiers beyond his previous abilities, each strike swift and ruthless, aimed directly at vital points, with overwhelming force. Daishi could only retreat while attempting to distance himself from Ryujian, constantly parrying his lethal blows. Yet, Ryujian seemed to grow more exhilarated with each clash, wielding the Shadow Warrior's blade with increasing fervor, his strikes becoming ever more rapid. The bloodlust within his scarlet eyes was palpable. Although Ryujian's technique was unrefined, his speed and power were insurmountable, each blow seeking the kill, epitomizing the adage that a blade capable of taking life is indeed a formidable weapon. Daishi found himself ensnared in Ryujian's rhythm, continuously pressured by his relentless assault. Finally, Daishi seized a fleeting opportunity amidst Ryujian's onslaught. Anticipating the next strike aimed at him, he endured a deep gash upon his arm before swiftly retreating, crossing his blade defensively across his chest. Ryujian, without hesitation, cleaved downward. Utilizing the force of their blades clashing, Daishi quickly withdrew, establishing a relatively safe distance between them. With his blood-red eyes, Ryujian cast a cold glance at Daishi, then at the battered sword in his hand, which now bore numerous nicks and chips that he casually discarded the damaged weapon into the shadows at his feet and promptly retrieved a pristine Shadow Warrior's blade from the darkness. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So useful! I love it!" Daishi, wearing a grave expression as he observed Ryujian, glanced at his own damaged ninja blade. Silently tending to the wound on his arm, he melded once more into his surroundings. If he couldn't win, could he not flee? Watching Daishi gradually fade from view, Ryujian smirked disdainfully. "Child, you are still too young. You do not comprehend the strength of Uncle Snake's air." Subsequently, Ryujian swiftly formed hand seals and slapped the ground, summoning technique. A familiar, adorable little appeared at his feet. Compared to the first time Ryujian summoned it, it had noticeably grown. As the smoke dissipated, the little snake rushed to Ryujian's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Then curiously gazing up at Ryujian's current demeanor. Though it recognized Ryujian was still the same, the little snake sensed a significant shift in his aura, colder and more devoid of warmth than before. Most notably, even his eyes had turned red. However, the little snake seemed to prefer Ryujian's current state. After all, it was a snake, inherently disliking overly warm environments that cold-blooded creatures are drawn to the chill of the shadows. Much like Uncle Snake, Ryujian placed the little snake on his arm and whispered, "Little one, help me locate that hidden ninja, and when we return, I shall reward you with meat." The little snake, hearing of the reward, immediately perked up, beginning to survey the surroundings. That it soon spotted Daishi concealed nearby, flicking its tongue toward his location. Ryujian, upon noticing, smiled knowingly. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. Daishi's secret technique could not conceal his body temperature from Serpent. Then, feigning a search, Ryujian suddenly struck, swiftly launching several shuriken in Daishi's direction. Daishi narrowly evaded, his figure once more exposed to Ryujian. Ryujian instantly closed the distance, unleashing a powerful downward strike. Daishi executed an awkward roll to evade the blow, then activated his camouflage technique once again. The little snake on Ryujian's arm provided another cue, and this time, Ryujian extended his right hand toward Daishi's direction. Ninja art, shadow, serpent hands. Instantly, multiple large serpents surged from Ryujian's sleeves, lunging toward Daisho to strike. Daisho, witnessing the scene before him, felt as if his CPU was about to overheat. How could he continue to be pursued while hidden? Had he awakened the heavenly eye? Daisho began to doubt his once proud camouflage technique deeply. In a way, I must truly be invisible. He could only hastily form seals to evade Ryujian's serpentine onslaught. Earth release, cracked earth palm. Daisho slammed his palm onto the ground, creating a massive fissure that rapidly spread toward Ryujian's feet. Ryujian reacted swiftly, leaping onto a tree to evade Daisho's jutsu. Observing Daisho, undeterred as he attempted to use his camouflage technique, once more that Ryujian's blood-red eyes gleamed with mockery. This guy truly had a thick skull. Without missing a beat, he began to form seals rapidly. This technique was one Uncle Snake had taught him before a mission, meant for him to familiarize himself with it. However, due to insufficient chakra, he had never employed it. Yet, the current predicament was the perfect time to utilize it against Daisho. Ryujian swiftly completed the seals, then crouched down, opening his mouth wide. The serpent's array. Instantly, a multitude of venomous snakes erupted from Ryujian's mouth, swarming towards Daisho, who was concealed in the shadows. Realizing he was surrounded by snakes, Daisho finally comprehended why his secret technique had been ineffective against Ryujian. With a face full of horror, he revealed himself and quickly formed seals. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. Several thick earthen walls rose around Daisho, struggling to withstand the relentless onslaught of the serpents. Uncle Snake would affirm, "This is the importance of knowledge." In the distance, the magic leech, engaged in combat with General Nika, became acutely aware of the situation surrounding Ashi, growing increasingly anxious. General Nika's swordsmanship was exceptionally refined, exuding an essence that seemed solely dedicated to the art of killing, surpassing even his own prowess. The magic leech, relying on its extraordinary speed and the intricate coordination of various ninjutsu and secret techniques, managed to hold its ground against General Nika, exchanging blows with a certain rhythm, and even occasionally managing to suppress him. Turning to the plight of Takomi Nakamura, his situation was even more dire than Ashi's. His ninjutsu attacks were largely ineffective against General Seimo, and even when he succeeded in landing a blow, it barely seemed to tickle the massive figure of Seimo. A single punch from Seimo nearly cost Takomi half his life. At this moment, Takomi was utilizing his speed to outmaneuver Seimo, darting back and forth. The magic leech could clearly see that one of Takomi's hands had contorted into an unnatural shape, evidently crushed by Seimo's immense strength. While Seimo could afford to make numerous mistakes, Takomi could not afford to falter even once without risking his life. The magic leech understood that this young ninja from Konoha had single-handedly thrust them all into a desperate struggle. Ashi and Takomi were thoroughly suppressed, teetering on the brink of defeat, and this young boy appeared to be barely of age to have just become a genin. What a ridiculous talent! What an absurd capability this child possesses. The magic leech began to perceive that the scales of victory were gradually tipping towards Rikan. They were acutely aware that this mission was essentially a failure. Observing Ashi, who was already at a disadvantage, and the precariously positioned Takomi, the magic leech resolved to instigate a change. Continuing on this path might leave them stranded here, and that would be disastrous. The magic leech thought to himself, I can only resort to that one move. This Konoha brat must perish here. He immediately accelerated his attack frequency. General Nika wielded his grayish-white katana with calm precision, internally astonished by the richness of this human's combat techniques, although Nika's own strength was somewhat constrained, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. He was confident that his swordplay could surpass that of most opponents. The magic leech, despite its swordsmanship being inferior to Nika's, continuously relied on its plethora of ninjutsu and secret techniques to engage Nika in a back-and-forth contest. Meanwhile, Seimo, who relentlessly pressured Takomi Nakamura as the first summoned Shadow General, was determined not to allow his initial sortie to conclude in a stalemate. Nika, too, was concerned about his reputation. After all, the king had deployed him as a trump card while Seimo was subduing the enemy with ease, even handling one opponent himself. How could Nika allow himself to be overshadowed? He could very well end up needing Seimo's assistance. What would the king think of him? Did Nika not care for his dignity? Resolving his thoughts, Nika unleashed a powerful strike, sending the magic leech staggering backward. Subsequently, shadows began to coalesce beneath his feet, transforming fluidly to envelop his entire being. Nika's aura surged correspondingly. The once radiant blade of his katana started to be consumed by the shadows. The previously luminous blade, now emanating an eerie dark glow, as the magic leech observed Nika gathering power. It promptly balanced on one leg, adopting an unusual stance while forming hand seals. Nika was preparing to draw forth a portion of the shadow power from the Kingdom of Shadows to augment his own strength, a unique ability inherent to his position as a general of the Shadow Army. One could say it was one of his trump cards. Once the gathering was complete, Nika glanced at his palm, clenched his fist, and mused, "Is this the extent of my capabilities? Yet it is sufficient." Turning his gaze towards the magic leech, Nika spoke coldly. "Human, I must concede that your strength is commendable, but the king's orders are absolute, and thus your fate is sealed. You shall die. This is the strongest state I can maintain. Now, it is time to determine the victor." The magic leech cast a glance at Rikan, who was frantically commanding a swarm of snakes to assault Ashi. At this point, Ashi was barely holding on, the multiple earth flow walls beginning to show cracks under the relentless onslaught of the serpents. Surrounding him were snakes poised to strike at any moment. While Rikan, with his crimson eyes, coldly observed Ashi, katana in hand, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. The magic leech regarded the young Rikan, recognizing the terrifying potential of this child. Was this ninjutsu the handiwork of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? Was he a disciple of that individual? The magic leech's eyes glinted with cold resolve. This child could not be allowed to grow any stronger. Having completed his hand seals, and witnessing Nika poised to unleash a decisive strike, the magic leech declared, "This is precisely my intention. It is time to determine the victor. IW no Hijitsu, IW Tijutsu. Dankai." Suddenly, two shadow clones burst forth from the magic leech's sides, charging towards Nika in a crosswise attack. Unfazed, Nika swiftly slashed with his katana, dark purple light bursting forth from the grayish-white blade, cleaving through the air with tremendous force, dispersing the magic leech's clones. Simultaneously, Ashi could no longer endure. The multiple earth flow walls collapsed with a thunderous roar. The horde of snakes surged forward, forcing Ashi to retreat, swinging his blade desperately as he dodged and defended against the serpentine onslaught. Rikan also made his move, drawing his shadow katana and vanishing from sight. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Rikan had melded into his own shadow, a new ability granted by the fusion mask, allowing him to traverse through the Kingdom of Shadows within the confines of his shadow territory. However, despite merely skimming the outskirts of the Kingdom of Shadows, Rikan could not linger there for long. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would risk being consumed by the shadows, rendering him forever trapped within. Yet, under the mass enhancement, he could perform brief shadow traversals. When Rikan reappeared, he found himself directly behind the beleaguered Ashi. With his left hand poised at his waist and his right hand gripping the hilt tightly, he mimicked the draw technique used by Nika. The katana in his hand rapidly coalesced dark purple energy, exuding an otherworldly aura. His crimson eyes fixated on Ashi, whose back was wide open, ready to deliver a merciless strike at that critical moment. The magic leech, who had been locked in confrontation with Nika, suddenly shifted its target, charging towards Rikan. The intended target of the magic leech's Dankai technique abruptly changed direction. Simultaneously, the magic leech shouted to Ashi, "Focus all defense." Ashi, upon hearing this, undeterred, responded swiftly to the mounting pressure from the snakes, enduring bites as he rapidly formed hand seals. With a powerful slam of his palms on the ground, he finally unleashed his ninjutsu, Doton IW Sub, as the colossal stones served as the epicenter. The surrounding earth began to tremble violently, with rocks violently erupting from the ground, shattering and collapsing, crashing heavily in all directions. Ultimately, the nearby serpentine creatures were nearly eradicated and a dense cloud of smoke billowed forth. Obscuring the situation within this moment, the malevolent leech's assault had reached Ryujin. The once gleaming ninja blade was now suffused with a murky ochre chakra, hurtling towards Ryujin's face with alarming speed. Although the blade's approach did not provoke any extraordinary reactions from the surrounding air, Ryujin keenly sensed an overwhelming aura of death emanating from the ochre chakra, with unwavering determination in his gaze. Ryujin's grip on his weapon remained steadfast, and in an instant, the blade was unsheathed. The dark violet glimmer of his blade collided directly with the pale yellow ninja weapon, a clash of titans. In that fleeting moment, Ryujin felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. Suddenly, the light before him intensified, blinding him completely. In an instant, the very heart of the blade's radiance erupted, unleashing a long-suppressed explosion, causing the two colors of blade light to scatter chaotically in a heartbeat. Both Ryujin and the massive stone were forcefully propelled away. Alongside Ryujin's flight, the shattered remnants of his black shadow katana and fragments of the malevolent leech's ninja blade flew out as well. In the final moments, the colossal stone barely managed to invoke a hardening technique. However, due to the time constraints, it was utterly insufficient to withstand the explosion's aftermath and the chaotic blade light. With countless wounds adorning his body, he coughed up a copious amount of blood before collapsing to the side. Motionless, his fate uncertain, Nika realized the malevolent leech's true intentions during its shift in target. She discovered that the leech's aim had always been Ryujin, who was locked in battle with the colossal stone. Nika felt utterly deceived by this detestable human. Enraged, she bellowed, seizing the moment when the leech had just exhausted a technique. With her massive katana raised, she charged at the leech to deliver a furious strike, just as Nika was about to deliver a lethal blow to the audacious human who dared to harm her king. Nakajima Takumi, who had been grappling with Samo, abandoned his opponent without a second thought and rushed towards Nika, positioning himself between her and the leech. With a thunderous shout, he invoked Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A sturdy earthen wall rose up, yet Nika's blade encountered only a momentary resistance before the dark blade effortlessly sliced through the earthen barrier, aimed straight for Nakajima Takumi. He had no time to evade, and the katana cleaved down from his shoulder to his abdomen, leaving a grievous wound. His insides were devastated, breath escaping him in labored gasps. It was evident he would not survive his final struggle. Nakajima gazed at the malevolent leech, blood spilling from his mouth, and managed to utter a single word: "Run." The leech, witnessing Nakajima's slow descent before him, was filled with hatred towards Nika. Yet there was no time for contemplation. This was a precious respite granted by a comrade at the cost of his life. The leech hastily dashed toward the gravely injured colossal stone lying nearby. At that moment, Ryujin was just regaining his composure after the recent clash. Shaking his head in disbelief, reflecting that it seemed anyone with a name in this narrative was not easily dealt with. Despite being swiftly defeated by Yandai's sister, it was important to remember that she was indeed Yandai's sister, a man whose appearance could easily mark him as a protagonist in any other manga. His abilities were undeniably formidable. Being defeated by Yandai's sister was hardly a source of shame. Suddenly, Ryujin noticed that the leech's recent technique, Severing Mountain, was far more complex than it appeared. Beyond its formidable offensive power, what was even more terrifying was that Ryujin observed his own body, affected by the explosion and the severing light, beginning to transform uncontrollably into earth. Some parts were already cracking, fissures forming, and dirt crumbling away. The leech cast a glance at the distant Ryujin, thinking to himself, "Damn that Konoha brat, perish." His technique, a secret art, exacted a toll on one's life force, yielding effects akin to the third Tsuchikage separation technique. Once ensnared, one could only watch helplessly as their body gradually transformed into soil, painfully decomposing to death. The leech felt a considerable amount of his pent-up rage dissipate. Regardless of the heavy price paid at last, he would slay this Konoha prodigy here. The leech could scarcely imagine how formidable Ryujin would become after a few years of training. At that moment, Ryujin finally comprehended the source of the intense deathly aura he had felt from the leech's secret technique. So, this was the nature of its unique effect. Noticing the gleeful expression in the leech's eyes, Ryujian surmised that for ordinary individuals, this technique would likely spell certain doom. However, Ryujian was no ordinary individual. He was the disciple of the one who possessed the most life-preserving skills in the entire Naruto universe, living the longest and truly honing himself to the point of immortality. The Snake Sage had declared, "If you follow me, never let it be said that you are easily slain." Ryujian slowly lifted his head, opening his mouth wide. His hands gradually pulled back his upper and lower jaws, stretching his mouth to an astonishing size. Suddenly, a hand emerged from Ryujian's mouth that a completely new Ryujian, drenched in slime, gradually rose from within. The original Ryujian had morphed into a puddle of skin, gradually eroding into a heap of soil and debris due to the leech's secret art. This was the Snake Sage's Great Snake Escape technique. Using his external body as a decoy, he transferred his true self from his mouth. Not only did this technique require no hand seals, but the Snake Sage could even evade Amaterasu with it. Aside from the immense chakra consumption required, Ryujian found it difficult to identify any shortcomings of this technique of course, the slimy texture was rather peculiar, but after spending so long with the Snake Sage, Ryujian had long since transformed into that which he once loathed. The Snake Sage proclaimed, "For the sake of survival, thank goodness for me." The leech gazed in horror at the unscathed, re-emerging Ryujian, who was now crawling out from his former body, inflicting significant psychological damage on the leech's not-so-innocent psyche. This technique hardly resembled anything a human would employ. Simultaneously, Samo, exuding a formidable presence, brandished a massive tree he had pulled from who knows where as a weapon, hurling it directly at the leech and the colossal stone. The tree, embraced by several individuals, was launched like a javelin towards the duo. The leech, sensing the urgency, seized the seemingly lifeless colossal stone and, without hesitation, hurled a barrage of smoke bombs. Without a second thought, he fled with the colossal stone in tow. The tree whistled through the smoke, followed by a muffled grunt and a sound of impact. As the smoke dissipated, the silhouettes of the leech and the colossal stone vanished, leaving only the lifeless Nakajima Takumi, his eyes wide open, lying on the ground. To this point, the leech had endured Samo's attack, using his agility and the force of the recoil to escape the battlefield. However, Samo's immense strength had broken several of the leech's ribs, causing him to cough blood and lose half of his vitality. The leech could only rely on his unwavering will to drag the gravely injured colossal stone, hastily fleeing towards the gathering of IWA Shinobi. This mission had resulted in a complete failure. Konoha had produced a young boy from the Nara clan, suspected of possessing a peculiar bloodline limit, whose capabilities were exceedingly bizarre and whose battle prowess was formidable. Moreover, he could summon two equally powerful non-human entities to assist him in combat. This information must be returned to the IWA Shinobi village. The destruction of their supplies and the theft of their secret weapon would undoubtedly impact IWA Shinobi's subsequent actions. It is no exaggeration to say that Ryujian and Team 6 intelligence mission unexpectedly encountered IWA Shinobi's covert operations. Their decision to intercept had inflicted a significant cost on the IWA Shinobi. Each of these factors rendered IWA Shinobi's recent efforts against Konoha utterly fruitless. The delay in the preparations and offensive timing of the Rock Ninjas has been considerably prolonged. Although in the original narrative familiar to Long Jian, the Third Shinobi World War did not erupt at this moment, the arrival of Long Jian has begun to alter the fabric of this world, as if a small butterfly has instigated its own tempest. The reason for the postponement of the Third Shinobi World War is significantly intertwined with Long Jian's recent actions, with the escape of the magic leeches and Daishu. The taut string within Long Jian finally began to relax. His exhaustion was mounting, compounded by the incessant erosion and temptation from the mask originating from the Shadow Kingdom. After employing the Great Serpent technique, Long Jian found himself questioning how much longer he could withstand the mask's corrupting influence. However, he managed to endure, ultimately emerging as the victor to this moment. Nika approached Long Jian with a countenance filled with guilt. Directly kneeling before him, her voice laden with shame. "My king, I have failed to meet your expectations. Not only did I not vanquish the enemy, but I have also caused you injury. Please punish me." Longjian's crimson gaze swept over the kneeling Nika, and an unexpected surge of brutality and bloodlust welled up within him. Drawing a katana from the shadows, he aimed it straight at Nika, even as she sensed the threat. She did not flinch, merely bowing her head and remaining still. Samos stood quietly beside Longjian, offering no words. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Nika, Longjian suddenly regained clarity and swiftly withdrew. The katana halted above Nika's head, and Longjian's hand was slick with cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he had felt an inexplicable influence wash over him. His thought processes had shifted, filled with savagery and murderous intent, rendering him unable to control his actions, resulting in the recent incident. Longjian understood that the mask's corruptive influence had burrowed deeper into him. He could no longer maintain this state. He had to withdraw promptly. Longjian retracted the katana, his tone remaining cold and detached. Let this incident pass, considering it your first battle and that your strength has not yet fully recovered. Should such an error occur again, the consequences will not be so lenient. Nika's voice broke through. Thank you, my king. Nika shall not let you down again. Whether it be the Shadow Soldiers or the generals, the obedience of the Shadow Legion is absolute. Subsequently, Longjian instructed Nika and Samos to return to the Shadow Kingdom, while he sought a relatively safe cave nearby, preparing to sever his fusion with the mask. After all, Nika had warned that at Longjian's current strength, there would be side effects. He had no knowledge of what those side effects might entail. If they were severe enough to leave him half dead on the spot, it would not only risk detection by other villages' ninjas, but also attract the various poisonous insects and beasts lurking in the forest. Upon entering the cave and performing some rudimentary concealment at the entrance, Longjian proceeded to sever his connection with the mask. Initially, he felt little change, but soon after opening his eyes, he found the once bright cave enveloped in utter darkness. Longjian widened his eyes, confronted by an abyss of obscurity. Then, an overwhelming wave of dizziness, nausea, and accumulated fatigue surged within him, akin to experiencing low blood sugar, high blood pressure, and intracranial pressure at 180. It was nearly impossible to remain conscious. It was a miracle he could still perceive anything at all. As he slipped into unconsciousness, Longjian's final thought was, "Who has the audacity to extinguish my light?" On the border of the land of fire, at a Konoha watchtower, 3 figures appeared unceremoniously below the outpost. The vigilant Konoha ninjas on guard immediately noticed the trio. It was Asuma, Kurenai, and Akimichi Choza, who had finally returned to the land of fire after a few days of harrowing travel from the land of grass. At this moment, Choza still appeared exceedingly weak, having just recovered from unconsciousness and capable of walking on his own. However, the side effects of the secret medicine continued to gnaw at his body. After all, the trio had scarcely rested during their arduous journey, eager to return to the Konoha watchtower in the land of fire and relay the experiences they had endured in the land of grass to the border forces. Dispatching a support team for Longjian, although Choza was uncertain whether they would arrive in time. Upon awakening, Choza discovered himself on Asuma's back, with only Kurenai silently accompanying them, but Longjian was nowhere to be seen. Through Asuma's recounting, he learned that shortly after he had lost consciousness, Longjian and the others had been engaged by the enemy once more. Although this new group was small in number, Choza understood that such audacity to form a team to pursue the enemy under these circumstances could only imply that the 3 adversaries were formidable. They were confident in their abilities, believing they could take on the already fatigued 6th Squad. Moreover, Choza himself had been incapacitated by the side effects of the secret medicine. It could be said that at that moment, Longjian was the only one left in the 6th Squad with any fighting capability. When Choza heard that Longjian had decided to draw the enemy away, allowing Asuma to escort Kurenai and himself to safety, he immediately struggled to dismount from Asuma's back, intent on returning to rescue Longjian. The notions of having hidden cards left to play and that his speed would be hampered by Asuma and the others seemed merely to be Longjian's attempts to reassure them. Choza held onto the last of the secret medicine, the red pepper pill. Although taking it would result in fatal side effects, Choza's conscience would not permit him, as their guiding instructor, to allow his students to divert the enemy's attention for him. This was a duty that he believed rightfully belonged to him. Long Jian was but a child who had barely graduated and become a genin less than a year ago. Asuma, however, stated that they had no knowledge of which direction Long Jian had gone. Long Jian had only entrusted the intelligence scroll to him, mentioning that he would rendezvous at the Konoha watchtower upon drawing the enemy away, without elaborating further. Choza fell silent, while Kurenai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Asuma's tone bore the weight of anguish, struggling to contain his emotions. The trio understood that Long Jian was likely in grave danger at that very moment. Choza resolved to return to the border of the Land of Fire without delay. After all, they had other responsibilities to attend to and needed to report the rock ninja's movements to the commander of the Konoha border troops, ensuring that everyone was prepared to fend off any sudden attacks. With heavy hearts, they essentially forfeited their rest time, hastening back to the designated Konoha watchtower. Asuma supported Choza, his eyes reflecting the fatigue accumulated over the past few days and the profound sorrow lingering deep within. Gazing at the watchtower ahead, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. Kurenai too lifted her gaze toward the outpost, a glimmer of light appearing in her expression. Asuma and Kurenai fervently wished that Long Jian had arrived there before them, or that he was presently recuperating and unaware of their approach. Choza, observing the expressions of his two students, understood their thoughts all too well. It was exceedingly difficult. With a sigh, Choza presented the proof of their mission to the Konoha ninja, verifying identities, and promptly inquired, "Excuse me, have there been any boys of similar age to my students, also Konoha ninjas, returning to this watchtower in recent days?" The verifying ninja pondered for a moment before responding, "No, the manpower has been short these past few days. I've been on duty. If any comrades from the same village had returned, I would certainly have known." Upon hearing this, Asuma and Kurenai's expressions, once filled with hope, instantly darkened. Choza fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Very well. Please take us to see the commander here that we have critical intelligence to report." The trio followed the guiding ninja into a tent. Inside, a Konoha ninja adorned with a blue headband, a full beard, and clad in a black tactical uniform, layered with green jounin armor, was strategizing over a tactical map. Upon noticing Choza, Asuma, and Kurenai entering the tent, the man set down the map and greeted Choza warmly. "Ah, Choza, what brings you here? I hear you have something to report." Choza hastily replied, addressing the man, "Elder Yekwan, I did not expect you to be the commander of this area a few days ago, while we were engaged in a mission. My comrade, Nara Ryoma, made the brave decision to divert the pursuing enemy, thereby granting us the opportunity to retreat from the Land of Grass. I hereby request the immediate dispatch of a support team to assist my comrade." Upon hearing Dingzwa's account, Meitsuin Yejuan furrowed her brow in concern. Indeed, the activities of the rock shinobi have been notably frequent of late, a fact that Meitsuin Yejuan had also observed, remaining ever vigilant against the potential for sudden assaults. It must be acknowledged that Dingzwa's 6th Squad has achieved remarkable results in the face of the rock shinobi's forces. However, the boy known as Nara Ryoma is likely in grave peril at this moment. The manpower at the border is severely lacking. According to the information brought back by Dingzwa, it is imperative to bolster our vigilance to prevent the rock shinobi from resorting to desperate measures. At this juncture, dispatching a team to expend resources in a futile attempt to rescue a ninja who is most probably fallen is far from a prudent choice for Meitsuin Yejuan. The border commander is a commander. She must consider and guard against various contingencies, and some matters are simply beyond her control. Meitsuin Yejuan shook her head and sighed, saying, "Alas, what a capable and courageous child Ryuji is. Dingzwa, you have taken on a fine student." However, before she could finish, a group of ninjas suddenly entered the tent. The leading man sported the distinctive pineapple hairstyle of the Nara clan, closely followed by another ninja bearing the same trait. Dingzwa, upon seeing them, began to stutter unintentionally. "Nara senpai, Nara Anshui, you are also here." The newcomers were none other than Nara Saku and Nara Anshui, who had just returned from mission and were on their way back to the village after resupplying. They had not anticipated overhearing Dingzwa's voice as they passed by the tent, and considering that Dingzwa was the guiding jonin of her nephew, she had not seen Ryuji in quite some time. She intended to check on him, but upon hearing such distressing news outside the tent, she was compelled to act. The sight of the Nara clan members intensified Dingzwa's feelings of regret. He lamented why he could not have held out just a little longer. He would gladly have sacrificed himself if it meant ensuring Ryuji's safe return. He was equally at a loss as to how he would face his dear friend, Nara Shikaku, upon returning to the village. Suzuku, suppressing her own emotions, calmly inquired, "Dingzwa, from which location did Ryuji begin to divert the enemy?" "Mark it on the map. I will lead my team to assist him." Dingzwa quickly produced the map, confirming the location with Asuma and Kurenai before solemnly handing it over to Suzuku, his face etched with guilt as he said, "I am sorry, Suzuki-senpai. I failed to protect Ryuji. I should have been the one to draw the enemy away." Tsu interrupted Dingzwa, her tone grave. "That was the child's choice." She then turned to Naranje, saying, "Inshui, inform the team to prepare their gear promptly. We will gather here in 15 minutes. Dingzwa noted that Suzuku bore him no ill will. Deepening his anguish, meanwhile, Asuma and Kurenai, experiencing their first taste of life and death separation, felt their pent-up emotions explode. Asuma knelt, pounding the ground in torment, while Kurenai's tear-streaked face quaked with sobs. It hurt so much. His head felt heavy, and he had no strength left. Ryuji had no doubt that, in his current state, even a wild boar could easily trample him. He felt as though he had been mercilessly beaten by a dozen strong men during his unconsciousness. Unaware of how long he had been out, struggling to open his eyes, Ryuji finally caught a glimpse of light. Thank heavens, the side effects did not include blindness. That he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely temporary blackness. Had he lost his sight entirely, it would have been more agonizing than death itself. There is so much beauty in the world that Ryuji has yet to behold. And so many lovely women. Cough, cough, of course, it is not solely for the sake of beauty, but for all things lovely. As Ryuji struggled to sit up, he suddenly noticed that his wounds had been simply bandaged. This was something he had not done before losing consciousness. His mind sharpened instantly. Oh no, could he have been captured? He hurriedly began surveying his surroundings. Upon realizing he was still in the concealed cave he had discovered earlier, Ryuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least this indicated that the person who had tended to his wounds was not an enemy and meant him no harm. Had a ninja from another village found him unconscious, his chances of survival would have been slim. Even if they had dressed his wounds, Ryuji would likely not be lying in his hidden cave, but waking up in a dungeon of another village. Next would come the tiger bench, chili water, and bamboo skewers. Ryuji also noticed signs of habitation by others in the cave, alongside a pile of extinguished firewood. The air outside was remarkably fresh, as if it had just rained, filled with the scent of the earth after a storm. That moment, a woman with striking red hair, exuding a gentle demeanor, entered, holding a bowl of soup. Their eyes met as she walked in. Her expression momentarily startled before breaking into a delighted smile. "You're awake, little brother. Please drink this soup." She extended the bowl toward Ryuji. He accepted the steaming soup, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at her vibrant red hair. Ah, that hair color. Only the Uzumaki clan possesses such a hue. How could she be in a land of grass? Ryuji suddenly recalled a detail. A woman with red hair from the Uzumaki clan in the land of grass. Could she be Kurenai's mother? Seeing Ryuji in a daze, the Uzumaki woman, mistaking his expression for fear, quickly reassured him. "Little brother, you need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. You have been unconscious for several days, and I have been caring for you, tending to your wounds." Ryuji snapped back to reality, responding, "I apologize, big sister. I just woke up and am still a bit dizzy, not quite grasping what has happened. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days." Without hesitation, he began to drink the delicious soup, which seemed to have been made from some animal. The woman watched as Ryuji devoured the soup with amusement, then asked, "By the way, how long have I been unconscious?" The woman squatted beside him, counting on her fingers. "Since we found you, you've been out for 5 days, and why, husband even thought you might not make it. But thankfully, you finally awakened." Ryuji paused at her words, pondering that 5 days must mean Asuma and the others had likely retreated to the land of fire by now. He looked at the woman before him, who was gazing at him intently, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your care during this time. Big sister, I still don't know your name." The woman chuckled softly, replying, "You should introduce yourself first before asking for someone else's name." "Little brother." Ryuji sheepishly scratched his head, correcting her. "Not little brother. Cough, cough. My name is Nara Ryuji, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Tea was a joke. After all, the Leaf Village forehead protector was still tied to his arm, making it difficult for anyone to miss it." The woman nodded, reflecting, "Indeed, a ninja from the Leaf. Have they begun sending such young children on missions now?" Her gaze toward Ryuji held a hint of compassion. Recognizing the turmoil brought on by the endless wars among the restless nations that in these harsh times, misfortune befalls almost everyone. She said gently, "You may call me Kanko, Ryuji." At that moment, a man entered the cave, carrying 3 or 4 wild rabbits. Upon seeing him, Kanko stood up, joyfully exclaiming, "Rinkin, you're back. Look, the little brother has awakened." The man, noticing Ryuji sitting up at the soup bowl, appeared equally astonished. Ryuji's gaze fell upon the newcomer, who also sported a strikingly red hairstyle. Longjin became increasingly certain of his thoughts. These two individuals must indeed be Xianglin's parents. Xianglin is a pure-blood descendant of the Uzumaki clan, so her parents must naturally belong to the same lineage. However, at this moment, Xianglin had yet to be born. Moreover, clues could be discerned from the names of these two individuals. Rinkai turned to Longjin and inquired, "Little brother, how do you feel? Has your body begun to recover?" Longjin gratefully responded, "Thanks to the care provided by you and Sister Xiangzi over the past few days. Although I'm still quite weak, at least I can move on my own, and I'm truly grateful to both you and Sister Xiangzi." Without the support of Xiangzi and Rinkai during these days, Longjin would have remained in a comatose state for an even longer duration. Naturally, Longjin felt immense gratitude towards those who had aided him. Rinkai nodded and said to Xiangzi, "Xiangzi, why don't you chat with the little brother for a while? I will take care of the rabbit. Tonight we shall feast on roasted wild rabbit." Xiangzi, her face alight with joy, ran over to embrace Rinkai, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Longjin felt indifferent. Having been a seasoned veteran in his past life, he had encountered countless such scenes, and this minor display held no sway over him. Yet it left Rinkai blushing furiously. Upon noticing Rinkai's flushed face, Xiangzi's delight only intensified. With a mischievous grin, she poked Rinkai's rosy cheeks with her finger, causing him to hastily retreat to the side to tend to the wild rabbit. As Longjin observed the two in their blissful exchange, he couldn't help but smile along. This sensation felt akin to a world on the brink of destruction, even if there were only the two of them left. Having one another by their side would ensure that each day was filled with joy. However, a grave thought suddenly crossed Longjin's mind. In his previous life, based on his familiarity with the Naruto universe, he realized that Xianglin's father had never appeared in either the manga or the anime. What unforeseen circumstances had transpired that forced Xianglin's mother to seek refuge in the land of grass? Compelled to contribute to the village by leveraging the power of the Uzumaki clan, Longjin could not comprehend the reasons behind it. Tragically, in her efforts to raise her daughter and sustain the family, Xiangzi ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, drained of life by the land of grass. After Longjin, Xiangzi, and Rinkai had finished their wild rabbit dinner, the sky outside gradually darkened. During the meal, Longjin listened as Xiangzi recounted how they had encountered a torrential downpour while passing through the area, how they accidentally stumbled upon the well-concealed entrance to Longjin's cave, and how they had discovered him and decided to care for him over the past 5 days. Throughout this narrative, Rinkai remained silent, choosing not to inquire further about Longjin, as descendants of the Uzumaki clan. They understood that ninjas would never divulge anything related to their missions unless they chose to do so themselves. Although Longjin appeared young, both Rinkai and Xiangzi had sensed the overwhelming aura of bloodlust surrounding him, as well as his frail condition. It was as though he had exhausted all of his strength and mental energy, leaving his vital signs exceedingly weak. Initially, Rinkai had no intention of assisting Longjin, wanting him to fend for himself within the cave. After all, as descendants of the Uzumaki clan, they were acutely aware of the clan's decline and the devastation wrought upon their village. Coupled with their prolonged escape, they had grown weary of the incessant wars between villages and the incessant conflicts among ninjas. They had fled to this place to evade the turmoil and avoid being ensnared in it any longer. Yet, upon seeing Long Jian, Xiangzi contemplated and ultimately resolved to save him. This decision was not solely due to her inherently kind nature, but also stemmed from a poignant statement she made to Rinkai. If my brother were still alive, he would surely be of similar age to him. The Xiangzi's brother had gone missing during their flight after the destruction of their village, and his fate remained uncertain. Rinkai understood that Xiangzi harbored feelings of guilt regarding her brother, and under her repeated insistence, he found it impossible to refuse. However, Rinkai cautioned that if Long Jian were to awaken and discover their identities, and if he harbored any ulterior motives, Rinkai would not hesitate to eliminate him while he was still weak. After all, their striking red hair rendered them conspicuous. Though Long Jian appeared youthful, there was no guarantee he was unaware of their backgrounds. The tumultuous journey they had endured necessitated a steely resolve to protect themselves from harm. As Uncle Snake had once said, this world operated on such principles. Often, one may not wish to harm others, yet others would invariably seek to bring about one's demise. To avoid being killed, one must steel themselves to eliminate others. Fortunately, Long Jian did not exhibit any malicious intent. Rather, his words and demeanor conveyed nothing but gratitude towards the pair. Rinkai breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was still difficult for him to take the life of a child. In that moment, Long Jian seemed to recall something and turned to Xiangzi and Rinkai, asking, Sister Xiangzi, Brother Rinkai, I once heard from the elders of my clan that the Hidden Leaf Village maintains a particularly amicable relationship with a neighboring nation, the Land of Whirlpools, and that the most powerful family within that nation is the Uzumaki clan. Even the attire of our current elite ninjas in the Hidden Leaf is adorned with the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, you and Brother Rinkai are indeed members of the Uzumaki clan, aren't you? Upon hearing Longjin's words, both Xiangzi and Rinkai were taken aback. Rinkai immediately sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Longjin, his hand stealthily reaching for the shuriken at his back. Longjin, observing their reaction, quickly reassured them. Brother Rinkai, Sister Xiangzi, I harbor no ill will. Please do not be alarmed. I am a member of the Nara clan. And both the Uzumaki and Nara clans have been integral to the founding and development of the Hidden Leaf Village since its inception. Therefore, I am aware of your lineage. Our Nara clan has always held no malice towards the Uzumaki clan, and this remains unchanged. Furthermore, Brother Rinkai, in my current state, even a wild boar could easily overpower me. If I had ulterior motives against you and Sister Xiangzi, why would I reveal myself so soon? I would at least wait until I had regained my strength. As Rinkai listened to Longjin's sincere words, he pondered for a moment and found them to hold some merit, ultimately sitting back down with a sense of cautious acceptance. At that moment, Xiangzi, her gaze fixed on Longjin's face, spoke. Longjin, although this is our first meeting and we are not well acquainted, I could discern from your demeanor that you harbor no ill intentions towards us. From a young age, Xiangzi possessed an extraordinary ability to sense emotions. Her daughter, Xianglin, had inherited this keen perception. Longjin smiled and shook his head, saying, Sister Xiangzi, you and Brother Rinkai are my saviors. I am grateful beyond measure. So how could I possibly bear any ill will towards you both? Rinkai finally exhaled in relief. He placed great trust in Xiangzi's perceptive abilities, as she could easily detect malice in others. Observing Rinkai resuming his seat, Longjin smiled and then inquired, Brother Rinkai, Sister Xiangzi, my mention of your identities carries no ulterior motive. I merely have some questions that I have long wished to voice. Rinkai regarded Longjin's earnest expression and sighed softly, saying, Ask away, Longjin. We will do our best to answer your inquiries. However, we hope you will not disclose our whereabouts to anyone else. Longjin nodded affirmatively, replying, Of course. You need not worry about that. I too would never wish for you, my benefactors, to suffer any harm because of me. Rinkai appeared even more reassured upon hearing this. Longjin then posed a question. Brother Rinkai, I have heard from the elders of my clan that the Uzumaki clan established a friendly treaty with the Hidden Leaf Village long ago. Why then did you choose not to seek refuge in the Land of Fire, but instead venture to the more distant Land of Grass? Upon hearing this, Rinkai exchanged glances with Xiangzi, and after a moment of silence, he began to speak slowly. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan has long enjoyed a cordial relationship with the Hidden Leaf Village. But we also have our own considerations. Xiangzi and I experienced significant upheaval within our clan at a young age, and since then, we have been perpetually fleeing. As our thoughts align, we do not wish to be embroiled in the wars of various villages. We simply desire to escape the conflict and lead a tranquil life as an ordinary couple. Thus, we have been in search of a sufficiently stable place to call home. Lin Jie paused for a moment, brushing his full head of crimson hair before speaking. The land of fire is indeed formidable, yet the emblem of our pure-blood Uzumaki clan makes it exceedingly difficult for us to conceal our identities. The likelihood of being discovered would almost certainly result in us becoming ninjas of Konoha. However, both Xiangzi and I merely yearn for a tranquil place to live. We do not wish to be ensnared in the ceaseless wars between villages. Listening to Lin Jie's response, Long Jian comprehended the couple's sentiments. Yet, how could the world permit one to easily find a haven of peace? In Long Jian's view, in this era rife with constant skirmishes and conflicts, one must either possess sufficient strength to secure stability or rely on a powerful ally to achieve it. Clearly, the Land of Grass and the Grass Ninja Village did not meet either criterion, leading directly to the tragic fate of Xiangzi and the painful experiences of Lin Jie in his youth. As a former member of a once mighty clan, it was a profound humiliation to perish in such a manner. Reliant on others, Long Jian suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for this unfortunate couple, who sought merely a semblance of peace amidst chaos. Yet, as the saying goes, the trees may wish for tranquility, but the wind will not cease. Long Jian, gazing at the two, felt compelled to offer his counsel. After all, they were his saviors, and he wished to prevent Xiangzi and Lin Jie from meeting a similarly grim fate. Along with the equally tragic Lin Ren, Long Jian's principle had always been, if others treat me well, I shall repay them. If they treat me poorly, then I shall become a menace. Addressing Lin Jie and Xiangzi, he said, Brother Lin Jie, Sister Xiangzi, while war indeed has rendered many homeless, I genuinely believe that the Land of Grass is not a suitable refuge. Though the Grass Ninja Village excels in employing various diplomatic strategies to maintain relationships with surrounding ninja villages, this nation is fundamentally corrupt, and its political decay has reached a considerable extent. Upon finishing, Long Jian glanced at Xiangzi and Lin Jie's vibrant red hair and added, It is highly likely that if you are discovered within the Land of Grass, you will be compelled to utilize your abilities and lineage to serve this nation. Lin Jie fell silent, realizing that their identity would lead to a similar outcome regardless of which ninja village discovered them. Their perfect Jinchuriki constitution, formidable vitality, and myriad sealing techniques made them highly coveted by the higher-ups of every village. At that moment, Xiangzi, observing Long Jian's unmasked concern, smiled and gently ruffled his hair, saying, Little brother Long Jian, you truly resemble my brother. You both possess a genuine concern for others and share the same worries for our safety. Sensing the warmth of Long Jian's intentions, Xiangzi felt a deep sense of joy for her earlier decision to save him. However, Xiangzi's tone abruptly shifted as she addressed Long Jian. I understand that you wish for Lin Jie and me to seek refuge in Konoha. Indeed, with Konoha's strength, it would be quite simple to protect us, and terms could certainly be negotiated. However, she suddenly lifted her head, her voice resolute as she looked at Long Jian. We have compelling reasons for not wanting to go to Konoha. Long Jian was taken aback. Initially, he had thought Xiangzi and her husband simply harbored reservations about entering Konoha and becoming embroiled in yet another war. However, it seemed the matter was far more complex. Observing Long Jian's puzzled expression, Xiangzi let out a bitter smile and slowly explained, This is closely tied to the destruction of the Land of Waves, a topic I should not disclose to you, considering you are still a ninja of Konoha. After a brief pause, she continued, Yet as one of the founding families of Konoha, sharing this with you seems permissible. Ultimately, whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. After all, the Nara clan has thrived in Konoha, while our Uzumaki clan now merely survives in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Long Jian's heart jolted. In his previous life, while watching Naruto, he had often pondered this question. How could such a powerful clan as the Uzumaki suddenly be besieged? With current members lacking even a place to call home, forced to live in anonymity and scattered across the globe, some even fleeing for their lives, Xiangzi gathered her thoughts and spoke. Little brother Longjian, you should understand the peculiarities of our Uzumaki clan. Longjian contemplated for a moment before nodding, replying, our clan is known for its formidable vitality, vast chakra reserves, and fearsome sealing techniques. Most importantly, we possess an almost perfect Jinchuriki constitution. Xiangzi nodded in agreement and elaborated. Indeed, our Uzumaki clan gained notoriety for our powerful sealing techniques during the era of Konoha's first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and it was during that time that we joined Konoha. Elders from our clan once claimed that at the height of our power, we even served 27 deities who would bestow divine protection upon us in critical moments. However, given the passage of time, the veracity of these tales remains uncertain. Long Jian was struck by Xiangzi's words, realizing the potential truth behind them that in the anime of his previous life, when Orochimaru visited the Uzumaki clan's ruins. The Hall of Seals housed many masks, including the Death God mask. If the Death God mask could summon the deity, then the presence of other masks alongside it suggested they too were not merely trivial artifacts. If they indeed represented other deities, then the strength of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques far exceeded Long Jian's expectations. Xiangzi continued. Eventually, the surrounding clans and nations grew fearful of our sealing techniques. As she spoke, her voice became heavy with emotion, tinged with sorrow. Consequently, numerous countries and clans launched assaults against the Land of Waves, leading to its catastrophic downfall and nearly annihilating our Uzumaki kin. Leaving only a small remnant, the survivors were forced to live in obscurity, scattered throughout the world. Long Jian remained silent. He was aware of the tragedy that befell the Uzumaki clan. Suddenly, Xiangzi looked at Long Jian with tear-streaked cheeks and spoke each word with gravity. What I must tell you is that the destruction of the Uzumaki clan is closely tied to Konoha's upper echelons. Long Jian gasped in disbelief. No way, Danzo? You mean to say you were involved? Xiangzi regarded Long Jian's astonished expression and continued. The elders of our village, with their last breaths, helped Lin Jie and me escape the Land of Waves. But they were gravely injured in the process. Before he died, he revealed something to us. Konoha was not unaware of the assault in the Land of Waves, nor were they unable to dispatch reinforcements to assist our clan. Rather, it was because other nations and clans wished for the complete annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, while Konoha sought to significantly weaken us, rendering us into mere vassals reliant on them. Long Jian suddenly felt as though this could very well be an act characteristic of Konoha's political machinations. Ever since the death of the second Hokage and the rise of the third Hokage, the latter's policy of appeasement towards various political factions had allowed them to act with impunity. The third Hokage was unable to fully suppress the various factions, resulting in a proliferation of divisions within the village and a backlog of issues that eventually culminated in the gradual weakening of Konoha's overall strength. Xiangzi continued, her expression pained. More importantly, before that elder escorted us to safety, he sensed the presence of a ninja who abducted a young girl from our clan, a ninja who bore the distinctive mask of Konoha's Umbu. Ultimately, much of the Uzumaki clan's legacy was seized by Konoha, who conveniently labeled it as property that rightfully belonged to them. Long Jian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was no wonder the Uzumaki clan would rather flee than seek refuge with their kin in Konoha. Who could accept such treatment? It was evident that Konoha was the true culprit behind the Uzumaki clan's decline. Watching helplessly as their benefactor was beset by a multitude of foes, Konoha not only failed to assist, but also took advantage of the situation to seize their assets and even abduct a member of their clan. It was likely that this girl was none other than the young Kushina in that moment. Long Jian felt an intense urge to berate these foolish politicians, that if they were to engage in such treacherous deeds, at the very least, they could have been discreet about it. After all this time, the scattered remnants of the Uzumaki clan were already aware of Konoha's ulterior motives. How could they expect anyone to seek refuge with them after such betrayal? How can the ninjas of Konoha make friends with such a notorious reputation? Long Jian gazed at the sorrowful faces of Xiangzi and Lin Jie, and a profound sense of gratitude suddenly welled up within him. These two individuals truly possess remarkable kindness. They have spared him from a dire fate, refraining from venting their frustrations by taking his life while he lay unconscious. Long Jian, in this moment, expresses his heartfelt thanks to his elder brother and sister for their mercy. As for the whirlpool, there is no fault in that. Xiangzi observed the changing expressions on Long Jian's face, mistakenly believing it was her narrative that had astonished him to the point of disbelief. Little did she know, Long Jian was internally fervently thanking them for their clemency. Xiangzi continued, thus the surviving members of our clan from that tragic event are well aware of the truth behind it. This is fundamentally why we would rather wander in exile than seek refuge in Konoha. It is not that we have betrayed Konoha, but rather that the higher echelons of Konoha have betrayed the whirlpool. Long Jian nodded silently. What Xiangzi articulated was indeed the true reason behind the decline of the Whirlpool clan. Otherwise, given the formidable alliance between Konoha and the Whirlpool clan, even if external forces were to rise against them, the Whirlpool clan would not currently find itself in such dire straits. The clan members lack a unified sanctuary, preferring to roam freely rather than seek asylum in Konoha. Meanwhile, Kushina was specifically brought back to the village by Konoha to become the next host of the Nine Tails. The higher-ups of Konoha never anticipated that this time, not only would they fail to achieve their objectives, but they would also suffer a significant setback, severely weakening their own strength while causing the remaining Whirlpool clan members to lose faith in Konoha, mentally marking it as a lost cause. Long Jian remained silent for a while before speaking. In that case, I understand your meaning, Sister Xiangzi. Xiangzi, calming her emotions, replied, Long Jian, you need not worry excessively about our safety. Lin Jie will protect me well. Furthermore, we genuinely cannot afford to become embroiled in the conflicts among ninjas, not just against Konoha, but against all ninja villages. Our clan, due to the overwhelming potency of our sealing techniques, has been affected by divine powers, which can be perceived as a curse from the gods. Long Jian looked at Xiangzi in astonishment. This revelation seemed to be the first of its kind. Xiangzi continued, for reasons unknown, it has become exceedingly difficult for two members of the Whirlpool clan to conceive a child possessing pure Whirlpool bloodline. Long Jian appeared bewildered. Is it a curse of infertility? Or some law of consanguinity? During school, I never excelled in biology, and this truly touches upon my knowledge blind spot. Xiangzi gazed lovingly at Lin Jie and said, Our greatest wish now is to find a safe place to bear a child of our own and continue the bloodline of the Whirlpool clan at Ah. It becomes evident why these two have always seemed inclined toward seclusion. The weight of revitalizing the Whirlpool clan rests upon their shoulders. Upon reflection, Long Jian realized that there are indeed very few individuals with pure Whirlpool bloodline left. Nagato and the prince only possess Whirlpool lineage through their mothers. It appears that Xiangzi and Lin Jie are the only known bearers of the pure Whirlpool bloodline. With this in mind, Long Jian looked earnestly at Xiangzi and Lin Jie, resolutely stating, Sister Xiangzi, Brother Lin Jie, rest assured, you will surely have your own child. Good-hearted individuals will have their wishes fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Xiangzi and Lin Jie exchanged smiles. We shall take your words as an omen. Dear Long Jian, that moment, Long Jian began contemplating how he could assist this couple to avert the tragedies of fate from recurring. The following day, after a day of recuperation, Long Jian was finally able to summon the Shadow Army once more. His chakra had replenished and was no longer depleted. It was gradually accumulating within him. Initially, Xiangzi and Lin Jie planned to bid farewell to Long Jian, believing he had regained a measure of self-protection capability. However, Long Jian insisted they stay, expressing his desire to present them with a gift and requesting they wait for 2 more days. With that, Long Jian set out early, leaving Xiangzi and Lin Jie in a state of perplexity, awaiting his return in the cave. As he journeyed, Long Jian scanned his surroundings, unsure of what he was seeking. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Near a small river not far from the cave, he spotted what he had long been searching for. He hurried over to the riverbank, examining a plant adorned with delicate white flowers. The verdant leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and the dark green stems were covered with tiny hairs. A patch of such plants flourished by the river. Long Jian's heart raced with joy, astonished to have found it here. With that, He quickly gathered several of these plants and jubilantly returned to the cave. Upon seeing Longjian re-enter after an extended absence, holding several small white-flowered plants, Xiangzi and Linjie were even more bewildered, utterly at a loss as to what Longjian intended to do with these flowers. Upon his return, Longjian greeted Xiangzi and Linjie before rushing to one side. Beginning to work on the plants he had collected, he took a large bowl and began washing the plants thoroughly in water, removing all the flowers and leaves from them. Following this, he used a kunai to chop the plants into small pieces. Placing them into the bowl, he then retrieved a small hammer from his shadow and began to pound the contents of the bowl. Xiangzi and Linjie watched in stunned silence, questioning the origins of that hammer. How could one draw it from their own shadow? Unperturbed by their bewildered gazes, Longjian remained focused on crushing the plants. Eventually, unable to contain her curiosity, Xiangzi inquired, "Longjian, what are you doing?" Longjian returned her a mysterious smile and replied, "You'll find out soon." He then requested a clean piece of white cloth from Xiangzi, pouring the crushed remnants onto it, wrapping it up, and beginning to squeeze it forcefully. Dark green juice flowed steadily from the cloth into the bowl. Longjian exclaimed joyfully, "It worked! I did it!" Xiangzi suddenly felt a pang of concern, wondering if this boy was becoming overly obsessed, for he appeared rather foolish. Longjian summoned a swarm of shadowy soldiers, startling Xiangzi and Linjie with their sudden appearance. He quickly explained, "Don't worry, this is my ability. You can think of them as soldiers I created. They fully obey my commands and will not harm you. It's a type of special bloodline limit." Xiangzi and Linjie gazed in astonishment at the shadowy soldiers clad in ninja attire. After hearing Longjian's explanation, they were left in awe of his powerful bloodline limit, which enabled him to create soldiers. Longjian showed the soldiers the plants he held and commanded, "Go and gather all these plants from the vicinity." The soldiers obeyed, rushing out of the cave with remarkable efficiency. Xiangzi and Linjie, still in shock, found themselves at a loss for words. The younger brother they had rescued seemed far from ordinary. It was no wonder he undertook missions alone at such a young age, sustaining severe injuries in the process. This only confirmed that Longjian was indeed a prodigious talent from Konoha, possessing both capability and strength. Longjian smiled and explained, "Sister Xiangzi, Brother Linjie, this is the gift I am giving you. This plant is called Imo Huan Lien, typically found along riverbanks or in damp fields that I once read about it in an ancient text. Its stem has a strong dyeing capability, and I believe a dye made from it might help you conceal your hair color." Xiangzi and Linjie were left astounded, with Xiangzi covering her mouth in surprise. "Longjian, you are truly a genius." Longjian bashfully scratched his head and replied, "It still needs testing, but I believe the success rate should be quite high. This way you can avoid being easily recognized due to your hair." Longjian mused to himself. It was not merely his intelligence. In his past life, he had dealt with premature graying, leading him to peruse various resources to resolve the issue. Mo Huan Lien is a completely natural plant-based hair dye, effective, affordable, and gentle on the scalp, the ultimate nemesis of gray hair. To remedy kidney deficiency, I desire sugar-free jelly from Zizalong. Subsequently, Longjian commanded the remaining shadow troops to commence the creation of the hair dye. At the same time, he instructed Xiangzi and Linjie on the method of production and application of this concoction. It is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them a fish. Xiangzi and Linjie, embodying the perfect students, listened intently, their faces radiant with admiration as they observed Longjian meticulously explain the process. Suddenly, Xiangzi raised her right hand and earnestly addressed Longjian. "Longjian, since you were the one who discovered and created this, why not name it yourself?" Linjie wholeheartedly agreed. Longjian, feeling somewhat bashful under their earnest gaze, suggested, "How about we call it hair dye?" It was later discovered that as far back as the era of the 5 Great Nations ninjas, individuals had already begun to produce all-natural hair dye, paving the way for the beauty industry of the future and establishing a pioneering legacy. In later years, the hairdressing industry would regard him as its progenitor. The venerable ancestor and trailblazer, Nara Longjian. 3 days later, Longjian stood at the mouth of a cave alongside Xiangzi and Linjie, observing the two with their lustrous black hair glistening in the light. He nodded with satisfaction, pleased that their efforts had not been in vain. The hair dye was a resounding success, and Xiangzi and Linjia, as the first users, were thoroughly enamored. Thanks to Longjian's relentless efforts, they had temporarily eliminated the most conspicuous and easily exposed aspects of their appearances. Xiangzi and Linjia expressed their gratitude for Longjian's deeds, feeling a genuine concern emanating from him. While many of Konoha's higher-ups might be lacking in intellect, most ninjas in Konoha would go to great lengths for their friends, which is a primary reason for the village's enduring strength. Turning to Xiangzi and Linjia, Longjian said, "Sister Xiangzi, brother Linjia, let us part ways here. I must return to the village. I am truly grateful for your care during this time." Hand in hand, Xiangzi and Linjia gazed at Longjian with reluctance. Though their time together was brief, the late-night conversations and Longjian's earnest efforts to create the hair dye had fostered a deep bond. The genuine concern he showed reignited feelings of being truly cared for within their hearts, which had long been dormant from years of wandering. Coupled with the memory of a younger brother lost in childhood, they found familial sentiments blossoming for the boy before them. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiangzi helped straighten Longjian's collar and earnestly said, "Longjian, upon your return to the village, please refrain from undertaking such perilous tasks alone. I recognize your exceptional talent and strength, but always remember to protect yourself. Understood?" Longjian met her gaze and nodded solemnly. Xiangzi playfully tapped Longjian, feigning reproach. "If you sustain such grave injuries again, you may not be so fortunate to encounter me again." Longjian, looking at Xiangzi and Linjia, remarked, "Recently, Iwagakure has been quite unstable, seemingly plotting something. The tensions among the great ninja villages are escalating. Sister Xiangzi, please stay clear of the border if war were to break out. This area would become exceedingly perilous." With that, Longjian retrieved a shadowy short sword, its hilt adorned with the Nara family crest, and presented it to Xiangzi. This was a blade crafted by the shadow soldiers under his direction over the past few days. "Consider this a token," he said. "Should you ever find yourselves in danger or weary of wandering, know that my family's stronghold in Konoha will always welcome you. This is my promise to you." Linjia accepted the sleek black blade with a serious nod. Noticing this, Xiangzi hurriedly rummaged through her pocket, evidently preparing a parting gift for Longjian as well. She produced a deep purple crystal necklace and, without allowing him a moment to refuse, fastened it around his neck. After adjusting it, she inspected it from various angles, satisfied, and said, "This is also a token from me. Take good care of it. It will bring you good fortune. I have the other half." She gestured to her own neck, showcasing a red crystal necklace. Aside from the color of the crystals, the two necklaces were identical in design. Longjian graciously accepted Xiangzi's gift, then turned and waved goodbye over his shoulder. "Farewell for now, Sister Xiangzi, brother Linjia. Until we meet again." With that, he strode away without looking back. Xiangzi and Linjia watched Longjian's figure gradually fade from view, their hearts filled with emotion. Unbeknownst to Longjian, the necklace Xiangzi had given him was originally intended for her younger brother, a gift she had never had the chance to present before tragedy struck. As she watched him depart, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Longjian, while discerning his path, contemplated the changes within himself. To be honest, this battle had pushed him to his limits, although it had been a painful experience. Leading to his eventual collapse, the rewards had been substantial that he found that after being completely drained of spiritual energy and chakra, he had experienced a qualitative leap. Indeed, it is in the crucible of combat that one truly breaks through. Only by surviving despair can one rise anew. Regarding the masks, the four he had successfully secured, Ninja Mask, Troll Mask, Stinger Mask, and Night Bat Mask, had all reached completion. General Nika of the Ninja Corps and General Samo of the Troll Corps had already been summoned. The generals of the Night Bat and Stinger Corps were merely awaiting the right moment to re-emerge. Longjian was now poised to begin his endeavor with the fifth mask, the Samurai Mask, which would grant him the ability to summon the Armored Shadow. He was quite pleased with the progress he had made following this battle. Results that would typically require 6 months or more of cultivation had been achieved in a single confrontation. What more could one desire? The advancement in his mask acquisition was significant, filling Long Jian with immense satisfaction. But it is essential to recognize that mass communication typically necessitates gradual accumulation under normal circumstances. This breakthrough post-battle represented a substantial leap forward. In light of the recent harrowing battles, and with the Third Great Ninja War on the horizon, Long Jian had gained a profound understanding of his own inadequacies. Strengthening himself was of utmost urgency. Suddenly, he recalled the 3 peculiar scrolls he had seized during the ambush on the Konohagakure forces. It seemed that the first wave of pursuers had intended to retrieve those very items. Their importance was evidently substantial. This realization clarified the motivations of the subsequent pursuers. They were driven by the imperative to reclaim the 3 mysterious scrolls. The significance of these scrolls was now unmistakable. With that thought, Long Jian halted, ensuring the area was secure and devoid of threats before summoning the serpent that had swallowed the scrolls, instructing it to regurgitate them as the 3 scrolls reappeared. A chilling, ominous aura enveloped him, seeping into his skin. Long Jian shivered. No wonder such strange symbols had been inscribed around them while they were in the cart. They were likely intended to suppress this malevolent presence. Regaining his composure, he unrolled one of the scrolls to reveal a standard sealing scroll emblazoned with a large character for blade at its center, surrounded by intricate sealing techniques. The second scroll bore the character for technique. The third was the most enigmatic, adorned with a symbol that Long Jian could not comprehend, exuding an air of mystery and strangeness. He pondered what could possibly be sealed within it. Steadying himself, Long Jian resolved that today he would unveil the contents of these scrolls, which had compelled the Konohagakure to expend vast resources to transport to the front lines, and which they were willing to retrieve at great cost. What secrets lay within these scrolls? Long Jian, following the method taught by Uncle Snake to dispel the sealing scrolls, grasped the scroll inscribed with the character for blade, placing it in the palm of his hand and swiftly forming seals. Then he shouted, "Release!" A cloud of white smoke billowed forth and dissipated his astonishment. A slender long sword, approximately 1.5 meters in length, materialized in Long Jian's hand. The scabbard was a deep shade of purple, adorned with intricate and bizarre patterns that captivated the eye at first glance. The hilt was crafted from a dark red material, and upon closer inspection, it bore various depictions of ferocious beasts and specters. The reddish-brown hue made it difficult to discern whether it was the original color of the material or stained by the blood of foes. The entire blade was elongated, resembling the Miao knife of Long Country. As soon as the sword appeared, the air around it dropped several degrees, exuding an uncanny, soul-devouring aura that momentarily entranced Long Jian. Rendering him unable to look away, that a voice echoed incessantly in his mind, urging him to seize the sword before him. Suddenly, Long Jian steeled himself, biting down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to clarity. Goodness, this blade feels rather peculiar. It certainly does not appear to be a weapon of righteousness. He promptly decided to set the sword aside for later examination, opting instead to open the second sealing scroll marked with the character for art. Another plume of white smoke emerged, revealing an ancient tome that emanated an aura akin to that of the sword. Goodness, is this a matching set? Long Jian struggled against the unsettling sensations within him and carefully scrutinized the ancient book. From its tattered cover, he barely discerned several characters. Demon Blade Mo Xie. Long Jian rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't mistaken. This truly the Mo Xie he understood. For a fleeting moment, he even began to doubt the reality of this world. Eagerly, he opened the tome, only to find it completely blank save for the cover. Long Jian was left bewildered. What is this, providing the item, but no instructions? At that moment, he noticed Mo Xie, which he had placed aside, and his clever mind began to work. With one hand clutching the ancient tome, he reached for Mo Xie with the other, the instant he grasped the sword. A sharp pain shot through his palm, prompting him to throw the blade aside, revealing several long gashes on his hand. What kind of thing bites? Long Jian continued to blow on his palm, oblivious to the fact that, having absorbed his blood, the demon blade Mo Xie was gradually emanating an eerie dark purple glow. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful malevolence encroaching upon him, a manifestation of the blood-tainted emotion. Long Jian's heart trembled. It seemed he had inadvertently activated it. At that moment, emotion soared into the air, radiating a formidable presence and charging directly at Long Jian. Instinctively, he raised his hand. Grasping emotion firmly, he felt the surrounding aura intensifying, while various resentful thoughts and eerie energies assaulted him. Soon, a hint of crimson flared in Long Jian's eyes, rendering him quite fearsome. Uncontrollably, he drew emotion, and under the sunlight, the black and purple blade reflected an otherworldly radiance. Meanwhile, emotion relentlessly sought to invade Long Jian's body with its own power. Long Jian felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent and malice flooding his being. Just as he thought he could bear no more, the mass that had lain dormant within him sprang into action. It began to voraciously absorb the energy emanating from emotion. Noticing this shift, engaged in a fierce struggle within Long Jian's body against the masks, Long Jian felt as if his insides had transformed into a grand arena, with various negative emotions, resentments, and shadowy forces vying for dominance. The intense pain coursing through him made him writhe on the ground. Ultimately, the sheer number of masks overwhelmed emotion, forcing it to submissively yield and begin transferring its energy to the masks. The masks then divided the spoils, with some aiding the Night Bat mask in breaking its final restraints, while others rushed toward the warrior mask, aiming to activate the armored shadows. After a while, peace finally descended within Long Jian. The demon blade, emotion, lay quietly in his hand, no longer daring to stir. Long Jian perceived a newfound sense of obedience emanating from the blade. He understood the situation within him. It seemed that emotion had been subdued by the masks. Now willingly submitting to Long Jian, a cold sweat trickled down his spine. This bizarre entity was indeed sinister. Had it not been for the more powerful shadow mass within him, he might have found himself ensnared, controlled by the demon blade. Regaining his composure, Long Jian sheathed emotion, settled himself cross-legged, and began to fully commune with the Night Bat mask. With the assistance of the energy accumulated by emotion, Long Jian successfully dispelled the final restraints of the Night Bat mask, ready to summon the shadowy generals of the Night Bat Legion. The shadow beneath him expanded forward, and a figure with golden skin gradually emerged from the darkness, boasting a robust physique and streamlined form, with a pair of wings larger than its own body extending from its back. Unlike other shadow generals, General Bart donned a compact and efficient half-armor, showcasing his defining trait, speed. His stature was significantly larger than that of ordinary flying shadow soldiers, and upon his appearance, he unfurled his wings. Soaring into the sky in an instant, Long Jian rose to his feet, gazing at Bart gliding through the air, his heart swelling with elation. At last, the third shadow general had appeared. Bart noticed Long Jian's gaze, flapping his wings and instantly materializing before him, moving so swiftly that Long Jian could scarcely track his trajectory. Bart folded his wings and knelt on one knee. "I am Bart, your humble servant." "My lord." "Indeed." Looking at Bart before him, Long Jian felt a rush of exhilaration. This also signified that he had gained the ability to merge with the Night Bat mask. He resolved to conduct a brief experiment, given the limited time, merely to observe the outcome. Primarily, Long Jian was intensely curious about what enhancement he would receive after merging with the Night Bat mask. Would he acquire the capabilities of the Night Bat Legion? Flight? With the experience from his first ninja mask, Long Jian's merging process became considerably more proficient. As he fully integrated with the Night Bat mask, Long Jian once again felt the familiar surge of power coursing through him. He opened his eyes, which glowed a vivid crimson. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, seizing emotion, leaving only an afterimage in his wake, observing the increasingly obedient emotion in his hand. Long Jian grinned wickedly and spread his arms wide. Suddenly, a pair of enormous black wings unfurled from his back. With a triumphant cry, Long Jian flapped his wings and lifted himself slowly off the ground. As he gazed down at the receding earth beneath him, an exhilarating sensation welled up within him. Was this the feeling of flight? It was utterly magnificent. After becoming accustomed to this sensation, Long Jian began to showcase an array of intricate maneuvers in the air. He discovered that, with the enhancement from his wings, his speed surpassed that of his previous state. Drawing the demonic blade Magia, he flicked his wings and instantly vanished from sight, reappearing in the forest below. With a sweeping slash, the demonic blade's aura combined with the power of the Shadow Legion, causing the blade to erupt with an ethereal and formidable brilliance. A.S. Long Jian struck. The surrounding trees were effortlessly cleared, creating a void around him. Observing the trees flying chaotically through the air, a look of satisfaction emerged in Long Jian's crimson eyes. After testing the capabilities of the Night Bat mask, he contentedly released the fusion effect with the mask. The black wings behind him gradually retracted into his body, and when he reopened his eyes, they returned to their normal color. Feeling the sharp pain akin to needles in his back and the dizziness from his head, accompanied by a slight unsteadiness as if he had overexerted himself, Long Jian deeply realized that while the power of the Shadow Legion was formidable, one should not be overly greedy. With a slight adjustment, he gazed at the demonic blade Magia and thought, "Isn't this a gift of weaponry?" Grateful for the gift from his elder brother, Yin Run, he took the demonic blade and turned his attention to the ancient tome placed aside. To his astonishment, what had been a blank book was now filled with inscriptions. Remarkable, this anti-theft measure is quite something. He mused. It seemed to require blood authentication. Without passing the test, one could not gain access. Long Jian picked up the tome and sat down to read it meticulously. After a while, he set the tome down, finally comprehending the connection between the ancient book and the demonic blade. The tome first introduced the origins of the demonic blade Magia. Crafted by the most skilled blacksmith of ancient times, modeled after a weapon described in an ancient text. Legend had it that due to the horrific forging method, upon its creation, divine retribution was unleashed. Yet unexpectedly, the demonic blade managed to stave off the impending retribution with its soaring aura, and the blacksmith, influenced by the blade, succumbed to its temptation, ultimately sacrificing himself for the blade's first bloodshed, leaving behind the four characters, demonic blade Magia. When the blade tasted blood, it turned day into night. Thus, the demonic blade Magia emerged into the world. However, its overwhelming power led to a dismal fate for each successive owner. Either they were bewitched into a frenzy of slaughter until their demise, or met a tragically brutal end. With each passing, the blade absorbed the resentment and death energy of the souls it claimed, further solidifying its ominous reputation. Moreover, the demonic blade Magia was an entity capable of directly confronting divine retribution, making it virtually indestructible. Subsequently, several powerful beings employed sealing techniques to confine Magia, preventing its reappearance in the world. That it was likely that the Yinran village had fortuitously acquired the demonic blade Magia. However, every individual who wielded the blade would be influenced by its dark essence, gradually losing their sanity. The Yinran hierarchy only recognized that those who bore the blade experienced a dramatic increase in combat prowess, ultimately devolving into mindless killing machines until death claimed them. Was this merely a fast track to prowess for the skilled? Of course, it rendered them somewhat useless. They intended to utilize Magia against the forces at the borders of Konoha, only to have Long Jian intercept them midway. The latter part of the tome detailed a cultivation method compatible with the demonic blade Magia, alongside a 9-style sword technique known as Magia 9 Styles. However, Long Jian noted that both the recorded cultivation method and the 9 styles invariably intensified the absorption of resentment and death energy from the souls claimed by the blade, amplifying the killing intent and enhancing the bizarre energy absorbed by the demonic blade itself, thereby boosting the wielder's power. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. While the power indeed surged, the wielder would also become increasingly susceptible to the blade's influence. This was akin to practicing dark arts, while one could rapidly attain strength. Eventually, they would reach a limit, with the overwhelming backlash turning them into the final feast for the demonic blade Magia. However, Long Jian was different. The backlash of the demonic blade had no effect on him. After all, within Long Jian's body resided 10 even more formidable entities that directly converted the energy of the demonic blade into their own, continuously enriching the mask. Any killing intent, resentment, or bizarre energy was welcomed with open arms. The more that came, the more the mask thrived, and if the demonic blade sought to influence Long Jian, it was a futile endeavor. The mask yearned to drag Long Jian into darkness even more, drawing upon the shadowy power of the entire Shadow Kingdom. Realizing the intricate dynamics at play, Long Jian couldn't help but exclaim, "This weapon was tailor-made for me. I wield the blade. It slays, lives, fade, the blade absorbs, and I absorb the blade. A new cycle, an infinite nesting doll of progress. I must inform the commander. I have discovered a perpetual motion machine. With this, Mother need not worry about my progress with the mask anymore." Long Jian lovingly secured the demonic blade Magia to his back. Without bothering to ask why he did not reseal it within the scroll, was it not simply for the sake of visual appeal? He then turned his gaze to the final scroll, one whose exterior offered no hint of what it contained. Cautiously, Long Jian released the seal on the third scroll. To his surprise, there was no overwhelming aura, no radiant light soaring into the sky. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed a red mask left behind in its place. He felt a peculiar connection with the mask. Long Jian mused inwardly. It seems I have a strange affinity with this mask. The sealed mask bore no unusual characteristics, save for its elongated nose, reminiscent of the monstrous masks children wear during lantern festivals. Long Jian poked and prodded at it, curiously donning the mask and spinning around before placing it back down. He even went so far as to make a small incision on his finger, dripping blood onto the mask for an extended period, yet it showed no reaction, while sucking on his bleeding finger. He gazed at the mask lying quietly beside him, deeply perplexed. How does one activate this thing? Why didn't those Yenrin fellows bring along an instruction manual? He thought to himself. What a shame. This time, Long Jian had wronged the Yenrin. It wasn't that they didn't want to bring one, but rather that they truly did not know what the mask was for. The reason for its transportation was that the Yenrin had discovered an ancient professor, long hidden away, who possessed profound knowledge of traditional lore. The Yenrin hierarchy intended to seize this opportunity to present the mask to the professor for study, to ascertain its purpose. However, they encountered Long Jian instead. After fruitlessly researching for a while, Long Jian resolved to return the mask to the sealing scroll. After all, anything that was escorted with such heavy protection alongside the demonic blade was undoubtedly not mere trifles. Who knows, perhaps one day he would suddenly uncover the mask's use, and it would come in handy. Unbeknownst to Long Jian, had he unveiled the mask while Xiangzi and Lin Jie were still by his side, they would have instantly recognized it as one that had previously adorned the wall of masks within the Uzumaki clan, hung alongside the Death God mask. Long Jian secured the scroll and his new weapon, the demonic blade Magia, as he embarked once more on the journey back to the village. Now, having undergone such a tremendous enhancement, Long Jian felt confident that should he encounter the trio of Magia, he could defeat them so thoroughly that they wouldn't even recognize him. And if one managed to escape, he would extend the highest courtesy among men, acknowledging their prowess. The conversation diverged into two paths as Dingzhua, accompanied by Asma and Hong, returned to the Hidden Leaf village. The trio stood before the towering gates of Konoha, lingering for what felt like an eternity, yet hesitating to step inside. How could it be that they had set out as a quartet, only to return with one less companion? The three had waited for 3 days at the border outpost, and upon witnessing Narasaku's dejected team return empty-handed, their hearts sank once more into despair. On the very night they arrived at the border outpost, a torrential rain began to pour, relentlessly washing away the remnants of battle and complicating the search efforts led by Narasaku and Nara Ryoma. Despite their exhaustive attempts, they could not locate the site of the confrontation between Ryujian and the last wave of pursuing rock shinobi. Expanding their search area as much as possible, Suzaku gazed at the unyielding downpour above, feeling a cold sweat bead upon his brow for Ryujian. Deep in his heart, he believed that his nephew would not perish so easily. If Ryujian had chosen to confront the rock shinobi in such a manner, it must have been with a reasonable degree of confidence. Yet, that confidence could very well be affected by the presence of his comrades. Perhaps Ryujian had truly chosen to hold the line for Dingzhua, Asma, and Hong. However, given Ryujian's character, he would never make such a foolish decision as to willingly seek death. This dreadful weather not only stalled the rescue efforts of Suzaku and his team, but also posed a lethal threat to Ryujian should he sustain serious injuries. In his heart, Suzaku fervently urged, "Hang in there, Ryujian." After 3 fruitless days of searching, Suzaku's once resolute spirit began to waver, but he glanced up at the ongoing drizzle, pulled out a map, and realized they had ventured deep enough. Continuing further would likely lead them to an encounter with the Rock Shinobi's reinforcements or other ninja from rival villages. Gritting his teeth, Suzaku resolutely commanded, "We must withdraw to the outpost." Yen Shuei rushed to Suzaku's side, anxiety evident in his voice. "Captain, let's search a bit longer. In this weather, the enemy may not easily spot us. But if they find Ryujian first," Suzaku turned, his tone brooking no argument, "withdraw now. I cannot gamble with the lives of my team." Yen Shuei could only lower his head in dejection, acquiescing to Suzaku's orders. Leading the way, Suzaku's tightly clenched fist betrayed the turmoil beneath his calm exterior. Upon presenting their mission confirmation, Dingzhua and his companions entered the village. Initially, Dingzhua intended to send the weary Asuma and Hong back to rest while he reported to the Hokage's office, but both insisted on accompanying him. Thus, the 3 hurriedly made their way to the Hokage's building. The 3rd Hokage sat at his desk, his ever-present pipe puffing away as he listened to Dingzhua recount the details of Team 6's mission. After exhaling a heavy cloud of smoke, he regarded Dingzhua and his companions with a slow, deliberate gaze. "You have all worked diligently, Dingzhua, Asuma, Hong. This mission was executed admirably. Reports from the front lines indicate that the Rock Shinobi have indeed become more subdued, confirming the undeniable success of your ambush." Despite the 3rd's commendations, the trio displayed no outward signs of joy. Even Asuma, who longed for the 3rd's approval, wore a sullen expression. Observing their demeanor, the 3rd let out a sigh and continued, "It is truly regrettable about Ryujian. In this operation, he upheld the honor of a Konoha ninja, embodying the true spirit of the will of fire." Yet Asuma interrupted, his voice rising defiantly, "Old man, Ryujian is surely not dead. You must dispatch a team to the land of grass to rescue him. Words of praise can wait until he returns." The 3rd, witnessing Asuma's resolute yet tear-brimmed eyes, sighed in resignation that he understood that Asuma was unable to accept the likelihood of Ryujian's demise, especially considering that Ryujian had saved their lives. However, to the 3rd Hokage, Ryujian's fate was akin to that of a fallen soldier. Yet, seeing Asuma's steadfastness, the 3rd decided it best to allow him to calm down before further provoking his emotions. After all, Asuma was still but a child. "Very well. Nara Ryujian will be classified as missing in action that I shall contact the commanders at all border outposts. When sufficient personnel are available, I will dispatch a team to aid in the search for Ryujian." Dingzhua understood that this was the utmost assurance the 3rd could provide. He gently pulled Asuma back, who was still eager to voice his thoughts, and bowed to the 3rd, saying, "Thank you, Lord 3rd." The 3rd nodded and proceeded. "As for Team 6, this mission will be rated B class. Due to your discovery and neutralization of the Rock Shinobi's secret weapon transport unit during the mission, and your subsequent annihilation of a Rock Shinobi squad, led by 4 Jonin, I hereby grant Team 6 an additional 2 S-Class mission experiences, along with corresponding rewards." The 3rd observed the trio's continued gloom and added, "Furthermore, Nara Ryujian, for his gallant efforts in ambushing the Rock Shinobi, will receive an additional S-Class mission experience. As for the rewards, we shall await news of Ryujian or guidance from the Nara clan." The 3 bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord 3rd." The 3rd Hokage felt a heavy burden upon him. Ryujian was not only the sole bearer of the Nara clan's bloodline limit, but also the disciple of his beloved student, Orochimaru, and his own grand student. Torn between these connections, the 3rd had no clear course of action. Sighing, he mused that it was time to summon Orochimaru. As a mentor, he ought to be informed at that moment. Ryujian, who had been presumed dead by most villagers, was bewilderedly surveying the surrounding trees, lost in profound contemplation. "What on earth? Why does it feel like I'm veering further off course?" he muttered to himself. "Damn it, where am I? Is this even still within the country?" Ryujian vowed that next time he ventured out, he would certainly bring a map. Otherwise, with his previous life's geography score of 27, Discerning the correct direction was indeed a daunting task. Currently, he could only place his trust in the flying shadows above. Tirelessly searching for the right path, it must be said that without the Shadow Army, Ryujian would likely struggle with even the basics of self-sufficiency. After an intense and exhilarating period of navigation, the flying shadows guided Ryujian towards a direction entirely opposite to the one he had just traversed. Finally, after several days of arduous travel, Ryujian's gaze fell upon the long-missed gates of the village. At that moment, tears of joy welled in his eyes that Ryujian's appearance was such that if he were to be cast onto the streets, any kind-hearted passerby would surely toss him a few coins. Aside from the long sword he carried on his back, which appeared somewhat valuable, nothing else on him seemed worth much. His clothes were in tatters. The enchanted sword, emotion, expressed its discontent, feeling that it no longer wished to be associated with Ryujian. Lamenting, "Brother, our aesthetic has diverged too greatly." Ignoring the bewildered looks of the village guards, Ryujian exuberantly shouted at the sky. "I'm back." With the enchanted sword emotion tow, Ryujian strolled through the familiar streets, and, upon spotting a hot spring establishment, decided to step inside. He resolved to indulge himself today. After the exhausting days he had endured, did he not deserve some respite? After a lifetime of battle, a few days of enjoyment is well warranted. Following a refreshing cleanse and a rejuvenating 2-hour soak in the hot spring, he emerged clad in fresh, clean attire. As he gazed in the mirror, admiring his handsome visage and flowing hair, Ryujian found himself thinking that perhaps not styling his hair into a pineapple was also quite dashing. Just as he was reveling in his striking looks, an Umbu ninja appeared at his side. The Umbu spoke in a low, grave tone. "Nara Ryujian, the Hokage requests your presence," to which Ryujian replied, "Understood, I shall go at once." Konoha, the Hokage building. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed at Ryujian, who stood before him, seemingly unscathed. He took a deep drag from his cigarette. While this was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, Ryujian's demeanor suggested that he had emerged from a tranquil hot spring. Completely at ease, the third Hokage regarded him thoughtfully and slowly inquired, "Ryujian, I've already heard from Dingzwa about your situation. Could you recount the events that transpired after you made the decision to divert the enemy's attention on your own?" Ryujian was well aware that upon returning to Konoha, such inquiries were inevitable. After all, to an outside observer, his predicament appeared to be one of certain doom. Yet, not only had Ryujian managed to navigate this perilous scenario with remarkable finesse, but he had also returned to Konoha in high spirits, which inevitably raised suspicions that he gathered his thoughts and began to narrate the events following his decision to confront the enemy alone. Naturally, he alluded to the existence of General Nika and his companions, explaining that they were manifestations of his bloodline limit, created through the overextension of his life force, embodying his most formidable shadow form. To avoid unnecessary complications, he refrained from elaborating on the two generals, attributing all inexplicable occurrences to his bloodline limit. As for the 3 scrolls, Ryujian provided a plausible explanation. During the battle, the IWA Shinobi had seized one of the scrolls, inadvertently breaking its seal. To by fortunate chance, Ryujian had gained the recognition of the cursed sword Moxie. Subsequently, leveraging the power of Moxie, he dispatched one foe and severely injured another, only to be struck by a secret technique from his adversary, leaving him in a state of severe exhaustion and injury that it was only through the snake uncle's ninjutsu, the great serpent body substitute technique, that he managed to escape with his life. As for the remaining 2 scrolls, they were wrested from him by the IWA Shinobi. The injustice he faced was more widely recognized than he himself realized. With his last vestiges of consciousness, he found a suitable cave to conceal himself in before succumbing to unconsciousness. Regarding the presence of Xiangzi and Linjia, Ryujian merely stated that he awoke after an indeterminate period of unconsciousness and, after 2 days of recovery, set off on his journey back to the village. The third Hokage, while puffing on his cigarette, glanced at the cursed sword Moxie strapped to Ryujian's back, contemplating that, perhaps, everything seemed quite reasonable after all. The bloodline limit's ability to drain life force, the fortunate recognition by the cursed sword, and his survival through the life-preserving ninjutsu taught by his mentor, Orochimaru. This battle had indeed showcased Ryujian's explosive display of strength, intellect, and luck, culminating in his resounding success. Moreover, considering Ryujian's lineage as a member of the Nara clan and as the favored disciple of Orochimaru, it was hard to believe that someone capable of making such a selfless decision to divert the enemy for the sake of his comrades would easily betray Konoha and become a spy for another village. Based on the third Hokage's prior assessments of Ryujian, he was convinced that Ryujian would not engage in such treachery, that Ryujian's masterful performance had once again spared him considerable trouble. Ryujian then remarked, "What if I were to feign virtue for a lifetime?" The third Hokage, extending his hand, grasped the cursed sword Moxie. As soon as he did, he was inundated with an overwhelming wave of malevolent intent and murderous energy emanating from the sword. It began to tug at the third Hokage's nerves, attempting to influence and control his mind. Yet being the third Hokage, he quickly harnessed his formidable chakra, suppressing the restless Moxie. This commotion prompted the surrounding Umbu to burst into the office, mistakenly believing that the third Hokage was embroiled in a confrontation. With a gesture to calm the Umbu, the third Hokage turned to Ryujian, saying, "Ryujian, this sword is peculiar. It can affect the user's psyche. Until you have gained sufficient strength, it would be wise to refrain from wielding it." Ryujian understood the third Hokage's implications and swiftly replied, "No need for concern. Lord Third, IT has already recognized me as its master. And only when others wield it will such effects manifest. I can handle it with ease. It would be ludicrous for Ryujian to relinquish such a magnificent and useful weapon without a fight. He had claimed it as his own. The notion of having it confiscated was unacceptable. He would raise a ruckus if anyone attempted to take it from him. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, you may continue to wield it. However, should anything abnormal occur, you must report it to me immediately to prevent any harm to your body or mind." Ryujian bowed respectfully. "Understood." "Thank you, Lord Third." The third Hokage nodded and proceeded to reiterate the task assessment he had previously shared with Dingzhua and the others. Upon learning that he had effectively completed 1 B-rank mission and 3 S-rank missions, Ryujian's delight was palpable as he began to mentally calculate the rewards. My goodness. How much would this amount to? Each mission could yield over 1,000,000 Ryo, far surpassing what they would earn from completing 100 D-rank missions combined. Contrary to his earlier claims of disinterest in money, Ryujian found himself quite enamored with the prospect of wealth. After all, a little financial incentive was a great motivator, was it not? A subtle hint for the esteemed readers. Furthermore, the third Hokage mentioned that Ryujian could choose a reward, whether it be learning ninjutsu or more, even allowing him to select a suitable forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. Ryujian contemplated this carefully. The forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals were indeed enticing. However, given Ryujian's current capabilities and understanding, he recognized that there were only 2 potential outcomes. Either the techniques would cost him his life, or they would be beyond his grasp. Techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Edo Tensei, or the Shiki Fujin were not something he was willing to risk his life for. Even if he were presented with Flying Thunder God or intangibility techniques, he knew he would struggle to master them. Such techniques were the kind that, once learned, would provide an overwhelming advantage, but Ryujian believed it wiser to focus on improving his strategies against the masked adversary, rather than spreading himself too thin across various disciplines. Nonetheless, he did not wish to squander the third Hokage's goodwill, as it was rightfully his due. After much contemplation, Ryujian finally articulated his desired reward to the third Hokage. The third Hokage, upon hearing Ryujian's request, rubbed his temples and remarked, "So, you wish for me to provide a letter of recommendation, allowing you to study under the various swordsmanship masters in Konoha, and you expect them to be unable to refuse?" Ryujian gazed at the third Hokage with eager anticipation, nodding vigorously. The third Hokage sighed, realizing that as Ryujian's mentor, he had little choice but to indulge him. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he said, "I can write you a letter of recommendation, which you may present to them. However, it will solely serve as a recommendation. Whether they choose to teach you is entirely at their discretion. As Hokage, I lack the authority to compel them to impart their treasured skills." Ryujin, unperturbed, waved his hand dismissively, assuring the third Hokage, I understand. However, I firmly believe that the ninjas of Konoha will certainly honor the request of Lord Third Hokage. The third Hokage regarded Ryujin with a mixture of resignation and amusement. Feeling as though he had fallen into Ryujin's clever trap, he sighed heavily, lamenting, the youth of today are as cunning as foxes. Being Hokage is no easy task. The following day, after awakening, Ryujin made his way to the Hokage building. Before Ryujin had departed the previous day, the third Hokage had specifically instructed him not to seek out Asuma, Dingzwa, or Hong, as he intended to surprise them. The third Hokage had noticed that his son had recently been rather despondent, clearly affected by Ryujin's ordeal. While genuine bonds of friendship were undoubtedly important, it was crucial to remember that Asuma was still just a child. If not handled properly, this could adversely impact his future as a ninja. As fate would have it, just as the third Hokage was racking his brain for a perfect solution, Ryujin had returned, full of vitality. The third Hokage no longer needed to fret over his son's mental well-being. Everyone would rejoice. As for Orochimaru and Kakashi, it was perhaps premature to discuss their involvement, but the third Hokage believed they would harbor no resentment toward him. After all, as long as Long Jian returns alive, everything will be negotiable. The third Hokage could clearly perceive the moment when Uncle Shi learned of the high likelihood that Long Jian had perished. A dangerous aura of killing intent erupted from him, causing his golden pupils to narrow into mere pinpricks. Although it was but a fleeting moment, Uncle Shi swiftly reined it in. Yet the third Hokage understood that Uncle Shi truly acknowledged Long Jian as his disciple, even though Uncle Shi endeavored to maintain a facade of calmness. The third Hokage discerned profound pain, endless sorrow, and an inexplicable resoluteness hidden within those golden snake-like eyes. I could see that moment. The third Hokage remained oblivious to what this unwavering conviction truly signified. Long Jian ambled towards the Hokage building, and before he even entered, he overheard Asuma's voice. What? Are we adding a new member to Team 6? Old man, are you joking? Long Jian hasn't returned yet. We only recognize Long Jian as our teammate. This talk of additional members is utterly absurd. At that moment, Hong also wore a sullen expression, refraining from interrupting Asuma's seemingly impolite remarks, clearly in agreement with him. Dingzwa, naturally aware of his two disciples' sentiments, as their guiding Genin, should have intervened to support the third Hokage's arrangements. Yet this time, his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The third Hokage observed the various reactions of the three members of Team 6 before exhaling a plume of smoke and solemnly stating, I see. I intended for you to meet this new member before making a decision. Since that is the case, before the third Hokage could finish, Long Jian stepped into the room and cheerfully addressed Asuma. What is the matter, old ma? Don't you want to continue being my teammate? Asuma, who had just exhibited a countenance of understanding towards the third Hokage, froze in place upon hearing that familiar voice from behind. He quickly turned around, and upon seeing Long Jian standing at the door with a beaming smile, he rushed forward and embraced him. Dingzwa, equally astonished, turned to behold his outstanding disciple standing there unharmed, and his eyes involuntarily glistened. Hong, unable to contain herself, exclaimed in disbelief as she covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming from her reddened eyes. Old Ma tightly held Long Jian, bowing his head to hide his tear-filled eyes from view. With a radiant smile, Long Jian addressed the members of Team 6. I'm back. Sorry to have worried you all. This must be the charm of being a Hokage, a group of individuals with no blood ties, coming together to forge bonds of trust and care for one another that could last a lifetime. Old Ma wiped his eyes, released Long Jian, and delivered a playful punch to his shoulder, chiding, you rascal. You return without even a word. You have no idea how worried Hong and Dingzwa have been about you during your absence. Long Jian, observing Old Ma's return to his usual proud demeanor, turned to the third Hokage and remarked, What can I say? It's not my fault. After all, it was the Hokage-sama who ordered a surprise for you all. Asuma, fuming, shouted at the third Hokage, Old man, you are the most bothersome, and Long Jian too. The third Hokage, watching his son regain his former vitality, smiled wryly and shook his head, realizing that the one who unties the knot must be the one who tied it in the first place. He then addressed Dingzhua. All right, Team 6, reassemble. I grant you a 3-day break. Rest well and return to receive your missions once you're rejuvenated. Dingzhua promptly bowed to the third Hokage, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Afterward, he pulled along the overly excited old Ma and led Long Jian and Hong out of the Hokage building. The group headed straight for the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan. In such a celebratory moment, Dingzhua generously declared that they could eat as much barbecue as they desired. Long Jian and the others relished the benefits of having a guiding Genin from the Akimichi clan, as they could feast on barbecue without cost. Moreover, the Akimichi clan's barbecue was truly exceptional, awakening Long Jian's appetite as the four of them devoured the grilled delicacies. Long Jian recounted the events that had transpired during his absence, naturally aligning his narrative with what he had told the third Hokage. Dingzhua and the others listened to Long Jian's thrilling experiences. They couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension for Long Jian's past dangers. Dingzhua sternly advised him, next time, you must not take such risks. Tasks involving drawing the enemy away should be the responsibility of a guiding Genin like myself. Long Jian chuckled and nodded in agreement. After a while, aside from Hong, the other three were sprawled ungracefully in their chairs, rubbing their bellies. Hong, observing the trio's identical state, couldn't help but stifle laughter behind her hands. Suddenly, Dingzhua sat up straight and addressed Long Jian. Asuma, and Hong with a serious tone, you three have been Genin for nearly a year now, and I have witnessed your hard work and progress. I have a fair understanding of your abilities. Therefore, I have decided to enroll you in next month's Chunin exams out of course. The final decision to participate rests with you. Upon hearing this, Long Jian and his comrades exchanged determined glances, each finding resolve in the other's eyes. Long Jian was well aware that the Chunin exams were conducted by teams, and if any member chose not to participate, the entire team would be unable to register. Such a dilemma would not arise for Team 6. Given Long Jian's current strength, facing a mere Chunin exam would be a walk in the park. However, he still felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the theoretical portions of the exam. After all, it was widely known that the theoretical tests in the world of Naruto were exceedingly comprehensive, encompassing everything from astronomy to physics and requiring familiarity with various symbols and codes. Long Jian mused that he would have to cram at the last minute. Fortunately, there was still a month left. He felt no urgency. He relished the thought of showcasing the confidence of a university student from Tianchao, managing to review all subjects overnight and passing every exam with a score of 60. After their feast, the four agreed to meet again in 3 days at the mission hall. As Long Jian passed by Ichiraka Ramen, he grabbed a large bowl of the super deluxe miso ramen and headed straight for Uncle Shi's laboratory. Upon arriving, he found Uncle Shi unchanged, standing at the workbench, jotting down various data. Suddenly, Uncle Shi seemed to sense something, placing his pen on the table and turning abruptly. There stood Long Jian at the door, holding the freshly packed, still warm ramen. Uncle Shi's eyes widened in astonishment before he quickly composed himself. In a hoarse voice, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in ages, he said, Long Jian-kun, you've returned safely. Long Jian, observing Uncle Shi's slightly unnatural reaction, felt a hint of confusion. He had never seen Uncle Shi like this. The third Hokage had not informed Long Jian that he had spoken with Orochimaru a few days prior, discussing the likelihood of Long Jian's demise, even contemplating finding a new disciple for Uncle Shi to prevent him from becoming too extreme in his grief. Uncle Shi had not anticipated that, having internally accepted the grim reality of Long Jian's death on a mission, he would suddenly find Long Jian vibrant and full of life standing before him. Long Jian, scratching his head in puzzlement, waved his hand at Uncle Shi, cheerfully exclaiming, Orochimaru-sensei, come on, I got this super deluxe miso ramen that's still warm. Have you missed me during my long absence from the village? Uncle Shi returned to his usual composed demeanor and replied slowly, I did feel a certain emptiness without an assistant by my side. I had already begun considering whether to take on a more obedient disciple to prevent you from suddenly perishing outside. Long Jian, upon hearing this, paused slightly, sensing a hint of subtle resentment in Uncle Shi's tone. This was quite peculiar. Uncle Shi snatched the ramen from Long Jian's hands and, without looking back, strode toward the laboratory door. Long Jian hurriedly followed, shouting playfully, "I believe you won't easily abandon me, Uncle Shi." The two master and apprentice sat on the grass outside the laboratory, with Snake Uncle rapidly devouring a bowl of ramen beside Long Jian. This was primarily due to Snake Uncle's insistence that eating within a laboratory would leave lingering odors that would significantly disrupt both his experiments and his concentration. As the most proficient researcher in the world of Hokage, being able to eat outside the lab was already a considerable favor granted to Long Jian. After swallowing an egg in one gulp, Snake Uncle turned to Long Jian and said, "Please recount the details of your recent mission. Long Jian-kun, how did you manage to escape what seemed like a certain demise?" Long Jian promptly recounted the entire sequence of events regarding the mission. Upon hearing that Long Jian had chosen to divert the enemy's attention to allow Dingzhua and others to retreat, Snake Uncle noticeably paused in his slurping of noodles, his expression seemingly conveying, "What a foolish disciple." Later, when Long Jian described the formidable power he had manifested through his bloodline limit, culminating in the creation of the Black Shadow General, Long Jian could distinctly sense a spark of intense interest flicker in Snake Uncle's serpentine eyes. A sense of alarm surged within Long Jian. A warning signal. Further research was imminent. Despite his apprehension, Long Jian continued to elaborate on the matters concerning the Cursed Blade, Imo-sia. His account remained consistent with what he had previously shared with the Third Hokage and others. He refrained from mentioning individuals or events that might lead to unnecessary trouble. However, he enriched his narrative with numerous details regarding his decision-making and combat strategies, knowing that Snake Uncle would meticulously analyze his strengths and weaknesses, as well as the correctness of his actions, to enhance his combat acumen. Once Long Jian concluded his account, Snake Uncle had finished his ramen, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. He then rose to his feet and said, "Show me that sword." Without hesitation, Long Jian retrieved the Cursed Blade, Imo-sia, from its scroll and presented it to Snake Uncle. Upon grasping Imo-sia, Snake Uncle immediately sensed the immense energy contained within, along with the restless movements of the blade. Unlike the Third Hokage, Snake Uncle exuded an even more potent aura of murderous intent, which he wielded to temporarily suppress Imo-sia. After thoroughly examining the blade, Snake Uncle tossed Imo-sia back to Long Jian, who hurriedly caught the now subdued weapon, which had previously been doubting its own capabilities. Then, Snake Uncle remarked, "The sword is indeed remarkable, a fine blade. It seems that its influence on your performance is minimal, so you may continue to use it for now." With a faint smile, he added, "A cursed blade, how fitting for your current disposition, Long Jian-kun." Long Jian grinned widely as he retracted Imo-sia, looking at Snake Uncle with hopeful eyes. "Master Orochimaru, your swordsmanship must be extraordinary as well. Could you teach me, please?" "Are you joking? Do you think it was just anyone who taught the swordsmanship of the Uchiha brothers?" "I, Snake Uncle, am a master of the grassfolk sword. Let me tell you, forbidden techniques are my innate talent, but swordsmanship is also a passion of mine." In response, Snake Uncle did not express anything further. Instead, he began to meticulously analyze Long Jian's strengths and weaknesses during the recent battle. Long Jian immediately adopted the demeanor of an attentive disciple, pulling up a small stool and listening intently to Snake Uncle's teachings. It was undeniable that, as one of the legendary Sannin, Snake Uncle possessed a wealth of combat experience. With just a few words, he illuminated various issues that had plagued Long Jian during the fight, leaving him with an enlightening sense of clarity and an invigorated sense of capability. After the lesson concluded, to Long Jian's surprise, Snake Uncle abruptly issued an eviction notice, instructing him to find somewhere cool to stay and not to disturb his ongoing experiments. Long Jian was left bewildered, feeling as though he had missed some crucial aspect of their interaction. At that moment, as he reached the entrance of a laboratory, Snake Uncle suddenly halted, and his hoarse voice resonated softly. "That technique involving your bloodline limit, if it is confirmed to consume your life force, refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Once you have recuperated for a couple of days, come to me so I can examine your body and see if there is a way to mitigate this side effect." Long Jian was taken aback by Snake Uncle's unexpected concern. Although he had fabricated the notion of side effect, he was astonished that Snake Uncle would forfeit further research into Longjian's bloodline limit due to this potential consequence, and even voluntarily offer assistance to eliminate this so-called side effect. This man truly, he brought tears to my eyes. Snake Uncle's stature in Longjian's heart grew significantly. Was he not the epitome of a good teacher? Longjian could discern who treated him well. Snake Uncle was undeniably a good person. While Longjian was lost in thought, Snake Uncle's raspy voice interrupted once more. As for swordsmanship, I must admit that I am not particularly adept. However, I can certainly impart a few techniques, as my swordsmanship has been honed for the battlefield. With that, Snake Uncle, in a haughty manner, turned and strode into the laboratory without a backward glance. Longjian hurriedly called out from behind, "Thank you, Master Orochimaru." To be frank, one might argue that Snake Uncle is not a good person, nor a competent Konoha ninja. However, to Longjian, he was the embodiment of a worthy teacher. After parting ways with Snake Uncle, Longjian plunged straight into the small grove where he often practiced. He retrieved ancient texts detailing the training methods for the cursed blade, and began his studies. Even though it was still vacation time, Longjian possessed an insatiable drive for progress. His motivations were not solely to survive the Third Great Ninja War. He also aspired to acquire sufficient strength to alter the fates of certain individuals in the unfolding events. Some lives were not meant to be lost, and certain occurrences were not destined to transpire. Longjian hoped to amend as many regrets as possible within his abilities, for after all, one lives only once and must endeavor to make a difference. Shortly after returning to Konoha, Longjian received news that during his absence on the mission, the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Sakumo, Kakashi's father, who had commanded respect even from the famed Sannin, had tragically taken his own life. This tragedy, whether rooted in the dark machinations of politics or stemming from the man's own character, left Longjian with a profound sense of loss. Ultimately, White Fang was merely a shinobi who perished amidst the conflict between duty and loyalty to comrades. Longjian had no desire to ponder who might have influenced this event or who bore responsibility. He understood his own limitations all too well, should the circumstances he envisioned come to pass. He would find himself entangled in far too many complexities. He merely hoped that if such pressures were ever to weigh upon him, he would possess the strength and wisdom to make different, more favorable choices. Let us not forget, Longjian was now Snake Uncle's prized disciple, and the path of scientific inquiry he pursued would undoubtedly lead him into darker realms. In the future, would Longjian choose to follow Snake Uncle down that shadowy path? Or would he prefer to remain in Konoha? If he stayed, would he enjoy the same freedom as before, or would he find himself living under the specter of public scrutiny like White Fang? These were the matters Longjian had to contemplate. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that possessing sufficient strength would grant him the freedom and agency he desired. Why have I not seen any traitors daring to question Hashirama and Madara's will? He pondered. That is the essence of truth. As Longjian meticulously perused the training methods, he discovered that they encompassed not only breath control exercises and the flow of chakra and mental energy within the body, but also strategies for wielding the cursed blade, in combat. This included managing various forms of aura, such as killing intent and resentment, to achieve perfect synergy with utilizing every advantage and integrating the blade's unique characteristics to unleash its most formidable power. Of course, the downside was that the user would become a vessel for various negative emotions and strange powers, which over time could adversely affect their mind and life. Fortunately, Longjian had, with the aid of the mask, flawlessly circumvented this drawback, transforming it into an asset that would further enhance his training with the mask. As Longjian continued to explore the ancient texts, he arrived at the section detailing the sword techniques that complemented the training methods. Known as the 9 styles of To his dismay, he realized he could only access the first 3 techniques, while the remaining 6 appeared shrouded in a veil of obscurity. Longjian couldn't help but marvel at the impressive secrecy surrounding this material. Akin to a video game where insufficient experience prevents one from unlocking advanced skills. Nonetheless, having access to 3 styles was already quite commendable. Longjian was well aware of the wisdom in not biting off more than he could chew. Without hesitation, I embarked on mastering the first three forms of the Cn9 styles: Serpent Shadow Thrust, Ape's Arm Sweep, and Eagle Strike. The creator of the Cn9 styles was a genius of swordsmanship, who ingeniously observed the predatory techniques of various animals and integrated them into his own blade techniques. Through relentless combat experience and ceaseless refinement, he ultimately achieved a profound synthesis, giving rise to these lethal techniques specifically designed for taking lives. These styles encompass not only one-on-one combat prowess, but also encompass techniques capable of sweeping across the battlefield. The IT may be said that it embodies the essence of wisdom, exhibiting remarkable comprehensiveness. Were it not for the short lifespan of each wielder of the cursed blade, it is believed that with such talent and strength, this individual could have easily become a renowned master of the blade. Resolute in my training, I immediately commenced practice on the first form, Serpent's Shadow Thrust. After spending considerable time with Uncle Snake, it is undeniable that the creature I am most familiar with is indeed the serpent. Consequently, my practice of the Serpent's Shadow Thrust proceeded with unexpected ease. As dusk descended, I stood before a colossal tree, one that could not be encircled by a single person, wielding the cursed blade Emocia, radiating an eerie aura akin to that of the blade itself, which was steadily escalating. Surrounding me were the battered trees, remnants of my afternoon training sessions. Suddenly, I opened my eyes and sprang into action. My movements were peculiarly fluid, reminiscent of a serpent swiftly advancing, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in my wake. Before long, I reached the great tree and, from an unconventional angle, I thrust Emocia upward at a diagonal. With an overwhelming force, the thrust seemed to conjure a phantom of a roaring giant serpent, its gaping maw poised to strike, as if to devour the target alongside my thrust. The cursed blade pierced through the tree, and the phantom of the serpent seamlessly melded into the trunk. Subsequently, I saw the tree cleave open as I horizontally positioned Emocia, sending wood shavings soaring into the air amidst the explosion of the tree trunk. The interior of the tree revealed extensive damage, a testament to the first form of the Cn9 styles, the Serpent's Shadow Thrust. Thanks to my familiarity with serpents, I was able to execute this technique within just one day. Although my proficiency still required improvement, I was already quite content with my achievements. Once I had achieved this initial success, further mastery would surely follow. Moreover, I had Uncle Snake as my mentor to guide me through the intricacies of the techniques. With a heart full of satisfaction, I sheathed the cursed blade Emocia, hoisted it upon my shoulder, and hummed a tune as I returned to the residence of the Nara family. Each day thereafter, I resumed my routine of completing tasks, but whenever I found a moment of respite, I would draw Emocia in practice, eager to swiftly learn these first three forms to unlock subsequent techniques. It resembled the thrill of unlocking new storylines in a game. It was truly captivating. I found myself unable to part with the blade, embodying the essence of a blade enthusiast. Old Ma even suspected I was considering a career change, abandoning my precious bloodline limit to wander about with a massive sword. Little did he know that my daily training in the Cn9 styles was not solely focused on honing my swordsmanship. The progress of my mass training was also incrementally advancing with each session. This dual-path development had me somewhat entranced, and time flew by swiftly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. And today, Long Jian, Asuma, and Hong gathered early together. Today marked the commencement of the Chunin exams. To be honest, I felt a tinge of excitement that if I succeeded in advancing directly, I would shed the title of the weakest ninja in Konoha, Genin. However, I was neither a prince nor a second son, so it was imperative to diligently elevate my rank. The three of us composed ourselves, exchanged encouraging words, and pushed open the door to enter the examination hall. The once spacious hall was now filled to capacity with participants that I recognized many familiar faces from my cohort, including the pale-haired, vacant-eyed Kaji, who seemed lost in the shadow of his father's suicide. Beside Kakashi stood Obito and Rin, who greeted us with enthusiastic gestures upon spotting us. Rin smiled and waved, and I naturally reciprocated warmly to this kindred spirit with whom I often shared late arrivals to class. Amidst the crowd stood the vibrant Guy, his youthful exuberance ablaze, who, upon noticing us, flashed a thumbs up, his pearly whites radiating brilliance. It was exhilarating to see so many comrades participating in the Chunin exams together. I resolved to defeat Kakashi this time. Guy passionately declared his fervent ambitions, while his teammates, Hibi and Shiranui, subtly edged away, indicating their lack of association with this overly enthusiastic individual. I responded to Guy with a thumbs up. Affirming his youthful spirit, I couldn't help but wonder what brand of toothpaste Guy used to achieve such dazzling brightness. At this moment, I noticed that the ninjas in the hall were not solely from Konoha's Genin, but included many from other villages. Scratching my head in confusion, I observed the hostile glares directed at us from the other village ninjas and voiced my bewilderment. What is going on? Are there ninjas from other villages participating in this Chunin exam? Why does it feel so familiar? I recall Uncle Snake hadn't defected yet. Hong, recognizing my perplexity, sighed and explained, Long Jian, did you not read the information regarding this Chunin exam? It's being held in Konoha, but we've also allied with the Sand, Grass, and Waterfall villages. Among others, they've all sent their genin to participate in this exam that it's ostensibly a friendly exchange. But in truth, it serves as a competitive platform for the younger generations of various ninja villages. A look of realization washed over me. So this was a showcase of the new generation's prowess in another's territory. I relish such challenges. However, the other village ninjas, observing my seemingly oblivious demeanor, exchanged derisive glances. Is that fellow really a genin from Konoha? He seems utterly oblivious to the situation. How could someone so uninformed be a ninja? What a pity for such a handsome face to be paired with such a dull mind. If Konoha's genin are all like him, there was no need for us to come here at all, while the various ninja villages could feign harmony in hosting the Chunin exams together. Cloaked in the guise of friendly exchange, the prevailing atmosphere was one of tension, with both overt and covert conflicts simmering beneath the surface. One moment, they may appear as amiable comrades, and the next, they could stab each other in the back with fervor. Witnessing the embarrassment of a Konoha ninja was, for the other villages, a source of amusement. It could be said that the competition among the villages had officially begun. As I listened to the derisive remarks from the other village ninjas directed at me, Old Ma could no longer contain himself and was ready to retort. However, I swiftly pulled the irate Old Ma behind me, and onlookers mistakenly assumed I had simply conceded. While this approach effectively minimized unnecessary conflict, I must admit, as spirited youths, such a reaction felt somewhat cowardly. The other village ninjas cast disdainful glances my way, deeming me not only dim-witted, but seemingly weak, quick to back down, a true coward. Yet, I began to educate Old Ma, my voice unrestrainedly reaching the ears of those around us. Old Ma, when will you change this temperament of yours? As the elder, you must remain composed. As the saying goes, one must maintain their calm even when faced with a mountain's collapse. Only then can one achieve greatness, understood? Besides, what purpose is there in bickering with these clowns? Long Jian spoke with utmost seriousness. They have already reached such a state of despair. Surely we must provide them with an outlet, lest the children become utterly stifled, that we are performing an act of kindness. Do you understand, Old Ma? Old Ma looked at Long Jian in bewilderment at first. However, after hearing his words, he couldn't help but chuckle, stifling his laughter as he replied, All right, Brother Long Jian, I understand now. No need to quarrel with the despairing ones. Ha ha ha. Hong was also amused by Long Jian's earnest demeanor, quickly covering her mouth to suppress her laughter. The other ninjas from surrounding villages turned pale upon hearing this. Was he not brazenly slapping their faces? The Sand Ninja, who had just commented on Long Jian's handsome features, stepped forward and loudly questioned, What do you mean by that? Are you calling me one of the despairing ones? Long Jian smiled at the Sand Ninja before him and replied cheerfully, Oh no, please don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. He then lifted his gaze to address all the ninjas present, saying, What I mean is, all of you here, especially those eager to bark like dogs, are indeed the ones in despair. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously raucous hall fell into an immediate silence. Long Jian's friends looked on in shock at the audacious figure standing in the center of the room. How brazen! He was outright insulting the lower ninjas from their neighboring villages. Coupled with Long Jian's flamboyant aura reminiscent of Orochimaru, and a smile that barely concealed his disdain, he had undoubtedly captivated many young maidens. The sand ninja, who had stepped forward, now flushed with anger, and regaining his composure, drew a kunai and charged at Long Jian. A cold glint flashed in Long Jian's eyes as he instantly vanished from sight. His speed so remarkable that those nearby scarcely noticed his movement. Even Kakashi, taken aback, exclaimed, "So fast!" When Long Jian reappeared, he was already behind the furious sand ninja, who had lost sight of his target. Grasping the cursed blade Moe, its elongated body reflecting an eerie glint, Long Jian swung it without hesitation at the sand ninja. That be why the time the sand ninja's comrades realized what was happening. It was too late to intervene. They could only shout, "Behind you, dodge!" The sand ninja, sensing the overwhelming killing intent and the chilling aura of Moe behind him, found himself unable to react in time. Just as Long Jian's blade was about to strike him, a furious voice suddenly rang out. "Enough! Everyone stand down!" A ninja adorned with a Konoha headband appeared before Long Jian, forcefully blocking his hand, gripping the sword to prevent him from killing the sand ninja in a fit of rage. Long Jian, seemingly having anticipated this moment, immediately relaxed his grip, allowing his body to drop. He delivered a powerful kick to the sand ninja, sending him flying several meters away, crumpling to the ground and groaning in pain as he clutched his abdomen. Long Jian, bearing the cursed blade Moe, observed the scene before him with a detached gaze, devoid of any excessive emotion. The surrounding lower ninjas were left in shock. This individual, moments ago, radiating a murderous intent, truly intended to kill. The hall descended into a deathly silence once more. The ninja who had intervened was none other than the chief examiner for the first written test of the Chunin exams. Organized by Konoha, he had been observing Long Jian and the other village ninjas from the start, curious to see how they would handle the situation. After all, Long Jian and his comrades represented the new generation of Konoha, and those participating in the Chunin exams were largely the new blood from other villages. That a conclusion had to be reached from this generational contest. To be honest, upon witnessing Long Jian pull his summa back, the examiner recognized that, while such a choice was indeed rational and a relatively optimal solution for a ninja, it was also difficult for the Konoha ninjas, hosts of the event, to swallow their pride. After all, to claim Konoha's lower ninjas were lacking was tantamount to saying Konoha's ninjas were inadequate. Yet, as the chief examiner, he could not openly express this sentiment. However, the subsequent events left the chief examiner exhilarated. This was precisely how things should be. Who cared about examination strategies when others were flaunting their arrogance? It was better to retaliate first. Instantly, the chief examiner's evaluation of Long Jian rose significantly. Truly, he was a prodigious talent from Konoha, a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Initially, the chief examiner did not pay much attention to the confrontation between the two lower ninjas, thinking it inconsequential, for he could intervene whenever he wished. Yet, Long Jian's speed soon left him astounded. Was this truly a lower ninja? Upon witnessing Long Jian wield the cursed blade Moe and unleash an unabashed aura of murder, the chief examiner snapped back to reality. Long Jian was not joking. He had to act quickly to stop him. Otherwise, as the chief examiner, if the first round of the exam began with a ninja from another village being killed, it would paint Konoha in a poor light, suggesting they were bullies. The relationship between two major ninja villages could plummet to a freezing point. After intervening, the chief examiner was once again stunned by the swiftness and sheer killing intent of Long Jian's blade. Was this really just a child who had recently become a lower ninja? The chief examiner pondered, but before he could utter a second thought, Long Jian had already flashed past, his foot striking the sand ninja. Watching Long Jian appear as if he had done nothing out of the ordinary, the chief examiner rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It was indeed a challenging time to be a chief examiner. Faced with a prodigious talent, he had to personally maintain order. Nevertheless, as he was from his own village, it was imperative to protect him. One could not let their elbow bend outward. Could they? Subsequently, the chief examiner addressed Long Jian and the surrounding lower ninjas, exclaiming, "Everyone, behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to act out will be disqualified immediately. Especially you, Nara Long Jian." After a brief reprimand, the matter was glossed over. Long Jian resumed his previous demeanor, nodding vigorously at the chief examiner to indicate he was the most obedient. Meanwhile, the lower ninjas observing from the sidelines were no longer calm, whispering among themselves, "Is he truly a lower ninja? How does he possess such a gaze at such a young age?" The aura of murder he exhibited was genuine. He had indeed intended to slay that sand ninja, a fearsome monster. It would be wise to avoid crossing paths with him. Some Konoha lower ninjas cheered for Long Jian, while a few precocious young women swooned at his handsomeness. Exclaiming they wanted to have his children, Kakashi, observing Long Jian, could not help but think, "I never expected your strength to have grown so formidable, Long Jian." Among the sand ninjas, there was also one who had been hailed as a genius. Fixating on Long Jian in the center of the arena, silently vowing, "Nara Long Jian, your strength is indeed impressive, but I must seize the opportunity to reclaim the honor of the sand ninjas in the future." Soon after, Long Jian and his companions were escorted to the venue for the first written test of the day. After the chief examiner explained the rules, everyone found their designated seats and settled in. Preparing for the first phase of the Chunin exams, the written test, the rules were largely similar to what Long Jian had encountered in his previous life. Essentially, this examination assessed two aspects of a ninja's capabilities. Firstly, it evaluated one's knowledge and understanding of various subjects. Naturally, each village had its share of academically gifted individuals. For them, the exam questions might pose some challenges, but they would not be entirely insurmountable. It would merely require a considerable mental effort to solve. Individuals with adequate knowledge could easily pass the theoretical portion of the exam. Secondly, it assessed the intelligence-gathering capabilities of a ninja, although this was the more palatable phrasing. To put it bluntly, if you know nothing, can't you at least copy? This was the time for everyone to showcase their unique skills. However, overly crude methods of cheating would be deemed unacceptable, which was the very purpose of the Chunin examiner's existence. Done in summary, one either had to possess a wealth of knowledge or be adept at copying. If one lacked both, they might as well return home and play instead of aspiring to become a Chunin. Long Jian meticulously examined the examination paper in his hands and realized that, thanks to the last-minute cramming over the previous month, he could only solve approximately one-third of the questions. One must admit, the quality of the questions was indeed considerable. As he observed the candidates around him, who were already fidgeting and preparing to resort to cheating, Long Jian began to identify his own targets. As time continued to slip away, the candidates from various villages began to showcase their unique talents. Members of the Oil Girl clan unleashed several insects to scour the examination hall for answers. The ninjas from Sand Ninja Village employed more sophisticated ninjutsu, using sand to simultaneously blind several examiners, diverting their attention while they hastily copied down answers. The fellows from Waterfall Ninja Village were even more exaggerated. One individual brazenly wrote down the answers he had seen on his hand, then, utilizing a secret technique, extended his hand towards a teammate's desk not far ahead, prompting his companion to immediately begin scribbling the answers. Observing the various displays of cunning around him, Long Jian quietly patted his sleeve, and to his delight, a small colorful snake cautiously poked its head out, flicking its tongue as it surveyed the surroundings. Long Jian silently thought, "I'm counting on you, little Kai." In response, the little snake swiftly climbed to the top of Long Jian's head, widening its eyes to look at the targets he had selected for copying, and began transmitting answers to him. Candidates began to be expelled for their clumsy cheating techniques or for exhausting their chances, and frankly, Long Jian deemed their methods to be subpar at best. Hardly commendable, just barely passable, really. After all, it was much like the exams in his past life. Any small movements beneath the desks were easily discerned by the teachers standing at the podium, with the assistance of little Kai. Long Jian diligently completed all the questions and began to observe his surroundings. He noticed that Lao Ma and Hong seemed to have finished long ago, idly resting their heads on their desks while watching Long Jian. It was indeed a delightful sight to see this couple, seated in front and behind each other, readily offering to assist once they were done. Unlike himself, who had to painstakingly search among the candidates for someone knowledgeable about the answers, Long Jian mused inwardly about the plight of being single. That moment, he suddenly spotted a heavyweight contender, Obito. It appeared that Obito had not anticipated that the first part of the Chunin exam would be a written test. He sat in front of Long Jian with a visibly distressed expression, clearly someone who was unprepared and oblivious to how to cheat. Long Jian, observing Obito's anxious demeanor as he scanned the room, felt a helpless sweat trickle down his face. Perhaps he should lend a hand to this guy. After all, they often arrived late together. Just then, Long Jian noticed a crumpled paper ball flying onto Obito's desk. And upon a closer look, he realized it was Rin, who had tossed it over while the examiners were distracted. Long Jian's exasperation grew. That was exceedingly disrespectful to the examiners. Goodness, you just threw a paper ball at him. What if they check your draft paper after the exam? You'd be in trouble. After a series of impressive displays from everyone, the first round of the exam passed in a rather relaxed yet slightly exhilarating atmosphere. Those who had copied managed to do so, while those who hadn't would soon be on their way home. With the head examiner announcing the conclusion of the test and stating that the list of candidates advancing would soon be posted outside the hall, Long Jian and his two companions exited the examination room. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside, Long Jian glanced at the throngs of candidates streaming out and couldn't help but reminisce about the various exams of his past life. Sighing, alas, it seems one can never escape the fate of examinations. The three stood aside, engaging in casual conversation as they awaited the upcoming announcement of results. Before long, two ninjas from Konoha affixed a large sheet of results to the bulletin board, prompting the eager lower ninjas from various villages to rush forward in search for their names. Quick on their feet, Long Jian and his companions squeezed into a prime position as they noticed the clever white-haired Kakashi standing nearby. As Long Jian scanned the posted results, the name at the top boldly proclaimed, Hatake Kakashi. TSK, TSK, TSK. No surprise he topped the written exam. He truly is a genius among our generation, Long Jian remarked. Unable to contain his astonishment, Kakashi, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, simply stepped back from the crowd, his characteristic deadpan expression in place as he awaited further instructions. Looking further down the list, Long Jian was surprised to see that the second place was also from the neighboring Team 7. Naturally, it wasn't Obito, but rather Obito's cherished angel, Noara Rin. Long Jian turned to Rin, smiling. You did well too, Rin. If it weren't for Kakashi, you would have been first in the written exam. Rin returned Long Jian's smile with a friendly expression, humbly replying, Arigato, Long Jian-kun. However, Kakashi has always been exceptional. He deserves the top spot. Obito, standing nearby, could hardly contain himself as he overheard Rin praising his lifelong rival. And he blurted out, of course, Rin has always been outstanding. Afterward, Obito glared at the impassive Kakashi with fiery determination, indignantly adding, But Kakashi, you're already a Chunin. Why are you still participating in the Chunin exam and stealing Rin's spotlight? At that moment, Asuma chimed in. Isn't it because the Chunin exam requires teams to register together? You fool. Obito, the precise jab from Asuma extinguished the flames of Obito's earlier indignation. Long Jian chuckled at Obito and added, jealousy can indeed alter one's appearance. Obito. This remark turned Obito's face crimson, but thanks to his strong psychological resilience, he quickly regained his composure and retorted, Damn it, Asuma! Do you think I wouldn't know that? How dare you mock me? I'll show you what today. Asuma, not one to back down, leaned in closer to Obito, his eyes ignited with determination, and proclaimed loudly, Foolish Obito, do you think I'm afraid of you? Just wait until I make your face blossom like a peach. Just as the two were face to face, each unwilling to concede, Rin and Hong stepped in just in time, each taking hold of one of the feuding boys and pulling them apart. Long Jian watched the antics of these lively characters being separated by their respective guardians, shaking his head in amusement as he continued his search for his name. Finally, he located it in the middle section of the list. To his surprise, Hong had performed remarkably well, ranking higher than Long Jian himself, while Lao Ma's name followed closely beneath hers. After confirming that all three of them had made the list, Long Jian withdrew from the crowd. At that moment, a Konoha ninja approached, calling out loudly to the noisy throng, all individuals who have passed must immediately return to the classroom where the exam took place for a briefing on the second round. Seated together, Long Jian and his companions listened intently as the head examiner delivered an impassioned speech. Long Jian couldn't help but wonder why, in any world, when leaders from other locales gathered for an event, There always seemed to be a speech involved. He lay his head down on the desk, feeling a sense of resignation. As for the second round of the exam, it was quite straightforward. It entailed team battles, where teams of 3 would randomly draw opponents, and the victors would advance to the next phase. Ultimately, the remaining 20 teams, comprising 60 individuals, would move on to the third round of individual combat. From these final 60, 15 winners would be selected, along with 5 distinguished losers, granting them the qualification to become shunits. However, upon hearing the rules, Long Jian mused that those 5 spots for exceptional losers might very well be reserved for those with connections. And that concludes everything. All teams that pass the first round gather at training ground number 1 in Konoha at 8 a.m. 3 days from now. Dismissed. At long last, the chief examiner, standing on the stage and delivering a lengthy discourse, concluded his grand speech. Long Jian, as if granted a reprieve, hastily rose and made his way outside. At the entrance of the hall, Long Jian and his 2 companions agreed upon a rendezvous time 3 days hence. Lao Ma and Hong then returned to their respective homes to share the news of their success in the written examination with their families. Meanwhile, in the Nara clan, individuals with whom Long Jian was familiar, such as Narashaku and Narahaku, had been dispatched on missions. Thus, Long Jian resolved to pay a visit to Uncle Shi, suggesting they might enjoy a bowl of ramen together. However, upon arriving at Uncle Shi's laboratory, he discovered that Uncle Shi was, rather surprisingly, not present. How peculiar, he mused. Why would Uncle Shi be away from the lab at this hour? With no other option, Long Jian plunged into the familiar woods where he often trained, contemplating that he would practice his sword techniques while awaiting Uncle Shi's return. Just as he unsheathed the demonic sword Mo Xie and prepared to practice the first 3 forms of Mo Xie's 9 techniques, he heard a series of familiar sounds emanating from a distance, the sound of wood being cleaved. Curiosity piqued. Long Jian thought, what a coincidence that after just 1 examination, my secret training ground has been usurped by someone else. He decided to investigate who else might be here, secretly defacing public property like himself. He stealthily crept through the underbrush, inching closer to the source of the noise. As he approached, he glimpsed a figure rapidly moving in a clearing ahead, wielding a short blade that emitted a brilliant white chakra aura. With each swing, the blade unleashed a fierce radiance, relentlessly striking at a massive tree before him. The figure was none other than Kakashi, holding his father's weapon, White Fang, which splinters flew in all directions, yet Kakashi did not appear to be training. Rather, he seemed to be venting his emotions. His attacks lacked form, and he swung White Fang with increasing speed, generating more and more white blade light. Ultimately, with one final, furious strike, the colossal tree could withstand no more and crashed to the ground. Long Jian, observing Kakashi's actions from the shadows, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, Kakashi was still just a child. The sensation of one's emotional support crumbling could indeed drive anyone to madness, just as Long Jian contemplated whether it was inappropriate to approach Kakashi now. Kakashi, with his back turned, called out coldly, "Hey, over there, how long do you plan on watching?" Caught off guard, Long Jian offered an awkward smile. His first attempt at spying had been thwarted. Upon realizing that the person practicing with the sword was Kakashi and not someone unknown from another village, his instinctive concealment faltered, allowing Kakashi to discern his presence. Kakashi turned, his gaze icy as he focused on Long Jian, who sheepishly chuckled and said, "Ah, Kakashi, fancy seeing you here training too." Kakashi's eyes then shifted to the demonic sword Mo Xie in Long Jian's hand. Noticing this, Long Jian quickly concealed Mo Xie behind him and declared, "Please don't misunderstand, Kakashi. I usually practice here, and I only came over because I heard the noise. I mean you no harm. It would certainly be a grave misunderstanding if you were caught observing Kakashi while armed." Kakashi merely nodded, his voice devoid of warmth as he replied, "I understand. I'm just curious about your sword. It seems I've never seen you use it before." Long Jian feigned enlightenment and explained, "Oh, it's like this. I acquired it during a mission some time ago, which is why I've only recently started using it." Kakashi remained silent for a moment before asking, "Could you show me your sword?" Long Jian instinctively replied. Of course, he began to extend Mo Xie towards Kakashi, but suddenly recalled something and hastily withdrew his hand. Kakashi's hand lingered in the air, a look of confusion crossing his face. Long Jian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "I'm sorry, Kakashi, but you can't touch this sword. It possesses strange abilities that can affect one's mind. Given your current state of mind, it wouldn't be wise for you to wield it." Indeed, only the third Hokage and Orochimaru had handled emotion without being influenced by its power. However, Kakashi was still just a child of Long Jian's age, recently having endured the trauma of his father's suicide. If he were to come into contact with a demonic sword, he might succumb to its corrupting influence. Kakashi frowned at Long Jian's words and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Long Jian had no choice but to continue explaining. "It's true, Kakashi, that I'm not lying. This sword is known as a cursed blade, drawing upon the malice and killing intent it gathers to influence anyone who wields it, and considering what you've recently experienced." Kakashi suddenly shouted, "Enough! Stop mentioning that person!" At this point, Kakashi was still volatile, akin to a powder keg ready to explode at any mention of anything related to White Fang. Long Jian wisely chose to remain silent, deciding it best not to provoke Kakashi further. Kakashi then looked at Long Jian and said, "Nara Long Jian, I've heard from Lord Minato about your talent and strength. Indeed, you may be even stronger than I. I didn't realize you had concealed such abilities while we were in the Ninja Academy. Since you claim you're here to practice your swordsmanship, why don't we spar? I'd like to see your true strength." Long Jian, observing Kakashi's earnest demeanor and glancing at the white fang in his grip, pondered briefly before consenting to Kakashi's request. No problem. Long Jian was also curious about Kakashi's sword techniques and wanted to compare them to his own CN9 techniques. Moreover, mastering swordsmanship requires practical application rather than mere solitary practice. True understanding comes through combat. This would be an excellent opportunity to assess the results of his recent training. With this in mind, he grasped CF firmly with both hands and assumed his stance. Kakashi, too, said nothing further, positioning White Fang across his chest and focusing intently on Long Jian's movements. The battle commenced in an instant. Kakashi initiated the attack, unleashing a dazzling white chakra from White Fang, moving with an uncanny speed as he lunged forward, delivering a horizontal slash. Long Jian raised CF to intercept, its blade radiating an eerie purple-black glow. The clash of their weapons sparked brilliantly, illuminating the space around them. Subsequently, Kakashi launched a flurry of aggressive strikes with White Fang, a short blade. White Fang was more agile compared to CF, and in Kakashi's hands, its agility was pushed to the limits. With swift and unpredictable angles, he struck at Long Jian relentlessly, the onslaught akin to a torrential downpour, forcing Long Jian to rely solely on his reflexes to defend with CF. Finding himself on the defensive against Kakashi's relentless assault, while fending off the blows, he sought opportunities to counterattack. Suddenly, seizing an opening during Kakashi's continuous barrage, Long Jian decisively gripped CF with one hand, anchoring his feet firmly to the ground. Channeling his strength through his waist and hands, he unleashed a sweeping motion, the force of CF creating an illusion that resembled a roaring giant ape, swinging its long arms to strike at its adversary. Long Jian bellowed, "Ape arm sweep." This was the second technique of CS9 techniques. Kakashi quickly positioned White Fang against his left arm, gripping the hilt tightly to withstand Long Jian's sweeping blow. Nevertheless, the immense force sent him flying, crashing into a nearby tree. Long Jian and Kakashi created distance between them, watching as Kakashi emerged from the smoke. Shaking his arm, Long Jian couldn't help but marvel. Kakashi truly lived up to his reputation as the top of their class, and the pressure was indeed immense. Long Jian adjusted his breathing, gripping CF tightly in his right hand, and charged once more towards Kakashi without faltering. Kakashi, undeterred, met him head-on with his White Fang, and in an instant, the two were locked in a fierce battle, the forest echoing with the clashing sounds of their blades. Long Jian soon discerned that Kakashi's swordsmanship leaned towards cunningly outmaneuvering the opponent, while his own use of CF had yet to reach the level of overwhelming force that could break through any technique. Consequently, many of his seemingly well-timed strikes were deftly parried by Kakashi's White Fang, leaving Long Jian's attacks fruitless. Kakashi exploited the moments when Long Jian was off balance to unleash a relentless barrage of assaults. Leaving Long Jian in considerable discomfort and easily pushed into a defensive position, Long Jian struggled to fend off Kakashi's relentless strikes with emotion. He mused inwardly, damn. So it's a matter of speed. No wonder dodging White Fang's technique is so challenging. Who wouldn't suffer in such a situation? The duo grew increasingly spirited in their exchange, and Long Jian noted that with each clash between Sia and Kakashi's White Fang, the blade would emit a faint, eerie glimmer, followed by a surge of energy coursing through the blade and into his hand, bolstering his resolve. This was Sia absorbing the resentment and hatred emanating from Kakashi, transforming it into strength to enhance its wielder's power. Long Jian regarded the coldly composed Kakashi and thought to himself, this kid truly harbors a deep well of grievances. Meanwhile, Kakashi observed that despite initially having the upper hand, Long Jian was gradually adapting to his rhythm of attack, even seizing opportunities to land a few strikes of his own. Kakashi couldn't help but reflect, I didn't expect you to conceal your abilities so well. Long Jian, your swordplay has improved remarkably fast. After yet another clash, both retreated simultaneously, standing at a distance, panting heavily. Kakashi noted that Long Jian bore numerous small wounds. Although they were merely sparring, Kakashi's mindset was not ideal. Yet he could not bring himself to strike his classmate with lethal intent. Long Jian, observing Kakashi's relatively unscathed state aside from some dirt and disarray, shook his head. He understood that, given his current level of swordsmanship, he still needed more practice to surpass Kakashi in technique. Throughout their sparring session, he had mostly been on the defensive, only managing to reciprocate once he adapted to the tempo. Standing tall, Long Jian gripped the demon blade Sia and looked at Kakashi, declaring, next I shall unleash my final move. Kakashi, in response, remained silent, raising his white fang once more, positioning it horizontally across his chest. The two shared a moment of silent anticipation before, in an instant, they charged toward each other. Long Jian's eyes gleamed with determination as he executed the most proficient technique he had mastered thus far, the Serpent Shadow Thrust. His movements were fluid and serpentine, leaving Kakashi momentarily perplexed regarding Long Jian's trajectory. As Long Jian's figure flickered, a phantom of a colossal serpent gradually took form along the blade of Sia, as if it were tasting the air and fixating on its prey. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he shifted his position, the white fang in his hand igniting with a brilliant white chakra, ready to counter Long Jian's seemingly perilous final strike. The afterimages left by Long Jian converged upon him. He executed an exceptionally cunning upward thrust with Sia, aimed directly at Kakashi. Serpent Shadow Thrust. The phantom serpent on Sia's blade opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Kakashi with a fierce bite. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and at the very moment Long Jian struck, he discerned the true intent behind the attack. With a decisive thrust, the white fang aimed for the weakest point of Long Jian's assault. Its momentum fierce and unyielding in a flash. Sia and white fang collided, erupting in a blinding display of blade light. In the aftermath of the clash, both combatants swiftly altered their trajectories, aiming for each other's flanks. White fang grazed Long Jian's abdomen, tearing through his clothing and leaving a shallow cut upon his skin. Meanwhile, Sia pierced the fabric near Kakashi's arm, slightly staining the blade with his blood. Both sensed that if the confrontation were to continue unabated, it was highly likely that Long Jian would sustain severe injuries from White Fang, while Kakashi's hand would meet a grim fate beneath the edge of Sia. Given that they were neither mortal enemies nor intent on causing serious harm, they instinctively chose to withdraw their strikes at the last moment, redirecting their attacks elsewhere to minimize the risk of inflicting injury upon one another. Yet the force exerted was not easily retracted, resulting in both Long Jian and Kakashi bearing marks of their encounter. Fortunately, these were not grievous wounds, merely superficial cuts that would not hinder their performance in the upcoming Chunin exams. The two sheathed their blades and collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath without any semblance of decorum. Kakashi, glancing at Long Jian beside him, who clutched Sia tightly and was panting heavily, was pleasantly surprised to find that the resentment and anger he had harbored had significantly dissipated. If Long Jian could hear Kakashi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly inform him. You see, Emotia is exceptional at remedying all manner of ailments and cleansing negative energies. Those who have used it can attest to its efficacy. Kakashi, watching the sky gradually turn a shade of yellow, addressed Long Jian. I apologize, Long Jian, I was in a rather poor mood earlier, which is why. Kakashi understood that his request for a spar had largely been a means to vent his emotions, with Long Jian fortuitously crossing his path and inadvertently triggering his irritation. Kakashi felt responsible for the turmoil Long Jian had experienced due to his own negative mindset. However, Long Jian wearily waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No worries, that IT was actually quite beneficial for me. Practicing alone can be rather dull. Battling you allows for significant improvement. Besides, bottling everything up isn't healthy. So, how do you feel now that you vented?" Kakashi sat up, his expression serious as he regarded Long Jian, pondering for a moment before saying, I must admit, I do feel a great deal better." As if a weight has been lifted, Long Jian rolled his eyes, inwardly scoffing, "Of course you feel better. All that negative energy was siphoned off by my demon blade Emotia. The remnants were cleared away through our exchange." He lay back on the grass, continuing, "Releasing emotions is akin to swearing. Keeping such words bottled up only sullies the heart. However, once they are spoken, the heart naturally feels lighter." Long Jian's perspective left Kakashi utterly astonished. Although it sounded peculiar, it made a surprising amount of sense. The two fell into contemplative silence. Eventually, Long Jian stood up, having spent ample time, and prepared to seek out sustenance. That he turned to Kakashi, still seated on the ground, and remarked, "All right, Kakashi, I'm off. Don't dwell too much on trivial matters. They only weigh you down. Focus on enhancing your strength. That's what truly matters." With that, Long Jian added, "And if you find yourself feeling down again and needing to vent, you know where to find me. I'm always ready to help." He didn't want to lose the opportunity to practice his swordsmanship with Kakashi, who, without a doubt, was among the best of their age group in terms of skill and strength, apart from Long Jian himself. Of course, Kakashi observed Long Jian's retreating figure, a look of confusion crossing his face as he queried, "Enhancing strength, for what purpose? Is it merely to complete missions effectively and avoid being labeled as worthless?" Long Jian, hearing Kakashi's words, turned back and caught the glimmer of distress in his eyes, thinking, "Goodness, this boy truly needs some psychological guidance." He pivoted and sat beside Kakashi once more, saying, "Well, I believe that enhancing strength isn't solely for that reason. As for missions, just do your best. After all, what is the point of risking your life for a mere couple of thousand ryo?" Kakashi, struck by Long Jian's astonishing perspective yet again, questioned in bewilderment. "But those who fail to complete missions are deemed worthless. That's a rule of the village." Long Jian observed the earnest expression on Kakashi's face and realized that the young lad was now engaged in an internal struggle. On one hand, there were the immutable rules and the examples set by his father, the White Fang. On the other, he felt that this abandonment of all else for the sake of mission did not quite align with his true convictions. Indeed, it is inherently so. Ninjas are human. How could one truly disregard everything, focusing solely on the mission? Those who can forsake all emotions can no longer be considered human. With a tone of earnest gravity, Long Jian placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and said, "This is precisely why I urge you to enhance your strength, by elevating your own capabilities. These dilemmas will cease to exist." Kakashi, bewildered, found himself even more perplexed. Wasn't the purpose of great strength to enable adherence to the rules and the successful completion of missions, thus preventing one from being deemed a failure by society? Long Jian, shaking his head in a manner that suggested youthful naivety, replied, No. My point is that when your strength reaches a certain level, you can disregard these so-called rules, even break them if you so wish." Kakashi was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the meaning of Long Jian's earlier words. His expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Long Jian, who spoke with such audacity that Long Jian's words struck a profound chord within Kakashi, who had long suffered under the oppressive notion that rules were paramount. "Is this something I can truly comprehend?" he wondered. "Will this episode still be broadcast in Konoha?" Long Jian, surely you won't be apprehended. Konoha doesn't seem to be a place that champions freedom of speech. Long Jian, noting Kakashi's profound shock, understood that the boy was deeply affected by rigid and unhealthy ideologies. Kakashi stuttered, losing the calmness and composure he had previously maintained. What? What is this reasoning? How can rules be so casually disregarded simply because one possesses strength? Long Jian cast a knowing glance at Kakashi and remarked, "Why must you be so extreme? It seems you can either strictly adhere to rules or recklessly violate them. Have you never considered the concept of compromise?" Kakashi fell silent, appearing to contemplate the matter for the first time. This was not entirely his fault, as his upbringing had confined his thinking to such binary notions. Long Jian, however, hailed from the 21st century, a paragon of virtue from the Dragon Nation. From ancient times, the wisdom imparted in Long Jian's homeland had taught that binary thinking was flawed. Instead, their thought process resembled a Tai Chi diagram. Their methods of contemplation meandered like the curves within Tai Chi, nuanced and subtle, delineating black and white while merging them in a harmonious manner, thus ensuring comfort for all. This is why, in their eyes, many individuals embody both good and evil, simultaneously righteous and wicked, with few being strictly black or white. Long Jian continued, "So, let me ask you, Kakashi, who establishes these rules?" After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi replied, "The village, the higher-ups, the various leaders." Long Jian shook his head slowly, saying, "Yes, but also no. Ultimately, rules are established by humans." Kakashi unconsciously nodded in agreement. Long Jian further elaborated, "Have you heard the saying, 'Rules are dead, but humans are alive'?" Kakashi felt that Long Jian's words were akin to aphorisms, as if he were a philosopher. Long Jian patiently explained, "This phrase does not advocate for the capricious breaking of rules. Rather, it suggests that under certain special circumstances, rules must yield to humanity." Locking eyes with Kakashi, Long Jian asserted, "Rules exist to serve and protect humanity. And while they may impose certain constraints, they must never extinguish our humanity." Kakashi, meeting Long Jian's resolute gaze, began to question the validity of his current state and beliefs. Yet the painful memories of his father's suicide and the hardships he endured acted like a relentless thorn, continually tormenting his heart. Long Jian discerned Kakashi's inner turmoil and discomfort, but recognized that this was an inevitable process akin to shattering shackles, painful yet necessary. Suddenly, Kakashi lifted his gaze and asked, "Long Jian, if you were in my situation, how would you choose?" Long Jian, well aware that Kakashi was inquiring about his father's choice to abandon a mission, pondered briefly before responding. I suppose it would depend on the circumstances if my teammates were individuals of worth. Like Asuma and Kurenai, I would likely make a choice similar to that of the White Fang. However, it seems that White Fang saved individuals who were not particularly deserving, though that is merely my perspective." Listening to Long Jian's seemingly reckless approach to rules, Kakashi pressed on, "But if you acted in such a manner and the villagers did not accept you, even blamed you, would you still believe you were right?" Long Jian smiled mysteriously and said, "Ah, but this brings us back to the core issue. Setting aside the fact that online harassment is undeniably intolerable, do you know the best way to deal with keyboard warriors?" Kakashi, puzzled, asked, "What is a keyboard warrior?" Long Jian chuckled, "Do not dwell on the details. What I mean is, when your strength is sufficient to alter the dynamics at play, those individuals will no longer dare to voice their opinions, for they simply lack the courage." Kakashi seemed to grasp Long Jian's point. It was a matter of winning people over through virtue. If one does not wish to hear the profound teachings, I possess some martial skills. Long Jian added, "Of course, Kakashi, I am not suggesting your father, the White Fang, lacked strength. He was indeed a formidable ninja. Even my mentor, Orochimaru, has spoken of White Fang's deeds, but you could interpret it as my belief that White Fang had not yet attained the level of strength required to effortlessly alter the rules." Long Jian concluded. Kakashi interjected, "However, even if my father reached a level where he could change the rules, would that truly silence those who wish to speak ill of him?" Long Jian shook his head, saying, "You are still too kind-hearted." Kakashi silenced them. "If I were White Fang, I would desire nothing more than for them to be quiet forever." Long Jian refrained from revealing his true thoughts and instead attempted to shift Kakashi's mindset. "Let us consider another perspective. If your father, the White Fang, possessed the strength to effortlessly eliminate all his foes, then that dilemma would naturally resolve itself. That Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. So, if my father had been stronger, perhaps the situation would not have occurred. Longjin sensed that he had inadvertently led Kakashi down a peculiar path. Let us entertain another idea. If your strength reached a level where you could contend with the 5 great ninja villages single-handedly, how could the village's leaders bear to let you perish so easily? They might not even be unwilling. They would be too afraid to allow anyone to speak ill of you. The logic Longjin presented was simple. For example, without Hashirama suppression, how many brave souls in Konoha would dare to challenge Madara? Should Madara choose to engage, the outcome would be uncertain. Kakashi found himself overwhelmed by Longjin's reasoning, his mind grappling with the implications. His upbringing had taught him that Longjin's thought process was not merely incorrect, but rather a radical inversion of established norms. Yet his innermost feelings acknowledged the validity and depth of Longjin's assertions. At that moment, Longjin felt increasingly akin to Orochimaru, imparting his thoughts to the impressionable Kakashi with an air of mischief that you crave power. Kakashi, strive to become stronger. Only through strength can you possess the power to change everything. Come with me, Kakashi, cackles wickedly. Kakashi stood in place, contemplating for what felt like an eternity, before finally regaining his resolve, his eyes shining with newfound determination. Thank you, Longjin. While I may not fully comprehend your words just yet, you have taught me much. You have made me realize that the most important task for me now is to enhance my strength, rather than remain engulfed in doubt and suffering, in pursuit of answers regarding rules and humanity. Longjin, pleased to see Kakashi seemingly enlightened, patted his shoulder and remarked, "Well said, my young friend. You are indeed teachable. Practice diligently. If you seek a sparring partner to hone your skills, feel free to seek me out, for I too am in need of a training companion." Goodness, it seems that an elaborate discourse was merely to make Kakashi become his personal practice partner. Is it? Of course not. Longjin believes he is not the kind of person who would utter words like those who abandon their companions are even less than worthless. He can only use his own reasoning to alleviate Kakashi's turmoil, encouraging him to focus solely on becoming stronger. Once you have attained sufficient strength, renaming the esteemed White Fang in Konoha will be a trivial matter, and the applause will be effortlessly understood. Kakashi, resolutely rising, addressed Longjin. Perhaps my current perspective still values the rules more highly. However, your words have imbued me with a deeper motivation to grow stronger. Longjin, thank you. Without you, I might have been perpetually troubled by this issue. Let us strive to become stronger together, as powerful as you said, to the extent that we can ignore the rules, or even break them. Longjin observed the determined expression on Kakashi's face, stroking his chin. It appears I have successfully guided forth a completely different Kakashi. In that instant, Longjin felt he possessed the capacity and eloquence to lead a cult. Perhaps he should learn from Orochimaru and recruit a few wayward youths? At that moment, Longjin gazed at Kakashi with a glimmer in his eyes. Wasn't this the perfect fervent disciple? A passionately driven Kakashi, fervently pursuing strength and dreaming of altering the rules with powerful might, had arrived. As Longjin's words began to resonate with Kakashi, a unique bond formed between the two and Kakashi's heart. Longjin emerged as a remarkable figure, one who dared to do what Kakashi himself could not even fathom, continually reminding Kakashi, "If you're lacking, practice more." Kakashi felt that being with Longjin allowed him to become less sensitive and curbed his tendency to overthink. He could even contemplate his father's matters with relative peace, and sit alongside Longjin to express his thoughts. It was unclear whether it was Longjin's moi that played a role, or if Longjin himself possessed such an extraordinary allure. Listening to the grumbling of his stomach, Longjin felt the need to protest. Without hesitation, he pulled Kakashi back, saying, "Come, treat me to some Ichiraka ramen." As Kakashi was dragged along, he gradually processed the situation, questioning, am I treating you?" Longjin, without looking back, replied, "Naturally, the Longjin teacher's little class takes a bowl of ramen as tuition. You can just enjoy it secretly." Hearing Longjin's tone, which suggested he was taking advantage, Kakashi helplessly rubbed his forehead. This guy, not only does he have a peculiar set of reasoning, but even his excuses for mooching off meals are remarkably unique, making them difficult to refuse. Thus, the two prodigious youths walk side by side toward the ramen shop of the hand-pulling uncle. Under the glow of the setting sun, their shadows stretched longer and longer. Long Jian, like a butterfly flapping its wings, was stirring up an ever-growing storm in this world. At that moment, Long Jian perhaps did not realize that his words of encouragement to Kakashi would profoundly influence him for a long time, even subtly altering the trajectory of Kakashi's future. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Long Jian's life remained largely unchanged, alternating between training and visiting Orochimaru for ramen. After all, enhancing one's strength relies primarily on the cumulative efforts over time. In the absence of shortcuts, it fundamentally boils down to a natural progression. Even if one practices fervently for 3 days, it would not elevate a mere genin to the rank of chunin. Those destined to be crushed would still face their fate. Long Jian remarked that those who planned to come and defeat him within 3 days, hoping to master a grand technique or learn a secret jutsu, should perhaps reconsider their ambitions. Does Long Jian lack dignity? Furthermore, does wielding a Qinglong Yinyuet Dao guarantee one can slay Huaxiong? Long Jian, Asuma, and Hong arrived punctually at Konoha's first training ground. The venue was spacious, divided into several smaller areas, clearly designated for the second round of the Chunin exams, the team combat trials. The trio arrived at a gathering of many genin, and upon seeing Long Jian, the other genin from various villages instinctively cast several curious glances his way. After all, prior to the first exam, Long Jian's decisive and ruthless display of skill, along with his elusive strength, remained vivid in everyone's minds. In an instant, thoughts swirled among the crowd. Some speculated about the true extent of Long Jian's power. Others hoped to avoid encountering Long Jian's team in the upcoming battles, while yet others plotted to ensure that if they were matched against Long Jian's team, they would make him suffer for his arrogance. Long Jian paid no mind to the various gazes of the surrounding genin. Finding an empty space, he, along with Asuma and Hong, silently awaited the arrival of the proctor. At that moment, Long Jian noticed Kakashi approaching with Rin and greeted them. "Hey, Kakashi, Rin, you're quite early to be by the way. Where's Obito?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi's masked face was filled with exasperation, and Rin appeared somewhat embarrassed. Kakashi sighed. "That fool is going to be late again. I have no idea what he's up to. Rin went to call him early this morning." Rin chimed in, trying to smooth things over. "He's probably on his way. He should be here soon." Just then, Asuma, brimming with excitement, jumped in, saying, "Kakashi, you better not let Obito's tardiness disqualify you. I still want to have a proper match with you in the 3rd round." Recently, Asuma had been flying high after completing 2 S-rank missions and learning numerous jutsu from his father and brother as rewards. He felt confident and determined to defeat Kakashi in this Chunin exam, aiming to erase the shame he had suffered during their time in the Ninja Academy. As for why Asuma didn't think to defeat Long Jian as well to also erase his shame, it was simply because Long Jian had already friendly battled with Asuma before the Chunin exams, leaving Asuma thoroughly beaten and crying for mercy. Asuma rationalized that since they were on the same team, he would not put Long Jian in a difficult position during the exams. After all, he was somewhat his senior, and one should show a bit of respect. Kakashi regarded the enthusiastic Asuma with a calm demeanor, replying, "I am always ready, Asuma." Then he turned to Long Jian, saying, "If we meet this time, it won't just be a contest of swordsmanship. That I look forward to seeing how strong you have truly become." Long Jian nodded with a smile, assuring Kakashi that he would meet his expectations. Asuma, overhearing Kakashi's words, suddenly assumed the role of a detective. Sensing something amiss, he thought, "Wait a minute, there seems to be something going on between those two that they are keeping from us." Rin glanced between Kakashi and Long Jian, feeling that Kakashi seemed a tad different compared to 3 days prior. Although he still occasionally appeared aloof, he seemed to engage in conversation slightly more often, and his demeanor felt less extreme. Could it be due to Long Jian? Rin pondered to herself, wondering if this was the bond between prodigious youths. Oh no, the connection. Regardless, Kakashi's current transformation was undoubtedly an improvement over his previous state, and Rin felt genuinely happy for him. The proctor for the second round of the exams arrived punctually at the first training ground, The proctor announced the commencement of the second round of the Chunin exams and prepared to draw the matchups. Our dear Obito finally appeared, breathless, at the entrance of the training ground. The Konoha examiner at the entrance gazed at the latecomer with exasperation, but since he was from their village, they could not simply disqualify him. They could only give Obito a verbal reprimand before allowing him to enter the training ground. Meanwhile, Long Jian represented his team at the proctor's side to draw their first matchup. Holding the number, Long Jian, Asuma, and Hong made their way to their designated arena. Upon arrival, they noticed 3 individuals already standing in the arena, awaiting their arrival. Long Jian squinted at their opponents, momentarily taken aback that the world truly this small? In the arena stood 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, all adorned with the forehead protectors of Sunagakure. Among them was a particularly notable figure, the Sand Ninja, who had nearly been dispatched by Long Jian using the cursed blade Sia during the first exam. Lao Ma and Hong also took note of this, with Lao Ma quietly remarking to Long Jian, "It seems you have quite the connection with this fellow." Long Jian smiled noncommittally. After all, fate had brought them together, and it was only fitting to let this boastful Sand Ninja understand that the Land of the Leaves is renowned for its etiquette. Upon seeing Long Jian and his companions enter the arena, the Sand Ninja felt as though the very skies above him had darkened. What kind of twisted luck was this, to encounter them here? His 2 teammates instinctively swallowed hard as they stared at the approaching trio with trepidation. They were in trouble. Encountering a formidable opponent right at the outset was not a good omen. At that moment, the Leaf Village examiner, standing at the center of the arena, surveyed both teams and called out loudly, "All participants are present. The battle will continue until one side concedes, loses the ability to fight, or meets their demise. That I will intervene at any moment if necessary to halt the match. Now, let the battle commence." With the examiner's command, Long Jian fixed his gaze on the Sand Ninja trio, gripping the cursed blade Sia that had been resting on his back. He performed a flourish with the weapon, then turned to Lao Ma and Hong, instructing, "I will take the lead in the assault. Lao Ma, ensure Hong's safety, and Hong, be ready to employ your Jinjutsu at any moment to secure an early elimination." With that, Long Jian charged forward, wielding Sia. Lao Ma followed closely behind with his chakra blade, while Hong began forming hand seals, preparing to seize the opportunity to unleash her illusions. The Sand Ninja trio stood on high alert, unwilling to underestimate their opponents. The Sand Ninja, who had previously mocked Long Jian, braced himself, stepping in front of his teammates to confront Long Jian once more. Among his companions, the female Sand Ninja excelled in wind-based jutsu, while the other male was a puppeteer. This configuration might seem familiar, yet sadly, he was neither Gaara nor possessed his formidable prowess. This particular Sand Ninja was more adept at a blend of ninjutsu and taijutsu, typically serving to attract the brunt of enemy fire and restrain foes to facilitate his teammates' aggressive onslaughts. However, today he felt a wave of self-doubt as he watched Long Jian rush towards him. A haunting question echoing in his mind. Could he truly hold this man at bay? Long Jian, on the other hand, felt that perhaps it would be wiser for him to contemplate how not to be swiftly dispatched. Right behind Long Jian, Asuma rapidly formed hand seals, shouting, "Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu." A massive fireball erupted from Asuma's mouth, bypassing Long Jian and hurtling toward the Sand Ninja trio. Is well known. The Grand Fireball in the world of Naruto does not kill. The Sand Ninja team reacted quickly, dispersing to avoid the flames, although their formation was thoroughly disrupted. Long Jian maintained his speed, charging directly at the mocking Sand Ninja, swinging Sia with intent. The mocker brandished a kunai, desperately attempting to fend off the attack, but was forced back by the overwhelming force of Long Jian's strike. At that moment, the female Sand Ninja regained her composure, quickly forming hand seals. Wind style, wind cutter jutsu. A blade of wind surged toward Long Jian, who deftly dodged, yet the puppeteer had already prepared his own attack. Controlling his puppet, he swung its blades menacingly towards Long Jian. The Sand Ninja trio shared a singular intent: to eliminate the most troublesome foe, Long Jian, at all costs. Yet Long Jian, unperturbed and with Sia in hand, effortlessly countered the puppet's assault. Meanwhile, Asuma, wielding his enchanted chakra blade gleaming with blue light, charged towards the mocking Sand Ninja, shouting, "Whirlwind Fist!" The arena was suddenly filled with the scent of love. Reminiscent of Asuma's fervor, the female Sand Ninja prepared to continue forming seals to assist her teammates against Long Jian and Lao Ma. She was suddenly entranced by the sight of beautiful petals drifting down around her. Falling into a state of distraction that moment, Hong crouched on the ground, having waited patiently for the perfect opportunity, with all the attention of the Sand Ninja trio fixated on Long Jian and Asuma. She seized the moment to cast her Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu, 3 illusions of Sakura. In an instant, as Hong's jutsu took effect, Asuma shifted his target, darting towards the female Sand Ninja. From the very beginning, Longjin's trio had not aimed to eliminate the mocking Sand Ninja or the puppeteer, who naturally distanced himself from the fray. Through long hours of tacit teamwork, a mere glance and gesture had already indicated who Long Jian deemed the primary target in this encounter. Moreover, every action taken by Long Jian and Asuma was meticulously orchestrated to enhance the lethality of Hong's Jinjutsu, ensuring they could diminish the enemy's numbers at this juncture. Long Jian smiled faintly at the puppet before him, stating, "I believe we've played enough. It's time to rest." He then gripped Imo Xie firmly, channeling his strength into his legs. Launching himself forward with explosive force, with a mighty sweep of his weapon, Imo Xie unleashed a tempestuous aura, coalescing into a purple phantom that appeared as a roaring giant ape, swinging its mighty arm towards the enemy with unparalleled ferocity. Ape arm sweep. Long Jian executed this technique with greater finesse than during his previous encounter with Kakashi. Its power amplified. It is undeniable that sparring with a worthy adversary enhances one's skills. The Sand Ninja puppeteer quickly maneuvered his puppet, crossing its dual blades in an effort to withstand the onslaught. However, the force of Long Jian's Imo Xie met with a resounding clash against the puppet, the blades splintering under the intensity of the strike. After a brief struggle, the dual blades shattered into countless fragments that scattered into the air. Long Jian, undeterred, continued his relentless assault, directing Imo Xie towards the puppet. The sound of splintering would echoed as the puppet was cleaved in two, collapsing uselessly to the ground. The puppeteer, wide-eyed and aghast, stood frozen in shock, unable to articulate his disbelief. He knew all too well the materials from which the puppet was crafted. Staring at Long Jian, who stood confidently with Imo Xie, he silently questioned, "What weapon is this man wielding? What sort of bizarre technique allows him to sever a puppet so effortlessly?" Before the Sand Ninja could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, Lao Ma had already taken decisive action, delivering a powerful punch to the female Sand Ninja, sending her flying out of the arena. By the time the mocking Sand Ninja processed what had transpired, he was unable to match Lao Ma's speed, left helplessly watching as his teammate was sent out of the arena. Then he witnessed Long Jian cleave his other teammate's most formidable asset, the puppet, into two halves with a single stroke. The mocking Sand Ninja's heart plummeted into despair, fully aware that this battle had resulted in an utter defeat for their team against Long Jian's trio. It was not merely Long Jian's individual prowess that overwhelmed them, but rather the strategic coordination and synergy among the trio that led to their comprehensive defeat. Long Jian, bearing Imo Xie, slowly approached the puppeteer who was now bereft of any means of defense. A mere puppeteer without his puppet is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. After all, not everyone possesses the genius of a master puppeteer like Sasori. The Sand Ninja could only watch, panic-stricken, as Long Jian approached with an affable smile. His kunai gripped tightly in nervous anticipation of Long Jian's impending assault. Asuma readied his chakra blade once more, the blue glow emanating from it prepared for another strike against the remaining Sand Ninja. In the distance, Hong maintained her hand seals, her expression resolute as she focused on the two remaining adversaries in the arena, just as Long Jian prepared to launch another assault to eliminate the Sand Ninja team entirely. The once confident mocking Sand Ninja raised his right hand, his voice filled with resignation. "No need to continue. We concede. The current situation bears little distinction from a 1v3 scenario. He finds himself at a disadvantage against the lone old Ma, let alone when faced with the formidable Long Jian and the ever-watchful Hong, that if this continues, it will only serve to inflict more wounds upon his two companions, rendering their efforts futile." The examiner from Konoha observed the circumstances of both teams and, upon confirming that the Sand Shinobi trio would concede, announced in a resounding voice that the Longjin trio emerged victorious, preparing for the next round of matches. The two unfortunate Sand Shinobi assisted their comrade as they watched the Longjin trio depart the arena with an air of calm, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Who would have thought that, despite being the subject of collective mockery, it would be only I who ended up injured? Before the Longjin trio awaited the commencement of the next match, they passed by and witnessed Kakashi's team in action. They discovered that they were about to face Might Guy's squad. Composed of Might Guy, Ebisu, and Nara Ryoma, the two teams stood face to face. And with the examiner's command, the battle was set to ignite. Ebisu immediately began forming hand seals, while Nara Ryoma positioned himself, preparing for an offensive. Our spirited youth, Guy, surged forward, charging directly at Kakashi, with his sights set on defeating Kakashi. The encounter with his team ignited an intense fervor within him. Eagerly, he sought a spirited duel with Kakashi. Ebisu and Nara Ryoma, while aware they were up against a prodigy of their generation, Kakashi, were nonetheless filled with determination. They recognized that in individual combat, they were no match for Kakashi, but this was a team battle. The trio was eager to engage Kakashi's squad in a thrilling display of teamwork. Kakashi, fully aware of Guy's prowess in taijutsu, promptly assumed a defensive stance in preparation. Rin, standing beside Kakashi, bore a serious expression, ready for the frayed Akatsuki that moment. Obito, positioned next to Kakashi, swiftly stepped in front of him and Rin, confronting Guy directly, with a decisive hand seal. He shouted, "Fire style! Great fireball technique!" However, before the jutsu could manifest, Obito's mouth gaped wide as he prepared to unleash the fireball, inadvertently inhaling a piece of candy lodged in his throat, which caused him to choke and stifle his incantation. His eyes bulged in distress, portraying a look of utter desperation. Without hesitation, Guy leaped into action, executing a leaf whirlwind that connected with Obito's face, dislodging the candy from his throat. Guy, ever the do-gooder, relished in his heroic deed. Longjin chuckled at the unexpectedly comical scene involving Obito, while Hong stifled her laughter. Old Ma's reaction was even more exaggerated. He clutched his belly and laughed heartily, his mockery drawing the attention of onlookers. Ultimately, due to Kakashi's exceptional individual performance, Kakashi's team secured the victory. It seems that Kakashi's prowess is indeed formidable. Old Ma, observing Obito's swollen cheek, laughed heartily as he patted him on the shoulder. Obito, with a sullen expression, mumbled incessantly, "Damn it, bushy brows, damn it, Asuma." After witnessing this lively spectacle, the Longjin trio selected their next opponents. Arriving at the competition arena, they were met with the sight of 3 Genin from the Rain Village. Clad in matching yellow rubber swimsuits and white eye masks that revealed only their eyes, the trio scrutinized Longjin with an air of contempt. With oxygen masks dangling from their mouths and their arms hanging limply at their sides, they presented a rather unimposing figure. Longjin's face contorted with disdain, not solely because their appearance reminded him of zombies from a past life, but more so due to their affiliation with the Rain Village. The Rain Shinobi trio, noting Longjin's expression, was taken aback that a sturdily built member among them spoke through his oxygen mask with a gruff tone. "What is that little brat's expression? Is he looking down on us?" Another Rain Shinobi chimed in with a derisive tone. "That foolish little brat. Let us just dispose of him." Their words reached the ears of Longjin's trio without concealment. Despite the Rain Village adopting a relatively isolationist policy following the Second Shinobi World War to mitigate influence from neighboring countries, they still dispatched their ninja to participate in the Chunin exams. Additionally, Rain Village ninja were renowned for their proficiency in assassination techniques, often accepting various assassination missions from other nations. Longjin fixed his gaze intently on the trio of Rain Shinobi and addressed Asuma and Hong. "Asuma, Hong, you need not intervene. I will handle these 3 myself." Asuma and Hong exchanged puzzled looks, with Asuma stating, "It's all right, Longjin. They're no different from those boastful Sand Shinobi. We should team up and take care of them together." Longjin shook his head, his tone turning significantly colder. "No, that is not the reason. Asuma, I am impervious to their taunts. My determination stems solely from the fact that they hail from the Rain Village." Hong, equally puzzled, inquired. What is the matter, Longjian? Does the Rain Village hold some significance? After a moment of silence, Longjian spoke. My father and mother perished on the battlefield against the Rain Shinobi, a consequence of their leader, Hanzo of the Salamander. Upon hearing this, Asuma and Hong immediately understood Longjian's resolute desire to confront them alone. Hong, feeling embarrassed, apologized. I'm sorry, Longjian. I had no idea. Longjian shook his head. It's all right, Hong. Just watch from the sidelines with Asuma. I will take care of the rest. Respecting his wishes, Asuma and Hong retreated to the edge of the arena, leaving Longjian to confront the trio of Rain Shinobi. Observing their retreat, the Rain Shinobi were momentarily bewildered, with one remarking, "What? Are those two little brats from Konoha so terrified of us that they're conceding?" Another scoffed, "The Konoha brats are no match for the might of the Rain Village." The Konoha examiner, noting Longjian's icy demeanor, cast a puzzled glance and inquired about the situation. After receiving a confirmatory nod from Longjian, the examiner positioned himself in the center of the arena, raised his hands swiftly, and shouted, "Begin!" He then vacated the stage, leaving Longjian to face the trio of Rain Shinobi. The Rain Shinobi, observing the solitary figure of Longjian, resumed their taunting, "Hey, little brat over there, why don't you just concede? You might end up crying for your mother if you lose an arm or a leg. Ha ha ha." Asuma shook his head at the Rain Shinobi's brashness, already foreseeing their downfall. That it was audacious of them to dance recklessly in Longjian's territory. With a stoic expression, Longjian unsheathed his demonic blade, Moxie, and warned the Rain Shinobi, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Unleash your full power, or you will perish." The trio of Rain Shinobi, fueled by rage, resolved that this reckless little brat from Konoha must be dealt with. They swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Ninjutsu! Hei's clone technique!" In an instant, the once spacious arena became filled with the clones conjured by the Rain Shinobi, their sheer numbers eliciting gasps from Asuma. "This many? Are they merely clones? If they possess offensive capabilities, this could be catastrophic." Red nodded gravely in agreement. Meanwhile, Longjian found himself encircled by the multitude of clones, trapped in a precarious situation. Yet unfazed by the approaching clones reminiscent of zombies, Longjian let out a dismissive scoff. "Just a trivial parlor trick. Allow me to demonstrate what true numbers mean." Subsequently, the shadow beneath Longjian's feet seemed to come alive, stretching outward, expanding, and proliferating. In no time, it enveloped more than half of the arena. The domain of shadows surged forth with formidable vigor. Longjian coldly regarded the ethereal clones that surrounded him in layers, and remarked, "Merely a gaggle of defenseless rabble." Shortly thereafter, shadows began to rise from beneath his feet, gradually taking the form of armored figures wielding samurai swords, clad in gleaming armor. Their helmets emitted a striking crimson glow in the shape of a V. These were the shadowy warriors summoned by Longjian. As soon as they manifested, the warriors encircled Longjian protectively, exuding an indomitable aura as they wielded their sharp shadow swords with ruthless precision, mercilessly slaying the surrounding ethereal clones. Although the clones would regenerate from the severed remnants, their grotesque appearance was insufficient to withstand the overwhelming numbers of the shadow warriors. In some instances, several warriors surrounded a single clone, their strikes fierce and unwavering, while others remained vigilant, swords in hand, ever watchful to shield their master from harm. Under the relentless assault of the shadow warriors, the ethereal clones were unable to fully recuperate, let alone draw closer to Longjian. They were continuously scattered and reformed, again and again. The concealed trio from the Rain Shinobi village observed in awe as Longjian summoned such a vast and evidently formidable army of shadow soldiers. Standing at the center of the arena, safeguarded by numerous warriors, exuding an air of calm confidence, one of the Rain Shinobi spoke in a hushed tone, "What manner of ability is this? I have never encountered anything like it. Is it some sort of secret technique?" Another replied in disbelief, "This may well transcend the realm of mere techniques. That little brat is likely a new bearer of the Kekkei Genkai from Konoha. This bizarre ability and the summoned humanoid shadows render our ethereal clones utterly incapable of approaching him." At that moment, the stout Rain Shinobi among them spoke with composure. Steady yourselves. The ability he employs must surely entail some expenditure. His attacks on our ethereal clones pose no real threat, merely exhausting his own resources. When that wretched brat depletes his chakra, it shall be our moment to strike. As an observer, Asuma remarked, witnessing Longjian summon a different form of shadow army. It is indeed Longjian's prowess that enables him to face such numerous foes without faltering. Kekkei Jinkai is truly an enviable gift. Beside him, Hong nodded in agreement, though her expression remained grave as she responded. Yet, it seems Longjian's shadow is ineffective against these clones, merely preventing them from closing in. But where could those three-ranged shinobi be hiding? Asuma, however, appeared unperturbed, assuring her, "Fear not, Hong. If it's Longjian, he will undoubtedly devise a means to deal with them." At this juncture, Longjian at the center of the arena slowly spoke, his voice low yet penetrating. "Three little mice, your true forms do not exist among these ethereal clones, do they?" At this, the concealed trio from the ranged shinobi felt a jolt of shock. Had he discerned their ruse so easily? Yet, even if they knew, they were still at a standstill. The stout ranged shinobi scoffed. However, Longjian's subsequent words extinguished his mirth. "Your secret technique, the ethereal clones, serves merely as a diversion, devoid of any offensive capability, designed to sow confusion among foes. Meanwhile, your true forms lie hidden in the shadows of the clones, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Sadly, little mice, you are far from mastering the art of shadows." The three-ranged shinobi were immediately drenched in cold sweat. How could this insufferable brat have so easily deduced the principles of their technique from their earlier encounter? What formidable judgment and battle intelligence he possessed. Longjian seemed to imply, "Do not underestimate a seasoned admirer of the Hokage." Exchanging glances, the stout ranged shinobi commanded, "Since we have been discovered, let us strike together and eliminate that brat. His ability fills the ground beneath him with shadows, which works to our advantage. Our speed will allow us to launch a surprise attack from various angles. He will not be able to defend against all sides." Had Longjian been aware of their intentions, he would have surely applauded their audacity. Indeed, their strategy was commendable, for their original technique utilized earth manipulation to conceal themselves within the shadows of the ethereal clones. Whose shadow is not a shadow? Alas, Longjian's shadow was indeed something else. To traverse freely within Longjian's shadow was an audacious venture, one that even the likes of Uncle Longjian would not dare undertake. The trio of ranged shinobi circumnavigated to the shadows behind Longjian, believing their actions to be flawless. Sensing the movement behind him within the realm of shadows, Longjian couldn't help but exclaim, "There are indeed many simpletons under Hanzo's command." At that moment, from the shadows behind him, three ranged shinobi brandishing kunai emerged from different directions, ruthlessly targeting Longjian's vital points while shouting, "You little brat, you are in no position to judge Lord Hanzo, Asuma, and Hong." Noticing the situation behind Longjian, urgently called out, "Longjian, be cautious of what lies behind you." Yet Longjian did not turn, maintaining his previous stance. The surrounding shadow warriors seemed oblivious to the intruders, remaining still as statues. Just as the three ranged shinobi bore expressions of triumph, believing they were on the cusp of victory, they were horrified to discover they could advance no further, halted by an invisible force. Lowering their heads in unison, they saw countless blue hands gripping their bodies tightly, rendering them utterly immobile. Some of the shadow warriors had ensnared them from behind, their arms coiled like serpents, preventing any movement. At this moment, Longjian turned around, his gaze icy as he regarded the three immobilized ranged shinobi, their eyes wide with terror. He spoke softly, "I will not return home to my mother crying because I've lost an arm or a leg. However, you should feel free to go below and recount your plight to my mother." With that, the multitude of shadow soldiers began to drag the three ranged shinobi back into the shadows of the ground. Their faces contorted in fear as the soldiers silenced their mouths, rendering them incapable of speech. All that escaped their lips were muffled whimpers. They watched helplessly as their bodies slowly merged into the darkness. Longjian observed impassively as the three ranged shinobi were consumed by shadows, leaving only their heads exposed. Suddenly, Their eyes widened in horror as blood began to seep from their mouths. Seeing this, the examiners from Konoha rushed onto the scene, intent on halting the match. Upon their arrival, they found the three-range shinobi covered in numerous wounds from various weapons, some wounds oozing a strange dark hue. Their eyes widened in disbelief. All were evidently deceased. The examiner from Konohagakure cast a complex glance at Ryujian, who was exiting the venue, shaking his head in resignation. He had no choice but to announce the victor as Ryujian's team. The Chunin exams inherently carry a mortality rate. During missions, ninjas often face life-threatening situations. Each year, some ninjas may lose their lives during assessments due to insufficient strength or lack of experience in dealing with unforeseen circumstances. As examiners, their responsibility is to safeguard the lives of the competitors as much as possible. However, in the case of the three Rain ninjas, Ryujian's abilities were exceptionally unique, leaving the examiner entirely oblivious to the events transpiring in the shadows. But by the time they reacted, it was already too late. Konohagakure could not punish Ryujian for accidentally killing several Rain ninjas during the exam. They were not foolish. Moreover, all lower ninjas participating in the Chunin exams had signed waivers acknowledging the risks of life and death. This could not be attributed to Konohagakure. It was merely unfortunate for the trio from the Rain village that they crossed paths with Ryujian. The day's matches swiftly concluded, and Ryujian's team, having won both rounds, successfully advanced to the third round of competition. This round would focus on individual combat. Upon confirming their advancement to the third round, the chief examiner informed them that there would be a month-long recess before the third round, allowing participants to recuperate, particularly those who had sustained injuries in the second round, enabling them to return to optimal condition. Naturally, Ryujian's team had not incurred any significant injuries, so they could utilize this month for training and relaxation. They were informed that the third round of individual battles would take place in the grand arena of Konohagakure, where a portion of the audience and dignitaries would come to witness their performances. Ryujian couldn't shake the feeling that the plot was becoming increasingly familiar. Indeed, the world is a vast circle. After receiving all the information, Ryujian's team exited the competition venue together. Upon stepping outside, they spotted Akimichi Choza seated by the roadside, snacking as he awaited news from the trio. Upon seeing his three exceptional students emerge, Choza eagerly waved his hand, setting aside his snacks, rising with a beaming expression, and inquired, "How did it go? You three look like you aced the second exam." Old Ma, brimming with pride, declared loudly to Choza, "Of course, Teacher Choza. When we strike, it's with precision." Choza nodded in satisfaction, laughing, "You truly are my brilliant students. Come, today I shall treat you to barbecue, a well-deserved reward." With that, he led Ryujian and his companions directly to the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant. After the four had eaten their fill, Asuma and Kurenai expressed their intentions to undergo rigorous training in the upcoming month. Striving to excel in the Chunin exams, Asuma planned to have Choza conduct a month-long training regimen for him to enhance his strength, while Kurenai indicated her desire to seek out her father for specialized training in Jinjutsu. Observing the determination radiating from his two companions, Ryujian contemplated whether he should also seek out Uncle Snake for improvement, though he was uncertain if Uncle Snake had returned. After parting ways with the group, Ryujian hastened to Uncle Snake's laboratory. Upon entering, he finally spotted Uncle Snake, clad in his customary white lab coat, standing by the workbench, meticulously focused on a test tube, his golden snake-like eyes scrutinizing the changes within. Ryujian quietly took a seat beside him, refraining from interrupting Uncle Snake's research. Eventually, when Uncle Snake set down the test tube, Ryujian seized the opportunity to speak. "Orochimaru-sensei, it's been a while. Where have you been making a fortune lately?" Uncle Snake raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ryujian, and replied nonchalantly, "I was recently dispatched on a mission." "Have you come to see me for something, Ryujian-kun?" Upon hearing this, Ryujian mused internally that it must have been quite an important mission if they had sent Uncle Snake. He responded, "Indeed, Orochimaru-sensei, that I participated in the ongoing Chunin exams and have now advanced to the third round of individual battles. With a month until the next round, I thought it would be a great opportunity to seek your guidance in enhancing my abilities." Uncle Snake continued his work without missing a beat, turning to retrieve a beaker from the table, and remarked without looking back, "With your current strength, Is there anyone in the Chunin exams aside from Kakashi, the son of White Fang, who poses a significant challenge to you, Ryujin-kun? Even if you face Kakashi, I dare say that if you unleash your full potential, he would not stand a chance against you. Ryujin scratched his head and replied, well, we do have a month ahead of us, and I can't just sit idle. It would be ideal to seize this opportunity to further enhance my strength. After all, who would complain about being too strong? Uncle Snake paused his work and turned to Ryujin, contemplating for a moment before speaking in a raspy voice. Your pursuit of power remains unwavering, Ryujin-kun. However, your words remind me of a glaring shortcoming in your current abilities. Ryujin looked up, puzzled. Uncle Snake continued, in terms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and various secret techniques, you possess a deep understanding and can rely on your own abilities and bloodline limits to navigate challenges. Yet, it seems you have yet to encounter a formidable user of Jinjutsu. Have you? If such a situation arises in the future, you may find yourself at a loss. Suddenly, Ryujin realized the truth in Uncle Snake's words. With Kurenai on his team, they typically employed Jinjutsu to attack others. Furthermore, in recent perilous missions, they had not encountered any ninja skilled in Jinjutsu, leading Ryujin to overlook this glaring weakness that it was worth noting that in the past 2 years, a prodigy named Shui had emerged from the Uchiha clan. Additionally, it was rumored that the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku was soon to welcome a child, likely to be named Itachi. Ryujin, lacking the Sharingan or any of its techniques like Izanagi, and certainly not being a perfect Jinchuriki, would find himself in dire straits if he were to face these Uchiha legends or even an adept Jinjutsu user in the Third Great Ninja War. In a moment of desperation, Ryujin fell to his knees, dramatically clinging to Uncle Snake's leg, adopting a pitiful demeanor as he pleaded, Orochimaru-sensei, please help me enhance my resistance against Jinjutsu. Uncle Snake regarded Ryujin's theatrical display with an expression of exasperation. There was no choice. He had to teach his chosen disciple, even if it meant enduring such antics. Uncle Snake set down the beaker, removed his lab coat, and said to Ryujin, follow me. With that, he strode out of the laboratory, and Ryujin hurriedly followed in his wake. Once outside, Uncle Snake began to elucidate various methods for countering Jinjutsu. In essence, he explained, Jinjutsu operates by using chakra to disrupt the enemy's 5 senses, plunging them into illusion. A straightforward countermeasure involves disturbing one's own chakra flow, though this requires continuous practice to attain proficiency. Alternatively, using specific hand seals to interrupt the enemy's Jinjutsu before it takes effect is another viable strategy, necessitating a solid understanding of the techniques involved as well as insight into the enemy's Jinjutsu. Another simpler approach is to recognize when one has fallen victim to Jinjutsu and resort to self-harm to awaken oneself through pain. However, even the best countermeasures can falter when faced with high-level Jinjutsu, such as Tsukuyami or Kodoamatsukami. Upon hearing Uncle Snake's explanations, Ryujin asked, with so many methods of countering Jinjutsu, which one should we choose? Uncle Snake replied in his gravelly voice, regardless of the method, based on my understanding of Jinjutsu, it fundamentally hinges on the strength of your mental fortitude. This. Ryujin felt a surge of excitement. Mental fortitude? Not to mention that having lived 2 lives, his mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he was constantly honing his skills through communication with the mask. Longjin expressed to Snake Uncle that his mental strength should be quite commendable, possibly related to his bloodline limit. Upon hearing this, Snake Uncle raised an eyebrow and slowly remarked, if your mental prowess is sufficiently robust, you will more easily discern the nature of any Jinjutsu attacks directed at you. And likewise, it will be simpler to employ suitable methods to dispel such illusions. After finishing his statement, Snake Uncle glanced at the contemplative Longjin and continued, in fact, if your mental strength reaches a certain threshold, many ordinary Jinjutsu will be rendered ineffective against you. This is because the caster would be unable to manipulate your mind and chakra, thereby nullifying the illusion entirely. Longjin acknowledged Snake Uncle's wisdom, recognizing the depth of his knowledge, infused with personal interpretation. Such brilliance! At this moment, Snake Uncle licked his lips, intrigued, and said, are you implying that during your training with the bloodline limit, your mental strength gradually enhances as well. How fascinating. Long Jian, observing Snake Uncle, was suddenly struck by an ominous feeling. Subsequently, he witnessed Snake Uncle's swiftly forming hand seals, his raspy voice resonating in Long Jian's ears. Then, let us conduct an experiment. Long Jian. As Long Jian watched Snake Uncle begin to weave the seals, alarm bells rang in his mind. While Snake Uncle had many admirable qualities as a teacher, his propensity for surprise attacks was not one of them. Point 1 could never predict when he might launch a sudden offensive to assess the students' grasp of their studies, ensuring that they remained vigilant and attentive. Once Snake Uncle completed the hand seals, his eerie serpentine gaze fixated on Long Jian's eyes. Naraka technique. Instantly, Long Jian felt a powerful mental force surging against his mind. He was well aware of this Jinjutsu. It materialized the deepest fears within a person, compelling the victim to perceive it as reality. Moreover, the greater the fear harbored within the individual, the more potent the impact of the Jinjutsu, aiming to strike at the psyche. However, Long Jian quickly regained his composure, stabilizing his mind and employing his own mental strength to fend off this external invader. After a brief moment, Long Jian realized that he had successfully withstood the mental assault inflicted by the Jinjutsu with relative ease. His body exhibited no discomfort, akin to the sensation he experienced while communicating with masks or summoning shadow soldiers. In fact, he felt he had not been affected at all, nor did he perceive any manifestation of his deepest fears. Long Jian opened his eyes to meet Snake Uncle's gaze, which was filled with keen interest as he observed Long Jian's reactions. What intriguing ability you possess, Long Jian. What was your sensation upon being struck by my Jinjutsu? Snake Uncle inquired, his voice raspy with curiosity. Long Jian pondered carefully before responding. Well, it felt as if my brain anticipated the Jinjutsu attack the moment it occurred, accompanied by an external mental force clashing against me. I then attempted to utilize my mental strength to repel this incoming assault, after which it simply vanished. Upon hearing this, Snake Uncle astutely discerned a critical point. With a hint of excitement, he asked, "Are you suggesting that not only did you completely evade the effects of the Jinjutsu, but your mind even sensed an incoming mental assault beforehand?" Long Jian nodded, affirming that this was indeed the case. Snake Uncle's golden serpentine eyes glimmered with intense curiosity, indicating that his Jinjutsu had failed to impact Long Jian, as it was his own mental strength that had provided an early warning, allowing him to resist effectively. How remarkable, Long Jian! Your response to the Jinjutsu is unprecedented. Long Jian scratched his head in confusion, pondering whether others typically employed such methods to counter Jinjutsu. As Snake Uncle stood in contemplation, Long Jian came to a realization. His frequent communication with masks, advancing their strategies, and summoning shadow soldiers all necessitated the expenditure of mental energy. This led to the perception that his mental strength was exceptionally formidable, and his proficiency surpassed that of most individuals. Consequently, he could actively utilize his mental strength to resist Jinjutsu attacks, achieving immunity to their effects. This elucidated why Long Jian had felt relatively unaffected during Snake Uncle's Naraka technique assault, as he had not perceived his innermost fears. Long Jian stroked his chin, lost in thought. Could it be that as long as my mental strength remains sufficiently potent, it is akin to possessing immunity to Jinjutsu? Furthermore, Long Jian's mental strength would continue to amplify with the increasing number of masks he communicated with and the ongoing utilization of their powers. How promising this future appears, he mused, while ordinary Jinjutsu practitioners lamented in despair. Suddenly, Snake Uncle lifted his head to regard Long Jian, his tone tinged with uncertainty as he inquired, "So, Long Jian, does your bloodline limit grant you a certain degree of immunity to Jinjutsu?" Long Jian refrained from expressing any opinion, as both he and Snake Uncle were merely speculating at this juncture. Whether this would indeed significantly augment Long Jian's resistance to Jinjutsu remained to be tested. Indeed, this was precisely Snake Uncle's line of thinking. His insatiable curiosity resurfaced, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Long Jian, I recall you were on the same team as the daughter of the Sunlit Crimson." Long Jian nodded in confusion. Snake Uncle's subsequent words nearly caused Long Jian to bolt. "I must admit, I'm not particularly adept at utilizing Jinjutsu. Therefore, we require a specialist to assess your resistance capabilities. Let us visit the esteemed Jonin, Sunlit Crimson, to request his assistance in testing your limits. After all, he is renowned for his expertise in Jinjutsu within Konoha. Longjin's disbelief deepened. Wait, I am your beloved disciple. Snake Uncle, do you truly intend to send me off as a test subject for Jinjutsu? Though he was reluctant in spirit, his body obediently followed Snake Uncle as they set off toward the residence of the Crimson family. Ultimately, Longjin yearned to ascertain just how far he could resist Jinjutsu. Could he truly achieve immunity? The inquisitive duo promptly made their way to the abode of Crimson. Upon their arrival, they discovered that both Sunlit Crimson and her father were preparing to depart, seemingly on the verge of setting out. Upon seeing Longjin at the door, Crimson expressed her delight and warmly greeted him, introducing him to her father as the reliable teammate she had previously mentioned. Nara Longjin. Longjin felt a slight flush at the unexpected attention. Sunlit Crimson then approached Snake Uncle, greeting him with familiarity. Lord Orochimaru, it has been quite some time. May I inquire what brings you here in person? Crimson discreetly observed Snake Uncle, the man exuding an enigmatic aura, renowned as one of the legendary three ninjas and her brilliant teammate. Longjin's mentor IT was said that Lord Orochimaru was a genius who appeared only once in several decades. Surely, Longjin's talents must not pale in comparison to this esteemed figure. Crimson's thoughts drifted as she gazed skyward. Snake Uncle, maintaining his familiar raspy voice, politely replied, "You are too kind. Jonin Crimson, we have come seeking your assistance." Upon hearing that even one of the legendary three ninjas sought her help, Sunlit Crimson felt immensely honored and promptly inquired about the nature of Snake Uncle's request. As Snake Uncle elucidated his purpose. A look of astonishment crossed Sunlit Crimson's face as she glanced at Longjin, her mind racing with disbelief. Eight Jonin specializing in Jinjutsu. She could discern from Snake Uncle's words the potential significance of Longjin's abilities. If what he claimed were true, then the value of this child's capabilities would be immeasurable. If indeed he possessed sufficient mental strength, no Jinjutsu would be able to harm him. Sunlit Crimson's voice was filled with astonishment. Snake Uncle nodded, continuing, "Thus, I brought Longjin to seek your assistance in testing his limits, to confirm whether his abilities align with our expectations." Uncle Snake gazed at the crimson sun setting, his magnetic voice resonating. "After all, when it comes to the mastery of illusion techniques, I am no match for you, the esteemed shinobi of Crimson Sun. You are truly an expert in this domain." Listening to Uncle Snake's words, Crimson Sun swiftly replied, "You flatter me. Lord Orochimaru, I was just about to take the young lady out for training. Let us proceed together to the training ground. I too am curious whether this child can indeed reach the level you described." Subsequently, the four of them set off without delay towards the training grounds of Konoha. On the path of knowledge, one often encounters like-minded individuals, and thus, the team gradually grew in strength. Before long, the four of them arrived at the training ground. Upon settling, Uncle Snake eagerly addressed Crimson Sun. "Crimson Sun, shall we prepare to begin?" Turning to Ryujin, he added, "Ryujin, you should also get ready. The intensity of Crimson Sun's illusions will be considerably more challenging to withstand." Ryujin nodded firmly, sitting down to meditate, ensuring his mental energy was at its peak. Crimson Sun observed Ryujin swiftly getting into the zone and turned to Hong, saying, "I will explain while employing the illusion technique. Please observe closely." Hong nodded vigorously, indicating her commitment to learning diligently. Then, Crimson Sun addressed Ryujin. "I will gradually increase the level of the illusion I use on you, that if you find it overwhelming, simply call out to stop. Do not push yourself." Naturally, Crimson Sun did not wish for a mere test to cause harm to Konoha's prodigious youth. After all, illusions target the human senses, and potent illusions could inflict lasting damage on the bearer. Crimson Sun felt uncertain, as this was his first time hearing about the methods of dispelling illusions that Uncle Snake mentioned. He was also unaware of Ryujin's limits, and could only proceed gradually. Ryujin then opened his eyes, stood up, and resolutely declared to Crimson Sun, "I understand, Senior Crimson Sun. I will inform you immediately if something feels amiss." Uncle Snake's hoarse voice interjected from the side, "If anything seems off, I will assist you in breaking free from the illusion. Do not hesitate. Ryujian. With Uncle Snake's reassurance, Ryujian felt emboldened and signaled to Crimson Sun to commence at any moment. Crimson Sun regarded the youth before him and began forming hand seals, deliberately at a measured pace to allow Hong to learn as well. His voice resonated. This technique is called Narukujin no Jutsu. Its principle is Ryujian inwardly scoffed, thinking, great, after coming all this way, I have to endure a dose of Narukujin. Soon, he felt a sensation akin to what he experienced during the attack from Uncle Snake. Compared to the initial encounter, Ryujian was now more adept, skillfully utilizing his mental strength to resist the illusion. Within just 2 or 3 breaths, Crimson Sun's Narukujin was rendered ineffective at that moment. Crimson Sun was still explaining to Hong the precautions necessary for using Narukujin, completely unaware that Ryujian had dispelled his technique so swiftly. This ninjutsu required one to focus on the target's senses, particularly vision, as it delivered the most impactful shock. Take a moment to truly feel it, he instructed, turning to Ryujian, only to find him gazing back with wide eyes, seemingly unaffected. Crimson Sun was taken aback, filled with astonishment. Although Narukujin was merely a rank illusion, it was still one crafted by him, and from Uncle Snake's earlier words, it was clear that Ryujian had never practiced any illusion techniques. His combat style relied primarily on the ninjutsu taught by Uncle Snake, his own bloodline limit, and his recently acquired sword techniques. Yet this child managed to break his illusion in such a short span of time. Appearing entirely unscathed, Crimson Sun could not help but exclaim, Ryujian, were you truly not affected by the illusion at all? Ryujian sheepishly scratched his head, replying, I did successfully resist your illusion, perhaps because I am more adept now. It took less time this time. Although he had heard Uncle Snake mention it once before, witnessing such a scene left a profound impact on him. A seasoned shinobi who dedicated his life to illusion techniques had quietly crumbled. Uncle Snake's gravelly voice chimed in, infused with keen interest, similar to what I just described, but it is evident that Ryujian is far more proficient this time. He then turned to Crimson Sun, remarking, it seems, Crimson Sun, that you will need to employ some genuine skills. Instantly, a hint of seriousness graced Crimson Sun's expression, and his hand seal speed unconsciously quickened. The next technique is called Kasa no Kishi no Jutsu. Ryujian's resistance grew even more adept. The next technique, Kitsune no Kokoro no Jutsu. Ryujian dispelled it with lightning speed. Kochi no Jutsu. Ryujian felt as light as a feather, after enduring a barrage of C and D rank illusions. Crimson Sun resigned himself to the situation. He ceased his explanations to Hong, focusing solely on whether these illusions could indeed affect Ryujian. The results were disheartening. Nothing. Hong, watching her father unleash a dazzling array of illusions while observing Ryujian remain completely unfazed, felt her resolve shatter slightly. Although she was Ryujian's teammate, she couldn't help but lament, is this guy cheating? How are we illusion ninjas supposed to compete with this? Ryujian interjected, I'm not cheating. I just haven't opened it. Crimson Sun regarded Ryujian in silence for a moment before stating, Lord Orochimaru, you have an exceptional disciple. He then turned back to Ryujian, saying, next, I will utilize my most proficient B-rank illusion, the ensnaring tree of illusion. Be cautious, Ryujian. Hong gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth, realizing her father intended to use this technique against Ryujian. Ryujian nodded resolutely, and Crimson Sun began forming seals. This time, Ryujian felt an unprecedented intensity of mental pressure, almost as if his mental strength was being suppressed. Upon opening his eyes, he saw trees sprouting from the ground, slowly winding around his body. Ryujian quickly summoned his mental energy, launching a counterattack, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Crimson Sun observed Ryujian's performance with a serious demeanor. Ultimately, Ryujian managed to withstand Crimson Sun's illusion through his exceptional mental strength and adept application, avoiding entrapment. Though drenched in sweat, the outcome was clear. Ryujian remained unaffected by Crimson Sun's illusion. He realized that this was likely his current limit in resisting illusions unscathed. Should Crimson Sun deploy a more formidable illusion, he would need to rely on the power of his mask to resist. At that point, Ryujian's overall strength would be enhanced, and his mental strength would increase exponentially. It could be said that, for the time being, Illusions posed no significant weakness for Ryujian. In fact, he might even surpass many in his ability to counter illusions. Ryujian promptly informed Crimson Sun that he had reached his limit. However, upon hearing this, Crimson Sun felt no joy. He and Hong could only think that if the ninja world produced more individuals like Ryujian, illusion ninjas like themselves would indeed have no place. They might as well return home to tend the fields to take tea that moment. Uncle Snake approached, clapping slowly, and with his hoarse voice remarked, "To endure so many of Crimson Sun's illusion attacks is quite an impressive feat." Ryujian then turned to Crimson Sun, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Crimson Sun, but regarding Ryujian's abilities, you need not concern yourself. Your formidable strength is evident to all. The vast majority of adversaries fear your terrifying illusions. However, Ryujian is quite exceptional. There are few in the ninja world with bloodline limits as unique as his. He is merely 1 in 100." Upon hearing this, Shiri Junhong and Hong could not help but feel that the duo's visit today was solely to deliver a stinging slap across their faces, shattering the very essence of their resolve. That Hong's tender heart was profoundly shaken, while Shiri Junhong's not-so-innocent spirit teetered on the brink of confusion. For the month leading up to the third round of examinations, Long Jian engaged in rigorous daily training, honing his mastery of various techniques by day and further enhancing his mask-s capabilities with the enchanted blade Emo Xie by night. The evenings, however, were particularly captivating. Each day, Long Jian would approach Shiri Junhong, eager to be bombarded by an array of illusions that he had discovered that his method of counteracting these illusions lacked sophistication. It boiled down to 2 fundamental points. Firstly, he sought to amplify his mental prowess, albeit gradually, through the communication mask. Secondly, he aimed to refine his skills in utilizing mental strength to resist illusions, a process that could only be achieved through persistent exposure to such attacks. Thus, the unfortunate Shiri Junhong became the unwitting target of Long Jian's relentless ambition for improvement. Every evening, as Shiri Junhong prepared to venture out with Hong for training, he would find Long Jian, beaming with a smile, waiting at his doorstep, often brandishing an assortment of fruits or occasionally a carton of milk or beverages. Long Jian adhered to a principle: when seeking assistance, one must master the art of social grace. Shiri Junhong would often chide him, saying, "Why bring all these things?" To which Long Jian would respond with a grin, "Ah, Uncle Junhong, this is for the children. Please accept it graciously." Hong, observing from the side, would slowly form a question mark with a puzzled expression. Adhering to the adage that one who receives favors is bound to reciprocate, Shiri Junhong found himself transformed into Long Jian's unyielding illusion launcher. Yet, in the depths of his heart, he held a deep fondness for Long Jian. Not only was the boy exceptionally talented and powerful, but more importantly, he possessed a gracious demeanor devoid of the arrogance often associated with prodigies, showing none of the airs that might come from his lineage or his affiliation with Orochimaru. This made Shiri Junhong's willingness to assist Long Jian all the more effortless. After all, who could refuse a charming young lad who arrived daily with delightful treats, punctual at your doorstep, and respectfully requesting your aid? However, Shiri Junhong soon realized that with each passing day of illusion bombardment, Long Jian's resistance visibly strengthened. That is this the world of geniuses? Shiri Junhong mused, marveling at Long Jian's progress, which seemed to surpass the illusions he had once wielded himself. The initial shock he felt began to fade into numbness, eventually evolving into a spirited resolve. Shiri Junhong started devising various methods to enhance the potency of his illusions, eager to witness a genuine reaction from Long Jian when caught in one. Meanwhile, Long Jian, through repeated defenses, honed his skills to the point of developing a self-preservation mechanism against Shiri Junhong's lower-tier illusions. Without conscious effort, Long Jian's mental strength would instinctively counteract the illusions, protecting him from their effects, a development that sent him into a frenzy of joy, as he had inadvertently cultivated a reflexive response. Shiri Junhong, having entirely stepped out of his comfort zone, found himself ruminating daily on how to further amplify the efficacy of his illusions. Long Jian remarked, "There are impurities in this iron." Shiri Junhong responded with a puzzled expression. Long Jian continued, "More practice is needed, and as a result, Hong's training intensity has significantly increased." Thus, the days passed, filled with purpose and growth. A month swiftly slipped by, and today marked the commencement of the third round of the Chunin exams. Long Jian and his companions gathered early, heading to the grand venue in Konoha. Old Ma was brimming with excitement, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness for the day as individual battles. The month of intense training had instilled newfound confidence in Asuma, who even contemplated confronting Long Jian, who walked confidently in the center. However, reason prevailed, quelling Old Ma's impulsive urges. During this month, Shiri Jinhong had been continually astonished by Long Jian's prowess, which illuminated the deficiencies in his own illusions, leading him to adopt a more composed demeanor, even becoming somewhat unflappable. As the trio entered the assembly hall, they beheld the arena surrounded by towering walls and the audience gradually taking their seats. Old Ma and Shiri Jinhong felt a twinge of anxiety in the face of such grandeur. But Long Jian, sensing their tension, placed a reassuring hand on each of their shoulders and said in a light-hearted tone, "Relax, Old Ma. Jinhong, keep your heads high and face the audience. We are the stars of this individual battle." Instantly, their nervousness dissipated, replaced by the exhilarating sensation of being in the spotlight. Upon reaching the designated resting area for participants, they found it afforded a clear view of the ongoing battles, enabling them to gather intelligence on potential opponents and devise strategies accordingly. Before long, all competitors had assembled, including an unexpectedly punctual Obito, brimming with enthusiasm. Kakashi stood nearby, not far from Long Jian. Their eyes met, and Long Jian sensed Kakashi's unwavering fighting spirit. I could see that moment. The chief examiner for the third round, a stern jonin from Konoha, entered the arena. His formidable presence commanded respect, exuding an aura of integrity on the highest tier of the viewing platform. The third Hokage made his entrance, accompanied by his two disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, along with several jonin from Konoha, drawing considerable attention. The third Hokage took his place. The previously boisterous crowd gradually quieted. He rose, surveying all the participants from his elevated position, exuding an air of authority. His deep voice resonated through the venue. "The third round of the Chunin exams begins now. Strive with all your might to become a Chunin." A wave of cheers erupted from the stands. The impact of a leader's presence palpable. Jiraiya nudged Orochimaru beside him, lowering his voice. "You actually care to witness the Chunin exams, all for your precious disciple, I presume?" Orochimaru gave a non-committal nod, his raspy voice affirming, "With Long Jian's strength, passing the Chunin exams should pose no challenge." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, skepticism lacing his words. "You have such faith in this little rascal, even against Minato's apprentice. Kakashi, he poses no threat?" Orochimaru's voice remained calm. "The one to worry about may very well be Kakashi." The third Hokage glanced at his two disciples. Feeling a surge of contentment, he mused, if only this could continue indefinitely once the audience settled. The chief examiner reiterated the rules for the individual battles. "That concludes all the requirements. Now, let the first match of the individual battles commence." The immense screen above flickered to life, displaying the names of all participants in rapid succession. Moments later, it abruptly halted, revealing two names: Nara Long Jian versus Yakura. Long Jian, upon seeing the screen from the resting area, was taken aback to find himself the first contender. The name of his opponent was also familiar. Old Ma excitedly patted Long Jian on the shoulder. "Long Jian, go for it. It's your debut match. You must seize this victory." Hong clenched his small fist beside him, cheering, "Go, Long Jian. I believe in you." Long Jian nodded slightly and made his way off the stage. As he entered the competition arena, he was met by a strikingly beautiful girl adorned with a forehead protector of the Sand Village. She appeared to be slightly older than Long Jian. Her hair was styled into a green bun, with bangs cascading down the sides in a fiery hue. Even more captivating was her tight-fitting backless attire, which accentuated her budding figure. Her porcelain skin exposed to the air, Yetsong's petite face was cold, radiating an aura that commanded respect. The moment Long Jian laid eyes on Yetsong, he recognized her as the infamous tragic beauty of the Sand Village, the wielder of the Blaze-released bloodline limit. She had inflicted significant casualties on the Mist Ninja during the Third Shinobi World War, only to be betrayed by her own comrades in the end. Jiraiya observed the two figures standing in the arena and turned to his companion. Orochimaru, saying, "It seems that Long Jian has had some luck after all. Not only is this his first battle, but he has also encountered a blaze-release ninja from the Sand Village." Orochimaru maintained his usual icy demeanor, replying in a raspy voice, "Longjin's bloodline limit is not inferior to that of the girl." The voice of the third Hokage echoed. "This match represents a clash between the bloodline limits of our Leaf Village and the Sand Village. I wonder what the outcome will be." Yetsong fixed her gaze on Longjin's face, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. "Haven't we met before, beautiful lady?" Yetsong, with a serious expression, responded, "You should not have seen me before." Long Jian, puzzled, then asked, "Then why are you staring at me? Is it because I'm handsome?" Yetsong was evidently caught off guard by Longjin's remark, appearing somewhat flustered. "Well, that is certainly not the reason," she quickly added in her mind. "Though you are indeed quite handsome." Regaining her composure, Yetsong addressed Long Jian earnestly. "Before the first round of the exam, not only did you speak disrespectfully, but you also effortlessly defeated a ninja from our village, bringing shame to our name as Sand Ninjas. Thus, in this match, I shall completely defeat you and restore our honor." Upon hearing this, Long Jian recognized Yetsong's dedication to her village. "Look at that sense of responsibility and collective honor. It's truly commendable." However, he couldn't help but retort, "But wasn't it they who mocked me first? I was merely defending myself." With righteous indignation, Long Jian continued, "Do not think that just because you are beautiful, you can twist the truth." As a combat-oriented ninja, Yetsong had never encountered such a bold stance or heard such flattery. Was he not a hopeless romantic? She found herself at a loss for words in response to Long Jian's unexpected bravado. The audience surrounding them was buzzing with excitement. "Referee! Where's the referee? This kid is breaking the rules. Arrest him. He is flirting with a woman from a neighboring village in broad daylight." Jiraiya laughed heartily, slapping Orochimaru on the shoulder. "Orochimaru, your disciple is quite impressive. He has my admiration for remembering to flirt with the ladies even at a time like this." Orochimaru, however, remained unfazed, saying, "That is still better than someone who only dares to peek but not take action." These words struck Jiraiya into silence, while even the third Hokage raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Orochimaru was insinuating something about the ninjas of the Sand Village. The Sand Ninjas were incensed, clamoring to take down Long Jian. "Damn it, take that little brat down for daring to openly flirt with our village's women. Brothers, let us go together and break his legs." Yetsong, after a moment of contemplation, finally stated, "Regardless, I will still defeat you to vindicate our Sand Village." Her tone had softened considerably. Long Jian shrugged in resignation, but then shifted the conversation, asking, "So, beautiful lady, I was wondering, has anyone ever asked you why you don't have a cupping treatment done on your back?" Yetsong looked bewildered at Long Jian's serious expression and slowly inquired, "Cupping? What does that mean?" Long Jian appeared regretful, shaking his head as he said, "Such a beautiful back. It would be a shame not to have a cupping treatment. How about this? When you have time, come visit Konoha, and I'll treat you to a cupping session, free of charge." Yetsong was momentarily stunned, nodding in a daze. The Sand Ninjas watching could no longer contain themselves, ready to rush down from the stands at Hies, not even being subtle about it. He's directly asking her out? In the resting area, Old Mal watched Long Jian's various antics below, filled with admiration. Truly, Long Jian is remarkable. Even flirting with ladies is such an art that I must learn from him when he returns. I want to try on Hong too. The examiner, standing nearby, interjected, "If there are no issues, then let us prepare to begin." Both Long Jian and Yetsong nodded in agreement. The examiner then solemnly announced, "Thus, the first match, Nara Long Jian versus Yetsong. Commence." With that, the examiner swiftly retreated to the side, leaving the arena to the two combatants. Though the banter was lighthearted, both Long Jian and Yetsong quickly assumed their battle stances. Long Jian drew his weapon, Imo-sia, and charged toward Yetsong, who also brandished a kunai to meet him. In an instant, their weapons clashed. Long Jian's swordplay grew increasingly refined, yet Yetsong was no novice. She adeptly wielded her kunai to counter Long Jian's attacks. During their exchanges, both were forced back by the tremendous force of their weapons colliding. Yetsong glanced down at her kunai, now marred with numerous scars, marveling at the extraordinary power of Long Jian's weapon. Each clash sent a peculiar, almost sinister aura from Longjin's blade, as if it sought to erode her spirit. Throughout the continuous skirmish, Yetsong, wielding her kunai, clearly found herself at a disadvantage. Discarding her current kunai, she swiftly produced another, launching herself from a different angle. Longjin sidestepped the kunai, thrown by Yetsong, and with his right hand, he aimed at her, while his left swiftly formed a hand seal. Shadow snake hands. Several ferocious snakes erupted from Longjin's sleeves, their gaping maws aimed straight for Yetsong. Unfazed as she charged forward, Yetsong quickly formed seals of her own. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. In an instant, she unleashed several sharp wind blades, severing Longjin's snakes. Seizing the moment while Yetsong was occupied with her jutsu, Longjin advanced, shouting, "Ape arm sweep." Emo, Xiao whirled with ferocity. A massive black-purple ape phantom appearing, more solid than before. Yetsong hastily raised her kunai to block, but within a heartbeat, she was sent flying by the overwhelming force of Longjin's strike, crashing against the wall and generating a cloud of dust. Understanding the principle of smoke and injury, Longjin crouched down to form a seal. Shadow imitation technique. The shadow beneath him stretched and surged into the smoke, searching for Yetsong's figure as the smoke began to dissipate. Longjin realized Yetsong was not within it. Sensing movement behind him, an alarm rang in Longjin's mind, prompting him to abandon the shadow imitation technique and swiftly rise, positioning Emo Xie defensively behind him. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Turning around, he found Yetsong had attempted to stealthily approach during the smoke, but a trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, indicating that Longjin's previous attack had indeed caused her harm. With a frostbitten expression, Yetsong ignored her injury, focusing on her next move. The moment she opened her mouth, a venomous snake shot from Longjin's mouth, hurtling directly towards Yetsong, mere inches from her face. Caught off guard by Longjin's relentless barrage of attacks, Yetsong hurriedly turned to evade, narrowly avoiding the snake. However, the snake quickly pivoted, attempting to ensnare her. That critical moment, flames ignited in Yetsong's hand, bursting with intense heat. She released the flames, incinerating the snake that sought to bind her. Yetsong's icy voice rang out, "Blaze release." Overheating kill. The surrounding audience was utterly captivated by the intense and thrilling duel between the two combatants. Erupting into waves of astonished gasps, Longjin was the prodigious youth of Konoha, while Yetsong was the talented young Kunoichi of Sunagakure. This battle could be deemed a pinnacle clash, representing the zenith of combat prowess among the younger generations of the two major ninja villages. Longjin and Yetsong did not disappoint the spectators. Upon their initial engagement, they showcased abilities far surpassing those of ordinary Genin. Yetsong executed a scorching technique, extracting the venomous snake from Longjin's mouth. The audience's astonishment reached its zenith. Is this the power of Sunagakure's unique bloodline limit? Such ferocity in attack. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what would happen if that strike landed on a person. It would likely be akin to the fate of that snake. Longjin was in peril now. This girl was no easy opponent. Gazing at the crumpled snake carcass on the ground, Longjin couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of the title of a woman capable of wringing out the last drop of moisture from her adversaries. Just look at this capability. It is formidable. Steadying himself, Longjin beheld Yetsong as she gradually coalesced another fireball in her hands, which floated ominously above her palm. Yetsong's voice echoed, "I admit you are indeed formidable, but if this continues, my bloodline limit may very well cost you your life. Surrender." In response, Longjin shook his head and smiled. "Confident girls are the most beautiful, but you might be a tad overly confident." Upon hearing this, Yetsong's gaze sharpened, her tone resolute. "Then do not blame me for being ruthless." The shadows beneath Longjin's feet swiftly expanded outward, prompting Yetsong to retreat hastily, evading the reach of his shadowy grasp. Yetsong had witnessed Longjin employ this technique during the second round of team battles and would not allow him to catch her off guard. As she withdrew, she hurled the superheated fireball toward Longjin. While deftly evading Yetsong's assault, Longjin remarked, "Is it just a bloodline limit? I have one too." Domain expansion. Soon, Longjin's shadow domain enveloped a vast area. Yetsong, in turn, conjured several scorching fireballs before her eyes fixed intently on Longjian's movements. This was Yetsong's first direct confrontation with Longjian's bloodline limit, and she was uncertain of what other peculiar abilities he might possess. However, she was confident in her ability to counter any move he made. Suddenly, from within Longjian's shadows, an array of shadowy soldiers began to emerge. There were ghostly figures wielding shurikens and grappling hooks, clawed apparitions with razor-sharp steel talons, imposing giants that exuded an overwhelming presence, winged phantoms soaring into the sky, and armored shadows resembling a professional army. They surged forth from Longjian's shadows in relentless waves. Yetsong stared in shock as more and more shadowy soldiers materialized beside Longjian, her mind racing. What is this ability? I initially thought he could only summon shadows of one form, yet there appeared to be as many as 45 different types. The audience was astounded by this spectacle, their jaws agape in disbelief. The spectators from Konoha cried out, "Look, those are the entities summoned by our village's ninja. This is extraordinary. Indeed, he is the prodigy of our village. This bloodline limit is utterly overpowered. This boy is like a one-man army." The third Hokage observed the dazzling performance of Longjian below, nodding in satisfaction as he turned to Orochimaru beside him. Longjian's bloodline limit has indeed grown more powerful with each development. As his teacher, your guidance has played an indispensable role. Orochimaru replied non-committally. Longjian's bloodline limit is formidable, but he has also worked exceptionally hard to achieve his current success. The third Hokage nodded, acknowledging that a talented individual who also puts in effort is truly remarkable. Yetsong surveyed the throngs of shadowy soldiers with crimson eyes, her heart pounding. The sheer number seemed utterly excessive. Wasn't this meant to be a personal duel? Realizing she could not afford to hesitate any longer, Yetsong commanded the scorching fireballs surrounding her to charge toward the center of the shadowy soldiers, clearly aiming to capture the king before the thieves. Longjian, however, had no intention of allowing her to have her way. "Did you think I summoned all these allies merely to engage in a one-on-one duel with you?" With a swift gesture, he commanded, "Subdue that woman." The 5 types of shadowy soldiers, upon receiving their king's command, surged toward Yetsong with tremendous momentum, an unstoppable force. They charged fearlessly, displaying not only reckless abandon, but also a coordinated strategy. The front line of giants served as formidable shields, while swarms of flying phantoms dominated the skies, wielding light waves to secure aerial supremacy. The armored shadows formed a battle formation, poised to strike at any moment, while the clawed shadows scattered strategically, ready to execute lethal strikes as assassins. The ghostly figures in the rear, equipped with an array of shurikens, grappling hooks, and ropes, prepared for ranged attacks and to provide support. "Scorching release, overheated kill," Yetsong shouted, launching a powerful fireball toward the advancing shadowy soldiers. The shadowy soldiers appeared unfazed by Yetsong's scorching technique, lowering their heads in silence as they accelerated their charge. The fireball cut through one of the giant soldiers like a scythe, scattering it into a puddle that merged back into Longjian's shadow. The armored shadows, undeterred, swung their ghostly blades, igniting a dazzling display of flames. The scattered embers were swiftly absorbed by the giants, who shielded their comrades, ensuring that the momentum of the shadowy soldiers remained unbroken. The giant proclaimed, "Only in a world where I am wounded can we reach our goal." Longjian merely observed as Yetsong was gradually cornered by the encroaching shadowy soldiers. He advanced slowly, pushing her further into the confines of his shadow domain. While Yetsong unleashed her scorching techniques against the approaching soldiers, she also had to divert her attention to dodge the light waves emitted by the flying phantoms above, as well as the various shurikens, grappling hooks, and ropes hurled by the ghostly soldiers from their concealed positions. It was evident that she was beginning to struggle. Yetsong's scorching techniques, despite her best efforts, were unable to reach the flying phantoms. Each time she directed a fireball toward them, they effortlessly evaded her with their remarkable speed. Consequently, her attacks proved futile, and the falling fireballs inadvertently harmed several shadowy soldiers behind. Yetsong could only watch helplessly as the shadowy soldiers closed in on her. It must be said that Yetsong had truly given her all. At this moment, She was nearing her limit. Yet Long Jian, having summoned such a formidable array of shadowy soldiers, appeared completely at ease. Yet Song began to question what kind of being Long Jian was. How could he, possessing the same bloodline limit, maintain such stamina and ferocity? Ultimately, Yetsong could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the shadowy soldiers, gradually succumbing to their assault. Many shadowy soldiers had now reached her, launching indiscriminate attacks, and slowly, wounds began to mar her body, her movements growing increasingly sluggish. The audience, witnessing this sudden shift in the battle's tide, was left in utter shock. Who would have thought that our village would produce such a powerful bloodline limit ninja? This ability is truly overwhelming. Indeed, and he is but a child. One can hardly fathom how formidable he will become as he matures. He is practically a living army, continuously summoning reinforcements. That Kunoichi from Sunagakure is on the verge of collapse. As the last words faded, several fleeting shadows in the sky seized the opportunity, and the long concentrated waves of light were instantaneously unleashed. A few robust beams surged directly towards Yitsong. Just as Yitsong prepared to evade, a blue hand emerged from the shadow beneath her, firmly grasping her ankle. In an instant, Yitsong lost her balance, and, with a face full of terror, plummeted towards the ground. I could see that moment. The light waves struck her body, transforming instantaneously into luminous ropes that bound her tightly in place. Meanwhile, the surrounding shadow soldiers, under Long Jian's command, ceased their actions, parting to clear a path, allowing their king to walk through the center. Long Jian, carrying Mo Xia, approached the now thoroughly restrained Yitsong with an indifferent gait. Upon seeing her, he remarked, "Oh, I should head back and treat the Nightbat squad to some chicken legs." Quite the binding technique. After a moment of admiration, Long Jian turned to the furious Yitsong and flashed a charming smile, casually stating, "It seems my bloodline limit is indeed superior." Silence enveloped the entire Konoha venue. The audience, bewildered, could not comprehend why Yitsong, who had seemed to have a chance to evade, fell sideways as if struck by a sudden blow. Following a few seconds of silence, the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers, applauding the clash between Konoha's bloodline limit ninja and the Sand Village's bloodline limit ninja, an exhilarating duel between the representatives of the two great ninja villages, culminating in a resounding victory for Konoha. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers for Long Jian, who had effortlessly showcased his prowess. Coupled with his handsome visage, many young women in the audience were already swooning, calling out their desire for him to father a horde of children. Bound tightly, Yitsong glared at the smiling Long Jian, her only wish at that moment being to unleash a scorching jutsu and give him an extreme makeover. How could such a striking face, adorned with a smile, provoke such ire? Fuming, Yitsong demanded, "Unbind me." I concede. At that moment, the proctor approached the two, ensuring that Long Jian would not take advantage of Yitsong's predicament. Long Jian glanced at the Konoha Genin proctor and smiled at Yitsong, saying, "Don't forget, you must come visit Konoha sometime. I still owe you a cupping treatment." That instant, Yitsong could only think of kicking Long Jian's head off. Was this really the right moment for such comments? Did he not realize how unreasonable her current predicament appeared? Seething internally, she retorted, "Fine, I'll come, but only to get revenge." Seeing her response, Long Jian ceased to tease her, snapping his fingers. Gradually, the previously taut luminous ropes around Yitsong began to dissipate, fading into motes of light that vanished into the air. The shadow soldiers also began to slowly reintegrate into Long Jian's shadow, returning to his feet as the atmosphere settled back into tranquility. The Konoha proctor then declared loudly, "The first match, Nara Long Jian versus Yitsong, with Nara Long Jian as the victor." The surrounding crowd erupted once more in a cacophony of cheers. While Long Jian basked in this exhilarating moment, he noticed Yitsong approaching, rubbing her red wrist hand. Looking at Long Jian, now seemingly glowing with triumph, she said with indignation, "This time, you may have won, but next time we meet, my strength will have grown, and you'll need to be wary." Long Jian responded with a calm smile, "I shall be ready at any time." Suddenly, recalling something, he added, "If we meet again and you still lose, I will have to insist on giving you that cupping treatment Yi Song, perplexed, could not fathom why Long Jian was so fixated on this idea. Nevertheless, she retorted defiantly, "We'll see when you can actually defeat me." With that, she turned and strode into the resting area without a backward glance. Long Jian chuckled and shook his head, returning to the side of Lao Ma and Hong. Lao Ma, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "As expected of you, brother Long Jian, not only did you win effortlessly, but you've also left the beauties from the neighboring village smitten. Truly impressive." Hong shot a glance at Lao Ma's exuberance and congratulated Long Jian. "Congratulations, Long Jian. Given your performance, there's no doubt you'll secure a spot as a CH Nin." Long Jian maintained a composed demeanor, for he knew that if he achieve CH Nin status with his current abilities, it would only imply two things. Either Konoha's leaders were blind, or he was striving for the title of the strongest lower-ranking ninja in the ninja world. Subsequently, Long Jian sat with Asuma and Hong in the resting area. Watching the remaining matches, truth be told, the subsequent lower-ranking ninjas seemed to be at a loss. After the spectacle of Long Jian and Yi Song's match, most of the remaining competitors struggled to captivate the audience. Aside from Long Jian's match, cheers and applause were sparse, and the performances of the other contestants were rather unremarkable, eliciting only mild reactions from the crowd. Every now and then, a few surprised or derisive comments would ripple through the audience. But the atmosphere could not compare to that of Long Jian's match. Long Jian had indeed set a high bar, leaving the audience feeling as though they were witnessing mere child's play in the subsequent bouts. The third Hokage, seated at the highest point, shook his head in resignation and remarked to Jiraiya and Orochimaru that young rascal Long Jian has left the audience disinterested in the current matches. Jiraiya nodded, as having witnessed such a duel made watching the following matches feel akin to observing children at play. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and, after some contemplation, proposed an unprecedented idea, arranging a match between Long Jian and Kakashi. This would surely rekindle the audience's excitement, given it would be a clash of prodigies. Orochimaru's suggestion was not merely for the audience's enjoyment. He was genuinely interested in assessing whether Long Jian could hold his own against Kakashi with his current skills, thus testing the fruits of Long Jian's training. Additionally, as Long Jian's teacher, he harbored hopes of letting Long Jian contend for the title of the best among the younger generation. Recently, comparisons between the two had begun circulating in the village, with traditionalists asserting Kakashi was the unequivocal leader, having graduated at 5 and become a CH Nin at 6, undeniably formidable. Conversely, reformists argued that Long Jian, as a rising star, was by no means inferior to Kakashi. Although he graduated later, he was renowned in the village as a taskmaster, and his displayed abilities were not weaker than Kakashi's, even appearing to slightly surpass him. While Orochimaru deemed such titles inconsequential, he found it amusing to bestow such a label upon his disciple, having been labeled the most talented in his time. It would be amusing for his disciple to be recognized as the most talented among the younger generation. Thus, on a whim, Orochimaru arranged for this duel. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, realizing that both had sufficient strength to progress to the second round. And since Kakashi was already a CH Nin, it would be fitting to proceed with the arrangement. He decided to draw the matchups before the second round commenced, placing Long Jian and Kakashi in the final contest. The third Hokage discreetly summoned a member of the Umbu and whispered a few words to him. The Umbu then vanished once more, evidently to carry out the tasks assigned by the third Hokage. This moment, Long Jian remained blissfully unaware that his esteemed teacher had whimsically selected his opponent for the second round of the tournament. Their match would serve as the grand finale, showcasing the climax of the Chunin exams to all spectators. After an intense competition, the first round of individual battles swiftly concluded, and the 30 victors were duly confirmed. Notably, Old Ma encountered one of his former archenemies from his days at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi got asked for why he referred to Kakashi as one of his adversaries. The other would undoubtedly be Long Jian, who was particularly adept at winning hearts. It was unclear whether the third had arranged for Long Jian, while casually setting up Old Ma as well, or if Old Ma's luck was simply extraordinary, perpetually intertwined with Kakashi. In any case, Old Ma found himself pitted against a formidable foe in the final round of individual combat during the Chunin exams. Nevertheless, before the match commenced, Old Ma held a degree of confidence about facing Kakashi. After all, it had been quite some time since their graduation from the Ninja Academy, and Old Ma had made significant strides, achieving what could be described as a qualitative leap. You are progressing. Kakashi, and so am I. Why not ask if Kakashi fears me? To bolster his spirits before the battle, Old Ma grasped Longjin's hand and inquired, Brother, do you think I can take him down? Longjin, with a weighty demeanor, patted Old Ma on the shoulder and replied, Old Ma, let us not overthink this. Just go and give it your all. If we exhibit confidence and flair, that itself is the greatest victory. Wouldn't you agree, Hong? Hong, standing by, nodded vigorously in encouragement. Go for it. Asuma. Old Ma nodded earnestly, exclaiming, I'm off. Brother, Hong, await my good news. With a fierce and determined demeanor, he strode into the arena. In contrast, Kakashi appeared remarkably calm. With his quintessential dead fish eyes, he regarded the already fired-up Old Ma with little reaction. Meanwhile, Old Ma dramatically declared that he would defeat Kakashi in this match, asserting his worth and proclaiming that he was no weaker than Kakashi. Upon hearing Old Ma's proclamation, Kakashi merely responded with a nonchalant, Oh, good luck with that. This remark ignited Old Ma's fury, prompting him to stomp in place, shouting, You bastard Kakashi! How dare you look down on me? You'll see. Kakashi, however, maintained that was not his intention, but Old Ma was too consumed with his desire to conquer this past psychological shadow. Ultimately, after Old Ma poured out his heart and soul into the match, exerting tremendous effort and unveiling all his hidden abilities, he was predictably subdued once more by Kakashi, who overwhelmed him with a decisive display of strength. Following his victory, Kakashi remarked, You've indeed improved quite a bit. Asuma, you've even made me take this seriously. Old Ma, nursing a swollen cheek, dashed back to Longjin and Hong, yelling, That bastard Kakashi dares to mock me. Next time, I will defeat you. Kakashi, feeling weary, had only intended to acknowledge Old Ma's improvement. Yet his perpetually unchanging dead fish eyes made it difficult for others to interpret his words positively. Longjin stifled his laughter as he observed the unfolding drama in the arena, marveling at how the underdeveloped version of Love Brother was still unable to best Kakashi. A B-rank shinobi in the duel, he suggested that the authorities should swiftly weaken Kuratsuchi. Comforting the weeping Old Ma, Longjin continued to offer words of solace. This poor boy had taken yet another beating. Hong also chimed in, showering Old Ma with praise, successfully cheering up the foolish son of the Hokage. With the conclusion of the first round of individual battles, the chief examiner promptly announced the drawing of names for the final round and the determination of the match order. Longjin's attention was captivated by this arrangement, as both he and Hong were set to proceed to the second round, soon to discover who their final opponents would be. All the advancing Genin fixated on the names scrolling across the large screen, pairs of names appearing one after another. The examiner continued to announce the matchups. When the names of the 14th pair appeared on the screen, Longjin realized that it had yet to be called. Suggesting that he would be the grand finale at that moment, Kakashi, like Longjin, began to survey the surroundings. The final names displayed on the screen were as follows: Nara Longjin versus Hitaki Kakashi. The chief examiner, gazing at the final names, boomed, The last match will be between Nara Longjin and Hitaki Kakashi. The audience, previously shrouded in a subdued atmosphere, erupted into a fervent discussion upon seeing the final contenders. Look, the last match is Nara Longjin against Hitaki Kakashi. It's bound to be spectacular. Indeed, both are renowned prodigies of Konoha, representing the pinnacle of the younger generation's strength, that I must witness the outcome of their battle. Periodically, voices of contention arose. Hitaki Kakashi is the premier contender of the younger generation. Nara Longjin is undoubtedly the strongest among the youth. The third Hokage surveyed the suddenly invigorated crowd with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. His arrangement of this matchup had not been in vain, as the audience was now thoroughly engaged, ensuring that no one would leave early. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the final confrontation between Longjin and Kakashi. Exchanging glances, Longjin and Kakashi recognized the spark of battle intent in each other's eyes. Kakashi's gaze, no longer the dull dead fish eyes, now gleamed with intensity. Time swiftly passed, and the sun dipped lower in the sky. With the conclusion of the 14th match between the Konoha Genin, The long-awaited climax of the Chunin exams was finally upon them. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience, Longjin and Kakashi descended into the arena. All the genin who had completed their matches stayed in place, keen to witness the clash between these two titans of the younger generation. Old Ma, brimming with excitement and sporting an ice pack on his swollen face, shouted at Longjin as he entered the arena, "Longjin, make sure to take down that guy Kakashi and avenge me." Among the spectators from Konoha, opinions were sharply divided, with some rallying behind Kakashi while others staunchly supported Longjin. The air buzzed with encouragement and shouts. Longjin and Kakashi stood calmly in the center of the arena, gazing at one another. The chief examiner, looking at these two Konoha prodigies, reiterated the rules once more. After all, both were precious assets of the new generation in Konoha. A clash between such geniuses could escalate beyond control, leading to severe consequences. As the chief examiner, he bore the weight of that responsibility. Both nodded in affirmation, indicating their understanding. Kakashi observed Longjin, who was no longer the dispirited figure yesteryear, and with a rare spark in his eyes, said, "Come on, show me your full strength." Longjin nodded in response. "I won't let you down, and let's see if you have indeed been working to enhance your abilities." Kakashi. The atmosphere of brainwashing was palpable as Jiraiya leaned toward Orochimaru, whispering, "Who do you think will win?" Orochimaru, with a serene demeanor, replied in a raspy voice, "I believe in Longjin." Jiraiya, wearing a skeptical expression, countered, "Well, I have faith in my disciple's disciple." Then, as if recalling something amusing, he poked Orochimaru and proposed, "How about we place a bet? The loser pays the tab at the izakaya later." Orochimaru, disinterested, responded coolly, "Uninteresting." Yet Jiraiya, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, "I knew it. Deep down, you don't believe Longjin could defeat Kakashi, do you?" Uncle Snake, with a resigned roll of his eyes, swiftly covered Jiraiya's mouth, and, with a magnetic voice, uttered, "Do not shout. I have placed a bet." After confirming that both participants were adequately prepared, the proctor announced loudly, "The final round of the Chunin exam. Nara Ryoma versus Hatake Kakashi. Commence." Instantly, the previously cacophonous atmosphere transformed into a hushed silence. Every spectator was intently observing the movements of the two combatants below. The clash of geniuses was about to unfold. Ryoma and Kakashi exchanged a glance, and in that fleeting moment, they both sprang into action simultaneously. Kakashi unsheathed his white blade, advancing with a swift leap. Ryoma, wielding the cursed blade Moi, emanated a chilling aura. Fearlessly meeting the oncoming attack, the two warriors confronted each other with their weapons drawn. Kakashi's white blade was as formidable and cunning as ever, showing no signs of restraint as he relentlessly targeted Ryuji's vital points. Ryoma, well versed in Kakashi's swordsmanship from their previous encounters, quickly adapted to Kakashi's rhythm, skillfully wielding Moi to deflect Kakashi's strikes. The two engaged in a dazzling display of swordplay, the white chakra-infused white blade clashing against the purple-black aura of Moi, creating sparks that illuminated the arena. The audience was left in awe of the breathtaking duel. The intensity was palpable from the very outset. Meanwhile, the already battle-tested lower ninjas fixated on the fierce clash, noticing the blinding speed of both fighters, their weapons leaving mere afterimages in their wake. They couldn't help but ponder how long they could withstand such ferocity if they were in the ring. Kakashi's swordsmanship was seasoned, honed from years spent training alongside his father, Hatake Tsukumo. Compared to their last bout, Ryoma felt a greater weight of pressure emanating from Kakashi. With a stoic expression, Kakashi unleashed a torrent of attacks, akin to relentless raindrops, each strike laden with lethal intent. Ryoma, equally serious, countered with all his might. However, this time, Ryoma wasn't merely engaging in a swordsmanship contest. Seizing the moment when their powers intertwined, Ryoma suddenly opened his mouth wide. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi's instincts kicked in. Throughout the preceding days, he had meticulously studied Ryuji's combat style, knowing that swordplay was never Ryuji's primary means of offense. The most formidable aspect of Ryuji's fighting style was his seemingly endless array of attack methods. Taijutsu, swordsmanship, shadow techniques, Uncle Snake's ninjutsu, and bloodline limits, among others. He could even unleash a couple of ninjutsu for good measure. Each action could seamlessly lead into a sudden, ferocious assault, catching opponents completely off guard and rendering them unable to defend. As anticipated, a venomous snake shot forth from Ryuji's mouth, racing toward Kakashi's face. Anticipating the attack, Kakashi swiftly retreated, utilizing the force of his movement to swing his white blade upward. The white blade, suffused with pure chakra, sliced the snake in two as it lunged from Ryuji's mouth. Yet Ryuji was far from finished. With his left hand reaching for Kakashi, his right hand swiftly formed a seal, exclaiming, "Shadow, snake technique." A robust python concealed within his sleeve surged forth, instantly ensnaring the unsuspecting Kakashi. The serpent showed no hesitation, opening its gaping maw to strike at Kakashi. Gasps of shock erupted from the surrounding audience. The rapid pace of the battle had shifted the dynamics in an instant. Just as the python was about to sink its fangs into Kakashi, a puff of smoke enveloped the scene, revealing that Kakashi had transformed into a wooden stump. The python's attack missed its mark entirely. Ryuji's eyes darted, searching for Kakashi's elusive form. Suddenly, he found himself facing the most notorious of substitution techniques. Quickly regaining his composure, Ryuji began scanning for Kakashi's whereabouts, simultaneously deploying his own shadow domain. The shadows beneath him began to stretch and expand, growing ever larger. Just as Ryuji's shadow domain neared its maximum extent, he felt an unusual sensation beneath his feet. Without time for further contemplation, Ryuji propelled himself upwards, leaving the ground behind in that very moment. Kakashi emerged from the spot where Ryuji had just stood, executing a surprise attack from below. Earth release, crumbling foam. Seizing the opportunity during the brief interval of the substitution technique, Kakashi had burrowed underground, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The white blade shot upward, glimmering with deadly intent as it aimed directly for Ryuji. With no leverage to alter his trajectory mid-air, Ryuji found himself in a precarious position. Even the spectators, including the seasoned Maki and Kurinai, gasped, sensing the imminent danger Ryuji faced. Yet in the next instant, Ryuji defied the odds, forcibly altering his posture mid-flight. Instead of retreating upward, he gripped Moi and confronted the approaching white blade head-on. With both hands firmly grasping Moi, Ryuji bent slightly at an exaggerated angle, harnessing the force of gravity to unleash a powerful downward strike. The ominous aura emanating from Moi melded Ryuji and the blade into a singular entity, forming the visage of a mighty eagle. Diving downward with unyielding momentum, Ryuji faced Kakashi's fierce assault head-on. Eagle strike. Ryuji had anticipated Kakashi's method of attack, prompting his mind to race as he decisively executed the third form of Moi's 9 techniques. This was a technique he had mastered during his intensive training earlier that month. The two weapons collided, a clash of titans. The resulting shockwave sent both warriors reeling apart. Ryuji embedded Moi into the ground at an angle, dissipating the force of the impact. Kakashi, performing a graceful roll, sprang to his feet, wiping the blood from his lip, and once again gripped his white blade firmly. Kakashi had not expected that, even under such circumstances. Ryuji could still retaliate with considerable power, inflicting a degree of damage on him. He silently marveled at Ryuji's rapid advancement in swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the audience was left spellbound, utterly captivated by the breathtaking duel, momentarily forgetting to cheer as they fixated on the subsequent moves of the two combatants. Eager to discover who would emerge victorious, Ryuji paused for a brief moment. Kakashi seized the opportunity to close the distance once more. Knowing Ryuji's bloodline limit capabilities, Kakashi resolved to act swiftly, understanding that if Ryuji activated his bloodline limit, he would undoubtedly find himself in a dire predicament. Ryuji, fully aware of Kakashi's intentions, reached out toward him. Shadow multiplication technique. An even greater number of venomous snakes surged forth, racing toward Kakashi. Kakashi was forced to halt, swiftly forming seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. With a powerful strike of his hands against the ground, a formidable earthen wall erupted, effectively blocking the onslaught of the serpents. Upon closer inspection, intricate carvings of lifelike dog heads adorned the surface of the earth wall. Witnessing this spectacle, Ryuji mused internally. So this is a habit that Kakashi has cultivated since childhood. Without hesitation, he summoned a legion of shadow soldiers. mirroring his previous strategy against Yakura. Kakashi, though not unfamiliar with this tactic, found himself deeply astonished, realizing that Ryuji was far from an easy opponent. If he did not conclude the battle swiftly, he would inevitably succumb to the relentless drain of Ryuji's bloodline limit, much like what had transpired with Yakura. Resolute, Kakashi wasted no time and began forming seals for the shadow clone technique. In an instant, a waft of smoke enveloped the scene, and 5 identical Kakashis stood together, each striking the same hand seal. Longjin gazed at the quintet of identical Kakashis before him, marveling inwardly at this remarkable figure. Without the limitations of a Sharingan, he wielded ninjutsu with overwhelming prowess. Even his shadow clone technique produced 4 or 5 duplicates at once. The audience collectively held their breath, witnessing the astonishing manifestation of Nara Longjin's unreasonable bloodline limit. This ability transformed a one-on-one duel into a chaotic melee. Curiosity swirled among the spectators as they pondered how Kakashi, often regarded as the foremost of the younger generation, would respond to Longjin's relentless assault. Longjin, observing Kakashi's actions, remained uncertain of his intentions. However, he was not one to indulge in guessing the motives of others. Since the purpose eluded him, he resolved to bulldoze through with sheer strength, brandishing the MOCA. Longjin issued commands to the Shadow Army. The soldiers of the 5 battalions surged forth once more, exuding an indomitable momentum, as if intent on crushing Kakashi in one fell swoop. Kakashi, refusing to underestimate the situation, witnessed one of the Kakashis form a hand seal, transforming into a colossal shuriken. Another Kakashi seized the massive shuriken and hurled it skyward toward the airborne shadows with blinding speed while swiftly forming seals. Shadow clone jutsu of the shuriken. The enormous shuriken multiplied in the air, raining down upon the flying shadows, effectively constricting their escape routes. The aerial shadows concentrated light waves in their palms, firing at the incoming shuriken to counter Kakashi's onslaught. Yet, many shadows were caught off guard, succumbing to the assault and dissolving into puddles, merging with Longjin's own shadow. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Kakashis showcased their unique abilities. Escorting the central Kakashi, they charged directly into the ranks of the Shadow Army. Initiating their performance, it was evident they aimed to escort Kakashi's true form closer to Longjin, embodying the principle of capturing the leader before the rest. Longjin quickly discerned Kakashi's intent and, while directing the Shadow Army to besiege the Kakashis, he himself crouched down, forming seals. Shadow imitation technique. Enveloped by Longjin's shadow domain, Kakashi struggled to ascertain the direction of Longjin's assault through the shadow imitation. Although the areas of shadow overlap appeared slightly darker, they were all shrouded in black, making differentiation nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Kakashi understood that falling victim to Longjin's shadow imitation would spell certain defeat in this battle. The conflict intensified further. Kakashi's mind raced, and within mere breaths, he devised a countermeasure. The Kakashis began to form seals with fervor. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Kakashi's mouth, instantly scattering numerous attacking shadow soldiers before him. Simultaneously, several armored shadow soldiers seized the opportunity, exploiting the opening created by the Kakashi who had unleashed the ninjutsu, brandishing their shadow warrior blades and charging directly at him. Another Kakashi completed his ninjutsu as well. Water release. Water wall. A barrier of water rose instantaneously, momentarily repelling the attacks of the armored soldiers. Suddenly, the water wall was breached as a group of robust giants, coordinated with the armored shadows, crashed through it with brute force. The shattered water splashed everywhere. Kakashi's earlier great fireball was poised to take advantage of this moment, unleashing an even larger fireball, its fierce flames surging toward the clustered giants and armored shadows. In an instant, the inferno not only engulfed the giants and armored shadows before him, but also evaporated the remnants of the water wall into mist. Visibility in the arena dramatically diminished. And Longjin's shadow imitation technique lost its target point. One could not help but admire Kakashi's tactical intelligence. He not only conceived a solution to counter Longjin's shadow imitation, but also calculated the fireball's magnitude perfectly. using the Shadow Army's assault to mitigate their offensive while achieving his own objectives. However, Kakashi had miscalculated one crucial detail. Although he had summoned mist, the visibility of the shadow soldiers remained unaffected. Meanwhile, the black hands beneath Kakashi's feet were stirring with anticipation. The Kakashi shielded at the center, clutching a scroll, rapidly formed seals, and, almost as the fog rose, slammed the scroll onto the ground. Summoning technique. Earth release. Tracking Fong technique. Instantly, the ground trembled as the sound of barking dogs echoed. Long Jian, of course, heard Kakashi's move and began forming seals. Suddenly, 8 nin dogs of varying sizes burst from the earth, their jaws agape, charging directly at Long Jian. Simultaneously, Long Jian bellowed, summoning technique, giant serpent. An enormous serpent appeared around Long Jian, encircling him with its massive body, forming a natural shield of protection. Kakashi's tracking Fong technique ended in futility as the mist gradually dissipated. The spectators erupted in astonishment at the dazzling exchange of offensive and defensive maneuvers between the two, exclaiming that this was indeed a spectacle worth witnessing. Just as Kakashi prepared to relentlessly assault Longjian's position, he suddenly realized he could not move an inch. The remaining Kakashis around him found themselves similarly immobilized. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of surprise as a thought flashed through his mind. Shadow imitation technique? When did this happen? The onlookers were equally bewildered. Long Jian had stealthily ensnared Kakashi. After being shielded by the summoned giant serpent, Long Jian was not idle. He utilized the positioning of the shadow soldiers to locate Kakashi. This time, it was not simply about toppling Kakashi. He intended to execute a decisive blow through the shadow imitation technique. With the serpent disappearing, Long Jian revealed a smile and addressed the immobilized Kakashi. It seems I have the upper hand, Kakashi. However, to Long Jian's surprise, Kakashi remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the predicament. Long Jian raised an eyebrow, pondering that Kakashi was not the type to give up easily. Yet out of caution, he commanded the Shadow Army to advance towards Kakashi, albeit without lethal intent. The Shadow Army, following Long Jian's orders, promptly surrounded Kakashi. Unfazed, Kakashi stood resolute, just as the claws of the shadow soldiers were about to reach Kakashi. The figure that had been shielded at the center transformed into a wisp of smoke. Long Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. Shadow clone? Subsequently, the other 3 Kakashis were also dispersed by Long Jian's shadow soldiers, dissipating into smoke. Alarm bells rang in Long Jian's mind. He had fallen into a trap. A voice echoed from beneath Long Jian's feet. Earth release, decapitating technique. In an instant, a hand emerged from the depths of the earth, dragging the unsuspecting Long Jian underground, leaving only his head above the surface. From the very beginning, the Kakashi that had been transformed into a shuriken and thrown was the real body, while the remaining figures were mere shadow clones left by Kakashi to confound Long Jian, executing his plan of deception. After being struck by Fei-ing, Kakashi swiftly utilized the substitution technique to change positions. At that moment, Long Jian was preparing to use the shadow imitation technique for the first time, aiming to capture the bait Kakashi, completely oblivious to the subtle movements occurring nearby. In the blink of an eye, only Long Jian's head remained above ground. Kakashi sprang forth from the earth, seizing the opportunity while the soldiers of the Shadow Corps beside him were still in shock, and before the rest of the Shadow Corps could emerge from the shadows to thwart him. Without hesitation, he swung his white fang directly at Long Jian's face. Long Jian could feel the sharp aura emanating from the white fang. The proctor, witnessing this scene, could no longer remain seated, preparing to rush into the arena to stop Kakashi. The surrounding spectators were left in stunned silence, unable to articulate their shock at the relentless back-and-forth exchanges of offense and defense. The watching participants could only stare blankly at the unfolding scene, inwardly questioning if these 2 individuals were truly just Genin. Just as the tension reached its zenith, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Long Jian somehow managed to escape Kakashi's control over his jutsu. Meanwhile, the proctor, rushing into the arena, intercepted the attack of the white fang. In an instant, only the proctor and Kakashi remained in the arena, with Long Jian having vanished without a trace. Kakashi stared in astonishment at the gaping hole filled with shadows. utterly bewildered as to how Long Jian had evaded this strike. That moment, Long Jian reappeared, slowly rising from the shadows behind Kakashi and the proctor. Upon opening his eyes, they glowed a vivid crimson. A chilling voice emanated from behind Kakashi. Kakashi, this is the most potent state I can currently achieve. However, our recent attacks were both interrupted by the proctor. Kakashi whipped around to behold a transformed Long Jian, radiating an aura that exuded contempt and filled with murderous intent and brutality. Just moments prior, when Long Jian was on the verge of being struck, he had instantaneously melded with the ninja mask, utilizing its ability to traverse shadows, thereby escaping Kakashi's jutsu and positioning himself behind Kakashi. The proctor, observing the two, was drenched in cold sweat, unable to contain himself as he inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" Kakashi, fixated on the newly transformed Long Jian and reflecting on the previous encounter, resolutely replied, "Let us continue. I will now unleash the most powerful strike I can barely control. Let us determine the victor with a single blow." Long Jian's crimson gaze brimmed with fighting spirit as he eagerly responded, "That suits me perfectly." Subsequently, Kakashi stepped back, positioning himself against the wall, forming hand seals while addressing Long Jian. "Long Jian, I cannot fully master this technique in my current state. However, I believe this is the only way to defeat you now." Long Jian, brimming with confidence, grasped the demonic blade Imo-sia, declaring, "Come on, Kakashi, let me see if you possess the strength to vanquish me." As Kakashi completed his hand seals, his right hand became enveloped in blue lightning, crackling with an increasingly piercing sound that echoed throughout the arena, reminiscent of countless birds calling simultaneously. Jiraiya gazed in astonishment at Kakashi below, muttering, "These two youngsters are truly reckless." Kakashi, too, has even resorted to that technique. Meanwhile, Orochimaru contemplated Long Jian's distinctive aura, pondering, is this the state Long Jian mentioned, where he temporarily enhances his strength utilizing his bloodline limit? Kakashi gripped his right hand firmly, his eyes resolute as he shouted, "Chidori!" With that, Kakashi, wielding Chidori, surged forth toward Long Jian with an electrifying intensity. Long Jian, however, remained unfazed. He was well aware of Chidori's power. Yet, in the state of melding with the mask, Long Jian felt no fear. Amidst the cacophony of avian cries, Long Jian slowly drew Imo-sia back into its sheath, his aura rising steadily under the combined influence of the mask and the demonic blade. It was reminiscent of the Iato technique favored by General Nika. The dark purple glow emanating from Imo-sia became increasingly intense. Spectators near the stands instinctively tightened their garments, sensing an inexplicable chill in the air, just as Kakashi was about to reach Long Jian. Long Jian's aura peaked, his crimson eyes shining brightly. In an instant, he drew his blade, unleashing a deep, dark purple arc of energy directed straight at Kakashi. Simple, yet imbued with a terrifying might, it seemed poised to sever all in its path as it hurtled toward Kakashi. Kakashi raised Chidori to meet it head-on. Instantly, the two techniques collided at a moment of eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the world itself had been muted. Then, a cataclysmic explosion of light erupted, intertwining the dark purple blade aura with the lightning's brilliance. A resounding blast echoed throughout the arena, engulfing it in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke began to dissipate, the situation within the arena became visible once more. Long Jian stood firmly, his right hand tightly gripping Imo-sia, now stained with blood. Kakashi, in contrast, knelt before Long Jian, gasping for breath. Between them stood several individuals, the observing elite shinobi from Konoha, including familiar faces like Ino Yamanaka and Akimichi Choza. They had intervened at the last moment to mitigate the ferocity of the clash. After catching his breath, Kakashi looked up at Long Jian and admitted, "I have lost, Long Jian." The surrounding spectators, witnessing this scene and hearing Kakashi's acknowledgement of defeat, erupted into a chorus of murmurs. The dazzling display of their techniques had been so magnificent that most observers could only glimpse the collision without comprehending the details of what transpired within. As the smoke cleared, they discovered several Konoha elite shinobi standing between the two combatants, utterly perplexed as to how the match had concluded. This moment, Long Jian also withdrew.